Qingyun Mountain Range, Qingyun City. A ray of sunlight streamed in through the windowsill, its blinding brilliance causing Qin Chu to furrow his brow and slowly open his eyes. He surveyed his surroundings. He found himself in an unfamiliar environment. The room exuded an antique charm, adorned with furnishings and decorations that were far removed from modern aesthetics. Where on earth is this? A jolt of realization struck Qin Chu, as if a thought had crossed his mind. Could it be that I have traversed realms? Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a torrent of unfamiliar memories surged into his consciousness. This influx of memories was substantial. It took him a good 15 minutes to process it adequately that I truly have crossed over. Qin Chu felt a mix of despair and absurdity. He merely took an extra shift at work, only to find himself inexplicably transported to another world. Could it be that fate has shown him mercy, granting him the boon of this extraordinary experience? Upon reflection, such a possibility did seem plausible. In pursuit of owning a modest abode in the bustling city, Qin Chu juggled 3 jobs simultaneously. By day, he toiled at his primary job. By night, he delivered takeout, and during the witching hours, he served as a manager at an internet CF. He labored tirelessly for his earnings. His moments of rest were few and far between. Having just completed his final shift, he had finally amassed enough for a down payment. Little did he expect that he would find himself in this new realm. All his prior efforts had dissolved into nothingness. Yet, Qin Chu felt a sense of regret rather than sorrow, for the identity he now possessed was extraordinary, far surpassing the value of mere property. This body bore his name, Qin Chu. He was the son of the head of the Qin family, one of the 3 prominent families in Qingyun City. His status was unparalleled. The Qin family, and indeed the entirety of Qingyun City, was not to be trifled with. Ironically, this body possessed abysmal talent, to a degree that seemed irredeemable. No amount of elixirs or spiritual herbs could ameliorate its deficiencies. As he delved into the memories within his mind, Qin Chu garnered a fundamental understanding of this world. In this realm, martial prowess reigns supreme. Powerful warriors can command the elements, causing mountains to tremble and the earth to quake. In contrast, weaker practitioners are akin to ants, struggling for survival in the crevices of existence. Though Qin Chu's lineage was illustrious, no one dared to offend him. However, due to his inability to cultivate, he was often ridiculed and branded as the first waste of Qingyun. With no hope of cultivation, Qin Chu chose to abandon all aspirations, indulging in a life of decadence and revelry. He frequently found himself lingering in places of ill repute. Generous with his wealth, he lavished attention on beautiful women, spending extravagantly. Recently, he had developed an infatuation with a female cultivator from the Danding Pavilion. He showered her with gifts and precious elixirs, even offering rare techniques from the Qin family without hesitation. Consequently, he earned the moniker the first simp of Qingyun. A simp? Qin Chu could only roll his eyes in exasperation. He despised simps more than anything. He recalled a saying from his past life: a simp ends up with nothing in the end. The fate of simps was invariably dismal. True to form, the female cultivator he so ardently admired was entangled with Lin Yang of the Lin family. As a simp, how could he tolerate the thought of his beloved goddess being involved with another? In a fit of rage, he challenged Lin Yang to a wager, seeking to vent his frustrations. They would determine who held true affection based on the value of their gifts. This childish display left Qin Chu feeling vexed, his face darkening as he struggled to find words. Returning to the Qin family, Qin Chu's heart was wrenched with anguish at the thought of his beloved female cultivator entangled with other men, his soul pierced with torment. Eventually, unable to withstand the blow, his spirit shattered, and he met his demise. This is the fate of a lovesick fool, Qin Chu scoffed, yet a lingering doubt plagued him. Logically, given his predecessor's numerous romantic encounters, he should not be so fragile. Could a mere provocation elicit such an intense reaction? To the point of self-destruction. How absurd. Then there was Lin Yang. Qin Chu had a fair understanding of this individual. He was the foremost wastrel of Qingyun City, with Lin Yang following closely behind, earning them the moniker of the double wastrels of Qingyun. Lin Yang harbored an unusual penchant, well known throughout Qingyun City. He had an aversion to women and an affinity for men. How could a homosexual possibly be infatuated with a woman? The more Qin Chu pondered, the more he sensed something amiss, and recalling Lin Yang's fervent expression, he mused, "This matter reeks of peculiarity." Currently, there were no clear leads. The female cultivator was evidently a schemer, toying with Qin Shu while maintaining ambiguous relations with other Mina, truly contemptible character. Qin Shu felt an echo of resentment deep within his soul and vowed, "Rest assured, my brother, I will ensure that wretched woman regrets her actions." Once his oath was uttered, that sense of resentment swiftly dissipated, and Qin Shu finally melded completely with his body. Suddenly, he realized a pressing issue. There were only 2 days remaining until the deadline for the wager. Due to his various acts of infatuation, Qin Shu's father had become enraged and ordered the suspension of his monthly allowance. Without funds, how could he prepare a gift? In his moment of distress, a mechanical ding resonated in his mind. Ding, detecting the host's troubles, the system is activating. The gift multiplication return system has been successfully activated. A gift multiplication return system? After a brief moment of astonishment, Qin Shu felt a surge of excitement. A system was the hallmark of any transmigrator. In the face of any predicament, a system rendered all challenges trivial. Throughout history, transmigrators had relied on their systems to ascend to the pinnacle of the world. With the ability to vanquish all obstacles, now Qin Shu possessed a system of his own. Was it not time to soar and aspire to greatness? However, what exactly was this gift multiplication return system? This system is the gift multiplication return system. By bestowing gifts upon friends, one can receive returns. Requirements for gifting are as follows. Friendship value must reach 50 or above for returns to be granted. Friendship values between 50 and 70 denote ordinary friends. 70 to 80 signify good friends. 80 to 90 indicate close friends. 90 to 100 represent life and death companions. Depending on the range of friendship values, differing cultivation levels, backgrounds, and other factors, the host can receive varying multiples of returns when gifting different friends. Returns may manifest as either a multiplication of quantity or quality, determined by the system based on the host's needs. When gifting, one must not exceed the friend's requirements. If the gift does not meet the standard, the system will not recognize the success of the gift and will refuse to provide returns. Daily, one may trigger a gift reward. Hiss. Upon comprehending the system's capabilities, Qin Shu inhaled sharply, astonished by the sheer power of the system, which promised a gift return that could multiply exponentially. Bestowing a single spirit stone could yield returns of several, or even thousands, of spirit stones. Wealth was within reach. The system imposed no restrictions on the types of gifts, nor did it differentiate between the tangible and the intangible. In essence, anything could be bestowed. Qin Shu took a deep breath, his heart racing with excitement, and his trembling hands envisioned the scenario where he would ascend to become the wealthiest figure in the realm of cultivation, thanks to the system. The thrill surged through him like an electric current. He endeavored to calm his racing heart. However, the prerequisite for gifting was friendship. As a young scion, friends were the one thing he was not lacking. Yet, the reality was that Qin Shu's companions were mere acquaintances, with true friends being few and far between. To triumph over Lin Yang in 2 days, he needed to give gifts. A myriad of faces flickered through Qin Shu's mind, and he realized that within the vast Qin family, not a single person regarded him as a friend. Qin Shu's lips twitched. Poor aptitude. Unworthy of friendship? What a harsh reality. Chapter 2. The first tool. Qin Shu, the son of the family head, was not dared to be offended by his kin, yet deep down, they held him in contempt. In this world, martial prowess reigned supreme. Strength was the ultimate truth. Qin Shu, unable to cultivate, naturally became the target of ridicule. And the prospect of being considered a friend was utterly out of the question. Contemplating this, Qin Shu felt a profound sense of frustration. It was akin to possessing a treasure trove yet being unable to access it, a sentiment that would weigh heavily on anyone. At that moment, the door swung open. Qin Shu looked up to see a towering figure, a giant of a man standing at 6 feet tall, his physique resembling that of a robust bear. He held a meal tray in his hands, grinning foolishly at Qin Shu. "Young master, it's time to eat." This individual was named Qin Zhuang. Due to a childhood injury that affected his mind, he appeared somewhat dazed and simple-minded, earning him the nickname Foolish Zhuang. Qin Shu, consumed by his own gloom, had little appetite for food. Just as he raised his hand to signal Qin Zhuang to leave, his arm froze mid-air. This was because a notification chimed in his mind. Ding. Detected individual. Qin Zhuang, base multiplier is 5 times. Friendship value with Qin Zhuang is 55 points, exceeding 50, qualifying him as a gift recipient. With a return multiplier of 5 times. 55 friendship points? Qin Chu felt a surge of excitement mixed with confusion. After all, foolish Zhuang merely delivered his meals. And their interactions were few, with hardly a handful of words exchanged. How could their friendship value be so high? According to the system, a friendship value of 55 points fell within the realm of ordinary friends. Was foolish Zhuang considered Qin Chu's friend? Even he was unaware. Soon, the system provided clarification. The friendship value was unidirectional, calculated based on others' affection towards the host, excluding the host's feelings towards others. So it could be played this way. Friendship had shifted from mutual to one-sided. If others had affection for the host, reaching a certain friendship value would deem them friends of the host, while the host remained oblivious. Qin Chu was utterly perplexed. Yet, these intricacies were trivial. What truly mattered was that the simple-minded Zhuang before him could be utilized to enhance his gains. A 5-fold return was already commendable for the first day. Rising from his bed, Qin Chu stared intently at Qin Zhuang, his eyes gleaming as though gazing upon an exquisite beauty. Qin Zhuang, oblivious, continued to grin. Young master, it's time to eat. With that, he placed the meal tray on the table and turned to leave, adhering to the family's rule that servants must not linger in the master's quarters. Otherwise, they would face severe penalties. As Qin Zhuang was about to depart, Qin Chu hastily called out to him, "Wait, I have something to give you." "But the family has rules. I cannot linger in young master's room," Qin Zhuang replied, his tone simple and hesitant. However, upon hearing that the young master wished to gift him something, he felt a flicker of anticipation. Ever since his parents met with tragedy in the Qingyun Mountains, no one had ever given him anything. "It's all right. You won't say anything. And I won't either. Who will know?" Qin Chu waved his hand, and under the expectant gaze of the simple-minded Zhuang, he produced a fragrant elixir, a medium-grade qi gathering pill. Though Zhuang was somewhat slow-witted, his aptitude surpassed that of Qin Chu, as he had attained the first layer of qi refinement. The qi gathering pill was perfectly suited for early-stage cultivators. Zhuang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he fixated on the pill in Qin Chu's hand. He was well acquainted with such pills, receiving a low-grade qi gathering pill from his family every month. The one Qin Chu held exuded a richer aroma, indicating its superior grade. A low-grade qi gathering pill was priced at 1 low-grade spirit stone, while a medium-grade qi gathering pill required 3. Zhuang's monthly earnings amounted to merely 10 low-grade spirit stones. "Young master, is this for me?" Zhuang asked incredulously. Qin Chu nodded and tossed the qi gathering pill to him. Zhuang, at the tender age of 10, had lost his parents during a mission, reportedly falling victim to a ferocious beast in the Qingyun Mountains. For years, Zhuang had diligently trained, aspiring to enter those mountains and avenge his parents by slaying the beast. The qi gathering pill would enhance his strength, precisely what he needed. This act conformed to the system's gifting rules, providing a friend with what they required. As Zhuang carefully cradled the pill, Qin Chu awaited the system's feedback. Ding. Gifted a medium-grade qi gathering pill. Reward multiplier, 5 times. Congratulations to the host for receiving a superior qi gathering pill. Due to the host lacking storage equipment, it has been temporarily stored in the system's space. Qin Chu smiled. It is widely known that pills, to varying degrees, carry pill toxins that can harm a cultivator's meridians. Even the superior qi gathering pill. However, the superior qi gathering pill has its efficacy refined to perfection, devoid of any toxins, thus preserving the cultivator's meridians. Nonetheless, such pills are scarce in Qingyun City. Even the vast Qin family cannot procure one. Zhuang trembled with excitement, tears welling in his tiger-like eyes. "Young master, why would you gift me such a precious elixir?" Qin Chu stepped forward, patting Zhuang's robust shoulder, his tone sincere. "Because you are my only friend in the Qin family." He emphasized the word only. The notion of being the young master's sole friend overwhelmed Zhuang with emotion, filling his eyes with tears. "You know my situation, young master. My poor aptitude renders me incapable of cultivation. I am destined to be a mere mortal. The others in the Qin family may speak respectfully, but they secretly look down on me, even calling me a waste of family resources behind my back." At this point, Qin Chu gazed at Zhuang and said, "Only you. Zhuang, do not disdain me. Your gaze has always been sincere, and thus, in my heart, you are my true friend." Listening to Qin Chu's heartfelt words, Zhuang's eyes reddened, recalling that winter when the young master had given him a warm steamed bun. From that moment, Zhuang had vowed allegiance to him. No wonder friendship values were rated at 55 points. It all began with a simple bun. A steamed bun in exchange for the friendship of Sha Zhuang is truly a worthwhile trade. As for when this occurred, Qin Chu expressed no recollection. Suddenly, Sha Zhuang raised his enormous fist, declaring that if anyone dared to speak ill of the young master behind his back, he would crush them. Qin Chu exaggeratedly performed, even embracing Sha Zhuang, leading to a series of actions that left Sha Zhuang utterly moved and at a loss for words. After Sha Zhuang departed, Qin Chu inexplicably felt a sense of relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. Acting was no easy feat. He greatly admired those esteemed actors from his previous life, who portrayed their roles so authentically that not a trace of insincerity could be detected. Following this performance, Sha Zhuang's friendship value skyrocketed to 71 points, elevating him from an ordinary friend to a good friend. The multiplier also increased from 5 times to 10 times. Qin Chu was quite satisfied with this outcome. Marveling at Sha Zhuang's naivety, it was astonishing how easily he could be moved. With merely a mid-grade qi gathering pill, such a substantial gain was achieved. What a tremendous profit. Qin Chu felt a surge of anticipation. If he were to present Sha Zhuang with a gift tomorrow, the tenfold return could yield remarkable results. As he indulged in these thoughts, a thunderous shout echoed within the Qin residence. Useless wretch. The family's martial arts are the core of our lineage and cannot be easily given away. I will beat you to death, you ungrateful child. Chapter 3. The mighty Vajra fist martial arts constitute the very essence of a family, intertwining with its rise and fall, honor and disgrace. Each family possesses its own martial heritage, which they would never divulge lightly. Some wandering cultivators, lacking familial support, are relegated to practicing the martial arts available in the market. Those techniques are often of low rank or meager power, resulting in the relatively feeble strength of such cultivators, who cannot compare to their family counterparts. Nevertheless, exceptions exist, a rare gem among countless practitioners, akin to finding a needle in a vast ocean. The Qin family, being one of the 3 prominent families in Qingyun City, naturally guards its martial arts jealously, forbidding any leaks. The cries of anguish continued. This voice was all too familiar to Qin Chu. It belonged to his cousin, Qin Nan. A notorious wastrel, he possessed excellent cultivation talent, yet squandered it in frivolity, engaging in frivolous pursuits. Hearing his uncle's scolding, Qin Chu's expression turned uneasy. For he had made the same mistake as Qin Nan. Both had carelessly shared the Qin family's martial arts with others. The outcomes, however, were distinct. Qin Nan faced a severe beating from their uncle, and the cries indicated he was suffering greatly. Qin Chu, in contrast, had merely been deprived of his monthly allowance. In comparison, Qin Chu considered himself fortunate. Upon hearing Qin Nan's retort, Qin Chu's expression hardened. Father, this cannot be entirely blamed on me. I fell victim to the infatuation powder from that wretched woman, Chen Kur. My mind was completely out of my control. What kind of place is Tsuyin Tower? A den of debauchery. Those vile women employ insidious methods and spare no effort. You knew this, yet still chose to go. Shouldn't you be punished? This was soon followed by another round of mournful cries. The infatuation powder, circulated in the misty willow districts, was used to ensnare patrons, discreetly igniting it in rooms to keep guests enthralled. Let the guests become infatuated, enamored, and utterly captivated, unwilling to depart. The effects of the infatuation elixir may not pose significant harm in the short term. However, prolonged exposure can profoundly affect one's thoughts, leading to an all-consuming obsession with another. Furthermore, the infatuation elixir carries a dire consequence. Upon realizing that the object of one's obsession has betrayed them or engaged in flirtation with another, one may experience intense emotional upheaval. In mild cases, it results in a wounded spirit. In severe cases, it can lead to death. Reflecting on her situation with Lin Yang, Qin Chu became aware that she and Lin Yang had fallen victim to Murong Yan's infatuation elixir. Not only was she a manipulative seductress, but she was also a malicious woman. Qin Chu silently vowed that within 2 days, she would ensure Murong Yan's disgrace and lifelong regret. Suddenly, a scheme flashed through her mind. With a cold smirk, Qin Chu closed the door, recognizing that the after-effects of the infatuation elixir had been purged due to her rebirth. Though the sting in her soul remained, venturing outside was ill-advised, and she required quiet recuperation. The following day, early in the morning, the loud knocking from Sha Zhuang startled Qin Chu awake. Sha Zhuang had come to deliver meals, always punctual. Qin Shu rose and opened the door to find Xiaozhuang still wearing his foolish grin, his aura inadvertently revealing that he had reached the second level of qi refinement. Qin Shu's good mood evaporated instantly. If even Xiaozhuang could cultivate and had advanced to the second level of qi refinement, how could she, a young master of the Qin family, be so lacking? Her father was the patriarch of the Qin clan, possessing profound cultivation. How could such excellent genes produce a talentless Qin Shu? It defied the principles of heredity. As the saying goes, dragons beget dragons, and phoenixes beget phoenixes. The offspring of a rat will burrow. Qin Shu could burrow as well, and she had made quite a few holes. She even questioned whether she was truly her father's biological child. How else could she be so disappointing? Have you broken through to the second level of qi refinement? Qin Shu asked gloomily, plopping down on a low stool in a sulk. Xiaozhuang, oblivious to Qin Shu's change in mood, set down the food tray and exuberantly boasted, "Yes. It's all thanks to the mid-grade qi gathering pill you gave me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have broken through so quickly." Xiaozhuang was not merely boasting. He was sharing his joy with Qin Shu, for she was his only friend in the Qin residence. Qin Shu adjusted her thoughts, resolving that once the wager with Lin Yang concluded, she would seek out ways to enhance her innate abilities. True cultivation was the foundation of one's existence. Noticing a trace of blood on Xiaozhuang's cheek, Qin Shu inquired if he had been in a fight. Xiaozhuang did not hesitate to admit he had clashed with Qin Gang, that scoundrel who had disparaged the young master behind his back. "If it weren't for his superior cultivation technique, I would have surely crushed him," he declared. However, he didn't come away unscathed either. "I broke one of his legs. He won't be able to rise from bed for at least 10 days to half a month." Xiaozhuang was quite pleased with his own achievements. Qin Gang had broken through to the second level of qi refinement 6 months ago and had a superior cultivation technique. Even so, Xiaozhuang had managed to incapacitate him, and once Qin Gang stabilized his realm, he would surely find it easy to handle him. Upon hearing this, Qin Shu's heart stirred. She had previously been at a loss for a gift for Xiaozhuang, but now she had found her direction. She retrieved a weathered tome from her pocket. "Foolish Zhuang, you have been injured because of me, and I am deeply moved. Take this martial art technique. Next time you encounter Qin Gang, strike him with all your might." Zhuang, however, did not accept but shook his head, expressing that he could not accept it. He longed for it dearly, but the technique was far too precious. Without acceptance, how could he expect a tenfold return? It would obstruct his path to wealth. Qin Shu, indifferent to Zhuang's reluctance, directly thrust the technique into his hands. "I cannot cultivate it myself, and it would be of no use to me. You are my only friend. So why be so polite?" Upon hearing these words, Zhuang hesitated for a moment before tucking the technique into his bosom, treating it as a treasure. The violent fist seemed tailor-made for him, as Zhuang was built for power, his muscular physique brimming with explosive strength. With the enhancement of the violent fist, he was confident he could incapacitate Qin Gang with 3 strikes. Following this, Qin Shu shared some words to strengthen their friendship. After Zhuang departed, their friendship value surprisingly reached 79 points, just shy of entering the next tier. Qin Shu remained unhurried. There was ample time ahead. Zhuang, with his pure intentions, would likely reach a full 100 points within half a month. The reciprocal benefits of a bond forged in life and death were indeed exhilarating. Qin Shu hastily checked what level of technique could be derived from the common grade violent fist. Ding. Gifted common grade technique violent fist. Return multiplier, tenfold. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the low-grade yellow-level technique Great Strength Diamond Fist. The host has no storage equipment, temporarily stored in system space. A yellow-level technique? Qin Shu was taken aback. He could not cultivate, but still possessed some knowledge. In this world, martial arts were categorized into the heavens, earth, mysterious, yellow, and common. Heavenly grade was the highest, while common grade was the lowest. Legends spoke of even more formidable techniques beyond the heavenly grade, but their authenticity remained uncertain. A common grade medium technique was already considered decent within the Qin family, whose highest ranked technique was merely a common grade top tier. Retrieving the Great Strength Diamond Fist from the system space, he flipped through it and then closed it with a long sigh. His poor aptitude rendered him unable to comprehend the techniques, which was truly frustrating. He returned the technique to the system space and prepared to step outside. Given his rebirth, he wished to experience the splendor of the cultivation world and see if it matched the portrayals in his previous life's films and dramas. Stepping out of his room and opening the courtyard gate, he saw Qin Nin limping towards him. Qin Nin also noticed Qin Shu and instantly flushed with rage. You worthless fool. You give away martial arts techniques while I am nearly beaten to death, and yet you remain unscathed. Why? Qin Nan glared at Qin Chu, his face filled with malice. The two had always been at odds, and Qin Chu shot him a sidelong glance. Because I have a father who is the family head. This is something you cannot envy. Chapter 4. My father is the family head. My father is the family head. This simple statement pierced through Qin Nan's heart like a sharp sword. Indeed, Qin Chu's father was the family head, possessing absolute authority. Qin Nan's face flushed with anger as he growled at Qin Chu, "You worthless waste who cannot cultivate. What do you have besides being the heir of the family? Do you have the audacity to participate in this year's family competition?" Qin Nan yearned to unleash his fury upon Qin Chu, to vent the rage that boiled within him. However, given that Qin Chu was the son of the family head, such an act would surely invite the family's wrath, rendering it a fruitless endeavor. The family competition, however, presented a different scenario. In that context, he could mercilessly torment Qin Chu as long as he refrained from inflicting fatal harm. You are a fool. I am but a mere mortal, unable to cultivate. Do you truly expect me to participate in the family competition? You must be deranged. If you are unwell, seek treatment and spare me your repugnant demands. Qin Chu scoffed, his status as the heir granting him immediate access to cultivation resources. Why should he toil relentlessly for a trifling amount of such resources? Moreover, the hollow accolades of being first or second held no significance for him. What did it matter if he was first, when he would still be addressed as young master? Furthermore, why would a mere mortal like Qin Chu, who had yet to reach the first level of qi refinement, willingly subject himself to humiliation? Qin Nan found himself at a loss for words as he pointed accusingly at Qin Chu. Step aside, those who block the path are no good dogs. As Qin Chu took a few steps forward, a chilling voice echoed from behind. Qin Chu, I have heard that a significant figure will participate in this competition. Regardless of whether you join, I will challenge you on the spot. If you cower in fear and refuse to engage, not only will you disgrace yourself, but you will also bring shame upon your father, the family head. A sinister chuckle escaped Qin Nan's lips. Unperturbed, Qin Chu continued his stride, a cold smile playing on his lips. With a month remaining until the family competition, he planned to find something to enhance his aptitude. And with the aid of his system, his cultivation would surely ascend dramatically. The thought of keeping Qin Nan in suspense until the day of the competition filled him with delight. Envisioning the shock on Qin Nan's face akin to someone who had just tasted something foul, Qin Chu's resolute demeanor and indifference ignited Qin Nan's fury, clenching his fists until they creaked. You waste. During the family competition, I will make you wish you were never born. The streets of Qingyun City were wide, stretching several dozen meters, with dark green tiles laid upon the ground. The air was filled with the incessant calls of vendors, creating a vibrant atmosphere bustling with life. Cultivators and ordinary folk alike hurried by, reminiscent of the bustling markets of his previous life. Before long, he found himself in a secluded alley, its depths cloaked in darkness, as if harboring some ominous secret. Undaunted, Qin Chu stepped inside. He halted at the alley's end and looked up to see a general goods store. Upon entering, the shopkeeper merely glanced up momentarily before lowering his head and inquiring, "What does the customer need?" "The antidote to the love potion," Qin Chu replied. The shopkeeper, still not meeting his gaze, extended his arm behind him and retrieved a black bottle from the shelf, placing it before Qin Chu. 10 low-grade spirit stones. Are you trying to rob me? Qin Chu retorted, displeased. The market price for the antidote was merely 5 low-grade spirit stones. Here, it was marked at double the price. Isn't that a bit excessive? He frowned. Not for sale. Turn left upon exiting. The proprietor was remarkably decisive, swiftly concealing the black medicinal vial without a trace of hesitation. Qin Chu's lips quivered in frustration. One might ponder whether this individual truly understood the nuances of commerce, as the shop was utterly deserted. Were it not for the fact that this establishment was the sole vendor of the long-sought remedy for unrequited love, he would not have graced it with his presence. 10 pieces it is, then. Suddenly, Qin Chu became acutely aware of a predicament. His monthly stipend had been suspended, leaving him devoid of even a single spirit stone, an undeniably awkward situation. He coughed lightly and addressed the proprietor. The market price is merely 5 spirit stones. Here. It's doubled. I can accept the markup, but considering the circumstances, might it not be reasonable for me to procure it on credit? The shopkeeper paused momentarily, lifting his gaze to reveal an exceedingly unattractive visage. Credit is permissible, but it will cost you 20 low-grade spirit stones. Qin Chu, in pursuit of his plans, had no choice but to play the part of the gullible fool. Curiously, the proprietor did not inquire about Qin Chu's name, nor did he provide a promissory note. Are you not concerned that I might default on the repayment? Qin Chu inquired. The shopkeeper offered a cold smile, his already grotesque features becoming even more ghastly as he recounted. There once was a man who failed to repay. I sliced him into 18 pieces. Such a ruthless character sent a shiver down Qin Chu's spine as he turned to exit the shop. No sooner had he stepped outside than a notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Detected character. Qing Ning. Base multiplier 30. Current friendship level with 2 individuals is 0. Conditions for gifting not met. Who is Qing Ning? Looking around, there were only Qin Chu and the shopkeeper present. Qing Ning was evidently a woman's name, and the proprietor was an unsightly man, so it could not be him. The system's prompt could not be mistaken. Qin Chu turned back to the shopkeeper and asked, "Aside from us, is there anyone else in the shop?" "No," the proprietor replied indifferently. Qin Chu scoffed, finding the shopkeeper's words entirely untrustworthy. There must be a woman named Qing Ning concealed within the establishment. The base multiplier stood at 30, and subsequent multipliers could easily exceed 100. Qin Chu resolved to frequent the shop more often, fostering a rapport with the proprietor, hopeful that it might lead him to the enigmatic Qing Ning. After departing the shop, he meandered through Qingyun City for a while before returning to the Qin residence, which was now cloaked in the veil of night. Unlike others, Qin Chu required no training. After finishing the dinner delivered by the clumsy servant, he promptly sank into a deep slumber. At Danding Pavilion, Morong Yin arrived bright and early, anticipating the arrival of her 2 devoted admirers, who were to prepare valuable gifts for her. With these offerings, she would easily breach her current realm and ascend to the second layer of qi refinement. To outsiders, the second layer of qi refinement might seem inconsequential. Yet for Morong Yin, it was of paramount importance. As a cultivator without a background, once she stepped into this level, she would gain the opportunity to join a mercenary group and embark on adventures in the Qingyun mountain range, no longer needing to bow and scrape at Danding Pavilion. What treasures have they prepared for me? Morong Yan's anticipation grew, her eyes gleaming with intelligence. Regardless of whether Qin Chu or Lin Yang emerged victorious, she intended to secure both of them firmly, ensuring an increased supply of the remedy for unrequited love. In doing so, she would have a continuous influx of resources, and combined with the spoils from her explorations in the Qingyun mountain range, her cultivation would rapidly advance. In the heart of Morong Yin, both Lin Yang and Qin Chu were merely tools for acquiring resources. Once they ceased to be of utility, they could be discarded at any moment. Casting a glance towards the door, she felt an overwhelming impatience. Her role as a servant in the Danding Pavilion was a source of humiliation. Time trickled by. The area outside the Danding Pavilion was teeming with onlookers, all eager to witness the spectacle. The rivalry between Lin Yang and Qin Chu over a woman, competing through the grandeur of their gifts, had become the talk of Qingyun City, known to all. Why had Lin Yang and Qin Chu yet to arrive? She was eager to see what gifts they would present. Why the haste? A good show is never late. Who do you think will triumph? Both are worthless. How can one trash defeat another? That is a valid point, indeed. Ha ha ha. Chapter 5. The Bet Lin Yang has arrived. A shout rang out from the crowd, and all heads turned as Lin Yang sauntered in, an air of arrogance enveloping him. Clad in a resplendent purple robe, adorned with glimmering jewels, he exuded an aura of opulence. Ignoring the throng, he made his way into the Danding Pavilion and approached Morong Yin. Gazing at her exquisite face, he revealed a look of infatuation. "Yinner, I have prepared a gift for you that you will surely adore. As for that useless Qin Chu, he will slink away in shame. You belong to me, Lin Yang, and no one else." Morong Yin responded with a sweet smile, wrapping her arm around Lin Yang's, her voice dripping with sweetness. "Brother Yang, I care not for gifts. As long as you hold Yinner in your heart, I am content." Unconsciously, her ample bosom brushed against him. Lin Yang, unable to contain himself, felt a surge of excitement, his gaze on Morong Yin growing ever more entranced. At that moment, Qin Chu arrived fashionably late. Observing the affectionate duo, he surprisingly displayed no sign of displeasure. Morong Yin, ever attentive, noticed Qin Chu but remained firmly attached to Lin Yang. Unwilling to release him, she aimed to provoke Qin Chu. Under the influence of infatuation, she hoped he would act out, leading to even more extravagant gifts. One was the son of an elder from the Lin family, and the other, the son of the head of the Qin family. Both were affluent second-generation heirs, blessed with abundant resources at their disposal. Soon, all would belong to her, Morong Yin. "Brother Chu, why have you arrived so late?" Yinner has been anxiously waiting. She feigned anger, her eyes filled with a sorrowful allure, captivatingly enchanting. Previously, Qin would have rushed to apologize, attributing the fault to himself. Yet now, he exhibited an air of calm, betraying no signs of infatuation, but rather a hint of disdain and disgust. Mu Rongyan was taken aback. What was happening? Why was this loyal admirer no longer fawning over her? Was he upset at her intimacy with Lin Yang? That must be the reason. Both Lin Yang and Qin were mere pawns, unable to break free from her control. She could not favor one over the other, for she intended to bestow her affections equally. Releasing Lin Yang's arm, she dashed towards Qin, her bosom swaying as if desperate to escape confinement. Mu Rongyan secretly reveled in her triumph. Each time Qin exhibited anger, a slight manipulation on her part would lead him to concede. This instance was no different. As Mu Rongyan indulged in fantasies of Qin groveling before her, he unexpectedly shifted his body, causing her to lunge forward and nearly lose her balance. Bewilderment washed over her. Qin had evaded her embrace, rejecting her advances. The onlookers exchanged puzzled glances, astonished by this uncharacteristic behavior from the typically submissive Qin. Mu Rongyan forced a smile, recalling the despair etched on Qin face the previous day, coupled with his recent intimate encounter with Lin Yang. Perhaps she had indeed wounded his heart. Coming to this realization, her countenance turned sorrowful, tears welling in her eyes, presenting an utterly pitiable visage that evoked sympathy. Brother Chu, it is all my fault for being too affectionate. I adore you, but I cannot help my feelings for Brother Yang. Please don't be angry with me. Qin cast her a disdainful glance, incredulous that such shameless words could escape her lips. Nearby, Lin Yang seethed with rage, nearly exploding. The woman he cherished had forsaken him to plead with Qin instead. Qin, you worthless fool. He spat. Stop whining and begin. My time is limited, and I refuse to waste it. Qin interrupted Lin Yang, dismissing the heart-fluttering Mu Rongyan with indifference. Very well, if you seek your own demise, I shall not hinder you. Lin Yang gritted his teeth and retrieved a brown vial from his pocket. Upon opening it, a rich fragrance wafted through the air, spreading rapidly. What an intoxicating aroma! It was none other than a premium qi gathering pill, worth 10 inferior spirit stones on the market. Such a treasure was typically beyond the means of ordinary cultivators, yet Lin Yang was generously offering it. With the appearance of this premium qi gathering pill, victory was assured for Lin Yang. Mu Rongyan's eyes sparkled with delight at the sight of the pill. Possessing it would enable her to break through within mere days. The previous gloom she felt dissipated like mist in the wake of Lin Yang's offering. She cast a glance at Qin, noting his unperturbed demeanor. Could it be that he possessed something even more precious than the premium qi gathering pill? Such a notion seemed implausible. Given that Qin had been deprived of his monthly stipend, he could hardly afford anything of greater value. She would be satisfied if he could merely present a gift comparable to a mid-tier qi gathering pill. As she listened to the gasps of astonishment from those around her, Lin Yang gazed at Qin with smug satisfaction, taunting him. A premium qi gathering pill worth 10 inferior spirit stones. You've been cut off from your family's monthly allowance, so I wager you possess scarcely any spirit stones. What could you possibly offer in comparison? Qin remained silent, further inflaming Lin Yang's ridicule and slightly alleviating the pent-up anger within him. The premium qi gathering pill had cost him half of his monthly allowance. Crushing Qin and venting his frustrations was undoubtedly worth it. Suddenly, an overwhelmingly potent fragrance emanated from Qin, enveloping him and sweeping through the crowd in an instant. What was this? The aroma surpassed that of the premium qi gathering pill by several magnitudes. Could it be? Everyone held their breath, staring blankly at Qin, as a dreadful thought surged within them. The supreme qi gathering pill. Gulp. A collective swallow echoed as astonishment painted their faces. This was indeed the supreme qi gathering pill. The superior qi gathering pill contained Dan poison which could inflict harm upon one's meridians. However, the supreme qi gathering pill refined its efficacy to perfection, devoid of any toxin. Moreover, the supreme qi gathering pill was invaluable and exceedingly rare in Qinyan City. Qin had unexpectedly produced the supreme qi gathering pill. Mu Rongyan was momentarily taken aback, her expression turning ecstatic. She had initially believed that Lin Yang's superior qi gathering pill would suffice. But Qin's surprise was beyond her expectations. While the superior qi gathering pill was commendable, it paled in comparison to the rarity of the supreme qi gathering pill. Brother Chu, you actually prepared such a precious gift for Yenner. I am truly touched. Yet, Qin's heart sneered coldly at her sentiment. Lin Yang, recovering from his shock, glanced at the supreme qi gathering pill, then at the superior chi gathering pill in his hand, his complexion shifting between shades of green and red. Was there even a comparison? Lin Yang's expression darkened. Comparing was pointless. 10 superior chi gathering pills could not rival a single supreme chi gathering pill. Just the absence of Dan poison alone rendered the latter vastly superior. Qin Chu was poised for an effortless victory. Murong Yin felt a tremor of excitement, eagerly anticipating Qin Chu's presentation of the supreme chi gathering pill. Yet, Qin Chu hesitated, instead directing a cold gaze at Murong Yin. Do you desire it? Hearing Qin Chu's indifferent tone, a sense of foreboding crept into Murong Yin's heart. He was acting unusually today, as though he were an entirely different person. She indeed longed for the supreme chi gathering pill. For the moment, she had to set aside Lin Yang and placate Qin Chu, planning to employ some means later to soothe Lin Yang's feelings. Brother Chu, please don't be angry. It is all Yinner's fault. I promise to love only you from now on. The supreme chi gathering pill, while precious, could not compare to even a hair of Brother Chu's. If he was reluctant, Yinner would not force it. I am at a critical juncture for my breakthrough. Even without the supreme chi gathering pill, I can manage. At worst, I may suffer some damage to my meridians and fail to break through. There is no need for you to worry, Brother Chu. Chapter 6. Coercive consumption. Murong Yin's earnest declaration, paired with an exquisitely delicate demeanor, was hard for anyone to resist. The onlookers grew restless. Young Master Qin. The supreme chi gathering pill was indeed prepared for Miss Murong. Are you truly unwilling to part with it? The illustrious young master of the Qin family, it seemed, was lacking in integrity. The crowd began to murmur, expressing their discontent and casting accusations at Qin Chu. Murong Yin, upon hearing this, felt a surge of triumph. Although her countenance remained soft and appealing, evoking sympathy from those around her, Qin Chu chose to disregard them. The possession of his belongings was none of their concern. Then, he uttered a statement that left everyone speechless. Murong Yin, cease this fade of victimhood. It makes me want to retch. You, a green tea, flitting among various second-generation immortals and mislabeling it as benevolence. In my eyes, you are no better than the girls from Ziyun Tower. At least the seller of meat clearly displays their prices, whereas you wish to indulge in duplicity while maintaining an air of virtue. Just a glance at you makes me feel nauseous. Qin Chu disregarded the increasingly sullen expression of Murong Yin and continued. As for the supreme chi gathering pill, do not even dare to hope for it. A woman of your disreputable nature is utterly unworthy of such a remedy. Murong Yin trembled with rage. She was oblivious to the term green tea, but instinctively understood it to be derogatory, reducing her to a mere object of contempt, lesser than a prostitute. Anger surged within her as her gaze turned icy towards Qin Chu. If you do not wish to bestow upon me the chi gathering pill, you could simply say so without tarnishing my reputation. She then cast a tearful glance at the onlookers, pleading with them not to believe Qin Chu's words, insisting that Yinner was not the type to be frivolous. The crowd, moved by her pitiable appearance, hesitated to speak, only to be met with Qin Chu's chilling warning. This matter does not concern you all. Do not meddle, lest you invite calamity upon yourselves. Silence fell over the assembly as they recalled that Qin Chu was the young master of the Qin family, not someone to be trifled with by mere spectators. Those who had just taunted him shrank back, blending into the crowd and slipping away discreetly. Qin Chu approached Lin Yang, well known among the gathering for a particular penchant that was widely acknowledged. As this detail emerged, the crowd suddenly grasped the situation. Lin Yang preferred men over women, making his infatuation with Murong Yin seem utterly irrational. Was there a hidden agenda? Upon hearing this, Murong Yin felt a wave of panic wash over her fair complexion. Qin Chu, observing her distress, continued, it is because Lin Yang has fallen victim to the love potion. What? The crowd was familiar with the love potion, having frequented the Ziyun Tower, making them aware of its notorious effects. Murong Yin interjected, attempting to refute Qin Chu. You and I share a bond. I do not understand your transformation, but you cannot slander me. Ha! Do you still cling to hope? The antidote to the love potion is exceedingly elusive. Qin Chu produced a black vial from his robes, uncapping it, and swiftly pouring a black pill into Lin Yang's mouth while he was momentarily distracted. Was this truly the end? Qin Chu possessed the antidote to the love potion and had administered it to Lin Yang. Even if Qin Chu were to absolve her, Lin Yang would not relent. Murong Yan's face drained of color as she anxiously scanned her surroundings for an opportunity to escape. Lin Yang groaned, his eyes gradually clearing. only to darken with anger as he turned his gaze upon Murong Yen. Deep down, he was fully aware of her machinations, yet the love potion had been overpowering, bending his thoughts and driving him to obsession with Murong Yen. You vile wretch, how dare you toy with me? I shall ensure your suffering is beyond measure. No. Murong Yen screamed in terror as Lin Yang seized her hair, lifting her off the ground. Are you not fond of men? I have kept dozens of strong men for your pleasure. With that, Lin Yang dragged Murong Yen out of the Dan Ding pavilion, casting a glance back at Qin Chu. Thank you for curing me. Our previous grievances are hereby resolved. Qin Chu nodded in acknowledgement. At this moment, the system stirred to life. Ding. Character Lin Yang detected. Base multiplier 20. The host's friendship with Lin Yang has reached 50, meeting the conditions for a gift, with a return multiplier of 20-fold. Was it truly so effortless to win Lin Yang's favor? The enmity between Qin Chu and Lin Yang ran deep, primarily stemming from an unfortunate incident. Initially, the two had accompanied their elders into the Qingyan Mountains, passing by a pond where the playful sounds of a woman bathing could be heard. Unable to resist temptation, Lin Yang attempted to sneak a glance. However, before he could see clearly, Qin Chu's loud voice startled him, leaving Lin Yang indifferent to women thereafter, eventually developing an unusual obsession with men. Such a profound animosity so easily resolved was unexpected. Lin Yang bore no grudges, and Qin Chu held no objections. He acknowledged that his actions back then were indeed dishonorable. To express his remorse, Qin Chu intended to present Lin Yang with a gift. This act of giving was entirely unrelated to the 20-fold return. Brother Lin, wait, what is it? Lin Yang inquired, puzzled. Brother Lin, regarding that incident from years ago. I was young and foolish. To express my apology, please accept this medium-grade spirit stone. Qin Chu produced a spirit stone and pressed it into Lin Yang's hand. Lin Yang glanced down at the stone, furrowing his brow. It had been 5 years since that incident, and now he was being offered an apology, having just forgiven him. Why the need for this additional gesture? Observing Lin Yang's silence, Qin Chu feigned annoyance. Brother Lin, do you find it insufficient? You know my circumstances. This medium-grade spirit stone was, after all, stolen from my father. Indeed, it was stolen. It was originally meant to be returned to the owner of the general store. Lin Yang hesitated for a moment before accepting the spirit stone, as the monthly allowance from his family barely sufficed for his extravagant lifestyle. Purchasing medium-grade gathering pills consumed half of his monthly allowance, leaving him in a precarious situation. A single medium-grade spirit stone equated to 100 low-grade spirit stones. His annual allowance amounted to only 120 low-grade spirit stones. 100 low-grade spirit stones would provide him with ample indulgence alongside a muscular companion for quite some time. And he could also visit the slave market to procure some brawny men. Lin Yang murmured to himself, nodding farewell to Qin Chu as he departed with Murong Yen. Qin Chu's lips twitched. This fellow's mind was entirely occupied with brawny men. There was no saving him. Watching Lin Yang leave, the tragic fate of Murong Yen was already sealed. It was all a result of her own making. She chose the path of deceit. If not her, then who? As he walked through the dim alley, Qin Chu reviewed his recent gains. Ding. Gift, 1 medium-grade spirit stone. Return multiplier, 20-fold. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 20 medium-grade spirit stones. The host has no storage device. They will be temporarily stored in the system space. 20 medium-grade spirit stones equate to 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. As the son of the Qin family head, Qin Chu's monthly allowance was merely 20 low-grade spirit stones. Indeed, the path to rapid wealth lay within the system. Unbeknownst to him, he had reached the end of the alley and entered the general store. The proprietor cast a fleeting glance at the individual returning a debt. Qin Chu nodded and retrieved a mid-grade spirit stone from his spatial inventory, placing it upon the counter. Without hesitation, the owner accepted the stone, yet showed no intention of providing change. Before Qin Chu could voice his inquiry, the owner spoke up, stating that there was no excess money to return. He suggested that Qin Chu could select items from the shop at his leisure, as all were clearly priced. Qin Chu thought to himself, this is nothing short of coercive consumption. Chapter 7. The slave trading post resolving to refrain from engaging in a dispute with the proprietor. Qin Chu felt a twinge of trepidation due to the owner's raspy voice and unsettling demeanor. He surveyed the shop, which he had hastily visited before, noting its relatively simple arrangement. For cabinets lined the walls, filled with a plethora of assorted goods. The owner had taken the care to categorize the items, each meticulously labeled with a price. After a brief examination, Qin Chu found himself disenchanted. The wares were nothing more than mundane trinkets of little use to him. He continued to search, But upon realizing that nothing aligned with his needs, he steeled himself and approached the counter, stating, "Might you return my change? There is nothing here that I require." The owner abruptly lifted his gaze, declaring that returning change was out of the question. He recounted a tale of a previous customer, similar to Qin Chu, who had met a gruesome fate at his hands. As he spoke, he raised his hand, leaving a deep imprint on the counter, a blatant threat. Qin Chu's heart raced. He seriously suspected that the shop was a den of iniquity, engaging in not only coercive sales but also intimidation. The proprietor did not appear to be a benevolent figure. Were it not for the 30-fold increase of the lime, Qin Chu would have had no reason to enter this establishment. Suddenly, the owner broke into a grin. "Do not be alarmed. I was merely jesting. Business has been poor, and I truly cannot provide change. However, I can offer you a piece of information. What news could possibly be worth 80 low-grade spirit stones?" Qin Chu muttered skeptically. 10 days hence, Qingyun Square will host an auction featuring an item that is sure to pique your interest. What item? The spirit-enhancing fruit. Qin Chu was taken aback. The spirit-enhancing fruit was an exceedingly rare spiritual fruit that had never graced the history of Qingyun City. Its primary benefit was the enhancement of one's innate qualities. Yet, it bore its flaws, as the degree of enhancement was minimal and varied significantly among individuals. Despite this, Qin Chu was determined to acquire it. To exist in a world of cultivation without the ability to cultivate was a disheartening predicament. The auction in 10 days would likely see the price of the spirit-enhancing fruit soar to astronomical heights. With only 9 mid-grade spirit stones remaining, it was evident that he would need to procure additional funds. Time was of the essence. After bidding farewell to the proprietor, Qin Chu hastily departed the shop. Vanishing into the darkened alleyway, the owner gazed out the door, contemplating his own strategies in advance. Upon returning to the Qin residence, Qin Chu was consumed by a singular thought: how might he earn money swiftly? The answer was self-evident: through the art of gifting and reciprocity. At present, the tools at hand are Shazhuang and Lin Yang. Shazhuang's multiplier is relatively low. Despite being a good friend, it only reaches 10 times. In contrast, Lin Yang presents a commendable option, with an initial multiplier of 20 times, and should further progress occur, it might even escalate to 40 times. It is Lin Yang that I shall seek out. Tomorrow, I will go in search of him. At this moment, a voice, imbued with authority and dominance, resonated from beyond the door. It was the voice of Old Man Qin. "Sure, I have something to ask you." Before Qin Chu could respond, a robust figure pushed the door open. Who else could it be but Old Man Qin? Qin Chu regarded his adoptive father, having encountered Qin Hung for the first time since his rebirth. Qin Hung possessed an exceptionally imposing stature, with a resolute countenance that commanded respect even in the absence of anger, exuding a formidable aura and a sense of long-held authority. "Father, what do you wish to know?" Qin Chu inquired cautiously, recalling that his adoptive father had always lavished affection upon him, albeit not without administering discipline. Qin Hung sat heavily in a chair, his gaze fixed intently on Qin Chu. "Did you visit the Dan Dingfang today?" Qin Chu nodded slightly. His association with Lin Yang regarding the wager with Morong Yin was well known, leaving little to conceal. While he admitted this, he was keenly observant of Qin Heng's expression, fearing the prospect of a severe reprimand. As an ordinary mortal without any cultivation, he was ill-equipped to withstand punishment. Suddenly, Qin Heng's stern face broke into hearty laughter as he rose abruptly, delivering a hefty slap on Qin Chu's shoulder that nearly sent him sprawling to the ground. "Ahem. That was a bit too forceful," Qin Heng chuckled awkwardly. Enduring the sharp pain, Qin Chu lamented, "Father, if you strike me again, you may very well shatter my bones." The two exchanged glances, and smiles emerged on their faces, dissipating the previously tense atmosphere. "Sure, you handled the matter with Dan Dingfang commendably, and I am quite pleased. Morong Yin is nothing but a vile person. Your ability to discern her true nature shows that you have matured." Qin Hung had been concerned about Qin Chu suffering further harm, especially after the incident with Morong Yin that nearly cost him his life, which had ignited a desire for vengeance within him. Had it not been for his concern for Qin Chu, he would have already dispatched someone to deal with Morong Yin. "Father, she is merely a green tea type. I still have to live my life." Qin Hung was unfamiliar with the term green tea, yet he could not help but smile at the newfound maturity evident in Qin Chu. As for the exquisite gathering chi pill, Qin Heng scarcely regarded it, as such rare items could still be procured in Qingyun City. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the father and son rose to leave the room. Upon reaching the door, Qin Hung paused, saying, "Sure, I shall order the restoration of your monthly allowance tomorrow." After a brief pause, he continued earnestly. I do not wish to prohibit you from frequenting places like Suiyin Tower, but moderation is essential. Your aptitude is lacking, and without cultivation, your body cannot withstand it. Over time, you will be drained. Do not worry, father. I am well aware of my limits. Qin Hung departed, leaving Qin Shu with a discernible hint of reluctance in his eyes. As the esteemed patriarch of the Qin family, endowed with exceptional talents, Qin Hung found himself in a state of despair, for his only son was an incapable wastrel, unable to cultivate. Qin Shu, grappling with both discontent and hopelessness, had once sought rare treasures to enhance his aptitude, but to no avail. Observing his father's desolate figure, Qin Shu displayed little sorrow, for he believed that once he acquired the spirit-enhancing fruit and gifted it to a suitable companion, the issue of aptitude would be effortlessly resolved. After a night of silence, he awoke and, after partaking in the breakfast brought by the simple-minded Zhuang, stepped outside. Today, he intended to seek out Lin Yang, who, in his role as a keeper of formidable warriors, was insufficiently compensated by the Lin family, even after bestowing a mid-grade spirit stone upon Lin Yang the previous day. Given the latter's nature, it was only a matter of days before such generosity was squandered. Additionally, Qin Shu was curious to observe how Lin Yang tormented Merong Yin. The thought of her battling brawny men was rather perverse. Qin Shu arrived at the Qingyun market, specifically the slave trading area, a locale frequented by Lin Yang, who often acquired his robust fighters from this very place. Upon entering the slave market, he was met with a cacophony of shouts. Don't miss out. This lady is a vision of beauty, with an alluring figure, and best of all, she is untouched. Only 5 low-grade spirit stones to claim her. Massive clearance sale. Buy one, get one free, featuring high-class slaves transported from Zixia City, both male and female. The males are imposing and fierce, while the females are captivating and enchanting. Chapter 8. A gift for Lin Yang. All slaves are now half price. Qin Shu mused as the clamorous voices echoed in his ears. Reflecting on the tragic reality of human trafficking, a phenomenon only found within the realm of cultivation. In his past life, such transgressions would have led to severe punishment. Indifferent to the slaves, he scanned the area for any sign of Lin Yang. After a lengthy search, he still had not spotted him when suddenly, an irate voice pierced through the air. Turning towards the sound, Qin Shu beheld Lin Yang, his face flushed with anger, encircled by a group of individuals. The situation evidently dire. Huang Tianzi, I had my eye on this slave first. What gives you the right to intervene? Ah, Lin Yang, are you foolish? This is a slave market, where the highest bidder prevails. Lin Yang, exasperated, had set his sights on a particularly imposing slave, even more formidable than his usual recruits, only to find that Huang Tianzi had doubled the bid. Boss, I have already paid. May I not take this slave? He wished to avoid further conflict with Huang Tianzi and turned to the owner instead. The owner, with shifty eyes and a sly grin, was clearly a cunning individual. Young Master Lin, while you have indeed made a payment, the transfer of ownership has not yet been completed. Thus, the transaction remains unfulfilled and the slave cannot be taken. You unscrupulous merchant, Lin Yang shouted, wishing he could strike the man down. Huang Tianzi chuckled with delight. Did you hear that? The transaction isn't complete, meaning you can back out. It's still at double the price. So, who will the boss sell to, me or you? Lin Yang. Without hesitation, the owner accepted Huang Tianzi's double payment and returned the spiritual stones owed to Lin Yang. Although Lin Yang felt reluctant, he found himself powerless. If he persisted, he feared that Huang Tianzi would have him beaten. Both the Lin family and the Huang family were among the 3 prominent families in Qingyun City. Yet, the disparity in status between Lin Yang and Huang Tianzi was stark. Due to his abysmal aptitude, Lin Yang was shunned by the Lin family, and the disgraceful incidents involving his penchant for fostering brutish men had rendered the Lin family a subject of ridicule. Had it not been for Lin Yang's father being an elder, he would have long been expelled from the Lin family, left to fend for himself. In contrast, Huang Tianzi was not only endowed with exceptional talent but had also been taken under the wing of a formidable rogue cultivator. Within a mere few years, he had ascended to the 3rd level of qi refinement. It was said that he had already reached the pinnacle of that stage, poised to break through and enter the mid-stage of qi refinement shortly. Observing Lin Yang standing there like a statue, unmoving, Huang Tianzi coldly admonished him to step aside, warning that he would not hesitate to strike if he did not comply. Lin Yang felt a shiver run through him. Just as he was about to step aside, a voice rang out behind him. Lin brother, what are you afraid of? If you concede, the Lin family's reputation will be utterly tarnished. Upon seeing Qin Shu approach, Lin Yang managed an awkward smile. He was outmatched in both financial and martial prowess. What could he do? Lin Yang remained silent, evidently at a loss for words. While Huang Tianxi scoffed, looking at Qin Shu with derision. I wondered who it was. Turns out to be you, the so-called waste of Qingyun. A second-rate waste standing up for another waste. How laughable. Qin Shu, unfazed, retorted, you call me a waste? Believe it or not, I could have my father eliminate you. Huang Tianxi was momentarily speechless. Qin Shu was not Lin Yang. He was the son of the head of the Qin family, wielding a status that surpassed Huang Tianxi's in the Huang family. If he provoked Qin Shu, the repercussions from his father could be severe. You may have a good father, but without that, you wouldn't even measure up to trash, Huang Tianxi sneered. You insult me again, and I will inform my father to deal with you, retorted Huang Tianxi. Can you refrain from mentioning your father? Is it so impressive to wield his name like a weapon? Huang Tianxi's expression twisted. What do you intend to do? Apologize. Came the response. I apologize. I spoke out of turn, Huang Tianxi conceded. Qin Shu waved dismissively. I'm not one to hold grudges. I'll let you off this time. Should we cross paths again, and you dare speak disrespectfully, I will have my father deal with you. Huang Tianxi glared at the arrogant Qin Shu, itching to give him a beating. He found him insufferably obnoxious. Qin Shu then turned his attention to the imposing slave that Lin Yang had his eye on, exclaiming in awe, Lin Yang, your taste is commendable. This slave is tall and robust, his muscles bulging with strength. Such a formidable slave must possess immense striking power. Can Lin Yang's frail frame withstand such might? He cast a dubious glance at Lin Yang. Lin Yang instantaneously comprehended Qin Shu's insinuation, his lips twitching as he chose not to elaborate. Lin brother, since you have an interest, why not continue bargaining? Huang Tianxi has offered double. You can raise the price further. If he attempts to threaten you, I'll have my father take care of him. Huang Tianxi was at a loss for words. Qin Shu was utterly shameless. Lin Yang remained silent for a moment. He simply did not have enough funds. Qin Shu's eyes brightened. He had been eagerly awaiting this moment. Without waiting for Lin Yang's response, he promptly handed over all the spirit stones he possessed. Lin Yang looked down in astonishment at the 19 mid-grade spirit stones gifted to him. Qin Shu beamed and nodded in affirmation. These 19 spirit stones represented the 20-fold return Lin Yang had received the previous day. The return could only be given once, and only to the same individual, implying that Qin Shu could utilize this return to create a cascading effect, though his dreams of an infinite series were dashed. A single instance was still commendable. Lin Yang felt profoundly moved. His own father had never been this generous. In that moment, his fondness for Qin Shu surged dramatically from 50 to 69 points, almost crossing into the next tier. Qin Shu, however, remained unhurried, knowing that time was on his side. With Lin Yang's base multiplier at 20, the potential for surpassing 70 points was highly probable. Qin Shu intended to cultivate a closer relationship with Lin Yang, aspiring to transform him into a high multiplier asset. Expressing his gratitude, Lin Yang waved the spirit stones in his hand and provocatively challenged Huang Tianxi. I offer 19 mid-grade spirit stones. If you can surpass this amount, the slave is yours. Huang Tianxi cast a look at Lin Yang as if he were a fool. You've won. I no longer desire the slave. Even a single mid-grade spirit stone felt like a significant loss to him. Lin Yang's offering of 19 mid-grade spirit stones suggested either foolishness or madness. Without a moment's hesitation, Huang Tianxi departed, apprehensive that lingering with Lin Yang would somehow infect him with folly. The shopkeeper was elated. One mid-grade spirit stone had multiplied into 19, a significant profit. For the next month, he could forego his stall. He was eager to indulge at the Tsueyin Tower. With a beaming smile, he extended his hand. Young Master Lin, the slave is now yours. Lin Yang cast a sidelong glance at the shopkeeper, his voice low and ominous. I detest those who go back on their word. My father is an elder of the Lin family. Eliminating a person is quite easy. The shopkeeper trembled, cold sweat pouring down his brow. He quickly laughed nervously. You truly have a way with humor, young master. 2 mid-grade spirit stones, and the slave is yours. Let me handle this matter with my father instead. Lin Yang left behind a parting remark and turned to leave. The shopkeeper hurriedly stopped him, bowing and scraping, ultimately offering the slave to Lin Yang for free, which satisfied him. As Lin Yang and Qin Shu departed, the shopkeeper sighed in relief, lamenting his missed opportunity at the Tsueyin Tower. The two walked ahead, the slave trailing behind. Brother Lin, you learn quite swiftly, Qin Shu remarked with a chuckle. Indeed, one becomes tainted by their surroundings. Chapter 9. The Four Ghosts of Qing Yinding. 19 mid-grade spirit stones gifted. 20-fold return. Congratulations, you have acquired 380 mid-grade spirit stones. The host lacks storage equipment. They are temporarily stored in the system space. Listening to the system's melodious voice, Qin Shu felt immense satisfaction. 380 mid-grade spirit stones constituted a fortune. However, amidst his joy, Lin Yang shared a piece of news that left Qin Shu somewhat disheartened. Morong Yin had been rescued by a cloaked figure after being severely tormented by a group of strong men, and her whereabouts were unknown. The unfolding scheme left Qin Shu momentarily speechless. In the subsequent narrative, Morong Yin undergoes a rebirth, achieving unparalleled prowess, returning to exact revenge and trampling Qin Shu beneath her feet with her extraordinary talents. From that moment on, she soars to great heights, capturing the attention of the masses. Fleeting thoughts flitted through Qin Shu's mind, yet he cast them aside, endowed with a system. He was destined to be the most formidable man in the realm of immortal cultivation. However, lacking in cultivation at present, his safety was alarmingly precarious while venturing outside. Qin Shu resolved to return to the Qin residence and sought several bodyguards from his father to ensure his protection. Huang Tianzi, that rascal, was always accompanied by a throng of sycophants. As the scion of the Qin family, Qin Shu could not afford to fall behind. After parting ways with Lin Yang, night had already descended, and the streets lay desolate and empty. Gazing at the serene thoroughfare, an ominous premonition gnawed at his heart. On this dark and windy night, when misdeeds are often committed, perhaps his extensive reading of fantastical novels and his past life amplified this unsettling feeling. Compelled by instinct, Qin Shu quickened his pace. As he approached a corner, four shadowy figures suddenly sprang forth, startling him. Surely, fortune could not be this cruel. What one fears often comes to pass. Maintaining a facade of calm, he reminded himself that amidst danger, one must not lose composure. "What is your intention, blocking my path?" he inquired. One of the cloaked figures responded, "Someone has paid for your life. Enough with the chatter. Kill him quickly and collect the bounty. We still have to enjoy ourselves at Suiyin Tower." The other assassins nodded, drawing their curved daggers, their blades gleaming menacingly as they closed in on Qin Shu. "Someone is paying for my life?" Qin Shu's heart, once racing, now found an unexpected calm. Matters concerning money could often be resolved with wealth. If not, it merely indicated the sum was insufficient. "What is the worth of my life?" With a sinister chuckle, one of the assassins retorted, "Before you meet your end, allow me to answer your final question. 2 medium-grade spirit stones, quite a bargain. Wouldn't you agree? Enough for us four to revel for several months. Only 4 medium-grade spirit stones? Do you take me for a fool?" Qin Shu, incensed, brandished 10 medium-grade spirit stones, declaring, "To look down upon me is unforgivable. Go and eliminate your employer, and these spirit stones shall be yours." The 4 assassins stared at the stones on the ground, falling into silence. 10 spirit stones shimmered with a white glow, stirring their desires. However, as assassins, they adhered to a certain code and professional ethics. "We refuse." With that, another 10 medium-grade spirit stones were scattered on the ground. The 4 men swallowed their words, and one of the black-clad figures swiftly picked up the stones, tucking them into his clothing. "Are we not killing for money? What does it matter who we kill? Why should we turn our backs on wealth?" Clearly, their threshold had now risen to 20 medium-grade spirit stones. At that moment, another assassin's eyes glinted with coldness. "Why complicate matters? A single strike will suffice, and the spirit stones will still belong to us. We can also claim the bounty from the employer, 2 gains in 1. Qin Shu silently cursed but maintained his composure. As an ordinary mortal, death could come swiftly. Yet, this was Qingyun City, and the Qin family was a prominent clan with numerous ears and eyes. It was quite possible that my father had already received word. "Once he arrives, will you still have the chance to survive?" With that, Qin Shu didn't forget to deliver a further blow. "My father's cultivation is unfathomable. Eliminating you would be a mere trifle." The pupils of the 4 men constricted slightly, clearly intimidated. "Master Qin, let us speak civilly. We, the 4 brothers, value our credibility above all. We kill whom we say we will, and we never go back on our word. Give us a day, and we shall present you with Huang Tianxi's head." So it was Huang Tianxi. To kill him directly would be too lenient. With a cold chuckle, Qin Shu conceived a plan, deciding to bide his time for now. He then scrutinized the 4 men before him. They were exceptionally robust. Their arms twice the size of an average man's, clearly honed through rigorous external training. Their bodies were sinewy, each muscle defined, exuding raw power. They were indeed perfect enforcers. And as human shields, they could provide unparalleled safety in perilous situations. Feeling uneasy under Qin Shu's gaze, the four exchanged glances and contemplated fleeing. Where do you think you're going? I won't waste words. I'll be straightforward with you. I have taken a liking to you four. And from this moment forth, you shall serve as my guardians. What? Guardians? The four exchanged bewildered looks. They were assassins, yet this man wanted them to be protectors? Was he out of his mind? Furthermore, assassins enjoyed their freedom, while guardians had none. Only a fool would accept such a role. They absolutely could not comply. However, when Qin Shu casually tossed out 20 mid-grade spirit stones, the four suddenly reconsidered. Being a guardian didn't seem so bad, especially with Qin Shu, who was willing to throw spirit stones at the slightest disagreement. They relished this extravagant experience. Eventually, they agreed to protect Qin Shu for a year. The four ghosts of Qin Yun pay their respects to the master. The title felt awkward, so let us stick with young master. Yes, young master. Upon establishing their master-servant relationship, Qin Shu learned about their backgrounds from the four ghosts of Qin Yun: Big Ghost, Second Ghost, Third Ghost, and Little Ghost. All four had equivalent cultivation, each at the third level of Qi refinement, and were adept at body refinement, making them stronger than the average cultivator at the same level. Together, they could contend with those at the fourth level of Qi refinement. However, Qin Shu was not entirely satisfied. The third level of Qi refinement sounded commendable, but against even slightly powerful foes, it would spell tragedy. He intended to cultivate the four, but knew he must first earn their unwavering loyalty. Moreover, their foundational multiplier was not low, boasting a tenfold return, even surpassing that of the brutish strongman. As their camaraderie deepened, returns of several dozen times would not be a challenge. With them constantly at his side, he could cultivate them into long-term tools. Subsequently, Qin Shu led the four back to the Qin residence. Just as they stepped through the door, his father, Qin Heng, approached, evidently having awaited his return for quite some time. "You've finally returned," Qin Heng said, his face etched with concern. "Father, do you need me for something?" Without further ado, Qin Heng pulled Qin Shu into the room, disregarding the four ghosts of Qin Yun, whom he did not even spare a glance. The four, at the third level of Qi refinement, could easily subdue anyone. Inside the room, Qin Heng furrowed his brow deeply, sighing, "Chuer, you are aware that in just a month, the family competition will take place, and a significant figure with ties to the Qin family will be in attendance." Qin Shu nodded. "Having heard of this matter from Qin Nan the previous day, you lack cultivation, and I had no intention of letting you participate. However, circumstances have changed. That esteemed individual, in gratitude for the life-saving grace bestowed by our ancestor years ago, intends to select a son-in-law from among the victors of the competition." Select a son-in-law? Qin Shu scoffed. For his current focus was solely on acquiring wealth, with little interest in other matters. Qin Heng continued, "Do you comprehend the implications of this? If chosen, you could soar to great heights, transcending your current limitations." Chapter 10. Ice Spirit. The allure of becoming the son-in-law of such a prominent figure was undeniably enticing. Qin Shu's mediocre talent had always been a source of frustration for Qin Heng, and the Qin family found themselves at a loss. Perhaps this distinguished individual would possess the means to enhance Qin Shu's aptitude. Should Qin Shu become the esteemed figure as son-in-law, it would significantly increase his chances of entering the realm of cultivation, a prospect that Qin Heng ardently desired. This family competition would differ from those of the past. Previously, it was solely a martial contest, judged by strength alone. This time, however, there would also be a literary competition introduced by the esteemed figure. While Qin Shu was lacking in martial prowess, he still held a glimmer of hope for the literary contest. Literary competition? Poetry? Qin Shu's expression darkened. If he was inept in martial affairs, poetry was an even more foreign territory. The verses he had once learned in his previous life had long since been returned to his teacher, leaving him with only a vague recollection of a single line. No wonder, upon entering the room, he had overheard someone reciting poetry and had scoffed at such behavior late at night. What puzzled Qin Shu was the significance of poetry in a world that revered martial prowess. What purpose did it serve during battle? Would eloquence suffice to sway the adversary? Noticing Qin Shu's distraction, Qin Heng suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. "You are to remain indoors for this month, focusing on your poetry studies. I shall hire the finest tutor in Qingyun City to instruct you." Thus, Qin Shu found himself under house arrest. The following day, as Qin Shu stepped out of his room, he encountered the four ghosts of Qingyun standing at the door, clad in the distinct attire of the Qin family, resembling the four heavenly kings. At that moment, the four glared fiercely at the hapless Shezhuang, who trembled while holding a food tray, afraid to breathe. Upon seeing Qin Chu emerge, Shazhuang's face was filled with grievance. "Young master, they are bullying me." "Silence." The eldest ghost scolded Shazhuang before turning to Qin Chu, explaining, "Young master, we are your guards, steadfast in our duty. With our experience as assassins, we understand that those closest to us can often pose the greatest danger. Have you adapted to your roles so quickly?" "Excellent." Qin Chu was quite pleased with the caution displayed by the four ghosts of Qingyun. Moreover, Shazhuang's friendship value had reached 75 points and was steadily increasing, so there was little need to worry about him turning traitor. "You have all performed admirably." Qin Chu praised the four individuals, adding, "Shazhuang is trustworthy. You are all comrades. Let us coexist harmoniously in the future." "Indeed, my lord." At that moment, Qin Heng pushed open the courtyard door and stepped inside, followed by a lady. Qin Chu turned his gaze towards the woman, his eyes widening in awe. She was breathtakingly beautiful, her allure far surpassing that of Murong Yin, existing in an entirely different realm. The lady wore a light blue gown, her long, lustrous black hair cascading elegantly down her back. Her delicate, fair face was framed by the flowing curves of her dress, which swayed and revealed glimpses of her figure. The only flaw in her beauty was the impression she gave upon first glance, not of warmth, but of an inherent coldness. It was not a matter of a frigid demeanor, but rather a natural detachment, as if she possessed no soul and harbored no emotions towards the world around her. As the lady approached, a voice resonated in Qin Chu's mind, causing his eyes to widen in surprise. "Ding." Detected the entity Bing Ling, base feedback multiplier at 40 times. This lady possesses a rare constitution known as the Tianhan body, currently dormant. Once awakened, the base multiplier will escalate to 100 times. The friendship value between the host and Bing Ling is 0, thus lacking the conditions for gift reciprocity. Hiss. A base multiplier of 40 times, even in her unawakened state, surpassed the 30 times of Qing Ning at the general store. This woman, Bing Ling, was the individual Qin Chu had encountered with the highest base multiplier. She must be secured firmly. Once activated, the Tianhan body would elevate the multiplier from 40 to 100 in an instant. Qin Chu squinted, scrutinizing Bing Ling, resolutely deciding to forge a lasting friendship with her. As Qin Heng introduced her, he revealed that this Bing Ling was summoned by his father to instruct Qin Chu in poetry and literature. "Sure, Miss Bing is the foremost poetry master in Qingyun City. Dedicate yourself to learning over this month. Do not let your father down." Qin Chu made a brief remark, then turned to Bing Ling with a smile. "My son can be quite mischievous. Please bear with him. If he misbehaves, do not hesitate to inform me, and I shall discipline him." Qin Chu was left speechless. Truly, what a father he had. Bing Ling nodded, promising to teach Qin Chu diligently. Once Qin Heng departed, without awaiting any instructions from Bing Ling, Qin Chu ushered her into the room. Bing Ling wasted no time, delving straight into the subject. Mastering poetry and prose is not an endeavor that can be accomplished overnight. A month is indeed too brief. However, rest assured, I will exert my utmost effort in your instruction. Qin Chu, unusually compliant, nodded earnestly. To win Bing Ling's favor, he resolved to be an obedient and diligent student. Bing Ling nodded in approval, her expression reflecting satisfaction with Qin Chu's demeanor. Yet, a flicker of doubt crossed her exquisite eyes. His behavior starkly contrasted with the rumors she had heard. 3 people can create a tiger, and hearsay is often unreliable. "Let us commence," Bing Ling declared, retrieving a book from her storage pouch. With delicate fingers, she slowly opened it, beginning with the 5-character verses of the Book of Songs. As she spoke, her lips parted gently, her voice ethereal and melodious, exuding a faint fragrance of literature, an enchanting beauty beyond compare. Yet, Qin Chu found no time to admire her allure. His focus was drawn to the storage pouch at Bing Ling's waist. The storage bag, a creation of spatial arrays inscribed by the formation master, varies in size, with even the smallest ones being exceedingly precious. In the remote town of Qingyun, storage bags are a rarity. Only Qin Heng, Qin Chu's father, possesses one, with its internal space measuring half a square meter. He treasures it greatly, forbidding Qin Chu from even touching it. Bing Ling, a master of poetry in Qingyun City, remains unappreciated in this martial-dominated world. Yet her possession of a storage bag hints at her extraordinary nature. Suddenly, a delicate huff pulls Qin Chu back to reality. At the outset, he is distracted. Whether it be a month or a year, he would achieve nothing. Bing Ling furrows her elegantly shaped brows, her previous fondness dissipating entirely. Qin Chu hastily offers an explanation. assuring her this would not happen again. Determined to win Bingling's favor, Qin Chu focuses intently as she elaborates on the subject. His expressions fluctuate from confusion to bewilderment, feeling utterly lost, as if deciphering an ancient text. Yet, in his pursuit of her approval, he steels himself to endure the discomfort of not comprehending a word. Time slips away quietly. Bingling closes her book, declaring that today's lesson concludes here, and she will assess the material learned tomorrow. With that, she rises and exits the room with decisiveness. Qin Chu wipes the sweat from his brow, exhaling in relief. Poetry, indeed, is not meant for the faint of heart. Xia Zhuang arrives punctually, as always, carrying a tray of food, casting a wary glance at the four spirits of Qin Yun before hastening into the room. After lunch, Qin Chu observes Xia Zhuang's noticeably heavier aura, indicating a solidification of his cultivation at the second layer of qi refining, which deepens Qin Chu's discomfort. Everyone else can cultivate, yet he cannot. It is a painful realization. He must obtain a spirit tigua fruit. As Xia Zhuang prepares to depart, Qin Chu gifts him a mid-grade spirit stone in return for 10 mid-grade spirit stones. Initially, he considered offering the yellow-level inferior skill, Mighty Diamond Fist, but after much contemplation, he ultimately refrains. The highest technique of the Qin family is merely of the mortal level, while Xia Zhuang practices a yellow-level inferior skill. To possess such treasures could potentially bring trouble. Chapter 11. Leisurely moments at the brothel with nothing pressing to attend to. Qin Chu ventures to the brothel to listen to music. Being confined to study poetry would not befit his nature. Accompanied by the four spirits of Qin Yun, he scales the wall and emerges onto the street, gazing at the nearby Tsiyun Tower, each of them lost in their thoughts. The four spirits are regular patrons of Tsuiyin Tower, and their greatest delight lies in frequenting its halls. The ladies of Tsuiyin Tower possess exceptional talents, mastering various arts of singing and playing. After completing their tasks and receiving their rewards, the brothers always come here to indulge. At this moment, they gaze at Tsuiyin Tower, smiles adorning their faces. Qin Chu, however, approaches this experience differently. It is his first foray into such an establishment since his rebirth. No, establishment is too crude a term. It should be referred to as a place of refined elegance. Upon visiting this establishment for the first time, Qin Chu could not help but feel a sense of anticipation. It was said that the maidens of Tsuiyin Tower were truly exceptional. One could only discern whether their uniqueness lay in their grandeur or in their exceptional skills. Tsuiyin Tower consisted of 3 elegantly adorned stories, resplendent with opulence and shimmering gold. As he stepped through the entrance, an atmosphere of decadence enveloped him. The dancers on the elevated stage twisted their slender waists with fervor, their curvaceous figures swaying rhythmically. The onlookers, akin to ravenous beasts, gazed with gleaming eyes, entranced by the spectacle. Accompanied by melodious tunes, the dancers became increasingly uninhibited, their garments cascading away, leaving only a few diaphanous veils to obscure their vital assets. This only intensified the excitement among the spectators, the sound of salivating mouths echoing throughout the grand hall. The Qin Yun four ghosts were equally parched with desire. As Qin Chu surveyed the scene, he could not help but marvel at the sheer number of these creatures. At that moment, the Madam of Tsuiyin Tower noticed them and approached with a smile. "Young Master Qin, it has been some time since your last visit. Miss Sun has missed you dearly." Qin Chu maintained his composure, a cold smirk forming in his heart, suspecting that her true interest lay in his wealth. Before becoming infatuated with Morong Yen, he had been a frequent patron of Yi Sun, lavishly spending his riches on her. However, Yi Sun was no simpleton. Throughout their encounters, he had never breached her final defenses, resulting in a significant loss. In his previous life, he had been naive and wealthy. But Qin Chu had no intention of repeating those mistakes. Since he was here, he intended to reclaim his investments along with interest. "Ah, I too have missed Sun greatly. Please, feel free to enjoy yourselves. Tonight's expenses are on me," Qin Chu instructed the Qin Yun four ghosts, and without waiting for the madam's response, he ascended to the second floor, heading directly towards Yi Sun's chamber. The madam's expression shifted abruptly, and she hurried after him. "Young Master Qin, please wait. Miss Sun's room has." Before she could finish her warning, Qin Chu had already pushed the door open. What met his eyes was a disconcerting scene, almost unbearable to witness. At that moment, Huang Tianzi was viciously tearing at Yi Sun's clothing, intent on committing unspeakable acts. Yi Sun's reactions were intriguing. She struggled, but did so with a certain restraint. Qin Chu's expression remained calm. A woman of the night was hardly worth his ire. Huang Tianzi, momentarily stunned, had madness flickering in his gaze. He was aware that his assassination attempt had failed, and the Qingyun four ghosts had become the other party's protectors, inciting both anger and frustration within him. Unable to eliminate Qin Chu, he resolved to target Yi Sun, whom Qin Chu cherished, to release his pent-up fury. Little did he know that Qin Chu would barge in before he could fulfill his intentions. As their eyes met, Huang Tianzi displayed no sign of trepidation. The Qingyun four ghosts must have betrayed me. I won't conceal it any longer. I was the one who ordered your assassination. And what of it? Qin Chu questioned, perplexed by Huang Tianzi's brazen demeanor. Did he not fear his father's wrath? With the admission made, the situation appeared more manageable. He would later send his father to the Huang family to demand an explanation. If they refused, they would face the consequences. Let us see how you fare then. Huang Tianzi smirked disdainfully, declaring that his master, the renowned Tianyun Sanrin, had transcended his previous limits and had no fear of your father. It became clear why he was so brazen. He had support behind him. Qin Chu's gaze shifted to Yi Suner, whose ample skin was exposed. With a mocking smile, he remarked, Suner, once you were regarded by me as pure and untainted, rising above the filth of the world. Yet now it appears I was mistaken. You are no different from the rest, merely a harlot selling your flesh. Qin Chu shook his head, his words cutting yet his heart reveling in the satisfaction of the insult. How dare you flaunt yourself? Yi Suner's delicate face hardened with evident anger. Why must you be so cruel? I once held you in high esteem, vowing to remain virtuous, but you, enamored with Murong Yin, turned your back on me first. So you cannot blame me. There was a hint of grievance in her tone. At first glance, it seemed just as she said. Yet, Qin Chu remained astute. Realizing that from the outset, Yi Suner had been deceiving him, her only aim being his spiritual stones. The audacity of her to not allow him to touch them after acquiring them was utterly excessive. Before Huang Tianzi, Yi Suner showed no reluctance, even allowing him to act as he pleased, a blatant display of double standards. Qin Chu, hurry and leave. Do not interrupt my discussion with Miss Suner, Huang Tianzi bellowed. Yet internally he was eager to overpower Yi Suner, provoking Qin Chu's ire. Huang Tianzi, you truly have become arrogant. Where are the four ghosts of Qingyun? The four ghosts of Qingyun, currently reveling in their indulgences, sprang into action upon hearing Qin Chu's call. Young master, what are your orders? As they entered, their attention was instantly drawn to Huang Tianzi, and they quickly grasped the situation. Young master, shall we teach him a lesson? Yes, but do not strike too hard. Leave him with some breath. The four responded in unison, raising their iron fists to strike Huang Tianzi. Huang Tianzi, at the pinnacle of the third level of qi refinement, was on the verge of advancing to the mid-stage, thus his strength was formidable. He pushed aside Yi Suner and sprang into action, engaging the four ghosts of Qingyun in battle. All four were at the third level of qi refinement, their martial prowess fully developed, with bodies as resilient as steel, exhibiting immense strength. Together, their combined might rivaled that of the fourth level of qi refinement. Gradually, Huang Tianzi found himself at a disadvantage. His predicament worsened by a scream as he suffered a blow that shattered his teeth, blood spilling from his mouth. Seizing the opportunity, the four ghosts of Qingyun converged upon him, unleashing a barrage of strikes. Huang Tianzi's cries were akin to that of a wounded beast. The sounds of his bones fracturing were agonizing to hear, and Qin Chu could hardly bear to watch, yet he felt a surge of vindication. This was merely the beginning. The true spectacle lay ahead. In truth, he had anticipated Huang Tianzi's arrival at Suiyin Tower, for tonight was the selection of the most beautiful courtesan. Huang Tianzi's paramour was one of the judges. He had not expected Huang Tianzi to entangle himself with Yi Suner, which provided him with justifiable grounds to deliver an early thrashing. Though it deviated from his original plan, the impact was negligible. A pool of mud. The disheveled Huang Tianzi was unceremoniously cast aside by the four ghosts of Qingyun, leaving only Qin Chu and Yi Suner in the room. Yi Suner, trembling with fear, implored. Qin Shao, it was my fault. Huang Tianzi forced me into this. I remain a pure maiden, and I now offer myself to you. As she spoke, she hastily shed her remaining garments. Ultimately, Yi Suner was but a fragile woman, unaccustomed to such a bloody scene. Reflecting on her previous schemes against Qin Chu intensified her terror. Qin Shao, I am here to serve you. In Chapter 12, the selection of the most beautiful courtesan. A sharp slap echoed as 5 distinct finger marks appeared on Yi Suner's fair cheeks, causing her eyes to well with tears, evoking a pitiful sight. Qin Shao, if it brings you satisfaction, strike me down. I harbor no grievances. Ha ha ha, still pretending. Qin Chu scoffed, His first encounter with such unreasonable demands. He was unmerciful, his hands rising without a shred of pity. Yusuner's once immaculate visage swelled grotesquely. Bewildered, she questioned, "What is happening? Why has Chinshu become so irritable?" She had anticipated that by feigning misery, even offering herself, she might win Chinshu's forgiveness and return to her previous state, profiting handsomely. However, the outcome diverged drastically from her expectations. Not only was she struck, but the force behind it bespoke a disturbing thrill in Chinshu's eyes. Was she truly so detestable? Had her past actions been too excessive? Was his fury merely a result of her withholding her body, despite her now offering it willingly? Yusuner felt deeply wronged, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Stop. Do not strike me anymore. If it were not for the spirit stones, why would I demean myself and endure your humiliation?" Unable to bear it any longer, she shouted. "Indeed, it was for the spirit stones," Chinshu retorted, recognizing her unyielding nature. With a swift motion, he sent Yusuner flying. "You bastard, Chinshu. I will not yield." In a fit of madness, she lunged at him, claws outstretched. Chinshu, growing weary of her antics, raised his hand. "Stop. I have vented my frustrations. Let us converse calmly." He felt a perplexity that needed resolution. Previously, he had expended countless spirit stones on Yusuner, yet had not received her body. It was evident she was not one to easily yield. There must be a hidden story behind this. Yusuner, covering her face, streaked with tears, lamented, "You have beaten me to this state. What is there left to discuss?" Overwhelmed with grievance, she squatted on the floor and wept, recounting her struggles to fulfill the tasks assigned by Xian Tower, forcing a smile despite her plight. Had it not been the final day for submitting spirit stones, she would not have resorted to such desperate measures, attempting to curry favor with Huang Tianxi. As for yielding herself to him, that was out of the question. At most, she would allow him to gain some advantage. Listening to Yusuner's sorrowful narrative, Chinshu, now enlightened, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. So that was the case. The maidens of Xian Tower had their missions, bound to submit a requisite amount of spirit stones by the month's end. Those who fail to meet the standards shall endure inhumane torment. A sister who once shared a close bond with Yusuner was crippled, having her legs broken and cast out of Xian Tower for the mere lack of a spirit stone. Despite this, Yusuner bore no resentment. In the realm of cultivation, one cannot expect to acquire spirit stones without offering something in return. Observing Yusuner, her eyes brimming with tears, Chinshu inquired about the remaining spirit stones needed. His inquiry was not born from sympathy, but rather a reaction from the system. Yusuner possessed an astonishing foundational multiplier of 20, comparable to Lin Yang. How could this be? Lin Yang, despite his shortcomings, was the son of an elder from the Lin family, thus enjoying certain privileges. What merit did Yusuner possess? When Chinshu consulted the system, it remained aloof, offering no explanation. Yet, with such a multiplier, other details became trivial. Another tool at his disposal could not be overlooked. Yusuner, with her delicate teeth biting her lip, revealed that she still required 2 mid-grade spirit stones. With a flourish, 10 mid-grade spirit stones were cast to the ground. Yusuner wiped her stinging eyes, her beautiful gaze widening in disbelief. Chinshu nodded slightly. Instantly, Yusuner broke into a smile, hurriedly collecting the stones. Relieved that she had fulfilled her task for the month and would avoid punishment. "Thank you," she exclaimed. Chinshu returned her smile. Their friendship value had surged to 71 points, surpassing the threshold of 50 and entering the realm of good friends. Ding. The friendship value between the host and Yusuner has reached 71 points, qualifying for a gift condition, with a reward multiplier of 50 times. Chinshu raised an eyebrow. Pleasantly surprised by Yusuner's gesture, this investment promised substantial returns. The prospect of tomorrow's gift filled him with anticipation. Suddenly, a soft, boneless figure lunged into his embrace, accompanied by a faint, enchanting fragrance. "Chinshao, today I am yours," Yusuner declared, wrapping her delicate arms around his waist, her softness pressing against his chest. Her sultry gaze and flushed cheeks utterly alluring. Chinshu, being a man of normal inclinations, found himself engulfed in desire at Yusuner's bewitching appeal. After a brief struggle, he pushed her fiery form away. His body, worn from prior indulgences, felt nearly hollow. If he continued down this absurd path, his foundation would be compromised, severing his path of cultivation. Yusuner stood there, dazed, her eyes reddening, tears threatening to spill. Did Huang Tianxi embrace me? Does Chinshu find me repulsive? Chinshu shook his head. To console her, he resorted to a rather unorthodox method, encouraging her to bend down for a brief encounter. Half a stick of incense later, Qin Chu left the room, satisfied, leaving behind a flustered Yi Suner, her face flushed with indignation. Yi Suner wiped her lips, rolling her eyes in exasperation, calling him a pervert. The hall on the first floor remained lively, with dancers moving more fervently to the music. Suddenly, the dancers ceased their movements, standing poised at the side of the stage. The matron gracefully ascended the stage, adorned with a professional smile. Esteemed guests, you must have heard the news. Today, at the Tsueyin Pavilion, we will be selecting the most beautiful courtesan. Guests may present Mingwei flowers to their favorite courtesan, and the one who offers the most shall gain entry as her esteemed guest. Qin Chu, upon hearing this, merely scoffed. This was a tactic he was all too familiar with from his previous life. It was merely a ploy for monetary gain. As for whether the top donor could win the affection of the beauty, that was evidently impossible. The Tsueyin Pavilion possessed numerous tricks, such as the infatuation powder, which could render one oblivious to reality. Despite this knowledge, countless patrons flocked to the venue, drawn by the allure of the pavilion's stunning maidens, each skilled in a multitude of arts, and above all, possessing exceptional techniques. Upon observing the price for the Mingwei flowers, Qin Chu could not help but scoff at the sight of a single flower costing a low-grade spirit stone. It was pure extortion. The beast present, however, seemed unfazed. The flowers that had just been displayed were quickly snatched up. The matron, smiling, waved her sleeve, and 3 radiant women descended slowly from the second floor. Each donned a lavish gown, identical in style but differing in hue: purple, yellow, and blue. All 3 were breathtakingly beautiful, their skin luminous and delicate, as though a gentle pinch could summon forth water. Their graceful forms, accentuated by their gowns, hinted at alluring curves. As they ascended the high platform, they bowed elegantly to the matron and then lined up, smiling down at the guests below. Purple Goldlinger, Green Tinxiang Qin, Lu Shui Qinger, the beasts in the audience, upon seeing their goddesses, were overwhelmed with fervor. Linger, my love, get lost in your infatuation. Do not distract me from admiring the goddess of Qin. No contest. My Qinger is the most beautiful, a vision in my heart. The beasts engaged in a heated debate, each convinced that their favored courtesan was the fairest of them all. Observing this spectacle, Qin Chu could only utter a single word: fools. In Chapter 13, entitled If You Have No Money, Do Not Embarrass Yourself, the 3 courtesans, Jin Linger, Tinxiang Qin, and Shui Qinger, stood before a massive flower basket. Its purpose was unmistakable. Guests were to cast their Mingwei flowers for their beloved courtesan within a limited time frame of 1 hour. The one with the most flowers would be crowned the most beautiful courtesan of the Tsueyin Pavilion. Qin Chu gazed at the enormous basket, grimacing. What they were casting were not mere flowers, but rather gleaming spirit stones. The Tsueyin Pavilion truly knew how to play the game. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Huang Tianxi among the crowd. Huang Tianxi, his head bandaged, had swollen eyes that were fixated on Jin Linger, his paramour. At that moment, his gaze burned with intensity. After pursuing Jin Linger for several months, she had kept him dangling, causing much distress. She had promised that if he could secure her the title of the most beautiful courtesan tonight and become her esteemed guest, she would fulfill his desires. Huang Tianxi's heart raced at this prospect as he fixated on Jin Lingo's graceful silhouette, a tumult of lust igniting within him. You wretched woman. Tonight you shall taste the sweetness of my desires. Certainly, Huang Tianxi also noticed Qin Chu standing on the second floor. A wave of humiliation surged within him as he clenched his fists, silently vowing that Qin Chu would pay dearly, and he would see to it that his master would exact revenge. Qin Chu, of course, sensed Huang Tianxi's gaze and simply smiled, nodding politely. Whether towards friends or foes, Qin Chu always maintained a courteous demeanor, unlike Huang Tianxi, whose eyes were swollen, resembling that of a toad, as he glared at others. Huang Tianxi's expression grew colder. He perceived Qin Chu's smile as a blatant affront, intensifying his murderous intent towards Qin Chu in that moment. With a cold snort, he redirected his gaze to Jin Linger. Before long, the brothel madam announced the commencement of the selection. The patrons stirred in excitement, eagerly tossing their Mingwei flowers into the beloved goddess' basket. Huang Tianxi, however, remained unmoved. He intended to make a grand entrance, leveraging his substantial wealth to overshadow everyone else and claim his prize in front of all. His ambitions extended beyond Jin Linger. He had long set his sights on Taiyang Xianqin and Shui Qinger as well, but had refrained from making any bold moves due to the influence of Tsueyin Tower. This occasion presented an excellent opportunity. The maidens of Tsueyin Tower were well versed in the art of spiritual stones, and the 3 courtesans were no exception. by showcasing his formidable financial power tonight. He had no doubt they would readily submit to his desires. Reflecting on his flawless plan, a sense of pride welled up within him. On stage, Jean Lingo glanced at the flowers in her basket, then at those of the other two women, noticing not much disparity in the number of Mingwei flowers. Yet, she was unperturbed, for Huang Tianxi was her secret weapon. With his assistance, the title of the most beautiful courtesan would undoubtedly be hers. Securing that title would come with rewards from Ziyun Tower, making Jean Linger's heart race with anticipation. She then cast a flirtatious glance at Huang Tianxi, who understood her unspoken message and responded with an assuring look. Soon, the selection event approached its climax. The 3 baskets brimmed with Mingwei flowers. At that moment, Huang Tianxi tossed aside the bandage on his head, striking what he believed to be a dashing pose, and proclaimed loudly, "I present Jean Linger with 1,000 Mingwei flowers." The declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd. All eyes turned towards Huang Tianxi, eager to discover the identity of this audacious individual. 1,000 Mingwei flowers equated to 10 medium-grade spiritual stones, certainly a considerable sum. After a prolonged moment of silence, no one could discern the identity of this extravagant gentleman. "Pray tell, what name accompanies such lavishness?" they wondered. "Indeed, why is your head wrapped in bandages? Who possesses the audacity to lay hands on you?" Huang Tianxi's expression darkened. While he might not be conventionally handsome, the aura of spiritual stones would undoubtedly render him the most radiant and striking man of the evening. All of this had been undermined by that wretched Qin Chu. The frustration boiled within him. Casting a glance at the crowd, he coldly declared, "You all can get lost." The audience bristled at his words, voicing their displeasure, yet they dared not overstep, for those who could afford 10 medium-grade spiritual stones were typically scions of prominent families. "If you do not leave, I, Huang Tianxi, will deal with you." Huang Tianxi, one of the 3 prominent families in Qingyun City, the Huang family, boasts a prodigy among its ranks, a favored individual for intensive cultivation. It is rumored that he has a formidable rogue master as well. The crowd, wary of Huang Tianxi's standing, fell silent. With his head held high and an air of confidence, he strode forward, undeterred by his swollen visage. As he was undoubtedly the most radiant man of the evening, Jean Linger, with a twinkle in her eye, felt her heart race despite knowing the outcome. Tian Xiangqin and Shui Qing'er gazed at him with envy, lamenting their lack of a devoted admirer like Huang Tianxi. The brothel madam was particularly exhilarated, as tonight's earnings far exceeded expectations, surely bringing joy to the owner and a deserved reward for herself. As Huang Tianxi ascended the platform, he fantasized about the captivating scenes that would unfold with Jean Linger. However, an incongruous voice interrupted, causing his expression to stiffen. 1,000 moonlight flowers? It would be best if you stayed hidden to avoid embarrassment. I bestow upon Miss Ling 5,000 moonlight flowers. 5,000 moonlight flowers? 50 medium-grade spirit stones? Had he lost his mind? The crowd, taken aback, struggled to fathom the audacity. As Qin Chu descended the stairs, casually tossing out 50 medium-grade spirit stones, the onlookers snapped back to reality. This was true extravagance, treating spirit stones with utter disregard. Jean Linger was equally astonished. She recognized Qin Chu, yet they had no prior connection. The reasons behind his sudden generosity were now inconsequential. What mattered was that today's bounty would earn her even greater rewards. Overwhelmed with emotion, Jean Linger's graceful form trembled lightly. "Thank you, young Master Qin, for your kindness," she said, her voice sweet enough to be intoxicating. Tian Xiangqin and Shui Qing'er felt a pang of jealousy, their eyes tinged with red. Why was it that everyone favored Jean Linger, while they were ignored? A glance down revealed her ample figure, firm and captivating, in stark contrast to Jean Linger. Suddenly, Huang Tianxi, enraged, confronted Qin Chu. "Do you truly wish to make an enemy of me? You think you are worthy?" Qin Chu merely smirked, drawing Jean Linger into his embrace. "The rules of Ziyun Tower do not prohibit my participation. Your financial inadequacies are not my concern. You humiliate yourself, and who can you blame?" As he spoke, he leaned down to whisper in Jean Linger's ear, "Later, in your chamber, we shall converse throughout the night." Jean Linger, entangled with Huang Tianxi, had merely sought spirit stones. Now, with a more affluent patron, she readily cast aside Huang Tianxi. She murmured, nestled in Qin Chu's arms, nodding obediently like a docile kitten. Teasing his rival before Huang Tianxi. "Are you not furious?" Without fail, Huang Tianxi spat blood in rage, cursing the two. "I will not rest until I see you both destroyed. Enough already. I am the son of the Qin family. My father is the esteemed patriarch Qin Hong. What can you do to me? He was infuriated. Can you not phrase it differently? Your father may be powerful, but that does not confer strength upon you. What is there to boast about? Qin Chu, unashamed, took pride in his lineage. A worthless individual unable to cultivate. What does it matter if he has a powerful father? He remains a mere waste. Indeed, I am a waste, yet my father is formidable. If you disagree, let your father come and challenge mine. Would he dare? Huang Tianzi was on the verge of exploding with rage, a sweet taste filling his throat as he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. How utterly disgraceful. Chapter 14. Overwhelming pressure. Ah, how thrilling. The young master of the Qin family and the prodigy of the Huang family are vying for the affection of a renowned courtesan, throwing money around extravagantly. Tomorrow, this will undoubtedly be the talk of Qingyun City. Whom do you think the flower will ultimately choose? One cannot deny that Jin Lingo possesses a figure that leaves everyone enchanted. It is evident that Huang Tianzi is at a disadvantage. The gifts from the young master of the Qin family far exceed his own, though Huang Tianzi holds a respectable position within the Huang family. The disparity compared to the young master of the Qin family is staggering. The cacophony of scornful voices filled his ears, and he clenched his fists, the sound echoing ominously. I offer 5,100 moonlight blossoms. He bellowed, determined to secure Jin Linger's favor and uphold his dignity. Victory today was imperative. 5,100 moonlight blossoms, equivalent to 51 medium-grade spirit stones. His heart bled profusely at the thought. Qin Chu raised an eyebrow. It was astonishing how wealthy Huang Tianzi seemed. Before acquiring the system, even he, the young master of the Qin family, would not have dared to present such a sum of spirit stones at once. Huang Tianzi, I am not belittling you. But do you truly possess so many spirit stones? A wave of uncertainty washed over Huang Tianzi. He indeed lacked such wealth. Under the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, he produced 20 medium-grade spirit stones along with a vial of elixirs. This elixir, known as the Shahudan, contained a trace of the power of the Shahu tiger, capable of significantly enhancing one's physique. The Shahudan was quite precious, with each one worth half a medium-grade spirit stone. The vial contained 60 pieces, valued at 30 medium-grade spirit stones. This elixir was procured through the arduous efforts of his master, and parting with it in a fit of anger made Huang Tianzi tremble with apprehension. Yet, he still lacked one more item. With a grimace, he retrieved a spiritual herb, finally assembling the requisite 51 medium-grade spirit stones. This transaction nearly depleted his entire fortune. Suddenly, the madam spoke, Young Master Huang, while the Shahudan is excellent. At Suiyin Tower, we only cater to the ladies. It would be of no use to us. Her insinuation was unmistakable. They desired the glimmering spirit stones, not the elixir. Huang Tianzi's expression darkened. Meanwhile, Qin Chu seized the vial and casually tossed out 30 medium-grade spirit stones, addressing the madam, I shall take it. The madam smiled slightly. Young Master Qin, quite generous. Huang Tianzi did not intervene. These possessions constituted nearly all he had. As he watched Qin Chu, unblinking, throw out another 20 spirit stones, a sense of foreboding began to rise within him. Qin Chu, are you still in this? Huang Tianzi genuinely felt anxious. If Qin Chu surpassed him again, it would be as though he had drawn water with a basket, achieving nothing at all. With a flourish, another 50 medium-grade spirit stones were cast forth. The movement so graceful and fluid. For a pauper like you, I have no desire to compete. With a thud, Huang Tianzi was struck like thunder. His body swayed, and after spewing a large mouthful of blood, he collapsed to the ground. Ah, such fragile psychological resilience. Can this truly be deemed genius? Qin Chu could not help but scoff, instructing the 4 ghosts of Qin Yun to expel him. Huang Tianzi suffered consecutive blows, his resolve shattered. His path of cultivation had reached an impasse. How laughable, attempting to assassinate me. I shall not let you perish easily, Qin Chu sneered, showing no mercy towards his foes. To kill directly would merely benefit Huang Tianzi, once a prodigy, now reduced to a mere shadow of himself. The disparity between his former glory and present disgrace can only be fully understood by Huang Tianzi himself. Murder is straightforward, however. To torment the heart is the pinnacle of suffering. Within Jin Linger's chamber, Qin Chu savored his tea, appreciating her commendable tea brewing skills, the aroma rich and lingering. Jin Lingo was quite obedient, her delicate hands gently kneading Qin Chu's shoulders. Qin Xiao, is this comfortable? She inquired. Indeed, he replied, relishing her attentions. Reflecting on the adage that wealth can coax even the most obstinate spirits, Jin Linger's beauty was undoubtedly of star quality, a dream unattainable in his past life. Suddenly, The atmosphere shifted. Jean Linger became restless, her garments gradually diminishing. Qin Shu understood all too well, yet felt helpless. Beauty alone was insufficient to engage him. It was constraining. For the sake of his cultivation, he had to suppress his inner turmoil. However, doing nothing seemed a poor return on investment. Jean Linger's foundational multiplier was merely 5 times, hardly impressive. The 50 times of Yusuner was far more enticing. The methods used to comfort Yusuner were now applied to Jean Linger. Initially resistant, Yusuner had succumbed, while Jean Linger accepted everything without complaint. After some tumult, Qin Shu departed from Suiyin Tower with the 4 ghosts of Qingyun. En route to the Qin residence, he assessed the friendship values of the 4 ghosts. Their metrics had risen from negative to 30 points, a significant increase. Furthermore, the foundational multiplier of the 4 ghosts was also commendable, yielding tenfold returns. To his surprise, he discovered an unexpected boon. As a collective, the 4 ghosts enhanced their effectiveness, doubling the return multiplier to 20 times. This meant that by bestowing gifts upon all 4 simultaneously, he would receive a 20-fold return. The system's design was indeed logical. Upon returning to his quarters, Qin Shu summoned the 4 ghosts of Qingyun. You 4 shall cultivate external techniques. This bottle of Shahu Dan is perfectly suited for you. Take 15 pills each and distribute them. The 4 ghosts were well aware of the Shahu Dan. Upon Huang Tianxi's mention of it, their interest was piqued. Should they consume the Shahu Dan, their physiques and strength would undoubtedly ascend to a new level. Thank you, young master, they expressed, deeply moved, silently vowing to protect Qin Shu's safety and shield him from any harm. The following morning, just after finishing breakfast, Bing Ling entered, as enchanting as ever. Her demeanor as cold as frost, keeping others at bay. Bing Ling gracefully took her seat without uttering a single word. She retrieved the 5-character classic from her waist pouch and began to inquire about the meaning of the cactus flower discussed the previous day in poetry. Qin Shu, feigning attentiveness during the lecture, was actually lost in thought, not absorbing a single word. However, he had a strategy in place. Instead of responding, Qin Shu produced an old, tattered book from his robe, its yellowed pages exuding an ancient aura, clearly a relic of the past. This tome was procured by Qin Shu, who had sent the dim-witted Zhuag to the general store for it. The proprietor, as usual, had inflated the price, demanding 2 medium-grade spirit stones for the battered volume. Presenting the ancient text to Bing Ling, he declared, as a teacher, one is a teacher for life. I hurriedly came yesterday without a gift. So this strange sayings of Tian Yuan by Suzy is my token of respect. Suzy was a renowned master of poetry in the history of Qingyun City and a formidable cultivator. He had achieved enlightenment through verse, famously proclaiming, "The waters of the Yellow River come from the heavens," conjuring a river of sword energy that struck fear throughout Qingyun City. Notably, Bing Ling was an ardent admirer of Suzy. Bing Ling's brows knitted together. As a teacher, she had not offered gifts to her students. Yet here was a student presenting her with one. Momentarily, her emotions fluctuated. She initially intended to decline, but, upon hearing the title Strange Sayings of Tian Yuan, her heart, usually calm, began to race. Suzy was her idol, the very benchmark she aspired to emulate. Thank you, she said, a hint of embarrassment fleeting across her exquisitely beautiful cheeks. Chapter 15. I know who you are. Qin Shu exhaled in relief. He had successfully diverted Bing Ling's attention. Indeed, every world has its admirers. And the realm of cultivation was no exception. Bing Ling, engrossed in strange sayings of Tian Yuan, displayed a rare smile on her typically icy visage. Resembling a flower blooming amidst the snow, delightful to behold. Qin Shu was momentarily entranced. Among all the women he had encountered, Bing Ling possessed the most striking beauty and grace. While she read, he gazed at her. This state persisted for a while, until Bing Ling eventually closed the book, seemingly unsatisfied. She then tucked the tome back into her pouch and once again retrieved the 5-character classic. Inquiring anew about the profound essence of the cactus flower and requesting Qin Shu's interpretation. Upon hearing her words, Qin Shu fell silent, bewildered by her persistence. How could he respond when he had absorbed nothing from the previous day's teachings? Meeting Bing Ling's serious gaze, he felt a pang of resolve, the fleeting beauty of a moment. Initial bloom leads to early demise, a fleeting splendor, Bing Ling repeatedly recited, her eyes sparkling ever more brightly. Perfect. Flawless. Your answer is commendable, Bing Ling praised. Embarking on today's teaching endeavor, Qin Shu found himself utterly bemused, struggling to grasp the essence of her words. Approximately 2 hours passed, and as the lesson concluded, Bing Ling instructed, study diligently, I shall question you again tomorrow. Bing Ling closed the book, leaving a parting remark as she exited the room, reminiscent of yesterday. Qin Shu remained speechless. Did one truly need to be so diligent, inquiring daily? He was genuinely at a loss for how to continue. Seated in contemplation, he failed to devise a satisfactory solution. He glanced towards the 4 guardians of Qingyun standing outside the door, resembling sentinels. How are you 4 in the realm of poetry? The 4 guardians shook their heads vigorously, disdain evident in their demeanor. Poetry, they remarked, was a pursuit only for the mentally unhinged. Observing their reactions, Qin Shu realized that further inquiries would be superfluous. If he, possessing striking charm, could not engage, then surely these 4 simpletons would fare no better. When he noted the system notification indicating that his friendship value with Bing Ling had increased from 0 to 10, he felt a pang of disappointment. Despite his efforts to demonstrate goodwill and bestow gifts, the friendship value remained disappointingly low. After finishing lunch, Qin Shu resolved to relax at Siyun Building and seek out Yi Sun-er to enhance his gains, as she offered a 50-fold return. The thought spurred him to quicken his pace. The 4 guardians trailed behind, ensuring his safety. The previous night, the effect of the Shahudan he gifted had been immediate, resulting in a significant rise in their affection for him, skyrocketing from 30 to 68 points, just shy of a promotion. Compared to Bing Ling's pace, the Qingyun 4 were truly formidable. Thus, Qin Shu had recently focused his efforts on leveraging Yi Sun-er and the Qingyun 4, ensuring that even the robust Chua would not be overlooked. As for Lin Yang, Qin Shu had no intentions of seeking him out lately, primarily due to Lin Yang's peculiar inclinations that made him feel uncomfortable. Upon entering Siyun Building with the Qingyun 4, Qin Shu, ever generous to his companions, encouraged them to enjoy themselves while he eagerly ascended to the 2nd floor, pushing open the door to Yi Sun-er's chamber. A startled gasp escaped her lips as she hastily submerged herself in a bath, leaving only her head visible, glaring at Qin Shu. How rude of you, young Master Qin. Do you not knock before entering a lady's quarters? Qin Shu shrugged, responding nonchalantly. I've seen all there is to see. There's nothing left to hide. Yi Sun-er, flustered, pouted. What do you want with me? Why not seek out Jin Linger? Last night, you were quite the figure, overshadowing Huang Tianxi and returning with a fair maiden. Jealousy flickered in her eyes. I am not jealous, she retorted, though the truth was that she was indeed envious. Her prior attempts to entice Qin Shu motivated by a desire for spirit stones. Since yesterday, her feelings had undergone a subtle transformation, one she herself could not fully comprehend. Hearing of Qin Shu's lavish spending on Jin Linger stirred an inexplicable agitation within her, especially after he had conversed with her throughout the night, leaving her feeling increasingly unsettled. Qin Shu understood that Yi Sun-er's ire stemmed from the previous night's events. In reality, nothing untoward had transpired between him and Jin Linger. Their interaction had been merely a casual exchange. All right, Qin Shu said, waving his hand and producing 100 mid-grade spirit stones. I gifted Jin Linger 100 mid-grade spirit stones yesterday. I cannot be partial in my generosity. Here. These are for you. 100 mid-grade spirit stones? How extravagantly generous. Yeshuano was taken aback, her beautiful eyes fixated on the spirit stones. Her body instinctively rising from the water, droplets glistening on her creamy skin, an exquisite sight to behold. Are they truly all for me? Yeshuano could hardly believe it. 100 medium-grade spirit stones were an overwhelming amount. In Qingyun City, the average person earned merely 10 low-grade spirit stones per month, while tasks at Suiyin Tower rewarded only 5 medium-grade spirit stones monthly. With 100 medium-grade spirit stones, she need not worry about her spirit stone supply for an entire year. Upon seeing Qin Shu nod, Yeshuano emerged from the bath, completely unconcerned about her modesty, and suddenly threw herself into Qin Shu's arms. Qin Shao, tonight I am yours. Whatever you desire, I shall comply. Such words again. Qin Shu wished to clarify that he was simply there to reap rewards, devoid of ulterior motives. If he did have intentions, now was not the time. This time, Qin Shu did not push Yeshuano away, for the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Ding. Gift. Yeshuano 100 medium-grade spirit stones. Reward multiplier, 50 times. Congratulations. Host, you have acquired 5,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Due to the absence of storage equipment, they will be temporarily stored in the system space. This investment was truly worthwhile. 5,000 medium-grade spirit stones, if revealed, would undoubtedly terrify others. Moreover, the rewarded items could potentially multiply once more. Yet, Qin Shu harbored a concern. The system stipulated that the gifted items must be something the friend needed, or else the reward would not be granted. By gifting Yeshuin her 100 medium-grade spirit stones today, there was a possibility that her desire for spirit stones might diminish, leading to a failure in the reward system. This was indeed a plausible fear. However, upon further reflection, he deemed it somewhat alarmist. Tomorrow, he would bestow another 100 medium-grade spirit stones. If he received a reward, it would be splendid, and if not, he would merely incur a loss of 100 medium-grade spirit stones, an inconsequential matter. With clarity restored, Qinshu felt considerably more at ease. He gazed down at her pristine figure, striving to maintain his composure, and whispered a few words in Yeshuin's ear. Her face flushed crimson in an instant, her lips curling in playful indignation, yet she willingly acquiesced to Qinshu's wishes. In that moment, the room was awash with the vibrancy of spring, suffused with an air of lavish indulgence. By the time Qinshu and his companions exited Siyun Tower, it was already deep into the night. They had taken only a few steps when a figure clad in a conical hat obstructed their path. The 4 members of Qingyun's for ghosts eyed the figure warily, positioning themselves around Qinshu like a protective barrier. "Who might you be? Why do you block our way?" they inquired. Their demeanor tense as they sensed an overwhelming aura of danger emanating from the figure, sending shivers down their spines. "You need not know who I am. My target today is not you," the figure declared, pointing at Qinshu. "Should I know who you are?" Chapter 16. Capturing the smoking patron. "I believe I have deduced your identity," Qinshu interjected suddenly. Intrigued, the figure responded, "Do enlighten me. Who do you think I am?" He rarely made appearances in Qingyun City, and the number of those aware of his true identity could be counted on one hand. The smoking patron. The celestial cloud recluse. A resident of Xixia City. Cultivation level. 8th layer of Qi refinement. Enthralled by the pursuit of mastery, particularly captivated by the art of boxing. One adeptly wielded the twin dragon fist, a technique of immense power, rendering all adversaries vanquished. In Xixia City and even in Qingyun City, few could rival his prowess. His movements were erratic. He often appeared shrouded in a conical hat, concealing his true visage from the world. Upon hearing the words spoken, the figure beneath the hat paused momentarily, then removed it to reveal an exceedingly rugged countenance. His skin, riddled with unsightly blemishes, resembled that of a toad, presenting a somewhat unsettling sight. "How did you deduce my identity?" Qinshu shrugged. "I possess a habit of thoroughly investigating every aspect of my foes. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy ensures victory in countless battles. Huang Tianxi harbors a deep-seated vendetta against me, wishing nothing more than to eliminate me swiftly. Naturally, I had to ascertain the intricacies of his connections, and it is entirely reasonable for you, as his mentor, to step forward on his behalf." Smart, with clear logic, the young master of the Qin family acknowledged, suppressing a sigh. Huang Tianxi may possess considerable talent, yet his character pales in comparison to that of Qinshu. Now that you have unraveled my identity, prepare to meet your demise. The expression of the figure grew icy. Huang Tianxi had sustained injuries at Siyun Tower the previous day, and failing to eliminate Qinshu would forever impede his progress, shattering his path of cultivation. As his master, he was unwilling to witness Huang Tianxi's downfall. Just as the figure was about to strike, Qinshu interjected, "Predecessor, none of us together can match your strength. Why rush? Would it not be more prudent to negotiate a deal?" "Ha! I am here to kill, not to barter," the figure scoffed coldly. "Matters of murder should be resolved swiftly, for delay invites unforeseen complications. The longer we linger, the greater the uncertainties. Predecessor, I implore you to consider my proposal. Otherwise, you may find yourself regretting your decision." Qinshu remained unperturbed, exuding confidence as though he had ensnared the figure's attention. After a moment of hesitation, the figure's curiosity was piqued. He was inclined to hear what Qinshu had to say. "The reason you took Huang Tianxi as your disciple must relate to a certain arrangement with the Huang family. Your fervor for boxing likely serves the purpose of the Huang family's lethal techniques." The figure, a fanatic of cultivation, had no interests beyond his practice, let alone the notion of taking on disciples. A glimmer of realization flashed in his eyes, as Qinshu had struck a chord. If not for the Huang family's deadly boxing, he would not have taken Huang Tianxi as a disciple, for raw talent alone was insufficient. Accepting a disciple would only hinder his own progress. And so what? The figure, his thoughts laid bare, did not shy away from acknowledging it. Qinshu offered a slight smile. "What if I were to propose that I possess a boxing technique far superior to the Huang family's lethal art? Would you be inclined to negotiate?" "What?" The figure's derision was palpable. He sneered, dismissing the notion. The Huang family's superior-grade lethal boxing was the mightiest technique in Qingyun City. The Huang family's ancestor had once triumphed over foes of higher rank using this very art. Do you doubt my words? Qin Chu raised an eyebrow. He possessed the Huang-grade inferior technique, the mighty diamond fist, which far surpassed the Huang family's superior-grade lethal boxing. Yet he could not reveal it just yet. He aimed to first fatten the figure's curiosity before unveiling an even mightier technique. The moment the smoky roller appeared, the system responded. The smoky roller possessed a base feedback multiplier of 30 times, comparable to the detected lime in the grocery store. With such a high multiplier, Qin Chu naturally could not let this opportunity slip away. How could the senior possibly believe it? The smoky roller shook his head, stating that unless he could see evidence, he would not believe it nor engage in any transactions. It was still too early to present the smoky roller with the mighty Vajra fist. Qin Chu also shook his head, deeming the timing unripe. Suddenly, beams of light flashed, and 200 mid-grade spirit stones appeared before the smoky roller. I will use this as assurance, Qin Chu stated. The smoky roller, known as the Four Ghosts of Qingyun, scoffed at the amount. Is that all? You have quite the appetite. With a disdainful huff, he tossed out another 200 mid-grade spirit stones. The smoky roller's mouth twitched slightly, exclaiming inwardly about the audacity of wealth. 400 mid-grade spirit stones were sufficient to purchase a decent martial arts manual on the market. Yet the circulated techniques lacked sufficient power. The 400 mid-grade spirit stones served as both a guarantee and a token of goodwill. As long as the senior agreed to protect him for a year, when the time was ripe, he would not only provide a martial arts manual more formidable than the Killing Fist, but also an additional 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. What do you think of this deal, senior? The Four Ghosts of Qingyun inhaled sharply, stunned by Qin Chu's audacity. However, upon hearing such a familiar pattern, they exchanged glances. Rendered speechless, Qin Chu was attempting to win over the smoky roller with wealth. The smoky roller had never anticipated Qin Chu's approach, staring at the gleaming spirit stones. He fell into silence. In cultivation, the importance of wealth, law, companion, and land is paramount, with wealth taking precedence. Without robust financial backing, cultivation is but a farce. As a loose cultivator, the smoky roller understood the hardships of lacking spirit stones, a sensation that was akin to living in hell. Over the years, he had engaged in transactions with the Huang family and acquired some spirit stones, yet it was far from sufficient. Fine, I agree, the smoky roller sighed, ultimately choosing to compromise. That is more like it. Today, the young master is in good spirits and will reward you. Under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, an overwhelming number of spirit stones nearly blinded them. At this moment, the smoky roller suddenly spoke. Young master, before I come to kill you, the Huang family has sent Huang Tianxi to a secret location. Where exactly, I do not know. But it is said that this place can allow Huang Tianxi to undergo a transformation. Qin Chu was at a loss for words. Hadn't it just been stated that Huang Tianxi would not be killed, as his Dao heart was shattered and could not be healed, thus severing his cultivation path for this lifetime? How could he undergo a transformation? The smoky roller coughed awkwardly and smiled. You are the root cause of Huang Tianxi's shattered Dao heart. Killing you would naturally heal it. That is the simplest solution. There is another way. Huang Tianxi could break free from his own constraints and undergo a transformation himself. Break free by himself? Qin Chu did not look down on Huang Tianxi. The fellow only had slightly better talent, but in all other aspects, he was utterly lacking. Subsequently, Qin Chu returned to the Qin residence with a few companions. He specifically instructed the smoking guest to conceal his cultivation level. Should his father discover that the Qin family suddenly had an 8th-layer Qi refinement master, it could lead to unforeseen complications. Thus, Qin Chu's entourage expanded once more, with the smoking guest appointed as the captain of the guard, accompanied by 4 team members. However, the prowess of the Qingyun Four Ghosts was noticeably lacking. Therefore, after Qin Chu generously offered 100 medium-grade spirit stones, the smoking guest readily agreed to train the Qingyun Four Ghosts. The days that followed for Qin Chu were rather monotonous. During the day, he accompanied Bing Ling to study poetry, and at night, he frequented the Tsuiyin Tower to accumulate profits. In just a few short days, he amassed 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Chapter 17, The auction time flowed like water, slipping through one's fingers unnoticed. The long-awaited auction arrived as scheduled. Early in the morning, Qin Chu, accompanied by the smoking guest, made his way to the Qingyun workshop. The Qingyun Four Ghosts did not join them, as they were subjected to rigorous training under the smoking guest's supervision. The Qingyun workshop, located within the Qingyun market, was the largest alchemy workshop in Qingyun City and a property of the Qingyun sect. Due to its affiliation with the sect, the Qingyun workshop held a position of great prestige, and no one dared to cause trouble there. Standing before the grand entrance and gazing at the three prominent characters of Qingyun workshop, Qin Chu felt a surge of excitement. As long as he could obtain the spirit Tiku fruit, his aptitude would be elevated, officially commencing his path of cultivation. Upon entering the workshop, the first step was to verify his finances. Those with less than 10 medium-grade spirit stones were not permitted to participate in the auction. After the verification, Qin Chu produced a medium-grade spirit stone, securing a luxurious private room. Under the guidance of a cheongsam-clad attendant, Qin Chu and the smoking guest entered the suite. The room measured several dozen square feet and was equipped with all necessities. A round table was adorned with fresh spirit fruits, allowing guests to enjoy refreshments while watching the auction, all amidst a faint, pleasant aroma that permeated the air. Qin Chu was quite satisfied and rewarded the cheongsam attendant with a medium-grade spirit stone. Her eyes sparkled at the generous gesture, and she tightly clasped her long legs. Thoroughly impressed by Qin Chu's extravagance, "Young master, do you require any special services?" the attendant inquired, her voice lowered and her face tinged with shyness. Clearly inexperienced in such matters. In truth, the Qingyun workshop offered special services to guests during every auction, allowing them to indulge in both bidding and beauty, a dual benefit. Realizing the implication, Qin Chu glanced at the attendant, who possessed striking beauty, her delicate figure accentuated by the high-slit cheongsam, revealing her fair, long legs in a tantalizing manner, surpassing even some stars from his previous life. Faced with the attendant's allure, Qin Chu waved his hand, signaling her to withdraw. The attendant's expression dimmed, disappointment evident as she exited the room. The smoking guest was pleased with Qin Chu's demeanor. Indulgence in female company would only hinder cultivation speed, serving as a stumbling block on the path to becoming a formidable individual. Reflecting on Qin Chu's talent, he sighed softly. If Qin Chu could cultivate diligently, he would undoubtedly achieve great things. If Qin Chu were to comprehend the thoughts of the cigarette rollers, he would undoubtedly feel a profound embarrassment. It is not that he shuns the company of women. Rather, his physical condition prohibits such inclinations. Before the private room stands a colossal crystal glass, a one-way mirror through which individuals inside can distinctly observe the happenings of the auction, while those in the auction hall remain oblivious to the activities within the room. At this moment, people are gradually entering the auction venue, each adorned with masks, wary of being spotted while attempting to acquire valuable items. Qin Chu, seated before the expansive glass, casually picks a spirit fruit and indulges in it voraciously. "Old roll, should you find anything appealing, do not hesitate to inform me," Qin Chu declares, seizing every opportunity to cultivate a favorable impression with the cigarette rollers. The cigarette rollers possess commendable skills but lead a frugal existence. Upon hearing Qin Chu's words, an unspoken gratitude wells up within them. After all these years of solitude, no one has exhibited such concern for them. The amiable cigarette roller reciprocates with equal candor. Qin Chu glances at the rapidly ascending friendship value between them, which soon reaches 45 before pausing. With a bit more effort, it could reach 50, at which point he would present the yellow-grade low-tier technique, Mighty Vajra Fist, offering a 30-fold return. One cannot help but wonder what caliber of technique might emerge. Qin Chu smiles faintly, his gaze once more directed at the auction hall. An hour passes. The auction officially commences. A stunning maid, clad in a high-slit cheongsam, approaches the central stage, balancing a circular platter adorned with a red cloth. The maid possesses an extraordinary beauty, surpassing even that of the woman who had previously attended to him, although they share a striking resemblance. The audience's eyes are fixated on her, with gasps of admiration resounding throughout. Qin Chu muses that the quality of the maids at Qingyun Pavilion is indeed exceptional, their allure far exceeding that of the girls from Suiyin Tower. Sensing the audience's gaze, the maid smiles gently and unveils the red cloth, revealing an ancient tome. Its tattered cover suggests an age long past, as if it might disintegrate into dust at any moment. This ancient book was unearthed from a tomb and, upon examination by the elders of Qingyun sect, has been identified as a yellow-grade low-tier technique. A yellow-grade technique? A collective gasp escapes the crowd. The most formidable techniques from the three prominent families of Qingyun City are merely of the top tier in the mortal realm. All eyes are riveted on the ancient book upon the platter, glimmering with a potent desire for possession. However, the maid's subsequent words douse their fervor with cold water. Cough. "I must not conceal from you all that this ancient book, due to the passage of time, is severely damaged and can only be considered a fragmented technique. A fragmented yellow-grade technique, while still incomparable to the mortal-grade techniques, retains significant reference value. We shall commence the bidding now. With an opening price of 100 medium-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing that it is a fragmented technique, the crowd's enthusiasm wanes. While the fragmented yellow-grade technique undoubtedly possesses exceptional worth, its value is contingent upon innate talent. Those with high aptitude may glean new insights from it, whereas those lacking may very well walk away empty-handed. This ancient tome is regarded by most as a mere trifle, tasteless yet regrettably discarded. Within a lavish private room, a man and a woman sit before a grand glass window, observing the auction proceedings. The man is strikingly handsome, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. As he deftly twirls a folding fan between his fingers, he glances at the woman beside him, adorned in resplendent attire, remarking that this yellowed fragment, deemed inconsequential by others, is, for her, a boon. The woman, unyielding and frigid, bears an expression as cold as ancient ice. Upon hearing his words, she replies with measured indifference that the Zixia secret tome is indeed beneficial to her. Haha, splendid. The man is about to place a bid when the woman interjects, offering 500 mid-grade spirit stones. Chinemo, I procure what I desire myself. There is no need for flattery. I, Su Guanhongzhuang, am devoted to the path and shall not entertain personal affections. Do not squander your efforts on me. Chinemo smiles faintly, unperturbed. He has heard similar sentiments countless times before. Abandoning Su Guanhongzhuang was not an option. The woman he coveted, by whatever means necessary, he would possess. Yet, after facing repeated rejections, a flicker of resentment ignited within him. Just wait until I have you. Then I shall make you pay. As Su Guanhongzhuang calls out her bid of 500 mid-grade spirit stones, the entire auction hall falls silent. Who is this audacious individual? To begin with such an extravagant offer, multiplying the initial bid fourfold, leaves the others speechless. Qinchu remains unfazed. In terms of wealth, no one could rival him. As Lin Yang, in need of funds for his purchases, sought his assistance, borrowing was not an option. He would simply bestow 5,000 mid-grade spirit stones upon Lin Yang. The moment the 5,000 spirit stones materialize, Lin Yang faints from shock. Upon regaining consciousness, his expression is one of utter disbelief. Stunned, he can only mutter, Qinchu, from now on, you shall be my benefactor. He walks away in a daze. Qinchu, on the other hand, revels in his lucrative investment, 5,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Yielding a 20-fold return, amounts to 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Such news, if revealed, would surely terrify an entire city. Chapter 18. Su Guanhongzhuang and the Zixia secret tome at dawn, positioned to face the east, she absorbs the violet radiance emitted by the rising sun. The purple light transforms into a potent and pure form of spiritual energy, superior to ordinary spirit energy. It possesses the dual capabilities of healing and enhancing one's constitution, while its outward emanation serves both offensive and defensive purposes. Qinchu peruses the auction catalog presented by a maid. This catalog is a privilege exclusive to patrons of the private room, unavailable to those in the main hall. The Zixia secret tome, though a fragment, does not concern him. He plans to gift it to a friend, likely receiving the complete version of the tome in return, perhaps even higher-grade techniques. 2,000 mid-grade spirit stones are at stake. Qinchu has no interest in bidding against a host of paupers. Competing in wealth is an affront to him. What on earth is this newcomer doing here? Madness. Treating spirit stones as if they hold no value. The complete low-grade yellow-level cultivation technique is hardly worth such a price. When Qinchu called out 2,000 mid-grade spirit stones, the reaction in the hall was overwhelmingly intense, filled with discontent and curses echoing throughout. Chinemo raised an eyebrow at Hongzhuang, thinking this person was truly courting death by daring to compete with him. I shall seek vengeance for you. Sugan Hongzhuang furrowed her brow and coldly uttered two words. No need. 2,100 mid-grade spirit stones. This was her final bid. If she could not secure the item, she would withdraw. She had come with a mission, intent on acquiring that particular item, and could not afford to squander too much on other auction goods. As soon as her words fell, a jeering voice remarked, "What a slowpoke. Adding a mere 100 spirit stones. Go home and play in the mud if you're broke. For 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones." Qinchu, displaying his wealth with an undeniable aura, showcased his extravagance. The onlooker's mouth twitched in disbelief. Throw money at me, will you? While others raise their bids by 100, you leap by a factor of 2. Must you be so outrageous? Upon hearing the term slowpoke, the atmosphere in the private room plummeted. The icy beauty, Sugan Hongzhuang was incensed. Chen Mo, even more furious than her, snapped his fan shut. Insulting his lady was tantamount to courting death. Hongzhuang, you may endure, but I cannot. So what if he has money? I shall see if his wealth can rival mine. Without waiting for Sugan Hongzhuang to intervene, Chen Mo boldly called out a staggering 6,000 mid-grade spirit stones. After his bid, he felt triumphant, convinced that no one would dare to follow, unless they were foolish. Lo and behold, another bid emerged, 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing this, silence enveloped the room. Everyone fell silent, for this individual was undoubtedly insane. No rational person would act thus. Spirit stones were not mere cabbages. An average family's annual income did not even reach 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Truly mad, yet undeniably wealthy. The crowd was filled with envy and resentment. Chen Mo clenched his fist, feeling reluctant. He had come in haste and only carried a little over 9,000 spirit stones. Cough, cough, Hongzhuang, this individual is simply deranged. There is no need to engage with a madman. As he spoke, Chen Mo cursed Qin Chu inwardly, vowing to make him suffer for this. Sugan Hongzhuang nodded, relinquishing her bid. On one hand, the Purple Mist Secret Classic was not worth 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Pursuing it further would be unwise. On the other hand, her competitor was indeed mentally unstable. The first auction item sold for the exorbitant price of 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones, and the attendant beamed with delight. Subsequently, they delivered the ancient manuscript to Qin Chu's private room. Qin Chu stowed away the manuscript and casually rewarded the attendant with several mid-grade spirit stones, causing her eyes to sparkle with excitement. For the upcoming auction items, Qin Chu showed little interest, during which he bid on a pair of high-quality mundane boxing gloves for the onlooker. The onlooker cherished them dearly, which drew a disdainful look from Qin Chu after all. They were merely boxing gloves. Was it truly necessary to flaunt them? He thought, do not let anyone know you are my captain of the guard. It would be utterly embarrassing. I, an observer of the smoking guests, found myself utterly speechless. Such exquisite wares are seldom seen even among affluent families. Yet in the mouth of Qin Chu, they seemed diminished to mere trifles. A flicker of doubt arose within me. How could Qin Chu possess such wealth? A family like the Qins could scarcely afford such extravagant beasts. Suddenly, a voice resonated through the gathering, causing Qin Chu to momentarily falter. This voice, dark, hoarse, and unsettling, evoked memories of the shopkeeper. His voice was distinctly unique, unforgettable. The private room was equipped with a voice modulation device, leaving uncertainties in its wake. After hearing it a few more times, Qin Chu was convinced that the one calling out the bids was indeed the shopkeeper. The proprietor was vying for a broken elixir, known as the Longang pill. The name alone suggested it was no ordinary concoction, and only a peculiar shopkeeper would value such a potion. Upon noticing the description of the Tianong pill in the catalog, Qin Chu's eyes narrowed. The Longang pill contained pure yang energy, capable of replenishing lost yang vitality. Its previous owner had lingered too long at Suiyin Tower, resulting in severe depletion of their essence and yang energy. The Longang pill was precisely what he required. 5,000 mid-grade spirit stones, Qin Chu declared, causing the previous bidders to fall silent. They were seething with anger, wishing to curse him. They had bid 2,000 mid-grade spirit stones, and this brash individual had the audacity to propose 5,000, truly an extravagance beyond reason. The shopkeeper in the private room wore a grim expression. Due to the voice modulation devices, he had not recognized it was Qin Chu. Cursing under his breath, he slammed his fist onto the round table, followed by a wave of helplessness washing over him. Competing with Qin Chu was futile. He could not hope to prevail. Ultimately, Qin Chu secured the Longang pill for 5,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Afterward, he closed his eyes, conserving his energy as the auction progressed. About an hour passed. When the attendant on stage announced the name Lingti fruit, Qin Chu's eyes suddenly flew open, radiating brilliance. At last, it had arrived. Gazing at the vibrant red fruit on the tray, Qin Chu was filled with exhilaration. Since his rebirth, he had yearned to enhance his aptitude and embark on the path of cultivation, to behold the wonders of the immortal realm and discern how it differed from his past life. The attendant, with a professional smile, began to expound on the effects of the Lingti fruit. This fruit, known as Lingti fruit, flourished at altitudes of several thousand meters on snow-capped mountains, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon and maturing over a century. Its greatest benefit lay in enhancing one's aptitude. Even an ordinary person could improve and step into the realm of cultivation. Upon hearing the attendant's introduction, the crowd erupted in astonishment. The efficacy of the lingti fruit was indeed formidable. Countless eager eyes were fixed upon the stage. Shangguan Hongzhuang was no exception. Her purpose for attending was the lingti fruit. Her grandfather had sustained grave injuries while exploring a relic and required the lingti fruit as a remedy to recover. While the world acknowledged the lingti fruit's ability to enhance aptitude, such understanding was far too superficial. Shangguan Hongwang scoffed, believing that aptitude was innate and not easily altered. Lingti fruit is a celestial treasure, indeed possessing a slight chance of enhancing one's innate talents, yet the success rate remains exceedingly low. The maid's introduction is exaggerated, aimed solely at inflating the value of the lingti fruit. Shangguan Hongzhuang, parting her crimson lips to bid, was abruptly interrupted by a voice that ignited her fury. Do not even think about it. I have come today specifically for the lingti fruit. 30,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Chapter 19. Could the lingti fruit be a counterfeit? The lingti fruit is mine for the taking. 30,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Shangguan Hongzhuang's expression darkened. This lunatic again. Even her typically indifferent demeanor faltered, as anger suffused her exquisite features. 31,000 medium-grade spirit stones. 40,000 medium-grade spirit stones. 41,000 medium-grade spirit stones. 60,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing this price, Shangguan Hongzhuang's chest heaved with indignation. Suppressing her wrath, she spoke in a low voice. I have a dire need for the lingti fruit. If you are willing to part with it, I owe you a favor. Who do you think you are? A favor means nothing to me. If you lack the funds, go home and wash up for bed. Qin Chu retorted without hesitation. What a joke. The lingti fruit is critical for embarking on the path of cultivation. You think you can just let it go? Which is larger, your face or your backside? Shangguan Hongzhuang had never endured such humiliation. A frost instantly covered her cheeks, and a fierce killing intent radiated from her eyes. Chinemo suddenly interjected, Are you seeking death? Threatening me? You have quite the nerve. Where is this place? Qingyan Square. The territory of Qingyan sect. Is anyone going to intervene if I am threatened? Qin Chu shouted loudly to the assembly. Humph! A powerful oppressive force surged forth, bearing down on Shangguan Hongzhuang and her companion. Regardless of your status, once you enter Qingyan Square, you must abide by the rules here. Consider this a warning. Should you transgress again, the consequences will be severe. Shangguan Hongzhuang and Qin Imo turned pale. The one who had just acted surpassed them in strength, and merely the released aura left them feeling as though their very blood was in turmoil. Humph! A mere steward dares to threaten us. When we return to the sect, I will certainly inform my father. As the overwhelming presence dissipated, Qin Mo's complexion returned to its usual color, filled with anger. Shangguan Hongzhuang shot him a glance. You had best forget what transpired today. That elder just now possesses profound cultivation. Your father, being an elder, may not even be his match. Simultaneously, she was astounded. The previous pressure was even more formidable than that of an average elder of Qingyan sect. How could the sect dispatch such a powerful figure to guard Qingyan Square? Unbelievable. How could this be? Shan Mo was incredulous. His father was an elder of Qingyan sect. How could he possibly compare to a mere steward of Qingyan Square? Qin Chu also felt a trace of pressure and inquired of the Yin guest. How does that individual compare to you? The Yin guest's expression darkened. That person's cultivation far exceeds mine, their strength immeasurable. Is that so formidable? A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Qin Chu's eyes. Such a person would surely yield returns beyond imagination. Gently stroking his chin, he contemplated how to establish a connection with that formidable individual. The first step was to leave a favorable impression. Qin Chu rose, adjusted his attire, and approached the venue with a respectful clasp of his fists, stating that the Qingyan Pavilion upheld strict rules of decorum, fairness, and justice, which were evidently not mere words upon this first encounter. Then, the tone shifted dramatically as he began to lavish extravagant praise. Senior, merely releasing a hint of your aura is enough to command the entire assembly, instilling in me an admiration that flows as ceaselessly as the waters of the Yellow River, an overwhelming tide of respect. Everyone fell silent at this sudden change in demeanor, utterly taken aback by his brazen flattery. What a shameless sycophant, muttered Shangguan Hongzhuang, unable to contain her disdain. Qin Chu, undeterred by the reactions of those around him, prioritized only the satisfaction of the senior, believing that winning his favor was of utmost importance. Haha, you are quite the character, chuckled an elder with a youthful appearance despite his white hair, stroking his beard with evident delight at Qin Chu's compliments. At that moment, a response from the system echoed in Qin Chu's mind. Ding. Character detected. Wu Daozi. Basic feedback multiplier, 200 times. Host friendship value with Wu Daozi, 5 points. temporarily not meeting the conditions for gift feedback. Qin Chu's eyes widened in astonishment. 200 times? At all costs, this must be secured as the final auction item. The spirit peach was claimed by Qin Chu. The auction concluded. He returned home laden with treasures, the yellow grade technique, the purple mist secret classic, the Longong pill, and the spirit peach that would enhance his qualifications. On the way back, he checked his friendship value with the smoking patron, which had unexpectedly risen to 51 points, now meeting the conditions for a gift. However, Qin Chu decided to hold off on gifting the mighty Vidra fist, believing that allowing it to mature would yield even greater rewards. Upon returning to the Qin residence, he found the 4 specters of Qin Yun weighed down by iron weights, struggling to lift their arms, their muscles straining with each movement. They won't ruin their training, will they? He wondered aloud. The smoking patron shook his head, assuring him that their physical conditioning was sound and that the intensive training would only awaken their latent potential. Within 3 days, they would surely break through to the 4th level of Qi refinement. Very well, Qin Chu nodded, instructing the smoking patron to ensure they trained to their fullest capacity. Just as he was about to enter his room, his father, Qin Hang, approached him with a troubled expression, silently following him inside. Seated in a chair, he sighed deeply. Father, what troubles you? Qin Hang gazed at Qin Chu, sighed again, and recounted an encounter with a madman. A madman? Qin Chu's curiosity was piqued. What kind of lunatic could so distress his father? As Qin Hang narrated the tale, a smirk appeared at the corner of Qin Chu's mouth upon realizing that the madman his father referred to was none other than himself. Qin Hang had attended the auction intending to procure the spirit peach for Qin Chu but had encountered a madman who treated spirit stones as inconsequential, starting his bidding at 30,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Helpless, Qin Hang had watched as the spirit peach slipped from his grasp and into another's possession. The man is nothing short of a complete lunatic, cursed Qin Hang vehemently. Father, please refrain from cursing. That madman is your son. Naturally, Qin Chu would not disclose the truth. The immense quantity of spirit stones was far too complex to explain. After a few more curses, Qin Hang's expression finally softened. He had heard from Master Bingling that his recent learning had yielded good results. He should maintain this momentum to achieve remarkable success during the family competition. Having failed to obtain the Ling Tea fruit, he could only place all his hopes on powerful figures. After exchanging a few more words, Qin Hang took his leave. Qin Chu retrieved the Ling Tea fruit and examined it closely. The fruit was a vivid red, its surface adorned with a faint glow reminiscent of tomatoes from a previous life. He was tempted to take a bite but refrained, while contemplating whom to gift it to: Shazhuang, Lin Yang, Yi Suner, or the 4 ghosts of Qin Yun. Various faces flashed through his mind, ultimately settling on Shazhuang. Recently, he had been diligently increasing his favorability with Shazhuang, and their friendship score had reached its apex of 100 points, although Shazhuang's base multiplier was low at 5 times. Achieving a friendship score of 100 still resulted in a considerable multiplier of 40. Importantly, Shazhuang's talent was merely average, making him a fitting candidate for the Ling Tea fruit. That evening, when Shazhuang delivered food, Qin Chu presented the Ling Tea fruit, urging him to consume it on the spot, while also cautioning him not to disclose today's events. At that moment, Shazhuang was completely loyal. Qin Chu's words were akin to imperial edicts. Shazhuang eagerly devoured the Ling Tea fruit, feeling a warm sensation throughout his body, but experiencing no other anomalies. After observing Shazhuang closely, Qin Chu began to doubt whether the Ling Tea fruit might be a counterfeit. Chapter 20. Exceptional Talent Ding. A gift of 1 Ling Tea fruit. Reward multiplier, 40 times. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the Celestial Ling fruit, Nirvana Phoenix fruit. It has been detected that the host lacks storage equipment. It will temporarily reside in the system space. Nirvana Phoenix fruit? One could tell it was extraordinary. Upon reading the description, his eyes widened in astonishment. This was indeed remarkable. Nirvana Phoenix fruit is a rare celestial fruit, born from the essence of phoenix blood, containing a trace of the phoenix's rebirth power. Upon consumption, it enables a rebirth, elevating one's talent to the level of extraordinary. In this world, talent was categorized into 5 tiers: low grade, mid grade, high grade, top grade, and beyond top grade was the exceptional grade. It was rumored that there were even more terrifying talents beyond the exceptional grade, which Qin Chu had no record of in his memory. Exceptional talent, indeed. Even the Qingyan sect and the entirety of Linzhou lacked such a thing. Qin Chu was elated and instructed the smokers that no one was to enter the room, not even his father, to ensure safety. He also had the four ghosts of Qingyun patrol the surroundings to prevent any unforeseen incidents. With everything in place, he felt secure. As Qin Chu consumed the Nirvana Phoenix fruit, its exterior resembled that of a tomato, and its flavor was akin to that of the common fruit. Could this truly be a tomato? How could it be? Tomatoes are mundane, while the Nirvana Phoenix fruit is a celestial treasure imbued with the essence of Phoenix blood. They are hardly comparable. Suddenly, a torrent of ferocious energy surged within him, rampaging like a mindless fly. Golden light erupted from his skin's pores, enveloping his entire being in an instant. The searing pain was unbearable. It felt as though he were boiling from the inside out. A heart-wrenching agony that twisted Qin Chu's face in distress. Heaven bestows great responsibilities upon those capable. Indeed, he thought, goodness, I can't take this anymore. With a low roar, Qin Chu collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. The golden radiance surrounding him intensified, transforming into intertwining strands that formed an oval, reminiscent of a silkworm cocoon. Outside, the onlookers were startled by his cries. They considered entering to investigate but hesitated, ultimately deciding against it. Consuming a spiritual fruit can be a painful process. Such discomfort is to be expected. Little did they know, Qin Chu had ingested not merely a spiritual fruit, but the immensely powerful Nirvana Phoenix fruit, far surpassing any ordinary fruit. Time passed, though he was unaware of how much. The golden cocoon suddenly burst open, and Qin Chu tumbled out, completely bare. The golden light slowly dissipated. With a groan, he gradually opened his eyes. Had he succeeded? His face lit up with joy. At that moment, Qin Chu officially embarked on his cultivation journey. Realizing his nakedness, he felt a rush of embarrassment. His previous garments had been obliterated by the golden light. He hastily donned a set of clothes. Upon inspecting his body, he found little had changed. He remained as he was, rather unimpressive. The enhancement lay in his innate talent, not in his physical strength. However, the Longyang pill could replenish the essence he had previously lost. He accessed his information panel. Qin Chu cultivation, none. Talent, exceptional. Mind method, none. Martial skills, none. Weapons, none. Indeed, it confirmed his exceptional talent. The system would not err in such matters. After consuming the Longyang pill to restore his essence, he prepared to engage in earnest cultivation. Cultivation requires both mind methods and martial skills. They differ significantly. Mind methods serve as the means to generate and manipulate spiritual power. Advanced mind methods can harness a greater proportion of spiritual energy, allowing martial skills to unleash their full potential. For instance, when a person employs the same martial skill, the power driven by an advanced mind method far exceeds that of a basic one. Qin Chu had no concerns regarding martial skills. Once his friendship with the onlookers increased, they would undoubtedly bestow upon him the mighty diamond fist, which would surely be of a higher caliber. His apprehension lay with the mind method. To be candid, he held little regard for the Qin family's mind method, the Tianlan technique, deeming it merely a mediocre grade. With his exceptional talent, practicing a mundane technique that fails to reach even the yellow grade would be a colossal waste. As for the fragments of the Zixia secret tome, Qin Chu had yet to find a suitable recipient for such a gift. Shaking his head, he prepared to consume the Longyang pill to replenish his vitality. The Longyang pill contained potent yang energy. As the moon waxes, it wanes. As water fills, it overflows. An excess of yang energy, if not properly dispelled, could lead to dire consequences. Thus, he decided to head to Xian Tower. Qin Chu opened the door and, with the smoking guest in tow, made his way directly to Tsuiyin Tower. Should an overflow of yang energy occur, Yusuner would serve as an outlet. Qin Chu was a regular patron of Tsuiyin Tower and a significant benefactor. He faced no obstruction, nor was there a need for announcement. He smoothly entered Yusuner's chamber. Yusuner, startled like a frightened deer, hastily retreated into the bathtub. The scene was strikingly reminiscent of their last encounter. Both times involved bathing. Upon recognizing Qin Chu, her initial anger swiftly transformed into delight as she rose. Her flawless form revealed before him. Qin Chu was momentarily at a loss for words. Such blatant temptation was difficult to resist. Previously, Yusuner had exhibited some modesty, but now she had completely let go. Had she been exposed too many times before? Qin Chu urged Yusuner to dress and clarified his intentions. Upon hearing his request for assistance and release, Yusuner's face lit up with joy, leaving Qin Chu with a sensation akin to a lamb entering a lion's den. After providing his instructions, he firmly closed the door. Under Yusuner's expectant gaze, Qin Chu swallowed the Longyang pill. It melted upon contact, and the pure yang energy coursed down his throat and into his body. Initially, there were no unusual sensations. As time passed, The effects of the Longyang pill gradually manifested. Qin Chu's complexion flushed, steam rose from his head, and he was drenched in sweat, with certain parts of him becoming increasingly engorged. A sense of terror crept into Qin Chu's heart as he felt his body's strength surging while a burning desire ignited within him, simmering like boiling water. Suddenly, Yu Sooner leapt onto him, her seductive gaze piercing. Qin Xiao, if you endure such agony, let Sunu assist you. Qin Chu's body trembled at her words. Are you playing with fire? He thought, still able to resist, though he was nearing the edge of collapse. Yu Sooner's allure magnified his ardor exponentially, overwhelming him and rendering his mind a blank slate. For you, I have no regrets. Time passed unmeasured. When Qin Chu finally regained consciousness, he found himself sprawled on Yi Sun's bed, the air thick with an unusual fragrance. Clothes were strewn across the floor, clearly indicating a cataclysmic encounter had taken place. Rising from the bed, he noticed a streak of crimson, instantly understanding the gravity of the situation. Scanning the room, he found no trace of Yi Sun. A bitter smile crossed his lips. For the first time since his rebirth, he had lost her in such a manner. With their union, their friendship value underwent a tremendous transformation, skyrocketing to 95 points, entering the realm of life and death bonds, and multiplying from 20-fold to an astonishing 200-fold. This was peculiar, indeed. The foundational multiplier of 20 had increased tenfold. Such horror was unfathomable. Qin Chu was certain that Yu Sooner harbored secrets unknown to him. Otherwise, the stakes would not be so terrifying. Suddenly, the door was violently flung open by the rough figure of the smoke guest, who appeared disheveled and bloodied, as if he had just emerged from a cataclysmic battle. Qin Chu, taken aback, remarked, Old Jia, you certainly know how to play hard. The bloodshed suggests the conflict was exceptionally fierce. In Chapter 21, the withered old man, Old Jia, aware of your ferocity, should exercise restraint. The smoke guest's expression darkened, and he did not dispute the assertion, urgently stating, Young master, a fearsome woman just arrived and took Missy away. What? Yu Sooner has been abducted? Qin Chu's countenance fell. Who dared to touch his woman, courting death? The smoke guest's battered state was undoubtedly the result of that terrifying woman. Even someone at the 8th level of Qi refinement could not contend with her. She must be at least at the 9th level, if not higher, regardless of her strength. Qin Chu felt no fear. Old Jia, what do you perceive of her power? The smoke guest's dark complexion flushed with embarrassment as he bowed his head, admitting, She is incredibly strong. A single exchange sent me flying. Qin Chu fell into contemplation. He had initially thought the woman to be superior to the smoke guest, but it seemed he had underestimated her. She existed on an entirely different plane. Could she be a foundational cultivator? Beyond the Qi refinement stage lies the foundational realm, the second major tier. Entering this realm signifies a qualitative shift in power. A Qi refinement practitioner pales in comparison to a foundational master. Old Jia shook his head, stating, The feeling she gave me was somewhat peculiar. I can affirm she is not a foundational cultivator. That is reassuring. Old Jia, reach out to your acquaintances. Those willing to lend a hand will find spirit stones no obstacle. There is but one condition. Locate them within 2 days and bring back Yu Sooner. Qin Chu was not lacking in spirit stones. After the auction, he had a substantial reserve of medium-grade spirit stones remaining. With the system at his disposal, gifts could multiply exponentially, alleviating any concerns about running short on resources. The smoke guest understood Qin Chu's intent. With sufficient numbers, a war of attrition could exhaust her. All right, I will contact them immediately. The smoke guest turned to reach out to his closer friends. Qin Chu felt this plan still lacked assurance. He could not rely on family power at this juncture. If his father were to learn that he had stirred up such trouble for the sake of a girl from Suiyin Tower, he would surely be punished severely. At this moment, Qin Chu recalled a place and, with a cold smile, departed Suiyin Tower with a grim expression. Outside Qingyan City, 2 figures stood on a hillside. Gazing at the city below, Yi Sun's eyes were swollen and red, unmistakably having cried. The woman beside her scoffed. Why are you crying? Qin Chu is merely a worthless waste who cannot cultivate. What future do you have tangled up with him? Yu Sooner ignored the woman's words, seemingly deaf to her remarks. Her tear-stained eyes fixated longingly on the direction of Qingyan City, filled with reluctance. There was yet another harsh truth to accept, the master of Suiyin Tower. The figure who instilled fear in all the young women was, in fact, her mother. It is difficult to accept that Yu Sooner, on several occasions, nearly lost her virtue, while her mother remained indifferent, leaving her to fend for herself. You are fully aware that I am your daughter, yet you allow me to remain in Suiyin Tower. Enduring humiliation, Yi Suner glared at the woman and questioned loudly. The woman gazed at Yi Suner, her eyes brimming with tears, and reached out to wipe the moisture from her daughter's cheeks, letting out a long sigh. Suner, I too have my own hardships. The establishment of Tsiyun Tower was driven by a dual purpose: to accumulate spirit stones and to conceal myself from vengeful enemies. Keeping you in Tsiyun Tower without revealing our connection was a necessary choice. Only in this way could the enemies focus their attention on me, ensuring your safety. Each time the woman witnessed Yi Suner feigning happiness for the sake of spirit stones, her heart ached. Yet compared to life itself, everything else seemed trivial. Yi Suner, torn between belief and doubt, felt a surge of maternal love in the woman's eyes, causing her heart to tremble. Suddenly, she threw herself into her mother's embrace, weeping, "Mother, I have wronged you. Good child, do not cry. It is getting late. We must leave," the woman urged urgently, as their enemies had already discovered her whereabouts. If they did not depart soon, it would be too late. Yi Suner glanced back at Qingyun City and Qin Shu, hoping for a chance to reunite. Just as they were about to leave, an unexpected turn of events occurred. An elder descended from the sky, blocking their path, his murky eyes fixed intently on the woman. "After hiding for so many years, you cannot escape my grasp any longer." The woman trembled, shielding Yi Suner behind her, a flicker of panic crossing her gaze. "Old withered tree, why do you come at me so aggressively? Humph. Your ethereal body is the perfect furnace for me to break through my current realm. If you comply and come with me willingly, I promise to spare your life," the old man said coldly. Upon locking eyes with Yi Suner, his gaze suddenly brightened. Another ethereal body. The ethereal body is an extraordinarily rare constitution, inherently concealed. It can only be activated when paired with a fated individual. Through the union of yin and yang. Yi Suner's destined counterpart is Qin Chu. The woman quickly shook her head. "She is not an ethereal body. You are mistaken. If you let her go, I will go with you." "Mother, do not go with him." Yi Suner's face turned pale. The old man was clearly a formidable adversary. If she accompanied him, her mother's fate would be dire. Why should I choose? You are mere fish on my chopping board, ripe for slaughter. Thus, none of you shall escape. The old man's eyes burned with excitement. Possessing two ethereal bodies would be sufficient for him to transcend his current realm and extend his lifespan by decades. The woman's face was filled with despair. Had it not been for the devastating blow from the old man's icy palm years ago, her exceptional talent would have surely led her to the foundation-building stage, rendering her unafraid of the old man. The Longyang pill could neutralize the icy power within her, and with years of accumulation, she could take that final step. Recalling the auction where she clashed with that detestable man over the Longyang pill, she felt a surge of resentment. Yet it was all too late. In a moment of crisis, the smoke-rolling guest arrived, accompanied by a dozen individuals, among whom were 4 at the 8th layer of Qi refinement and the rest at the 7th layer. The smoke-rolling guest, known for his reclusive nature, had few friends, yet the friends of friends could also be considered allies. With the promise of substantial rewards, he managed to gather a multitude in a mere day. Yi Suner immediately recognized the smoke-rolling guest, a protector of Qin Shu, and felt as though she had grasped a lifeline. She hurriedly approached him, pleading for assistance for herself and her mother. The smoke-rolling guest was taken aback, a cascade of questions arising in his mind. They were indeed there to rescue her. But the unexpected mention of her mother was puzzling. Upon noticing the woman behind Yi Suner, a thought emerged. Could she be Yi Suner's mother? It was entirely plausible for a mother to seek to protect her daughter. Their orders were clear: rescue Yi Suner and eliminate the woman. Now, with the revelation of their relationship, that plan seemed utterly futile. Clearing his throat, the smoke-rolling guest reassured her, "Fear not, Miss Yi. We are here by the command of the young master to protect you." Yi Suner felt a wave of joy wash over her. Indeed, the man she admired was not devoid of compassion. Her earlier fears that Qin Shu would abandon her had proven to be unwarranted. "Mother, we are saved," she exclaimed, rushing back to the woman. However, the woman's expression remained troubled as she shook her head. "It is futile. Their combined strength barely matches my own." Her words were clear. The smoke-rolling guest and his companions could not rescue them. Chapter 22. The Golden Metal Assassin. Did they look down upon her? The smoke-rolling guest and his companions exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. When they noticed the old man resembling Witheredwood nearby, an involuntary shudder coursed through them. The faint aura emanating from him instilled fear in their hearts. Could he be a foundational master? If so, they were indeed no match for him. At that moment, the woman spoke again. "You should leave. Take Suner with you. This man is the Witheredwood elder, a foundational master. I will fight to buy you time. The smoke-rolling guest and his companions confirmed their suspicions and, without hesitation, agreed. Very well, I will ensure Messia's safe passage to the young master. The woman, holding disdain for Qin Shu, had no other choice but to nod in agreement. Her gaze then turned resolute, her aura steadily rising. Old thief, I shall face you. The old man scoffed. You think you are worthy? With a swift motion, he sent the woman flying with a single strike, blocking the path of the smoke-rolling guest and his companions. Since you have chosen to intervene, there is only one outcome awaiting you: death. Even the formidable woman could not withstand him for long. The smoke-rolling guest's expression shifted drastically as he realized their predicament. They had no option but to fight. Drawing forth a pair of superior quality gauntlets, he unleashed a fierce fighting spirit. At that moment, one among them, unable to suppress his fear, knelt before the withered elder. Senior, we meant no offense. Please, spare us and grant us a chance at life. One after another, they fell to their knees, pleading for mercy. Ultimately, only the four at the 8th layer of Qi refinement and Yi Sun'er remained. Their pleas were in vain. Death awaited them all. The withered elder's eyes glinted like those of a venomous snake. His ethereal form was of utmost importance to him, and he could not afford to let a single secret slip. The withered hand slowly ascended, harboring a terrifying power that sent shivers down the spine, ruthlessly transforming the supplicant into a mist of blood. It was over. A wail erupted from the smoking patron, a twinge of guilt surging within. Unable to fulfill the task assigned by the young master, he felt his own inadequacy. Together, the four of us launched an assault against the withered elder, our formidable punches directed towards him. However, despite our cultivation at the 8th level of Qi refinement, we were no match for the foundational strength of the elder. The disparity in power was insurmountable. In just a fleeting moment, we were sent sprawling. Like an ant attempting to shake a tree, our efforts were futile. The elder clicked his tongue and reached for Yi Sun'er. Suddenly, a chilling aura surged forth with astonishing speed. The elder's expression shifted, yet he was a moment too late. One of his hands was severed, blood spewing forth. Who dares to ambush me, the withered elder? He bellowed, his fury palpable. The old man was surprisingly quick to react. Qin Shu emerged from the shadows, casting a glance at the smoking patron, who had lost his focus. He advised him to frequent the cooling tower less and prioritize his cultivation above all else. Once, the smoking patron had been wholly dedicated to his training, devoid of distractions. Yet, after accompanying Qin Shu to the cooling tower a few times, he had indulged himself, seizing every opportunity to visit. Perhaps life had been too harsh before. Now, everything had changed. Following Qin Shu, the once impoverished had transformed into a wealthy individual almost overnight. Enjoying life is a natural inclination, yet one must not become complacent nor neglect their training. The smoking patron, who once claimed that temptations of desire were mere stumbling blocks in his path to cultivation, had vanished. With a darkened expression, the smoking patron muttered, "Such is the influence of bad company." Upon seeing Qin Shu, Yi Sun'er recalled the wild events of the previous night. Her cheeks flushed like the radiant sun, utterly charming. "Young Master Qin," she murmured softly, "you took my virtue last night and then vanished without a trace. How irresponsible." Yi Sun'er's beautiful eyes widened in indignation. She had willingly surrendered herself, yet somehow she bore the burden alone. It was not her intention to depart so abruptly. Her mother had forcibly taken her away. Instinctively, Yi Sun'er sought to explain herself, but before she could utter a word, the withered elder's frigid voice cut through the air. "Who are you? Mind your own business. Especially when it concerns me, the consequences will be dire." A chill gripped Yi Sun'er's heart, and she hurriedly concealed herself behind Qin Shu, feeling inexplicably safe despite his mortal status. Such noise, she thought. The old man was rather arrogant. "I assure you, this day next year will mark your demise." Anyone who dared to threaten Yi Sun'er was not permitted to live. Qin Shu declared to the air, "Why delay action? If not now, then when?" Indeed, there were others present. The withered elder's heart raced, his aura shifting into a defensive stance. He quickly discerned that the one who had ambushed him was not Qin Shu, but someone else entirely. A mere mortal could not possibly pose a threat to him. "Young Master Qin, this individual is at the foundational realm, not merely a step away. While killing him is feasible, it will require compensation." A chilling voice materialized from thin air, echoing like a ghostly apparition, unseen yet palpable. Qin Shu, with a casual wave of his hand, dismissed the notion, for he was not lacking in wealth. In order to confront the woman who had abducted Yi Sun'er, he sought out Mingyue Tower. where he expended a considerable sum to employ 2 elite assassins. Minghui Tower was known as a notorious organization of killers, and the notorious Qingyun Four Ghosts, sought by Huang Tianxi, were merely external affiliates of this establishment. The 2 elite assassins were both at the threshold of foundational mastery. Unlike ordinary cultivators, assassins moved like shadows, adept at stealth and striking unseen. The pair Qin Shu had engaged had previously joined forces to eliminate a foundational expert, and the aged figure of the withered old man, drained of vitality, was no match for their prowess. This was precisely why Qin Shu felt no trepidation. As the conversation concluded, 2 dark figures emerged, clad entirely in black, with only their piercing eyes visible. Their expressions were cold, and their presence exuded an icy aura. The withered old man's expression darkened. He had heard of the terror that accompanied the elite assassins of Minghui Tower, yet he felt no fear. It was absurd for a foundational master to dread those merely on the brink of it. Before he could articulate his thoughts, the 2 elite assassins vanished as if they had never existed. The old man, aware of the assassin's affinity for concealment, remained vigilant, knowing that a moment's inattention could lead to his downfall. Suddenly, 2 icy beams surged toward him from behind. The old man countered with a swift palm strike, neutralizing one attack, only to find another assailant approaching from a different angle. Thus, the 3 were engulfed in a fierce battle. The trembling figure of the smoke guest approached Qin Shu, casting a wary glance at the 3. Well aware that the old man was a foundational expert and the elite assassins of Minghui Tower. The implication was clear: the elite assassins may not necessarily be able to contend with the withered old man. Qin Shu remained unfazed, calling out to the assassins to conclude the fight swiftly, offering to triple their reward. Never underestimate the power of wealth. As if on cue, the previously balanced confrontation was swiftly overturned. The old man's other hand was severed with a swift strike, followed by the shattering of his legs. You dare! I am an elder of the Qingyun sect. If you kill me, the Qingyun sect will not spare Minghui Tower, he exclaimed, blood spewing forth as death's shadow enveloped him. With a resounding explosion, the old man's head was obliterated. His status as an elder of the Qingyun sect failed to intimidate the assassins of Minghui Tower. After dispatching the withered old man, the 2 assassins approached Qin Shu. Though their faces were obscured by their dark attire, the disarray in their energy was palpable. Eliminating the old man had exacted a significant toll. Young Master Qin, we require triple the reward, one of them stated bluntly, extending a hand for payment, as Qin Shu still owed them double the initial fee. Impatiently, Qin Shu shook his head, urging the 2 to tend to their wounds first, for there were matters to discuss with them later. The 2 exchanged glances and nodded, displaying no concern about evading their obligations. The mysterious smoker discreetly informed him that the woman lying on the ground was the very one who had abducted Yi Sun-er. And indeed, she was Yi Sun-er's mother. Mother-in-law? Qin Shu took Yi Sun-er by the hand and approached, both supporting the woman with an unspoken understanding. The woman appeared dazed, as if the withered old man, who had haunted her for over a decade, had finally perished. Mother, we are safe, Yi Sun-er declared proudly, believing in the strength of her man. Although it was not Qin Shu who had slain the old man, he had financed the deed, and that sufficed. The woman gazed at her daughter, at a loss for words, harboring a disdainful view of Qin Shu, whom she regarded as a useless individual incapable of cultivation, lacking any future. Ironically, it was the very Qin Shu she disdained who had alleviated her predicament, stirring a tumult of complex emotions within her. Upon observing Qin Shu's face closely, she momentarily froze, recognizing him. How could it be you? She exclaimed in disbelief. Qin Shu, equally astonished, was certain he had never encountered the woman before. This was their first meeting. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind, leading to an epiphany. It dawned on him. She was the owner of the grocery store, transformed through disguise. Recalling the auction scene, Qin Shu's expression shifted to one of discomfort. This secret must remain buried, never to reach his mother-in-law's ears. Seeing that Qin Shu did not recognize her, Qin Ning chose not to clarify, as her disguise had altered her appearance and gender, making it reasonable for him not to identify her. Nonetheless, the thought of her daughter entangled with a mere mortal unsettled her. Yi Sun-er radiated happiness, unwilling to disrupt their bond, yet reality necessitated a firm stance. Better to endure a brief pain than a prolonged suffering. With a faint sigh, Qin Shu spoke, "You have saved the lives of mother and child, for which we are eternally grateful. However, the matter concerning you and Sun-er must cease here." Mother. Yi Sun-er's expression shifted from joy to sorrow. Qin Shu raised an eyebrow, perceiving her disapproval of him, and after a moment of contemplation, He identified the crux of the issue. His inability to cultivate was indeed a significant flaw. Now endowed with exceptional talent, cultivation was no longer an obstacle for him. Yet, Qin chose not to elaborate, instead uttering, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. Qin Ning shook her head. I oppose your union, both due to your qualifications and the fact that Sooner is already betrothed. My intent in taking her away is not solely to escape the old man, but also to fulfill her engagement. Engagement? Qin Chu's countenance darkened. How could a woman he had shared intimacy with be allowed to belong to another? Such a notion was intolerable. Suddenly, Sooner cried out in defiance. I disagree. She rushed into Qin Chu's embrace, weeping loudly. Qin Ning, struggling yet resolute, stated firmly, Sooner, you must merge with him to awaken the ethereal body, embarking on the path of cultivation and greatly extending your lifespan. But you, a mere mortal, will only live for a few decades. To force a union would only lead to sorrow a century hence, as life and death would separate you. Sooner broke free from Qin Chu's embrace, her eyes swollen and glaring at Qin Ning. I must be with Qin Xiao. Sooner's determination took Qin Chu by surprise. As the old saying goes, feelings deepen over time. Despite only having met once, their emotions had already taken root. Sooner cried heart-wrenchingly, and Qin Ning finally sighed. Qin Chu, a year from now, if you possess the strength, come to Yunshui City to take Sooner away. This scheme felt somewhat familiar. Such plots were abundant in the novels of her past life, now unfolding in her own reality. Qin Chu's gaze was resolute. A year from now, I will certainly go to Yunshui City. Qin Ning nodded. Her previous words were merely a facade, intended to leave Sooner with a glimmer of hope. With time, she would gradually forget Qin Chu. After all, what waves could a mere mortal stir in a year? Qin Ning grasped Sooner's hand, preparing to leave. Wait. Qin Chu approached Sooner and enveloped her in a warm embrace. Subsequently, he retrieved the last 2,000 medium-grade spirit stones from his system space. Take these with you. Do not suffer while you are out there. Sooner was departing, and it was uncertain when they would meet again. The 200-fold return could not be squandered. Gazing at the mountain-like pile of spirit stones, Sooner's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. She knew Qin Chu was wealthy, but she never expected such extravagance. 2,000 medium-grade spirit stones at once. Qin Ning's eyes sparkled. This young man was immensely rich. Before Sooner could react, she swiftly stowed the spirit stones in her storage bag, not uttering a word of thanks, and pulled Sooner away. Qin Chu watched their retreating figures, muttering a single word, dog. However, he did not dwell on it, for the system feedback had arrived. Ding. Gift, 2,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Return multiplier, 200 times. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 4 million medium-grade spirit stones. As the host lacks storage equipment, they will be temporarily stored in the system space. Even Qin Chu was unable to contain his excitement upon hearing the figure of 4 million. His heart raced wildly. Not even a foundation-building cultivator could match his wealth. Suddenly, Qin Chu recollected that Sooner had awakened her ethereal body. He was uncertain of the nature of this physique. The 200-fold multiplier must be connected to Sooner's ethereal body. Sooner's silhouette vanished into the vast sky. Qin Chu turned towards the 2 golden-ranked assassins, displaying a congenial yet dangerous demeanor. How are your injuries? They are no longer severe. A dazzling 3,000 medium-grade spirit stones piled before the 2. Their brilliance blinding and their spiritual energy overwhelming. The 2 stared in disbelief. Qin Xiao, it's 2,000, not 3,000. The extra 1,000 is my gift. Without you, that old coot would not have survived. Well, to gift 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones is astonishing. Both were astounded, their admiration for Qin Chu soaring. Thank you. Qin Xiao. Cough, cough. Would you 2 be willing to become my guards? If you agree, the spirit stones are at your discretion. For million medium-grade spirit stones. This staggering figure has liberated Qin Chu from any concerns regarding spirit stones, allowing for extravagant spending. The corner of Yinka's mouth twitched, a familiar ruse. He had been ensnared by a sugar-coated shell, which led him to become the captain of the guards. The 2 elite assassins felt a flicker of temptation, yet, mindful of the terrifying reputation of Mingyue Tower, they shook their heads. The rules of Mingyue Tower dictate that elite assassins cannot sever ties with the organization unless they meet their demise. This restriction also applies to bronze-ranked assassins and above, with the exception of the outliers known as the 4 ghosts of Qingyun, who are not bound by such limitations. I have not requested your departure from Mingyue Tower. Chapter 24. Aggressive confrontation being my captain of the guard does not necessitate your constant presence. Yet there is one stipulation. When needed, you must be at my beck and call. Under ordinary circumstances, Ye Yin-ku's protection suffices. Qin Chu requires guards capable of contending with foundation-building experts, ensuring that in such encounters, he is not left floundering. Is there truly such a fortunate opportunity? The brothers Chasing Wind and Chasing Fate exchanged glances and nodded in unhesitating agreement. Chasing Wind pays his respects, my lord. Chasing Fate pays his respects, my lord. They are indeed brothers. Qin Chu hurriedly assisted the two to their feet, a smile gracing his lips. Not only are they formidable, but their foundational feedback multiplier is also impressively high, even surpassing that of his mother-in-law, Qingning, with a rate of 40. Crucially, the two are remarkably easy to move. After merely 2 encounters, their friendship value has reached 52 points, leaving Qin Chu bewildered. Assassins, who traverse the shadows and embody coldness and lethality, should not easily succumb to such emotions. This is a grave taboo for their kind. However, it is also entirely reasonable. Assassins are human, not mere emotionless killing machines. They possess feelings, desires, and the need for care and recognition. Having reconciled these thoughts, Qin Chu donned the guise of a performer and began his act. Those who follow me are family. In matters of daily life or emotional support, you may approach me without hesitation. These words were not solely directed at the brothers Chasing Wind and Chasing Fate, but also to others. The entourage brought by Ye Yin-ku had nearly been wiped out, leaving only 3 remaining, all at the 8th level of Qi refinement, comparable to Ye Yin-ku. These 3, facing the oppressive aura of the withered elder, did not yield but instead fought valiantly. This demonstrated they were not of cowardly ilk, and such individuals are indeed worthy of becoming his guards. As expected, the 3 beside Ye Yin-ku exchanged glances, their eyes shimmering with intrigue. The brothers Chasing Wind were moved to tears, expressing their heartfelt gratitude to their lord. Simultaneously, the friendship value surged once more to 60 points. Qin Chu could not help but glance at the two. They were exceedingly easy to deceive. In the blink of an eye, he had garnered 8 additional points in friendship value. My lord, we shall return to Mingwei Tower to report. After bowing to Qin Chu, Chasing Fate produced a crystal-clear jade stone from his bosom. My lord, this is a communication jade stone. My brother and I stand ready at your command. Excellent. Qin Chu nodded, realizing that with the communication jade stone at his disposal, things would indeed become much more convenient. He planned to purchase several upon returning, ensuring each of his guards had 1, 2 for each, 1 for use, and 1 as a backup. Such was his extravagance. After the departure of the 2 pursuing figures, the others displayed varied expressions, yet none had reached a definitive resolution. Qin Chu resolved to stoke the flames of urgency. Esteemed guests, I trust you are all aware of the identity of the individual who just perished, a venerable elder of the Qingyun sect. Should this information become public, the consequences would be dire. Thus, 2 paths lie before you. 1, to serve as my guardians, transforming from outsiders into allies. The second, to eradicate all traces and eliminate any potential future threats. Choose wisely. Any astute individual would discern the most prudent option, and it was apparent that the 3 present were indeed wise. After a brief silence, they unitedly declared, "We are willing to pledge our allegiance to you, my lord." Qin Chu smiled. From this moment forth, you shall have Old Ye as your leader. Ensure that all evidence is obliterated, leaving no trace behind, before you take your leave. Not long after Qin Chu and his entourage departed, a striking woman and a gentleman wielding a folding fan arrived at the hillside outside the city. Their brows were furrowed, scanning the surroundings with unease. The tracking talisman had led them here, only to vanish inexplicably. Chen Mo, gripping the tracking talisman, scrutinized the area, attempting to uncover any clues. Shangguan Hongzhuang also surveyed the vicinity with her enchanting eyes, yet yielded no results. Suddenly, she caught a whiff of a faint yet acrid scent in the air. The tracking talisman had undoubtedly traced its path here. The lingering aroma of burnt flesh indicated that the perpetrator had likely attempted to conceal their actions by eliminating the evidence. With a meticulous mind, Shangguan Hongzhuang pondered for a moment before articulating her thoughts. What shall we do now? Chen Mo inquired, gazing at Shangguan Hongzhuang. With the old man reduced to nothing, how can we investigate? He silently lamented the sect for wasting his time, as he had intended to pursue Shangguan Hongzhuang, not to investigate the cause of the old man's demise. Furthermore, the assassin who had slain the elder must possess foundational cultivation skills. If they were to investigate, encountering the murderer would lead to tragedy. Let us return to Qingyun City and inquire with the three prominent families regarding the situation. Other matters can wait until the sect elders arrive in Qingyun City. Upon returning to the Qin residence, Qin Chu slipped into his chamber, where 4 cultivators at the 8th level of Qi refinement stood guard outside, ensuring a high degree of safety. He rummaged through the room and, in a corner, discovered the Tianlan Sutra. Previously, Qin Heng had entrusted the copy of the Tianlan Sutra to Qin Chu for cultivation, but due to his lackluster aptitude, he had been unable to practice it, carelessly tossing it aside to avoid the sight of it. Brushing off the dust from the cover, the 3 characters of Tianlan Sutra came into view. Initially, Qin Chu had regarded the common grade supreme Tianlan Sutra with disdain. Yet as he had yet to find a suitable recipient for the fragments of the Zixia secret canon, he would have to temporarily cultivate the Tianlan Sutra. The Tianlan Sutra was a foundational technique of the Qin family, typically reserved for the family head and elders. Qin Chu was permitted to practice it due to the privilege afforded by having a father who was the family head. The Tianlan Sutra was not complex. Especially now that Qin Chu possessed exceptional aptitude, he faced no difficulties in its cultivation. He merely cast a glance at it. The contents are engraved in my mind. Closing my eyes and sitting cross-legged, I began my cultivation following the techniques outlined in the Tianlan Ju. While Qin Chu practiced, Shangwan Hongzhuang and Chun Mo arrived at the Qin residence. After revealing their identities, Qin Heng respectfully welcomed them into the estate. The presence of these esteemed individuals illuminated the entire Qin family, prompting immediate preparations for a banquet to honor them and offer a warm reception. The Qin family, as a subsidiary force of the Qingyun sect, recognized that Shangwan Hongzhuang and Chun Mo were no ordinary disciples, exuding an extraordinary presence. We need not go to such lengths. A few inquiries will suffice before we depart. Shangwan Hongzhuang declined Qin Heng's hospitality, directly addressing the head of the Qin family. I, Elder Kumu of the Qingyun sect, have been informed of the murder of my elder, and I seek to know if the Qin family possesses any information regarding the perpetrator. As one of the 3 prominent families in Qingyun City, the Qin family had eyes and ears throughout the city. The murder of a foundational elder could not possibly occur without their knowledge. Chen Mo interjected, his demeanor defiant, threatening that should the Qin family head conceal information, the wrath of the Qingyun sect would be unbearable for a mere Qin family. Elder Kumu, a foundational elder? Qin Heng was taken aback. Such a grave matter had not reached him. This only signified one thing. The assailant possessed formidable strength, eliminating Elder Kumu swiftly and erasing all traces. Otherwise, it defied explanation. Upon hearing Chen Mo's menacing words, Qin Heng suppressed his displeasure and shook his head. I truly know nothing of this matter. Preposterous. A foundational elder is not someone to be trifled with. How could the Qin family have no information at all? Chen Mo pressed aggressively. Roused to anger, Qin Heng retorted. Without evidence, I cannot be falsely accused. My family genuinely knows nothing. If you do not believe me, there is little I can do. With that, he swept his sleeve and turned away, leaving Chun Mo seething with anger. Chapter 25. The Indestructible Divine Art. How audacious. A mere family, a dog of the Qingyun sect, dares to show me disdain. I will certainly inform my father and ensure the Qin family faces repercussions. Chen Mo's face darkened with malice. This situation could not be attributed to others. To falsely accuse without evidence would be intolerable if it were directed at you. Shangwan Hongzhuang cast a disdainful glance at Chen Mo, finding him lacking except for his superior lineage. With the relationship with the Qin family now strained, there was no purpose in remaining. She turned to leave, intending to visit the Lin and Huang families in search of clues. Chen Mo snorted coldly, casting a last glance at the Qin residence before following her. Meanwhile, Qin Chu remained oblivious to the events outside. When he opened his eyes, it was already deep into the night. Glancing at the bright moon outside, he sighed, realizing how time slips away during cultivation. Some great cultivators would seclude themselves for decades, even centuries. Feeling the surging spiritual energy within, Qin Chu was slightly astonished to find his cultivation had unknowingly reached the 4th layer of Qi refinement. What a surprise! One day, he entered the stage of Qi refinement, possessing an extraordinary aptitude that was utterly terrifying. If this were to be disclosed, it would surely send shockwaves throughout the city. Throughout the annals of Qingyun City, there has never been such a breathtakingly rapid advancement in cultivation. Qin Chu, eager to test his newfound power, gathered his spiritual energy in the palm of his hand and shattered a round table with a single strike. The strength of a mere fourth level of qi refinement was already so formidable. Imagine the prowess of those in the later stages of qi refinement or even the foundational cultivators. The next step was to hone martial skills. After spending some time together and intentionally increasing their bond, his friendship with the Smoke Master had reached a remarkable 91 points. The range from 90 to 100 points signified the ultimate connection, akin to life and death comrades. The baseline multiplier for the Smoke Master was 30 times. But the bond of life and death elevated that to a staggering 100 times. Yet, Qin Shu felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. The Smoke Master exhibited a distinct lack of vigor. Even less so than sooner. A multiplier of 100 was commendable, but having encountered various experiences and individuals, his perspective had broadened. Subsequently, he summoned the Smoke Master into his chamber. Upon entering, the Smoke Master gazed at the splintered wood in confusion and inquired, "My lord, what has happened here?" "I accidentally smashed it," Qin Shu replied. "Smashed it? Is this something you could do?" The Smoke Master was bewildered, pondering whether Qin Shu had gained the ability to cultivate after consuming the spirit fruit. A series of question marks hovered above his head. Upon probing into Qin Shu's cultivation level, he found it empty, devoid of any spiritual energy. Without cultivation, he remained a mere mortal. How could he have shattered a round table? Such a mystery. Sensing the Smoke Master's bewilderment, Qin Shu chose not to clarify. His cultivation was concealed by the system, rendering it undetectable even to foundational cultivators. "Oldya, as I promised, here is the yellow-grade technique I vowed to give you. The timing is right." The mighty Vajra fist scroll materialized before the Smoke Master. His eyes widened in astonishment, although they had previously agreed on this yellow-grade technique. Seeing it presented was still beyond belief. "Come now, take it without hesitation," Qin Shu urged. He was eager to see if a 100 times return could yield a superior yellow-grade technique, or perhaps one of even higher caliber. With no further hesitation, the Smoke Master expressed his gratitude to Qin Shu and accepted the technique, his affinity for Qin Shu soaring once more to a perfect 100 points. Qin Shu had previously inquired of the system regarding the distinction between 90 and 100 points. The system's response was succinct: absolute loyalty. An unwavering commitment that would never falter. The moment the friendship value reached 100 points, the previously established one-year agreement became null and void. After the Smoke Master departed, Qin Shu hurriedly examined the information within his mind. Ding. Gifted yellow-grade inferior technique. Mighty Vajra fist. Feedback multiplier. 100 times. Congratulations, host. For obtaining the middle-grade mysterious technique, indestructible Vajra skill, the host currently lacks storage equipment. It will be temporarily housed in the system's space. Middle-grade mysterious indestructible Vajra skill. This is a windfall indeed. A name that resonates with renown. One of the 72 ultimate skills of Shaolin, this technique is among the most arduous to cultivate. Once perfected, it embodies both offensive and defensive capabilities. When subjected to external force, the body manifests as if clad in golden armor, transforming into an indomitable form, exhibiting astonishing defense. Its striking power is unparalleled. When the might of the indestructible is unleashed, who can contend? Qin Shu suddenly pondered a question. Upon mastering the indestructible body technique, one becomes as sturdy as a diamond, possessing an unyielding strength. What woman could withstand such force? Shaking his head, Qin Shu dismissed the thought, recognizing it was not the moment for such musings. He subsequently retrieved the technique from the system space and once again immersed himself in cultivation. In a luxurious inn, Chen Emo rose abruptly, realizing it was indeed the Qin family behind the matter. The arrival of the elder would herald the downfall of the Qin clan. Shangguan Hongzhuang clutched a note, remaining silent for an extended period. According to the contents of the note, Qin Heng's son, Qin Shu, was the murderer of the elder with the withered wood. It is well known that Qin Shu is regarded as the greatest waste in Qingyun City. How could an ordinary person slay a foundational warrior? Such a notion seemed implausible at first glance. However, certain details within the note plunged her into contemplation. The note did not elucidate how Qin Shu had slain the elder, but rather detailed how he incinerated the corpse, obliterating all traces. This aligned with prior conjectures. Furthermore, who was the sender of the note? Even the astute Shangguan Hongzhuang found herself furrowing her brow, utterly perplexed. The situation was rife with intrigue, warranting caution before drawing conclusions. The Qin family is a subordinate force of the Qingyun sect, annually supplying a significant quantity of spirit stones, making them a valued asset to the sect's higher echelons. Shangguan Hongzhuang uttered a singular remark before retreating to her chamber. Chen Mo's countenance remained cold, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Did the truth truly matter? Offending him, Chen Mo, would result in dire consequences, if not death. Alone in her room, Shangwan Hongzhuang continued to ponder. Earlier that day, she and Chen Mo had visited the Huanglin families, their accounts aligning with Qin Heng's, yet they remained in the dark concerning other details. The sudden emergence of the note pointed directly at the Qin family, clearly indicating past grievances. After a prolonged period of reflection, she remained unable to untangle the threads of the mystery. Retrieving a collection of poetry from her storage pouch, she found within it the complete works of Suzy. A devoted admirer of Suzy's poetry, Shangwan Hongzhuang was an aficionado of verse. Each time she perused the anthology, the enchanting words would quiet her restless spirit. Suzy entered the path through poetry, elucidating his understanding of the Tao through verse. Although Shangwan Hongzhuang did not embark upon her journey through poetry, the resonant charm and conveyed essence within the lines would often illuminate her path whenever she encountered difficulties in her cultivation. Suddenly, an idea sparked in her mind. Rather than indulging in wild imaginings, it would be prudent to meet this so-called wasteful young master. She resolved to go alone. Chen Mo's rebellious nature and acerbic words rendered him ill-suited for another visit to the Qin family. The following day, as the sun ascended, golden rays bathed Qingyun City in their luminous embrace. Within the confines of the room, Qin Chu's body shimmered as if cast from gold, radiating a brilliant luster akin to that of a gilded figure. As a heavy breath escaped his lips, the golden glow dissipated, reverting to its original state. It is no wonder that this is the most arduous technique of Shaolin. With Qin Chu's exceptional talent, it took him an entire night merely to grasp the fundamentals. To achieve mastery, at least half a month would be required. At that moment, a crisp and cold female voice echoed from outside. Today, I have come to impart lessons. Chapter 26. Adults, who undertakes multiple choice. As the slanting sun had just dipped below the horizon, the evening rain began to fall. Bingling's voice remained as cool as ever, yet it was melodious and soothing to the ears. After several days of absence, one might have thought she would not return. Considering the 50-fold returns from Bingling, along with the painfully slow progression of friendship points, Qin Chu felt both excitement and trepidation. Since she was here, it would be unwise to shut the door against her. Tidying his attire with a few swift motions, he opened the door and welcomed Bing Ling into the room. Her beauty was still astonishing, enchanting to the eye. However, today, her eyes were red and swollen, clearly having wept. Who could be so cruel as to bring tears to the visage of such a stunning woman? Bing Ling took her seat, evidently distracted. As she retrieved a collection of poetry from her storage bag, flipping through its pages repeatedly without uttering a word, Qin Chu made no effort to rush her, choosing instead to admire her in silence. Her brow was furrowed, and a hint of sorrow lingered in her gaze. Though my garments may grow loose, I harbor no regrets. For you, I wither away. Displaying such an expression likely indicated she was longing for a beloved. Did Bing Ling have a lover? What concern was that of Qin Chu's? He was not a stallion, pursuing one after another. At that moment, Bing Ling closed the poetry book and gently parted her alluring lips. Qin Chu, may I pose a question to you? Qin Chu nodded slightly. You are a man. Could you tell me which is more important, love or power? Was such a question even necessary? The answer was evident. Clearing his throat, Qin Chu responded, as an adult, who would engage in a choice. Both love and power hold significance. One ought to seek both. Bing Ling's expression revealed her surprise at Qin Chu's response. Rarely did she display anger. Yet she shot him a reproachful glance. As the saying goes, one cannot have both fish and bear's paws. One must not be overly greedy. Would you care to rephrase your answer? Are you upset? Bing Ling's unusual demeanor brought a sudden realization to Qin Chu. Her beloved had likely chosen power over love. Otherwise, she would not be in such a state. To be frank, if forced to choose, Qin Chu would also opt for power. With power, one could attain any woman. Why forsake an entire forest for a single tree? Such thoughts might be deemed unscrupulous, yet they were grounded in reality. However, in his desire to win Bing Ling's favor, Qin Chu resolved to make a decision that contradicted his true feelings. Ahem, teacher Bing Ling, if I must choose one, I would undoubtedly select love. Love is pure, invaluable, and cannot be tainted by other matters. His tone was sincere and resonant. Bing Ling was momentarily taken aback, a subtle smile gradually gracing her lips. It was rare for her to smile. At least, Qin Chu had never witnessed it before. This smile was akin to a garden in full bloom, a sight most delightful. However, it swiftly faded, replaced by a soft sigh. If only that were true. Who was he? Bing Ling's lover? Indeed, a beautiful woman easily attracts scoundrels. Bingling composed herself and began her lecture for the day, assessing Qin Chu's recent performance. Go ahead and be sad. Do not torment me, she remarked. Throughout the morning, Qin Chu found himself in a state of profound distress. Unlike her usual demeanor, Bingling was extraordinarily diligent in her teaching. A mere lapse in attention would earn him a cold reprimand, causing him great anguish. Might it be due to an increase in her affection? Gazing at the 30 points of friendship, Qin Chu felt a mix of joy and vexation. As he approached Bingling, eager to relax, Qin Chu's father, Qin Hung, entered the courtyard accompanied by a woman. Qin Hung cast a brief glance at the smoking patrons, narrowing his eyes. Having been preoccupied with family matters, he had not noticed the 4 individuals until now, and he was taken aback, unable to discern their cultivation levels. They were either far superior to him or deliberately concealing their abilities. Qin Heng leaned towards the latter. He planned to inquire about the situation of these individuals with Chua later. As Qin Chu emerged from the room, his gaze met that of Shangguan Hongzhuang, who stood behind Qin Heng. The two scrutinized one another. Qin Chu was taken aback by her stunning beauty. What was the occasion that such exquisite women were appearing in Qingyun City? Shangguan Hongzhuang's aura bore some resemblance to Bingling's, yet it was distinct. Bingling's demeanor was cool and indifferent, while Shangguan Hongzhuang exuded an air of noble disdain. Shangguan Hongzhuang also appraised Qin Chu, her suspicions growing. Indeed, as the rumor suggested, his talents were limited, preventing him from cultivating. How could a mere mortal have slain the elder of the withered tree? Even his father, the head of the Qin family, and the entire clan lacked the strength to kill a foundational level expert. What was truly happening? Was it the work of hired hands? At this moment, Qin Heng introduced Chuer. This is Lord Shangguan of the Qingyun sect, here to inquire about certain matters. Speak truthfully about what you know. There is no need for concealment. Qin Chu, unaware of the specifics, readily agreed. His gaze fell once more upon Shangguan Hongzhuang. She was indeed a member of the Qingyun sect, which explained the astonishing base multiplier of 70. Yet, why was the friendship value negative? This woman did not come with good intentions. Qin Heng refrained from interrupting Shangguan Hongzhuang's questioning, offering a few words before leaving the courtyard. Lord Shangguan, please come in. Upon entering the room, Shangguan Hongzhuang produced a slip of paper. After reading its contents, Qin Chu's heart raced, though his expression remained as calm as a still pond. What was this? Just yesterday, he had slain the elder of the withered tree, and already the news had leaked? Was it truly necessary to be so provocative? What had gone awry in the process? Qin Chu pondered for a long time but could not uncover the truth. Shangguan Hongzhuang observed Qin Chu's expression, only to be met with profound disappointment. Qin Chu was a master of theatrics. How could one discern anything from him? The elder of the Qingyun sect is dead. If you truly are responsible, it would be prudent to confess, lest the entire Qin family be condemned alongside you. I am but a mere mortal. How could I possibly slay an elder, particularly one of the foundation establishment stage? It is absurd. Who would believe such a tale? If you wish to cast aspersions upon me, at least provide a reasonable justification. Qin Chu scoffed, retorting sharply. I bear you no personal grudge. Why would I seek to wrong you? Moreover, one could always hire an assassin. You, a dignitary of the Qingyun sect, display a troubling lack of intelligence. The strongest in Qingyun City has yet to reach the foundation establishment stage. Where would I find someone to hire? Even if I did, I could not afford a practitioner of that caliber, for they are exceedingly costly. Qin Chu curled his lip in disdain towards Shangguan Hongzhuang. In truth, even if it were he who committed the act, so what? As long as there is no concrete evidence, he would never admit to it. He could possess irrefutable proof and still deny it. His main defense was to assert that he was uninvolved. Do not wrongfully accuse him. The Tsuiyin Tower spent lavishly, indicating formidable financial resources. Shangguan Hongzhuang had come well prepared. My lord, according to your reasoning, wealth serves as a motive for murder. There are countless individuals in Qingyun City wealthier than I. Why not seek them out? Shangguan Hongzhuang momentarily faltered. This logic indeed lacked coherence. Yet, guided by a woman's intuition, she sensed an undeniable connection to Qin Chu. A sigh escaped her. Had the messenger left behind a recording stone capturing the act of cremating the corpse, the matter would be considerably simpler, leaving Qin Chu with no means to refute it. As the hours progressed, the two engaged in a back-and-forth exchange. Shangguan Hongzhuang relentlessly probed, while Qin Chu vehemently countered. Eventually, both were seething with anger, glaring at one another. The atmosphere charged with tension. Qin Chu, how audacious you are. You are utterly disrespectful. Chapter 27. This woman is truly cunning. Qin Chu, how audacious you are. How am I audacious? How am I disrespectful? Is speaking the truth now a crime? One must temper their pride and impatience in cultivation, especially women, as frequent outbursts can disturb one's qi and lead to menstrual irregularities. Shangguan Hongzhuang was infuriated, her chest heaving with indignation. This scoundrel had an excessively sharp tongue. Were it not for the remnants of her reason, she would have relished the opportunity to tear Qin Chu's mouth to shreds. This scene, witnessed by others from the Qingyun sect, would undoubtedly leave them agape. Shangguan Hongzhuang, typically composed and icy, had never displayed such fury and loss of composure. On the brink of explosive rage, Qin Chu cleared his throat, addressing her, "My lord, it was merely a debate. There was no ulterior motive. Please do not take it to heart." Humph. A debate? What does menstrual irregularity signify? Shangguan Hongguang clenched her fists tightly. She had never been so enraged in her life. If it were merely a debate, her ire would not have reached such heights. Infuriatingly, this rogue Qin Chu not only disdained her, but also launched personal attacks. Shangguan Hongzhuang, who prided herself on her intellect, found herself being thoroughly humiliated by Qin Chu, an experience she struggled to accept. With a sharp tongue, "I find myself at a loss for words before you. In 2 days, the elder of the Qingyun sect shall arrive in Qingyun City, and I trust that today's discourse will sway him." Humph. With that, I let out a heavy scoff and departed the room. Qin Chu squinted, gazing at the retreating figure of Shangguan Hongzhuang, lost in contemplation. Surely, apart from the few of them present yesterday, there were others. Who could that individual be? It is imperative to identify them swiftly to eliminate any future threats. Consequently, I commanded the Yonku and others to conduct a discreet investigation once the truth is uncovered. They need not report back but execute justice on the spot. With everything arranged, I began to chart my path towards cultivation. I opened my personal interface, Qin Chu. Cultivation level, 4th layer of Qi refinement. Mental technique, heavenly wave art, superior grade of the mortal rank. Martial skill, indestructible Vajra skill, minor achievement of the profound grade. Weapons, none. Mounts, none. Qin Chu's approach to cultivation emphasized stability. First, he aimed to bolster his defenses before contemplating offensive capabilities. The indestructible Vajra skill appeared promising. Yet it remained far from perfection. To attain mastery within a short span, mere practice would prove insufficient. The aid of medicinal pills was essential. Mental techniques and martial skills are classified into 4 realms: entry, minor achievement, major achievement, and perfection. The use of medicinal pills carries both benefits and drawbacks. The most perilous being pill toxicity, unless one consumes superior grade pills. A spark ignited in Qin Chu's eyes. While others might struggle, for him, it would be effortless. He possessed a gift system, thus fearing a lack of superior grade pills was unwarranted. At that moment, the simpleton Zhuang arrived with food. Remarkably, the spirit fruit had proven effective. As in just a few days, Zhuang's cultivation had once again surged, advancing to the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. Zhuang held a lowly position within the Qin family, receiving only a few gathering Qi pills each month. Now, with a friendship value of 100 between Qin Chu and Zhuang, the feedback multiplier stood at 60 times. Should pills be gifted, their quality would undoubtedly be extraordinary. As Zhuang departed, Qin Chu unhesitatingly bestowed upon him 10 superior gathering Qi pills. Immediately, a sound echoed in his mind. Ding. 10 superior gathering Qi pills gifted. Feedback multiplier, 60 times. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a box of superior gathering yuan pills. A box? In this era of competition, even system rewards arrive in boxes. Gathering yuan pills are of greater efficacy than gathering Qi pills, typically suited for early-stage Qi refiners, though they also benefit those in mid-stage cultivation. As Qin Chu was at the 4th layer of Qi refinement, the effects of gathering yuan pills would not match those of the early stage, but their abundance, amounting to thousands in a single box, was advantageous. The items received from the system could also be nested once. He planned to send Zhuang additional gathering yuan pills the following day, hoping to uncover the superior grade pills required for mid-stage Qi refinement. One by one, he tossed the gathering yuan pills into his mouth as if they were mere candies. Qin Chu settled into a meditative posture, commencing his cultivation. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Shangguan Hongzhuang and Chun Mo, staying at the inn, suddenly received a message from the elder, instructing them to summon the strong from the 3 great families to provide support in the Qingyun mountain range. How did the elder arrive at the Qingyun mountain range? Chun Mo complained, eagerly awaiting the elder's arrival to confront the Qin family. Shangguan Hongzhuang was equally perplexed. The elder's tone had been urgent, clearly indicating a significant matter at hand. Time was of the essence. She promptly summoned the strongest members of the three great families to support Elder Ma. Shangguan Hongzhuang made a decisive choice. Soon, the heads of the three families arrived at the inn. Given the urgency of the situation, Shangguan Hongzhuang wasted no time in explaining the circumstances. The expressions of the three family heads were hesitant. Even the foundational elders were struggling to cope, and sending their people to assist would undoubtedly lead to their demise. The family's strong members had been cultivated with immense resources, not to be used as cannon fodder. Seeing the hesitation of the three, Chen Mo was immediately displeased. "You are merely a subordinate force of the Qingyan sect," he bluntly remarked, "which essentially makes you the dogs of the Qingyan sect. Now that your master is in trouble, why do you not hastily gather your family's strongest to provide aid?" Shangguan Hongzhuang felt a twitch at her lips, regretting her decision to accompany Chen Mo, who was utterly brainless. Qin Heng and Lin Kuan, the head of the Lin family, were grim expressions, bound by Chen Mo's status, that could only suppress their anger. Meanwhile, Huang Shang, the head of the Huang family, maintained a stoic demeanor, his gaze flickering with uncertainty, lost in thought. Lin Kuan said flatly, "Even foundational elders struggle to cope. What use would our family's strong members be? It would only lead to needless casualties." Qin Heng nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Huang Shang broke into a smile, saying, "Lord Chen Mo speaks truthfully. Without the protection of the Qingyan sect, how could our families thrive? The Huang family is willing to send aid." Some responded affirmatively. Chen Mo grinned at Huang Shang, acknowledging his shrewdness. "Upon meeting Elder Ma, I shall certainly speak highly of you." Huang Shang was elated, thanking Chen Mo profusely. With Huang Shang's agreement, Qin Heng and Lin Kuan cursed inwardly but ultimately acquiesced. The three promptly returned to gather their strong members, setting off an hour later. As Qin Heng departed the inn, he heard Shangguan Hongzhuang's voice behind him. "Qin family head, I have become quite familiar with Qin Chu. We conversed pleasantly a few days ago. I hope to bring Qin Chu along to the Qingyan mountain range. Women can hold grudges, regardless of their beauty." Shangguan Hongzhuang smirked, thinking, "You scoundrel, once we enter the Qingyan mountain range, let us see how arrogant you remain. There will come a time when you kneel and plead before me." The memory of Qin Chu's detestable expression made her teeth grind in anger. Qin Heng, without needing to think, was prepared to refuse, but under Shangguan Hongzhuang's pressure, he could only nod in agreement. "What? You want me to go to the Qingyan mountain range?" Qin Chu was stunned, feeling as if 1,000 galloping horses were thundering overhead. The Qingyan mountain range was fraught with peril. Even foundational strong members did not dare to tread lightly there. Was he being sent to his doom? Shangguan Hongzhuang was indeed a cunning woman, brazenly seeking revenge. Qin Heng's expression darkened as he patted Qin Chu's shoulder. "This time, your second uncle will lead the team. I have specifically instructed him to take care of you." Qin Chu nodded helplessly. Relying on others is no substitute for relying on oneself. Recently, by employing the foolish Wang Tua, he had procured 10 boxes of exquisite recovery pills. After consuming thousands of exceptional replenishing pills, the indestructible divine skill of Qin Chu advanced to a remarkable level, enhancing his defenses manifold. Yet, this was still deemed insufficiently secure. Thus, Qin Chu, accompanied by the 4 companions, hastened towards the Qingyan workshop. Chapter 28. One must leave a name for good deeds in the Qingyan mountain range. Towering peaks and rugged stones stretched for thousands of miles. Enormous trees loomed overhead, creating a vast canopy that enveloped the mountains. Such grandeur, alas, devoid of literary knowledge. Qin Chu gazed upon the colossal trees, pondering for quite some time before managing to utter 3 words. "So magnificent." Chen Mo scoffed derisively, his face a mask of disdain. His loathing for the Qin family reached its zenith. Seizing every opportunity, he mocked Qin Chu mercilessly. How embarrassing for the esteemed heir of the Qin family. Lacking both talent and intellect. "Are you seeking trouble again?" Qin Chu narrowed his eyes. Chen Mo had relentlessly ridiculed him throughout their journey, as if harboring a deep-seated grudge. While others hesitated to confront Chen Mo due to his status, Qin Chu refused to indulge him. "Since you have spoken, I shall not suffer further indignity. I am returning at once. Old Jia, let us go." Qin Chu turned his horse around without a moment's hesitation. In this treacherous terrain of the Qingyan mountain range, who could tell what dire threats lay hidden within? The notion of charging forward was sheer folly. Life is singular, and he was not inclined to gamble it away. Moreover, the scheming woman, Shangguan Hongzhuang, was also seeking an opportunity to ensnare him. It was wise to retreat. Chen Mo and Shangguan Hongguang would not permit Qin Chu to escape unscathed. According to the rules of the Qingyun sect, he would face severe punishment. Qin Chu chose to ignore this decree, for he was not a disciple of the Qingyun sect. Seeing that Qin Chu disregarded her, Shangguan Hongguang's fury surged. Her delicate fists clenched tightly. Unbeknownst to her, the mere sight of Qin Chu ignited an uncontrollable rage within her. Her icy gaze shifted towards Qin Chu's uncle. Qin Gang. If Qin Chu dared to flee, the repercussions would extend to the rest of the Qin family. Chu, do not act recklessly. Come back at once. Qin Gang's stern voice compelled Qin Chu to reluctantly return. Let it be known, should anyone provoke me again, I cannot guarantee I want to take flight at any moment. He warned, casting a challenging glance at Chen Mo. Run if you dare. Chen Mo retorted with a bitter laugh. He secretly hoped Qin Chu would flee, as it would provide him with a just cause to confront the Qin family. Enough of your nonsense, Chen Mo. Shangguan Hongguang admonished. Chen Mo was nothing but a nuisance, and she vowed never to associate with him again. Chen Mo merely smiled faintly, a subtle flicker of coldness glimmering in his eyes. The phrase dog thing ignited murderous intent within Qin Chu. Initially, he intended only to teach Chen Mo a lesson, but it now seemed that unless he dealt with this pest decisively, his anger would remain unresolved. As the group delved deeper into the Qingyun mountain range, the surroundings became overgrown with weeds, the paths treacherous, with unknown dark rivers and man-eating swamps lurking in the shadows. Everywhere is fraught with peril, particularly as the distant roars of wild beasts keep everyone on high alert. Upon examining the surroundings, it is evident that great misfortune looms. The 4 members of the smoke-pressing society encircle Qin Chu, advancing cautiously. This action draws a scornful glance from Chen Mo. As the group delves deeper, approximately 10 kilometers in, the sudden sounds of battle erupt from afar, accompanied by an overwhelming, acrid scent of blood. Shangguan Hongguang and her companions hurriedly approach, their eyes widening in horror at the scene before them, a chilling dread creeping up their spines. Countless monstrous beasts stretch as far as the eye can see, each towering at least 2 meters tall, with greenish faces and menacing fangs. They howl ferociously as they attack an elderly man and a young man, both of whom are disheveled and in dire straits. The young man, in particular, is drenched in blood, his face pale as death, clearly pushed to his limits. On the brink of collapse, poised to be devoured by the beasts, it is Elder Ma and Brother Yi. Save them, Shangguan Hongguang exclaims. Leaping gracefully into the fray like a dragonfly skimming the water, her movements elegant as she brandishes a cerulean sword, swiftly dispatching several beasts with a single stroke. The others quickly join the battle, while Qin Chu and the 4 members of the smoke-pressing society remain still. Elder Ma, upon spotting Shangguan Hongguang, beams with relief. Hongguang, you all must hold off these lesser beasts while I confront their leader. Only then can we dispel this crisis. With that, he transforms into a blur, charging toward the Beast King amidst the throng. The Beast King, a gargantuan lizard with protruding eyes that glimmer with menace, reacts swiftly to Elder Ma's approach. Its mouth opens wide, and its tongue elongates, launching a vicious strike. However, a terrifying flash of sword light severs the beast's tongue. Elder Ma, a foundational cultivator, faces a formidable foe in the Beast King, which, though powerful, has not fully transcended to foundational status, rendering it a half-step foundational creature. The Beast King howls in pain, propelling its massive body toward Elder Ma. After enduring a day and night of combat, Elder Ma is utterly fatigued, yearning to conclude the struggle as he gathers his dwindling energy into his sword. The sword radiates with brilliant light. Slash! Elder Ma bellows, the sword transforming into an immense beam that descends with thunderous force, its momentum vast and awe-inspiring. The blade strikes the Beast King's thick scales, sending sparks flying. Qin Chu observes intently, his gaze flickering. Elder Ma, now at the end of his strength, cannot breach the Beast King's armor. Olja, deliver these 50 medicinal pills to Elder Ma, he instructs. The pills are, of course, top-tier restorative elixirs capable of swiftly replenishing spiritual energy. While such elixirs have subtle effects for foundational cultivators, 50 should suffice to empower Elder Ma for one final strike. Yet, the colossal beam does not fell the Beast King. Elder Ma's expression shifts drastically as he realizes the dire situation. The lizard, with a swift motion, sends him hurtling away. Blood spurts from Elder Ma's mouth as he feels his insides threaten to rupture, staring in despair at the charging Beast King. Am I, Ma Cha-Feng, destined to perish here today? Ma Cha-Feng was engulfed in sorrow, his heart heavy with reluctance. In a moment of desperation, the enigmatic figure of the smoky guest materialized, thrusting 50 essence-replenishing pills into Ma Changfeng's hands. These are a gift from my young master, Qin Shu, to the elder. It is imperative that the elder slays the beast king, he insisted, emphasizing Qin Shu's name. One must leave a name when performing good deeds, otherwise. These 50 pills would be wasted. Essence-replenishing pills of the highest grade? Ma Chafeng was jolted back to reality. Without a moment's hesitation, he devoured the 50 pills. And an immense surge of spiritual power coursed through him. Demonic beast, perish. With a mighty leap, Ma Chafeng ascended into the air, his entire being awash with spiraling energy, manifesting yet another terrifying sword light that coalesced above him. The pressure emanating from this sword light was magnitudes greater than before. The beast king hesitated, perhaps sensing the imminent arrival of death. With a howl, it attempted to flee, dragging its colossal form away. But there was no escape. The enormous sword light blotted out the sun, akin to a beacon of hope piercing through the darkness, slicing through all shadow, accompanied by a wretched cry. The beast king was engulfed by the sword light, its massive body erupting in a violent explosion, blood splattering in all directions. The other demonic beasts, witnessing the tragic demise of their king, fled in a frenzy, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. At last, it was over. Ma Chafeng knelt on one knee, gasping for breath. That single strike had drained him of all his spiritual power. The smoky guest reappeared once more. Elder Ma, here are 100 essence-replenishing pills, a gift from my young master Qin Shu, to replenish your spiritual energy. Remember, they are from Qin Shu. As the turmoil of the beast tide subsided, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. In the span of a mere incense stick's burning time, the three great families suffered more than half of their members as casualties. Qin Gang and the other leaders gazed at their dismembered kin, their faces etched with anguish. This support had brought their finest warriors, and such staggering losses had left their families gravely weakened. After consuming the premium essence-replenishing pills, Ma Chafeng regained a portion of his spiritual power. Noticing the expressions of Qin Gang and others, he laughed heartily, remarking that casualties were inevitable in battles against demonic beasts. Your losses will be reported to the sect, and compensation will be provided. Upon hearing this, the three leaders hurriedly expressed their gratitude, for they had awaited Elder Ma's assurance. Uncle Ma, how are your injuries? Asked Shangwan Hongzhuang with concern. Child, I am unharmed, thanks to. Ma Changfeng began, but was abruptly interrupted by Qin Shu. Taking advantage of the moment of distraction, he had the smoky guest deliver the essence-replenishing pills merely to cultivate a favor, should others discover this. It could lead to unnecessary complications. Elder Ma, your slaughter of the Beast King has demonstrated the might of foundational cultivation, leaving me in profound admiration, Qin Shu declared. Ma Chafeng, taken aback, inquired, Who are you? I am Qin Shu, the one who bestowed upon you the premium essence-replenishing pills. Understanding the unspoken intentions behind Qin Shu's actions, Ma Changfeng nodded in acknowledgement, realizing that Qin Shu wished to keep the matter of the pills a secret from others. Hastily, he shifted the topic. Child, when I departed the sect, your grandfather specifically instructed me to ensure your swift return. As the color drained from Shangwan Hongzhuang's face, she was acutely aware of the matter at hand, and it was precisely because of this that she was reluctant to return. At that moment, Qin Emo suddenly approached Elder Ma, proclaiming, I wish to report. What do you wish to report? Elder Ma inquired, his expression one of confusion. He was well acquainted with Qin Emo and recognized the latter's lack of skill and penchant for frivolity, thus holding a rather unfavorable impression of him. This man is the murderer of Elder Kamuku, Qin Emo declared. The members of the Lin and Huang families were momentarily taken aback, with the Huang family members displaying expressions of schadenfreude. Qin Gang, as the uncle of Qin Shu, wore an indecisive gaze, choosing silence over defending Qin Shu. The look on Qin Gang's face suggested that Qin Shu understood something profound. Elder Ma, following the direction of Chun Mo's finger, turned to Qin Shu and suddenly dismissed the accusation with a wave of his sleeve. This is nonsense. Qin Shu is but a mortal and could not possibly have slain a foundational realm elder. Qin Mo, in a fit of urgency, urged Hongzhuang. Will you not present the note? After a moment's hesitation, Shangwan Hongzhuang produced the note, only to be rebuked by Elder Ma. This elder does not place faith in mere paper. Trust your own eyes and cease mentioning this matter. Elder Ma's sudden fury left everyone bewildered. Qin Mo nearly resorted to cursing but refrained. Qin Shu chuckled, finding the situation amusing, as the qi replenishment pill had indeed proven effective. However, the matter was not merely about the pill. There were deeper implications at play. Enough. The Qing'an mountain range is fraught with peril. We should seek a secluded spot to recuperate and restore our spiritual energy, Elder Ma remarked, surveying the surroundings before heading toward a concealed area. A bloodied young man hastily followed. Qin Mo's expression darkened as he glared at Qin Shu. You cannot escape, nor can your Qin family. Qin Mo. Am I granting you face by addressing you as my lord? Have you become arrogant? Qin Mo's repeated provocations pushed Qin Shu to the brink of tolerance. Gao, give him a good beating. Qin Shu commanded, and the 4 members of the Yank group, fists clenched, surrounded Qin Mo. Enough of this nonsense. Do not let your people interfere. Qin Gang interjected with a cold snort, reprimanding Qin Shu. Qin Shu raised an eyebrow. Uncle, Qin Mo is slandering me. Yet you do not come to my defense. I have not yet dealt with Qin Mo, and you jump in. Have you forgotten your own status? Impudent. Qin Gang erupted in fury. Lord Qin Mo is a distinguished disciple of the Qinyan sect. How could he falsely accuse you without cause? If you are innocent, simply explain yourself. Why should I defend you? Qin Shu cast a contemplative glance at Qin Gang, waving his hand to summon the Yank group back. Casting a deep look at Qin Mo before turning toward Elder Ma. As night fell, the group ignited a bonfire, roasting the meat of the demon beasts. One must admit, the taste of the demon beast meat was exquisite, juicy, with a perfect balance of fat and lean, sizzling and releasing a tantalizing aroma as it cooked over the flames. While savoring the delectable meat, Qin Shu reflected on the day's events. Qin Gang's behavior had been exceedingly peculiar. As Qin Shu pondered, Shangguan Hongzhuang, seated beside him, remarked, I expected the beast tide to unnerve you, yet your composure is unexpectedly impressive. The purpose of bringing Qin Shu was to humiliate him into begging for mercy. With that aim unfulfilled, Shangguan Hongzhuang felt a wave of frustration. Are you disappointed? She queried. Naturally. Shangguan Hongzhuang candidly admitted that the words you uttered made her want to tear you apart. Truth be told, you are indeed a scoundrel. Qin Shu's lips twitched slightly. Being assessed in such a manner by a woman, particularly one as striking as she, left him pondering whether it was an honor or a source of discontent. Women truly hold grudges. Was it such a slight to mention her irregularities? Shangguan Hongzhuang continued, I still admire your audacity. You, a mere heir of a small clan, dare to stand up to Qin Mo, unafraid of potential repercussions that could ensnare the Qin family. Qin Shu's assertiveness baffled Shangguan Hongzhuang. What imbued him with such courage? Qin Shu merely smiled in silence. He possessed a system, so what did he have to fear? Moreover, the vast expanse of the Qingan mountain range offered ample opportunity for discretion. Who would know who was responsible for the demise of a single individual? Their conversation flowed harmoniously, devoid of any quarrels. Upon Shangguan Hongzhuang's departure, Qin Shu was astonished to discover that their friendship value had inexplicably shifted from negative to 40 points. Women are indeed peculiar creatures. One moment, she labels you a scoundrel, and the next, she develops an affinity, her temperament shifting faster than the turning of a page. Just as Shangguan Hongzhuang exited, a young man approached. Qin Shu recognized him, Yi Tian, a disciple of Elder Ma. Were it not for their timely assistance, he might have faced dire consequences. Yi Tian, having changed out of his blood-stained garments, exuded a demeanor starkly different from that of the day. In the face of the beast tide, he had been like a sharp sword, brimming with brilliance. Now, he emanated a calm, introspective air, tinged with scholarly refinement. Young Master Qin, the elder requests your presence. Yi Tian spoke softly, his tone pleasant and inviting. Qin Shu nodded and rose to follow Yi Tian into a cave. Upon reaching the entrance, Yi Tian halted. The elder wishes for you to enter alone. Venturing into the cave, Qin Shu found Elder Ma Changfeng seated cross-legged on a massive stone, eyes closed in meditation. Hearing footsteps, he abruptly opened his eyes. You truly possess remarkable audacity. To slay an elder of the Qinyan sect is a grievous crime that could lead to the annihilation of your clan. Qin Shu was momentarily taken aback. Piecing together the events of the day, he quickly understood. Yet, he would not easily concede to the elder's assertion. I do not comprehend your words, Qin Shu replied, feigning ignorance. Haha. A pristine jade stone floated in midair, casting a radiant glow. An image of the withered old man, the one they called the smoky guest, appeared in the air. Qin Shu's expression darkened. It was indeed a recording stone. After a brief silence, he did not conceal the fact that the old man's demise was indeed his doing. Chapter 30. Crafting a narrative. There is no need for the elder to beat around the bush. The absence of public revelation earlier indicates that there is still room for negotiation. Please, share your demands. Clever. Elder Ma offered a word of praise yet shook his head, choosing not to expose the truth during the day. On one hand, it was a matter of returning the favor for the supreme chi-boosting elixir, and on the other, This elder genuinely believed that a mere mortal could not possibly vanquish the withered tree. However, someone had clandestinely delivered a recording stone, and upon reviewing its contents, Elder Ma was astonished. How had this been accomplished? Who had sent the recording stone? Or was it just now? Which cunning individual sought to harm him? Surely, the sender of the note was the same person. Who could it be? Soon, Qin Chu pinpointed a suspect, believing it to be him. As for the matter regarding the assassin from Mingyue Tower, Qin Chu had no intention of confessing, for Mingyue Tower was an organization of killers, while Qingyun sect was a prestigious righteous sect. Good and evil cannot coexist. Once entangled with Mingyue Tower, the situation would become dire. Elder Ma, too, was not inclined to let him off easily. Thus, Qin Chu's imagination began to run wild, fabricating a tale. Under his convoluted narration, the truth was distorted. The elderly withered tree and the proprietor of Suiyin Tower, Qing Ning, were old acquaintances. Yet, the withered tree, despite his age, was infatuated and pursued each woman he encountered. The old lecher set his sights on Qing Ning's daughter, Yi Sooner. Enraged and humiliated, Qing Ning confronted the withered tree, but alas, the old scoundrel bore no regard for their past, injuring Qing Ning in the process. To protect her daughter's honor, she plotted to poison the withered tree. As a foundational expert, the withered tree was formidable, and she could not terminate him on the spot. Yi Sooner was Qin Chu's beloved. How could she endure such humiliation? Consequently, she instructed her guards to slay the withered tree. To cover their tracks, they dragged him outside the city to dispose of the body. Elder Ma was taken aback, his expression darkening, the corners of his mouth twitching. He had always been at odds with the withered tree. To call them bitter enemies would not be an exaggeration. He knew the withered tree's character all too well. If the withered tree had an affection for men, Elder Ma might have reluctantly accepted it. However, his proclivity for women, pursuing one after another, was beyond comprehension. You truly have a gift for storytelling. The withered tree, having been gravely injured in his youth, had lost his male capabilities, resembling a eunuch. Furthermore, practicing the withered tree true scripture required the renunciation of all emotions, especially lust. A eunuch? Qin Chu was at a loss for words. He could not fault Elder Ma for not knowing the withered tree's condition. But wait, if the withered tree had captured Qing Ning and her son, it was likely for the purpose of becoming a furnace. What use would a furnace have if he could not perform the act? Perhaps there were alternative methods that did not require primal activities. Noticing Elder Ma's cold gaze, Qin Chu coughed awkwardly, admitting his mistake, and promised to craft a new narrative. Very well. Elder Ma waved his hand, cutting him off. How the withered tree met his demise was of no concern to him. What he urgently wished to convey was how Qin Chu intended to secure his own reprieve. Suddenly, a mound of spirit stones appeared, illuminating the entire cavern. Even Elder Ma, a foundational expert and elder of Qingnan sect, had never encountered such an abundance of spirit stones. A rough estimate suggested there were at least 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. Ma Chafeng swallowed hard. Are you not afraid that this elder will resort to murder for profit? Not at all. Elders are wise individuals who understand the virtue of sustainability. How so? Ma Chafeng raised an eyebrow. Qin Chu smiled. If Elder Ma can resolve this matter for me, I shall bestow upon you 1 million medium-grade spirit stones each year. Ma Changfeng's composure faltered. With such formidable financial backing, his cultivation would undoubtedly advance, and his status within the Qingyan sect would ascend accordingly. Very well, it is settled. The elder of the withered tree was poisoned by his lover, Qingning, and subsequently, his body was incinerated to erase all traces. Ma Changfeng crushed the recording stone. The deal was struck, and Qin Chu exhaled in relief. 1 million spirit stones were inconsequential to him. Suddenly, Ma Changfeng inquired, I am curious. How does a young master from a modest family possess such vast resources? Qin Chu smiled enigmatically, choosing not to respond. Observing his silence, Ma Changfeng ceased his inquiries. Half an hour passed. As Qin Chu exited the cave, he realized that Ma Changfeng had correctly identified the identity of the messenger who delivered the recording stone, aligning perfectly with his own speculation. Yi Tian remained at the cave entrance, steadfast and undeterred. Lord Yi, the moment I laid eyes on you during the day, I was utterly captivated by your formidable prowess. You are indeed a true prodigy. Qin Chu began to lavish praise upon him. In a state of bewilderment, Yi Tian received a gift of 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones from Qin Chu, who insisted, This is but a token of my appreciation. Lord Yi, please do not decline. Before Yi Tian could gather his thoughts, Qin Chu departed. Yi Tian's foundational multiplier was an astonishing 60 times, befitting a disciple of the sect, far beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Now, Forging a connection with Ma Chongfeng, he considered how to capitalize on Yi Tian's potential. Qin Shu intended to reclaim Ma Chongfeng's million medium-grade spirit stones through Yi Tian. From the disciple to the master, Yi Tian, upon realizing the value of the spirit stones in his possession, revealed a knowing smile. What an intriguing individual. He accepted the stones without hesitation, stowing them away in his storage pouch. For Yi Tian, 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones constituted a significant fortune. Everyone settled in for a peaceful night, free from ambush. Yet, one person remained restless throughout the night. Chen Mo, frustrated by his failed attempt to report Qin Shu. Chen Mo was plagued by insomnia. His eyes fixated on the radiant Qin Shu, whose success irked him greatly. Upon seeing Ma Chongfeng emerge, Chen Mo seized the opportunity to lodge another accusation. Elder Ma, Qin Shu is the murderer of Elder Withered Tree. You must not let him go. Silence. Ma Chongfeng's expression darkened. Chen Mo, why do you persist in defaming Qin Shu? A mere mortal? Defaming? Nonsense. Chen Mo, stifled by Ma Chongfeng's icy gaze, forced himself to declare, I only speak the truth. Did you witness it with your own eyes? To hastily conclude based solely on an unverified note is reckless. As a disciple of the Qingyan sect, how can you fail to discern right from wrong and engage in such slanderous acts? You not only tarnish your father's reputation, but also cast a shadow upon the Qingyan sect. With a stunned expression, Chen Mo spat out a mouthful of blood. He had come to a realization. Ma Chongfeng and Qin Shu were undoubtedly in league with one another. Chen Mo's face contorted in anger. While Ma Chongfeng coldly remarked that the cause of the elder's demise had already been clarified, this matter should not be revisited. Chen Mo could only nod in acquiescence, though he felt a deep-seated resentment, preparing to report back to the sect. Sensing the oppressive atmosphere, Shangwan Hongzhuang swiftly changed the subject. Uncle Ma, I thought you were headed to Qingyun City. What brings you to the Qingyan mountain range? It is as such, Ma Chongfeng explained. On my way to Qingyun City, I received a message from the sect indicating that the demonic beast in the Qingyan mountain range had inexplicably erupted in chaos, prompting me to investigate. Have you discovered the cause? Ma Chongfeng shook his head, revealing that he had not even begun his inquiry before being besieged by an overwhelming number of demonic beasts, as if they had anticipated his arrival and had laid in wait. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, accompanied by deafening roars. This is not good. The demonic beast army is upon us. Ma Chongfeng's expression changed drastically. The commotion was far more perilous than the beast tide of the previous day. This place is too dangerous. We must leave at once. Chapter 31. A clear melody. Countless demonic beasts roared and surged forward, their terrifying momentum soaring towards the heavens. Among them, a black figure, covered in scales and colossal in size, resembled a great mountain, exuding a terrifying aura that instilled a profound sense of oppression. The speed of the demonic beast was astounding as they swiftly caught up with the group. The multitude of bloodthirsty eyes among the demonic beasts caused Qin Shu and the others to feel a sense of foreboding. This escape seems rather challenging. Qin Shu muttered to himself. Ma Chongfeng summoned his sword, realizing there was no avenue for retreat. They could only fight valiantly. I shall confront that black beast king. You all deal with the other demonic beasts. The sword screamed as it soared skyward, its brilliance illuminating the surroundings. Ma Chongfeng aimed to replicate his previous success in slaying the beast king, trusting that the demonic beasts would retreat thereafter. Seeing this, the others hastily summoned their weapons to fend off the demonic beasts. Qin Shu stayed back to protect himself while the others joined the fray, concealing his true strength. He was merely at the 4th level of Qi refinement, rendering him significantly weaker against the ferocious demonic beasts. Charging in would be tantamount to delivering oneself as a meal. The demonic beasts this time were evidently stronger than the previous day, and Shangwan Hongzhuang and her companions found themselves struggling, one after another. Individuals were torn to shreds by the beast's razor-sharp claws, their anguished cries echoing throughout the bloody battlefield. The situation was dire, particularly for Ma Chongfeng, who had miscalculated. The Black Beast King was a tyrannical creature, entirely clad in black scales. Before this beast, Ma Chongfeng appeared as insignificant as an ant. A single punch from the beast negated Ma Chongfeng's attack. With a gaping maw, the beast unleashed a torrent of black flames that engulfed him in an instant. Ah! This is infuriating. An enraged voice echoed as Ma Chongfeng's clothing was incinerated, leaving him charred and in disarray. Beast, behold my wind and cloud sword. The Tyrannosaurus exhaled with disdain, its gaze contemptuous, clearly looking down upon Ma Chongfeng. Faced with the razor-sharp winds of the sword energy, A mere punch shattered the winds entirely. How could this be? Ma Chongfeng's pupils constricted, emitting a scream of disbelief. The Tyrannosaurus delivered another punch, its momentum as formidable as a mountain, its speed akin to lightning. With a thud, Ma Chongfeng was sent flying, blood spraying through the air. Qin Chu's eyes widened. The foundational stage Ma Chongfeng was no match for the Tyrannosaurus. And to say he was being crushed would not be an exaggeration. His mind raced as he sought a way to escape. A glance around at the densely packed beasts plunged his spirits into despair. Escape was utterly impossible. This impenetrable encirclement would not allow even an ant to slip through. The situation for the others was equally grim. Shangguan Hongzhuang's graceful figure was gradually stained with blood. Yu Tian and Chen Imo were similarly disheveled, their bodies covered in gore. The three great families fared even worse, their elite forces almost entirely decimated. Fortunately, Qin Chu's 3 bodyguards had survived, albeit with varying degrees of injury. In contrast, the beasts continued to surge forward, an endless army whose terrifying malice seemed almost tangible. Time trickled away, and the number of combatants dwindled. What should we do? I do not wish to perish here. Chen Imo screamed in terror, his body trembling violently. Shangguan Hongzhuang struck a beast away with her sword. Her face pale as she bit her lip, suddenly recalling the protective talisman her grandfather had given her. In haste, she retrieved a small pouch from her storage bag. The minor teleportation talisman. How splendid! Salvation was at hand. This talisman could transport individuals hundreds of kilometers in an instant, allowing for a complete escape from the Qing'an mountain range. Shangguan Hongwang called out, "Gather around me. I shall use the minor teleportation talisman to take us out." Upon hearing this, the crowd lit up with joy and hurriedly drew near to her. Qin Chu, leading the charge with the others, was the first to arrive. His speed astonishing. Shangguan Hongzhuang's lovely lips quivered. Qin Chu possessed a remarkable talent for fleeing. As everyone gathered, only Ma Chongfeng remained ensnared by the Tyrannosaurus. Unable to break free, Chen Imo, in a state of panic, urged Hongzhuang to activate the minor teleportation talisman, exclaiming that if they did not leave soon, they would all perish there. The fate of Ma Chongfeng was no longer a consideration. No, Yi Tian vehemently opposed. "We cannot abandon my master. Can you not see the situation? If we do not leave now, we will be torn apart by the beasts." Chen Mo's anger surged. Glaring at Yu Tian with a bloodthirsty gaze, wishing he could devour him, Yu Tian returned the glare, refusing to yield. Qin Chu did not wish for any misfortune to befall Ma Chongfeng either. Otherwise, who would handle the matters with the withered old man? 1,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones would be rendered worthless. Lord Yu speaks wisely. One must not be too selfish, or else one will have no friends. Now is not the time to discuss friendship. Preserving our lives is paramount. Chen Imo was on the brink of madness. Suddenly, Shangguan Hongzhuang interjected, urging for brevity. "Elder Ma, as a revered elder of the sect, could not be forsaken. I shall assist Elder Ma while Brother Yu safeguards the minor teleportation talisman for the time being." In a swift motion, I leapt towards Ma Chongfeng. Chen Mo's countenance darkened further, his composure on the verge of collapse. That wretched person. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes as he exchanged a knowing glance with Qin Gang. In unison, they launched an assault on Yu Tian, who was taken by surprise, allowing Chen Imo to seize the minor teleportation talisman. Subsequently, Chen Imo activated the talisman, enveloping everyone in a strange, mystical force. With a sinister chuckle, he taunted, "You fools! Unable to grasp the principle of a dead comrade is preferable to a living enemy. Have you all been dulled by your training? You despicable man!" Yu Tian glared at him. "Despicable?" Chen Imo sneered, delivering a powerful punch that sent Yu Tian flying. In a flash, he also sent Qin Chu hurtling away. "Enjoy the taste of being torn apart by beasts, you too." With that, Chen Imo and his cohorts vanished into thin air. Qin Chu stood there, stunned, his face flushing with rage. Chen Imo, that scoundrel, had betrayed him. Facing the terrifying beasts, Qin Chu's expression darkened as he cursed Chen Mo's ancestors in his heart. In this dire situation, Qin Chu felt a sense of despair and hesitantly asked Yu Tian, "My lord, do you possess a minor teleportation talisman?" Yu Tian shook his head. Not only did he lack one, but his master, Ma Chongfeng, did as well, which was why he sought Shangguan Hongzhuang's aid. What now? Were they to perish here, consumed by beasts, leaving no trace behind? He could only turn to the system for help. "System, how do I resolve this predicament?" This time, the system was responsive, providing an answer without hesitation. "Heavenly Dragonate sounds." The response was succinct. For words, "Heavenly Dragonate sounds." Qin Chu's face darkened as he continued to inquire, but the system fell silent. Alas, in critical moments, the system proves unreliable. The term Heavenly Dragon 8 sounds clearly indicated a technique's name, yet he did not possess it. Even if he did, there would be no time to utilize it. Suddenly, Qin Shu realized that his friendship value with Yu Tian had inexplicably accumulated to 56 points, meeting the criteria for a gift. Combining this with the system's prompt, he seemed to grasp something significant. He retrieved a book from his pocket, Qin Family's Technique. One Chan's clear sound. Although its grade was not high, merely of common quality, it was exceptionally suited for Yi Tian. Yi Tian, having been ambushed by Chun Mo and Qin Gang, was gravely injured and struggling against the beast's onslaught, particularly the deafening roars of the creatures, which were akin to demonic sounds, causing his ears and nose to bleed, inflicting great agony. One Chan's clear sound was precisely what he needed to negate external disturbances and facilitate comprehension in a short time. My lord Yi, this is for you. Chapter 32, Heavenly Dragon 8 Sounds, One Chan's clear sound. Yi Tian, after a rapid glance through the text, was filled with joy. Although One Chan's clear sound was of low grade, it was perfectly tailored for him. As a disciple of the Qingyan sect, his aptitude was undoubtedly commendable. He would multitask, fending off the beasts while simultaneously grasping One Chan's clear sound. Upon hearing the voice resonating within his mind, Qin Shu smiled. Indeed. It was the Heavenly Dragon's 8 tones. A notification chimed. Gift, intermediate grade martial art, celestial clear sound. Reward multiplier, 60 times. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the profound intermediate grade martial art. Heavenly Dragon's 8 tones. The technique has been stored within your spatial ring. The spatial ring is far more precious than a storage pouch, crafted through distinct principles. While a storage pouch is formed through spatial formations, a spatial ring is forged from spatial stones. Due to their differing foundations, spatial rings are considerably more stable and less prone to damage than storage pouches. Before embarking on his journey to the Qingyan mountain range, Qin Shu had intended to purchase a storage pouch at Qingyan Square. Serendipitously, the square had just received a new shipment, which included a 20-cubic spatial ring priced at 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Such rings are rare treasures, and without hesitation, Qin Shu made the purchase. Secretly extracting the Heavenly Dragon's 8 tones, he hastily glanced through its contents. The Heavenly Dragon's 8 tones consist of the sounds adhesive, kill, seize, capture, pull, drag, whirl, and hammer. Each term corresponds to a unique melody. Mastering these 8 tones allows one to unleash lethal techniques through sound. Once perfected, the Heavenly Dragon's 8 tones will embody the might of the Heavenly Dragon itself. As a member of the Dragon Clan, the Heavenly Dragon exerts a formidable bloodline suppression over all beasts. Though the 8 tones merely simulate the Heavenly Dragon's pressure, they still instill fear in demonic creatures. With Qin Shu's exceptional talent, grasping one of these tones in a short span is not an insurmountable challenge. At that moment, Shangwan Hongzhuang approached, supporting the gravely injured Ma Chongfeng, whose countenance was dark and blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, indicating serious wounds. Brother Yi, let us unite in defense while Elder Ma recuperates. Ma Chongfeng was the only foundational realm expert among them and their sole beacon of hope. As for Qin Shu, a mere mortal, he was not deemed a consideration. Understanding his place, Qin Shu took the initiative to assist Ma Chongfeng to a concealed spot for healing. As the injured man lay down, he coughed up another mouthful of blood. Alas, you, a foundational realm cultivator, cannot even handle a mere beast. Qin Shu had always believed that foundational realm experts were formidable beings, powerful enough to fly on swords, perfectly aligning with his fantasies of immortal cultivators. Yet, the reality was far less impressive. Ma Chongfeng's already grim expression darkened further. Damn it, foundational realm cultivators are still human, not gods. Fortunately, I had prepared before setting out. Otherwise, relying solely on your healing would leave me waiting indefinitely. Like a magician, he produced numerous bottles of healing elixirs, all of high quality, costing Qin Shu several tens of thousands of mid-grade spirit stones. Little revitalization pills, great revitalization pills, as for which would be effective for Ma Chongfeng. Qin Shu was no physician and could not discern. They were all healing elixirs. What was the difference? He hastily shoved every bottle into Ma Chongfeng's mouth, who sputtered, unsure if it was excitement or something else, his body shaking violently. Qin Shu interpreted this as excitement. In such perilous circumstances, possessing even a single vial of healing elixir is invaluable, let alone dozens. Surely, he was overwhelmed with joy and gratitude. However, what is the cause of the contorted visage? The situation is dire. Qin Chu retrieved the 8 sounds of the celestial dragon, perused them briefly, and then stored them in his spatial ring. By grasping even a single sound, the crisis could be alleviated. The 8 sounds are independent of one another, devoid of a sequential order. After much contemplation, Qin Chu chose to invoke the sound of captivation. It is a sound that seizes the heart and soul, instilling fear in the demonic beasts with the might of the celestial dragon. Approximately 10 minutes had passed. Ma Changfeng's complexion had notably improved, his breath gradually stabilizing. Peng Peng, Shangguan Hongzhuang, and Yi Tian were unceremoniously thrown before him. Both were drenched in blood, particularly Shangguan Hongzhuang, whose garments were torn, revealing large swathes of her delicate skin. They had merely withstood the onslaught for 10 minutes, and Qin Chu had no time to appreciate their plight, only feeling that they were utterly inept. Upon hearing Qin Chu's sardonic remarks, Shangguan Hongzhuang spat out a mouthful of blood, enraged. "If you're so capable, why don't you step up?" She glared at him. "I will indeed step up," Qin Chu replied as he rose, striding towards the demonic beast under their incredulous gazes. "Come back," Shangguan Hongzhuang shouted desperately. Yu Tian echoed her concern. "Qin Chu, don't do anything foolish." Foolish? Qin Chu was not one to sacrifice himself for others. Had it not been for the 8 sounds of the celestial dragon, he would never have dared to step forward. Under their watchful eyes, Qin Chu suddenly lifted his head, his long hair billowing dramatically, exuding an aura of grandeur. In truth, the demonic beasts were not terrifying. It was merely their weakness that was evident. Observe how this mere mortal breaks the enemy. You? The corners of their mouths twitched. Even now, he feigned bravado. What followed left them utterly astounded. Qin Chu gazed at the ferocious beast and slowly intoned the word captivate. This single utterance seemed to possess an enchanting power, causing all the demonic beasts to freeze momentarily, fear flickering in their wide eyes. Immediately afterward, the beast let out a howl and fled in terror. How was this possible? Shangguan Hongzhuang's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. She was genuinely taken aback. How had Qin Chu achieved this? With just a single word, he had frightened off the demonic beast. Such an occurrence felt surreal. In any case, the crisis had been averted, and they all exhaled in relief. Shangguan Hongzhuang recalled Chun Mo's despicable actions, resolving that upon returning to the Qingyun sect, he would pay dearly for his misdeeds. Qin Chu, however, felt no joy. Instead, he stared blankly at the looming mountain. Perplexed that the violent dragon seemed unperturbed by the might of the celestial dragon, this was illogical. Perhaps his cultivation was too shallow, rendering the power of the 8 sounds of the celestial dragon inadequate to intimidate the violent dragon. The dragon's bloodthirsty eyes locked onto Qin Chu, as if it were poised to devour him at any moment. While Qin Chu sought a way to extricate himself, Ma Changfeng appeared before him. "Kid, I'll settle the score later. I will handle the violent dragon. You take Shangguan and the others and leave." "Understood," Qin Chu nodded, helping Shangguan Hongzhuang and Yi Tian to their feet. Yet, Yi Tian, stubborn as he was, insisted on fighting alongside Ma Changfeng, their bond as master and disciple evident. Reluctantly, Qin Chu had no choice but to depart with Shangguan Hongzhuang, who was severely injured and moving far too slowly. Under the most reluctant circumstances, Shangguan Hongzhuang found herself forcefully carried on Qin Chu's shoulder. "Qin Chu, you scoundrel, put me down at once." Her face flushed crimson as she felt the potent masculinity radiating from him, rendering her even more bashful. "Behave yourself," Qin Chu admonished impatiently, delivering a sharp smack to Shangguan Hongzhuang's pert backside. "We're fleeing now. There's no time for decorum." Startled, Shangguan Hongzhuang's body quivered, her eyes brimming with fury at this audacious man who dared to strike her in such a private area. The unexpected softness that lingered from the encounter left her feeling both embarrassed and restless. The journey ahead was marked by her silence. Suddenly, Qin Chu halted, his gaze fixed on a figure blocking their path. "Is that you?" he questioned. "Indeed. Are you not surprised?" The words that followed from Qin Chu shattered the composure of the roadblock. "After several days, how have you transformed into this ghastly sight? You were already unattractive, and now you are even more so." The interloper, Huang Tianxi, appeared unrecognizable. His brows were disheveled like untamed autumn grass, and his nose twisted and crooked like a gnarled branch. "You remain as loathsome as ever," he retorted, his countenance dark and his eyes bloodshot, reminiscent of a ferocious beast. Huang Tianxi, once vanished, now stood before them, gaunt and hollow, as if his vitality had been drained. "This transformation is your doing. I will see you dead." Huang Tianxi hissed, his face adorned with ominous black runes, exuding a terrifying aura. Qin Chu felt a twinge of unease. Huang Tianxi's presence was markedly more formidable than before, rivaling even the most fearsome foes. Have you taken some potent elixir? In such a wretched state, and with that dark aura, you must have resorted to illicit practices. Put Shangguan Hongzhuang down. You handle him, Qin Chu ordered. Shangguan Hongzhuang's heart raced. In her prime, she would have faced Huang Tianxi without fear, but now, gravely injured. Her strength was but a fraction of its former self, rendering her incapable of confronting him. I will not go, she protested, shaking her head. What do you mean? If you want tea, must he take your place? Qin Chu was at a loss for words. Ha! You coward, hiding behind a woman. How shameless. Huang Tianxi scoffed, his disdain palpable. Let us go, and I will offer you 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones, Qin Chu proposed, hoping to resolve the matter with wealth. While money is not omnipotent, it can indeed play a critical role in life and death situations. However, the mention of wealth seemed to ignite a furious response in Huang Tianxi. You wretch, even as death approaches, you continue to insult me. His anger surged. Qin Chu, emboldened by his riches, had repeatedly provoked Huang Tianxi, causing his resolve to shatter. To mend his fractured spirit, his family had sent him to a valley within the Qingyun mountain range to cultivate his heart. Little did he know that this so-called heart refining would reduce him to a mere plaything for a succubus, toiling tirelessly and losing vast amounts of vitality, resulting in his current ghastly appearance. Though his mindset had crumbled, miraculously, his spirit had been restored, now more resilient than ever before. The female demon, in her quest for sustainability, coerced him into practicing the sinister black saber technique, a method so malevolent that it thrived on the consumption of human blood to replenish its essence. The recent upheaval in the Qingyun mountain range aimed to lure human cultivators, reducing them to mere flesh and blood for her malevolent purposes. The unexpected arrival of Qin Chu was a delightful surprise for Huang Tianxi, who was exhilarated and declared his intent to devour him. Will you still consume people? That's rather frightening, Qin Chu thought, as he hoisted Shangguan Hongzhuang and fled with unprecedented swiftness, the wind at his heels. Huang Tianxi, however, was unyielding, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he lunged towards Qin Chu. Think of something quickly, Shangguan Hongzhuang urged, her gaze fixed anxiously on Huang Tianxi's relentless pursuit. Given the man's grotesque nature, if he were to consume Qin Chu, her fate would be equally dire. What can I, a mere mortal, do when even you, a cultivator, are helpless? Qin Chu retorted, observing Huang Tianxi's proximity. In desperation, he hurled several spherical explosives known as blast pills, one-time use items capable of unleashing the full force of a 6th-level Qi explosion. To safeguard his life, he had procured dozens of boxes from Qingyun Square. Whether these would suffice to deter the monstrous Huang Tianxi remained uncertain. As the blast pills approached Huang Tianxi, they detonated with a thunderous roar. Caught off guard, Huang Tianxi staggered back, but suffered no significant harm. Before he could recover, dozens more blast pills soared towards him. If one won't suffice, then let it be dozens. If I cannot kill him, I can at least buy some time. The explosions erupted with tremendous force, sending Huang Tianxi hurtling away, despite his preparedness. Why didn't you use these sooner? Shangguan Hongzhuang glared at him, her frustration palpable. This wretch had hoarded his resources, leading to her grievous injuries. Qin Chu, uninterested in her ire, continued to launch more explosives. This is infuriating, Huang Tianxi muttered, brushing off the dust, his face now adorned with more dark runes, enveloped in ominous energy. You are destined to perish. How can he be unscathed? Qin Chu mused, his determination hardening. The previous mushroom cloud could not have been an illusion. Gritting his teeth, he released all remaining blast pills, numbering in the thousands. This time, he must fall. Hearing the cacophony of explosions behind him, a sense of relief washed over him. Nonetheless, he did not slow his pace, continuing to sprint with Shangguan Hongzhuang until they reached a precipice. Surely we are safe now, he declared, unceremoniously dropping Shangguan Hongzhuang and gasping for breath. Despite practicing the indestructible body technique, which significantly enhanced his stamina and endurance after hours of relentless running, he was still panting heavily. Shangguan Hongzhuang plopped down onto the ground. You are exceedingly rude. Oh, come now. I've carried you for so long. You should be grateful. Qin Chu replied, casting her a sidelong glance. Suddenly, his expression froze, and he exclaimed, What the hell? Huang Tianxi had somehow caught up, and judging by his appearance, he had only sustained minor injuries. The blast pills had been counterfeit. A treacherous merchant, indeed. With a bitter curse, Qin Chu gazed at the unfathomable abyss, feeling his previously relaxed demeanor tighten once again. Run. Why have you stopped? If you have the courage, jump. Huang Tianxi pulled out a black vial from his pocket. I've changed my mind. I cannot allow you to perish so easily. You must experience what I have endured. He continued, do you know what this is? It's the great power diamond powder. Just a whiff will endow you with the strength to fight all day without fatigue. Now, prepare to relish your darkest hour. A sinister gleam sparkled in Huang Tianxi's eyes as he opened the black vial and tossed it towards Qin Chu. Several demonic beasts emerged from the shadows, their bloodthirsty eyes brimming with excitement and desire. Is this the work of a human? Qin Chu gasped in horror, covering his mouth and nose. Suddenly, he recalled his formidable diamond body technique, which rendered ordinary substances ineffective against him. But Shangguan Hongzhuang was doomed. Upon inhaling the great power diamond powder, her complexion flushed crimson, akin to fervor. The beast slowly advanced upon her. System, if I leap down, what are my chances of survival? Rest assured, host, you shall not perish. Jump without fear. If an unforeseen accident does occur, the system will bury you and select a new host. Qin Chu's lips twitched in annoyance, eager to argue with the system. But the moment was not opportune. Casting a glance back at the precipice, he hoisted Shangguan Hongzhuang and leapt into the void. Huang Tianxi, just you wait. Huang Tianxi, somewhat disappointed, glanced back at the unfathomable chasm before departing with the beasts. Qin Chu and Shangguan Hongzhuang plummeted freely. The howling wind made his eyelids flutter. After several hours of descent, how could they still not reach the bottom? 3 more hours passed, and finally, they discerned the dim outline of the valley floor. The impact of nearly 10 hours of free fall would surely shatter their bones upon collision. At that moment, a peculiar energy enveloped both Qin Chu and Shangguan Hongzhuang, gently slowing their descent. The system had intervened. They landed safely, unscathed. However, Shangguan Hongzhuang appeared strange, her breath rapid, her face flushed to the point of almost bleeding. Could the great power diamond powder enhance a woman's combat prowess as well? This was a matter that required resolution, for dire consequences loomed. Qin Chu felt conflicted and resolved to sacrifice himself to prevent Shangguan Hongzhuang from seeking retribution later. He retrieved a recording stone as evidence, stating, I, Qin Chu, resorted to this desperate measure to save Shangguan Hongzhuang. It was not a deliberate act, and the heavens bear witness. After recording this statement, he even provided a close-up of Shangguan Hongzhuang. The evidence was complete. Next, Chapter 34. I can explain. Within the grand hall of the Qin family, the atmosphere was one of solemnity and depression. The family head, Qin Hung, wore an exceptionally grim expression, his brows furrowing in anguish. Chu is dead. How can he be gone? Qin Chu was his only son, the embodiment and testament of his love with his wife. Now that he was lost, how would he account for this upon his wife's return? Memories of past interactions with Qin Chu flickered through his mind, and the sorrow and indignation within him became overwhelming, tears welling in his fierce eyes. Family matters were presently overseen by Qin Gang. He turned to leave the hall, leaving behind relatives with complex expressions. Qin Gang felt a surge of joy in his heart, though his face still bore traces of grief as he clasped his fist to the crowd, expressing his condolences over the loss of the elder brother's son. He lamented the tragedy and called for cooperation from all present. The others hastily returned the gesture, pledging their utmost support to Qin Gang. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Hung had wandered into Qin Chu's small courtyard. Gazing at the familiar surroundings, memories flooded back, and tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. A man may shed tears, but only when truly heartbroken. He sat in a daze on the stone bench in the courtyard. The 4 spirits of Qin Yun rushed in, exclaiming that the master was truly in distress. Qin Heng nodded, revealing that Qin Chu had perished at the hands of a ferocious beast. And even the elders of Qin Yun sect, including Shangguan Hongzhuang, were not spared. The 4 spirits furrowed their brows, given Qin Heng's steady and shameless nature. How could anything have happened to him? Hearing it from Qin Hung himself left them incredulous. Master, based on our understanding of the young master, he would not come to harm, they asserted. Qin Hung was taken aback, pondering their remarks. The 4 spirits were at a loss for words. They could not state that their young master was inherently shameless, that he would survive while others perished, nor could they suggest he would sacrifice himself for others. These thoughts remained unspoken, veiled in ambiguity. Meanwhile, at the foot of the Qingyan Mountains, Qin Chu looked upon the slumbering Shangguan Hongzhuang with a mixture of emotions. Yi Suner had been his first woman, and Shangguan Hongzhuang, the second. Reflecting on the recent battle, he realized that without the protection of the diamond body, he might have truly faltered. The might of the diamond body was terrifying. Shangguan Hongzhuang seemed like an unyielding machine, relentlessly pushing him to his limits. A troubling thought crossed Qin Chu's mind. Would someone as proud as Shangguan Hongzhuang, in a moment of confusion, take his life? The recording stone served as evidence. Yet it felt precarious. The best strategy was to retreat. However, leaving a severely injured and defiled Shangguan Hongzhuang here felt inhumane. After an internal struggle, Qin Shu resolved to confront the situation. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying a hint of coolness. Shangguan Hongzhuang lay bare, her garments shredded beyond repair. He retrieved his clothing from the storage ring, intending to cover her. Just as he approached, the once sleeping Shangguan Hongzhuang suddenly opened her eyes, locking gazes with Qin Shu. Cough. I can explain, he began. Explain your grandfather. Shangguan Hongzhuang understood everything in an instant. Her blush transforming into a frigid glare as she bit into Qin Shu's arm. He did not resist, allowing her to vent her frustrations. For he was shielded by the diamond body, and the pain was trivial. Blood streamed from Qin Shu's arm as Shangguan Hongzhuang remained unyielding, her face flushed with indignation. You lecher, I'll bite you to death. Ah, and what would that change? Qin Shu sighed, producing the recording stone. After reading the content of the reflection stone, Shangguan Hongzhuang released her arms, biting her lip tightly and falling into silence. Proud as she was, it was difficult for her to accept the alluring image of herself. After a considerable time, she hugged her knees, burying her head between her legs. Qin Shu deliberately coughed, suggesting that the weather was cool and perhaps she should put on some clothes. Indeed, she was still bare. Shangguan Hongzhuang shot Qin Shu a glare and hurriedly donned the garments, which were somewhat oversized on her, making her appear rather loose-fitting. You must take responsibility for me, Shangguan Hongzhuang suddenly declared. Once I inform my grandfather, we will be bound as partners. Her tone was not one of negotiation, but rather an authoritative command. Qin Shu was at a loss for how to respond, feeling a tumult of emotions. This was entirely different from what he had envisioned. In the narratives of his past life, after such encounters, individuals would part ways without a second thought, each returning to their own lives without any obligation. Here, however, it was entirely transformed. Though Qin Shu was affectionate, he was no scoundrel. He felt compelled to take responsibility for Shangguan Hongzhuang. Very well, Qin Shu nodded, acquiescing to the idea of becoming partners with Shangguan Hongzhuang. With her fair skin, striking beauty, and long legs, she was indeed worthy of him. Being a distinguished disciple of the Qinyan sect. Subsequently, a silence enveloped them, creating an awkward atmosphere. Qin Shu felt somewhat uncomfortable, glancing around. Shall we explore our surroundings to see if there is an exit? Shangguan Hongzhuang did not seem averse to the change in address. However, as she took a step forward, a sharp pain coursed through her lower body, causing her to frown. I will assist you, Qin Shu offered, displaying his understanding. The bottom of the cliff was essentially a valley, shaped like a concave. The position where they stood was precisely at the valley's base. Surrounded by sheer cliffs and towering trees, the two of them chose a direction to wander instinctively. During their journey, Qin Shu noticed that their friendship value had unknowingly soared to 89 points, placing them in the third tier. It appeared that Shangguan Hongzhuang's commitment to becoming his partner was not merely verbal, but genuine. In the following days, the two remained meandering in the valley, without discovering an escape route. Fortunately, the bond between Qin Shu and Shangguan Hongzhuang intensified rapidly, with their friendship value climbing to 95 points in just a few days. The dynamics between a solitary man and a woman inevitably led to awkward encounters. Qin Shu, under various pretenses, took every opportunity to touch Shangguan Hongzhuang, relishing the closeness. After several days of recuperation, along with Qin Shu's healing elixirs, Shangguan Hongzhuang's injuries had mostly healed. Having battled with demonic beasts, she sensed a faint indication of breaking through to the pinnacle of the 9th layer of qi cultivation. Yet, she chose not to advance, suppressing the urge. The purity of her spiritual energy was insufficient. A hasty breakthrough could jeopardize her foundation and future cultivation path. How could she enhance the concentration of her spiritual energy? Qin Shu, being new to cultivation, was unaware of such intricacies. Different cultivation methods yield varying concentrations of spiritual energy, the higher the level of the method, the denser the spiritual energy produced. Shangguan Hongzhuang has cultivated the Great Purple Celestial Technique to the mid-level of the yellow grade. Regrettably, it exists only in fragmentary form. The complete Great Purple Celestial Technique could potentially reach the upper echelon of the yellow grade or even the pinnacle. In the initial stages of cultivation, there are no apparent anomalies. However, as one progresses to the later stages of qi refinement, the deficiencies gradually become pronounced. Shangguan Hongzhuang has attempted to complete the mental cultivation method, but the paths to the other fragments remain elusive. Upon hearing that an incomplete volume of the ZY Secret Classic was among the auction items in Qingyun City, she speculated it could be a part of the Great Purple Celestial Technique. Recalling the brazen demeanor of the individual at the auction, she could not help but exclaim, "Were it not for that scoundrel, the Zixia Secret Classic would have been mine." The Zixia Secret Classic? The auction? Qin Chu was at a loss. It turned out that the one bidding for the Zixia Secret Classic was none other than Shangguan Hongzhuang. Hongzhuang, I am that scoundrel. Chapter 35. Being plump is a form of beauty. Fate is a curious thing, indescribable and unfathomable. In the unseen realms, it is already predetermined. At the moment she secured the Zixia Secret Classic, the red thread of destiny entwined Qin Chu and Shangguan Hongzhuang. With her striking eyes narrowed, she said, "You are that wretched person?" Ahem, it cannot be spoken thus. The auction is a matter of fair competition, and the highest bidder prevails. Humph. Shangguan Hongzhuang was unconvinced. Turning her head to ignore Qin Chu, he produced the Zixia Secret Classic and presented it before her, saying, "This is for you." The Zixia Secret Classic might indeed be a fragment of the Great Purple Celestial Technique. Shangguan Hongzhuang, unreserved, began to peruse it. With each page, her excitement grew. The Zixia Secret Classic was indeed a part of the Great Purple Celestial Technique, and only when united could they be whole. The complete version of the Great Purple Celestial Technique reaches the pinnacle of the yellow grade, a treasure of immense value. Even the foundational technique of the Qingyun sect pales in comparison. Beside her, Qin Chu was even more exhilarated. Ding. Gift. Incomplete yellow grade Zixia Secret Classic. Reward multiplier, 200 times. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the Earth-level mid-grade technique, 9 transformations divine will technique. The technique was automatically stored in the storage ring. 9 transformations divine will technique? Earth-level mid-grade technique? It surpasses the indestructible diamond technique in grade. The 9 transformations divine will technique cultivates spiritual power in quantities and concentrations that are astonishingly superior to typical Earth-grade techniques. Moreover, it comes with an offensive form, the 9 transformations divine wheel. In its perfected state, it can unleash 9 divine wheels simultaneously, wielding boundless power. In comparison, the Qin family technique, the Tianlan technique, was utterly inferior. Resolutely, he discarded the Tianlan technique and opted to cultivate the 9 transformations divine will technique. After integrating the Zixia Secret Classic with the Great Purple Celestial Technique, Shangguan Hongzhuang's internal spiritual power concentration surged rapidly, enveloping her form in a faint purple aura. Qin Chu chose not to disturb her. He swiftly glanced at the 9 transformations divine will technique and began to convert his internal spiritual power. The extraordinary quality of his aptitude was astonishing. He encountered no obstacles in comprehending the Earth-level technique, completing the transformation in merely half an hour. At the moment of success, Qin Chu's cultivation level surged, propelling him into the 5th layer of Qi refinement. Qin Chu was far from satisfied. At the 5th level of Qi refinement, he could only exert his influence in Qingyun City. Beyond its borders, he was nothing but insignificant. Take the Qingyun mountain range, for instance. It appeared tranquil. Yet an eerie sensation lingered, as though unseen eyes were fixated upon them. At that moment, Shangguan Hongzhuang had also completed her cultivation. Everything had gone smoothly. Her cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of Qi refinement, and the next step was to enter seclusion for foundation establishment. Only upon entering the foundation establishment realm could one truly be considered powerful. What are you staring at? Shangguan Hongzhuang opened her eyes. Noticing Qin Chu gazing at her with a dazed expression, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she chided him. The rosy hue of her face starkly contrasted with her previously haughty and indifferent demeanor, creating a captivating charm. The clouds yearn for garments, the flowers long for beauty. As the spring breeze caresses the threshold, rich with dew, Qin Chu blurted out instinctively. Shangguan Hongzhuang paused, savoring his words. Their beauty rendered her cheeks even redder. "Am I truly that beautiful?" she murmured, her voice as delicate as a whisper. "Indeed, your beauty resembles that of a celestial maiden descending to the mortal realm. With a single smile, you could captivate a city, and with a second, an entire nation, while a third would win hearts." Though he spoke these flattering words, inwardly he reveled in the pleasure of complimenting her, for which woman could resist such praise? Gazing at her enchanting yet cool visage, Qin Chu felt a stir in his heart, reminiscing about the wildness at the cliff's base, a feeling ineffable, yearning to delve deeper once more. However, an untimely voice abruptly interrupted. "What is wrong with you two? Displaying affection, do not flaunt it before me. It's quite vexing, Tiger Lord. Is someone there?" Their expressions shifted dramatically. Having wandered at the cliff space for several days without encountering any living creature, the sudden emergence of a voice was bewildering. Qin Chu felt as though a pair of eyes were upon them, and indeed, there was someone. His gaze swept over to see a massive white tiger observing them with evident displeasure. Upon catching sight of the white tiger, Qin Chu felt no fear. Rather, he was inclined to laugh. The tiger was colossal, towering over them, its body round and plump. Particularly notable was its broad face adorned with the character for kings, its features nearly squished by its excess flesh. What kind of gaze is that? Are you mocking Tiger Lord for being fat? The white tiger glared, growing increasingly irate. At least you acknowledge your own heft. Though the white tiger appeared harmless, Qin Chu sensed an underlying danger. To be honest, are you truly fat? Or just lacking in tiger-like ferocity? The white tiger seethed with rage, a violent aura swirling around it. Yet upon hearing Qin Chu's subsequent words, its murderous intent vanished in an instant. You perceive being overweight as a flaw, as something negative. Qin Chu shook his head. No, being plump is a form of beauty. A distinct kind of opulent charm. There once existed a mortal kingdom that revered plumpness. They believed that only a fuller figure could signify vitality. Really? Is there such a notion? The tiger was momentarily taken aback, Qin Chu's assertion shattering its preconceptions, leaving it in a state of self-doubt. Shangguan Hongzhuang instinctively glanced at herself. She possessed a standard physique, neither overweight nor underweight, perfectly balanced. Could it be that Qin Chu was truly deceiving the white tiger? Given Qin Chu's propensity for loose talk, it was entirely plausible. The disdainful woman, Shangguan Hongzhuang, curled her lip. Why do others see me as both plump and unattractive? Questioned the white tiger, perplexed. Once, someone had come to the cliff's edge, ridiculing its chubby form, only to be devoured in return. The world mocks my madness. Yet I find amusement in their inability to see the truth. Qin Chu, with a face full of derision and disdain, remarked that those who utter such words are undoubtedly short-sighted. Besides, one's weight is a personal matter. It is of no concern to others. As the white tiger's eyes sparkled with newfound brightness, it declared, "You are not so bad. I shall spare you." Qin Chu let out a sigh of relief, though he felt a wave of nausea at having spoken those words. The sudden chime of a system notification disrupted his calm. Spirit Beast White Tiger detected. Base return multiplier, 500 times. Current friendship value, 30 points. Gift conditions not met. A Spirit Beast with a 500-fold multiplier? Qin Chu's eyes brimmed with excitement. Given such a multiplier, he could endure any insult, or even shamelessness. The White Tiger, feeling the intensity of Qin Chu's gaze, stiffened, pondering if he had caught the creature's fancy. With a heavy exhale, it thought to itself that should Qin Chu offend the tiger, he would face dire consequences. Qin Chu, wearing a broad smile, approached the white tiger. The 30 points of friendship indicated the creature bore him no ill will. Under the wary gaze of the white tiger, he retrieved a large piece of spirit horse meat from his storage ring. Spirit horse meat was Qin Chu's favorite, akin to the braised beef of his previous life. Before his journey, he had made a point to purchase some and store it away. For me? The white tiger's eyes gleamed at the sight of the meat. Qin Chu nodded gently. Clearly, the plump creature had an appetite, and winning its favor with food was undoubtedly the best strategy. As expected, the white tiger eagerly devoured the offering, relishing each bite with an expression of pure enjoyment. Delicious. Far better than that insipid snake meat. After finishing the spirit horse meat, the white tiger looked up at Qin Chu with a yearning gaze, its intentions unmistakable. Qin Chu, not wishing to be stingy, decided that a little more spirit horse meat was a small price to pay for the white tiger's goodwill. From his storage ring, he brought forth an array of meats, offering them all to the white tiger for a hearty feast. The creature was exhilarated, chomping down eagerly, causing Qin Chu's favorability rating to soar past 50 points in mere moments. With a base multiplier of 500, such gifts were bound to yield great returns. What did the white tiger desire? Excluding meat, which was no longer under consideration. Spirit stones? Living at the cliff's base for so long, what use would they serve? As for medicinal pills, Qin Chu was uncertain if the white tiger had a taste for them. Nevertheless, he thought of the only item that could suffice. Tiger. This is a top-grade qi gathering pill, replenishing spiritual energy and quite palatable, Qin Chu said with a sycophantic grin, revealing several aromatic pills that lay in his palm. The white tiger displayed a human-like disdain, continuing to feast upon its meat. Did it look down on me? Did it find me unworthy, or simply unlikable? Qin Chu's expression darkened as he reluctantly produced a premium energy-replenishing pill. The white tiger's expression mirrored his, its disdain intensifying. I was truly incensed. You have successfully provoked me. A dozen types of pills lay before the white tiger, all procured at exorbitant prices from the Qingyun workshop. Most were first-grade pills, with only one being of second-grade quality. First-grade pills are suitable for the qi refinement stage, while the second-grade ones cater to the foundation establishment stage. The white tiger's initially dismissive demeanor faltered as it sniffed the second-grade pill, finding it acceptable. With a flick of its tongue, it swallowed the pill whole. Such a picky eater, Qin Chu thought, smirking at the tiger's discerning nose, which seemed to prefer the more expensive options. However, it mattered little. The 500-fold reward would surely be delectable. Ding. Gift. Second-grade spirit bone pill. Reward multiplier. 500 times. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 500 boxes of second-grade white tiger brand flesh muscle pills. The flesh muscle pills have been automatically stored in the storage ring. What on earth is a white tiger brand flesh muscle pill? After perusing the description of the flesh muscle pill, Qin Chu was utterly disheartened, even tempted to curse. The white tiger brand flesh muscle pill is specifically designed for felines, enhancing physical strength and speed while purifying spiritual energy. This concoction offers numerous benefits to tigers, tailored entirely for their kind. Suddenly, an idea struck Qin Chu as he glanced at the white tiger, a plan forming in his mind. As the possessor of a system, one cannot be without a majestic mount. The white tiger would serve perfectly in that role. Plump and robust, riding upon its back would be quite the experience. Look at this tiger, he exclaimed. Under the puzzled gaze of the white tiger, a colossal iron chest materialized out of thin air. At the moment the chest was opened, both the white tiger and Shengwan Hongzhuang were taken aback. Qin Chu himself was astonished by its size. Inside the iron chest, each pill was as large as a football, resembling not a pill but rather a sizable meatball. The white tiger drooled profusely, swallowing a meatball whole and savoring it with gusto, declaring it the most delicious morsel it had ever tasted. Upon finishing a meatball, the white tiger discovered that the spiritual energy within it was gradually compressing, albeit faintly. Yet it was sensitive enough to notice. What a remarkable treasure! The iron chest contained 10 flesh muscle pills, all of which disappeared into the white tiger's belly in mere moments. Qin Chu's lips twitched. Were it not for the 499 remaining boxes, he would be unable to sustain such a creature. Though the white tiger appeared chubby and somewhat foolish, it was not truly dim-witted. The area at the cliff's base was vast, making it unlikely that only one white tiger resided there. The absence of other creatures likely meant they had become the tiger's sustenance. Qin Chu was unperturbed. Once the white tiger had consumed the flesh muscle pills and let out a satisfied belch, he turned to Shengwan Hongzhuang, saying, "It's getting late. We should take our leave." "Don't go," the white tiger pleaded urgently. "Qin Chu has departed, but who has bestowed upon him such delectable meat essence pills? As an intelligent white tiger, it is imperative to ascertain one matter. How many meatballs do you possess?" "Not many, merely 500 boxes." Qin Chu, employing a strategy of feigned capture, casually remarked. 500 boxes? Each box contains 10 pieces. 500 boxes equate to 50,000 pieces. That is quite a substantial quantity. Qin Chu's lips twitched slightly. Acknowledging the accuracy of this calculation, it is indeed 50,000 pieces. The white tiger inhaled deeply and glanced back, as if having made a momentous decision. "From now on, I shall accompany you, but you must guarantee me a box daily." Qin Chu feigned hesitation, nodding with a look of considerable difficulty. Shengwan Hongzhuang was taken aback. Qin Chu was truly cunning, effortlessly persuading the once formidable white tiger to become his subordinate. Thus, the duo transformed into a trio, 2 humans and 1 tiger. "Tiger, the cliff is so steep. How shall we ascend?" "Climb upon my back, and I shall fly us up." "Tiger, your back is so plump and soft. Resting upon it is quite comfortable." The white tiger retorted, "Let me caution you. I am merely allowing you a temporary ride, not becoming your steed." "Understood. Now let us take flight." Qin Chu lay upon the plush cushion, impatiently urging. The white tiger jolted, nearly losing balance and tumbling down. The 10,000 Snake Cave. This is a forbidden place within the Qingyun mountain range, a gathering ground for myriad serpents, where even foundational realm cultivators dare not tread lightly. At this moment, deep within the 10,000 Snake Cave, a series of gasps echoed through the chamber, akin to a siren's song, laden with immense temptation. Suddenly, with a thunderous sound, a naked man shot forth from the cave. Humph, worthless wretch. Despite devouring so many human essences, you remain feeble. A voice filled with dissatisfaction rang out. Following this, a woman clad in translucent silk emerged from the cave, her expression icy, clearly displeased with the man's performance. Her emerald green curls resembled serpents, and her alluring visage bore a delicate blush, especially accentuated by her striking figure, partially concealed beneath the sheer fabric. Great Serpent King, spare me this time. I shall surely satisfy you next. Huang Tianxi trembled as he knelt before the woman. He was the man in question. After consuming the blood essence of dozens of humans, his body had regained its previous fullness. He approached the Serpent King with a newfound confidence, only to discover that the Serpent King was even more formidable than he had anticipated, draining him of his vital essence yet remaining unsatisfied. Huang Tianxi appeared gaunt and emaciated, desperately pleading with the Serpent King. Were it not for the monthly tribute of strong men from your Huang family, I would have turned you into jerky long ago. Yes, Huang Tianxi prostrated himself repeatedly. In truth, the Serpent King held a certain level of satisfaction with Huang Tianxi. Others sent by the Huang family could hardly endure a few days before meeting their demise. Yet Huang Tianxi had managed to last the longest. Suddenly, the Serpent King's emerald eyes narrowed, as if sensing something, muttering to himself, how did that creature manage to escape? Suddenly, Huang Tianxi was lifted into the air. Qin Shu and Shangguan Hongzhuang rode the white tiger as they soared from the cliff, surveying their surroundings. Qin Shu furrowed his brow. The atmosphere here was ominously eerie. Unlike the site of his fall, just as he was about to inquire of the white tiger, a woman clad in black robes descended from the sky. The white tiger, with a glare, questioned, "What brings you here, you cunning serpent?" Chapter 37. The Escape of the Green Princess. Cunning Serpent? The Serpent King, Green Princess, felt a chill at the remark. The white tiger's tongue remained as sharp as ever. "What brings you out today?" The Green Princess and the white tiger were neighbors, their relationship fraught with tension and frequent skirmishes. Each encounter typically favored the white tiger, claiming numerous members of her kin, devoured by its voracious appetite. Yet, despite having coexisted for centuries, she had never witnessed the white tiger emerging from the cliff's depths. Today was different. Who were the man and woman on its back? Huang Tianxi suddenly spoke, his voice hoarse and grating. "Qin Shu, how are you still alive? Even a bottomless chasm couldn't claim your life. It's infuriating." Qin Shu leapt down from the tiger's back. "It has only been a few days, and you have grown more grotesque. Is this wretched appearance still human?" "Indeed." Huang Tianxi pondered, a rare moment of silence washing over him as he regarded his reflection. His skin was shriveled, resembling a deflated balloon. His eye sockets were sunken, and all vitality had been drained by the Green Princess. He was barely clinging to life. Had he not been a cultivator, he would have succumbed long ago. After a brief silence, Huang Tianxi suddenly looked up. "Serpent King, I wish for him to perish. Who do you think you are to instruct me?" The Green Princess's emerald eyes, sharp as radar, scanned Qin Shu, who, despite being an ordinary mortal devoid of power, exuded a vitality more robust than Huang Tianxi at his peak. "If you comply and accompany me, I might consider sparing your life and allow you to relish the ecstasy of ascension." The Green Princess provocatively tore away her black shoulder strap, revealing her smooth, pale skin. "Do not be so brazen. Your presence disgusts me," Qin Shu retorted, remaining unfazed and instead wearing a look of disdain. With the stunning Shangguan Hongzhuang beside him, he had no desire to engage with the serpent. The Green Princess's eyes glinted with malice. "Looking for death?" With a proud toss of its head, the white tiger dismissed her, declaring, "The Lord Tiger is here. You, a mere serpent, are not worthy of intimidation. Dead tiger, let me see if you have improved." The Green Princess and the white tiger were evenly matched in cultivation. The white tiger relied on its formidable physique to dominate, while the Green Princess had absorbed the essence of many strong men over the years, believing herself to be equal to the white tiger. Not one for idle words. The white tiger charged directly at the Green Princess. She, wary of the threat, transformed into a massive black serpent several dozen meters long, engaging the white tiger in fierce combat. Seizing the opportunity, Huang Tianxi attempted to ambush Qin Shu, whose calm demeanor unsettled him. "Qin Shu, I leave her to you," he called, having spent mere days in her company, and the title he bestowed upon Shangguan Hongzhuang shifted once more. Shangguan Hongzhuang's lips twitched, previously injured. She had not been Huang Tianxi's match. Now fully healed, and with her cultivation having advanced, she regarded Huang Tianxi's superficial level of qi refinement at the 9th stage with disdain. Indeed, Having lost most of his vitality, Huang Tianzi's strength was inferior to what it had been. He could not withstand even a minute before being sent flying by a single palm strike from Shangguan Hongzhuang. You are also at the 9th stage of qi refinement? Huang Tianzi exclaimed, horrified and incredulous. Suddenly reminded of Qin Chu's title, his eyes turned crimson with fury. How could such a worthless individual as Qin Chu possess a celestial beauty like her? His frustration mounted, and as his throat felt sweet, he spewed a mouthful of blood onto the ground. Render him incapable. Shangguan Hongzhuang paused for a full 5 seconds before processing his words. Her face flushing as she shot a glare at Qin Chu, yet complied. With Huang Tianzi's heart-wrenching screams, the world gained a new figure akin to Chao Gonggong. Huang Tianzi, clutching his groin and bent like a shrimp, vowed vengeance. Qin Chu's size 42 shoe pressed against Huang Tianzi's cheek, yet he still retorted, as a Chao Gonggong. Do you think that lewd snake would still favor you? Indeed, the Serpent King had kept him around for his usefulness. Now that was gone. His fate was all but certain. A chill enveloped Huang Tianzi, the specter of death looming over him. Qin Chu relished the psychological torment of killing. A swift death was often the simplest, and he had no taste for it. His gaze shifted to the battle between the white tiger and green Qi. One must admit, the strength of the two beasts was formidable, leaving the surrounding mountains and trees in disarray. Their powers were nearly equal, and it was uncertain how long the fight would continue. Qin Chu retrieved a box of pungent pills from his storage ring. Ling Huang Dan, the bane of serpents. He wondered if the Serpent King feared this substance. Shangguan Hongzhuang immediately recognized the Ling Huang Dan and remarked, "You are quite well prepared." Naturally, life is singular. Yet there are myriad ways to play with death, Qin Chu replied. He had meticulously studied the Qingyan mountain range, where venomous serpents and various toxic insects thrived. For safety's sake, he had not only purchased Ling Huang Dan, but also prepared an assortment of emergency pills, prioritizing stability. The battle between the white tiger and green Qi intensified. The lewd serpent has considerably improved, the white tiger marveled, as it clashed with green Qi, who showed no signs of yielding. Green Qi smiled sinisterly, remaining silent. At that moment, pungent pills rained down upon green Qi's dark serpent form, instantly releasing plumes of white smoke. Ah, Ling Huang! Green Qi shrieked in horror, hastily evading with her massive body. Despicable, shameless humans. Green Qi seethed, her pain palpable. Ling Huang was a natural predator of serpents. Excessive exposure could lead to rotting flesh or, at worst, death. Thank you for the compliment, Qin Chu chuckled, continuing to hurl Ling Huang Dan, of which he had dozens of boxes, far more than he could ever exhaust. He grabbed a handful of Ling Huang Dan and urged Shangguan Hongzhuang to join him in the fun of throwing them. Fun. Shangguan Hongzhuang could not help but toss it away. It was indeed quite entertaining. Green Qi was infuriated. Had it not been for the white tiger's entanglement, she would have gladly devoured both Qin Chu and the other. Observing the situation, the white tiger opened its enormous maw and bit off Green Qi's serpentine tail, causing a torrent of serpent blood to gush forth. The blood of the Serpent King was immensely nourishing. The white tiger, seizing the opportunity, inhaled the flowing serpent blood into its belly. Dead tiger, and 2 detestable humans. This king shall return to exact vengeance. Green Qi writhed her body and slithered into a dense thicket. The white tiger made no attempt to stop her or pursue. Why not slay the Serpent King? Qin Chu inquired, perplexed. With the interference of the Ling Huang Dan, it would not be difficult for the white tiger to consume the Serpent King, came the reply. The white tiger shook its great head, expressing that while it could harm her, killing her was not an option. A formidable terror stood behind her. Over the years, the white tiger had battled Green Qi countless times, and although it had engaged in dozens of encounters, they had always been restrained. Should it kill Green Qi, the entity behind her would surely crush it to pieces. Formidable terror? What? There are others behind her? Qin Chu was speechless. The realms of cultivation bore a striking resemblance to the world of his previous life. Defeat the minor threats, and the major ones would emerge. Trouble would multiply endlessly. Did she not just say she seeks revenge on us? Qin Chu asked Shangguan Hongzhuang. She nodded in affirmation, with a resigned shake of his head. Qin Chu resolved to train diligently while also hiring a formidable cadre of guardians at a premium, so that when the Serpent King came to their door, she would understand the reason behind the blooming flowers. Hoo-hoo, what is your cultivation level? Chapter 38. Shangguan Hongzhuang departs. Hoo-hoo, what is your cultivation level? The white tiger's prowess was on par with the Serpent King. Knowing the Serpent King's level would allow them to devise a plan. Know thyself and know thy enemy, and you shall never be defeated. Late-stage foundation establishment. Qin Chu's expression darkened. Money was not an issue. The real challenge lay in finding guardians at the foundation establishment stage, let alone those at the late stage. The strongest cultivators in Qingyun City were only at the pinnacle of the qi refining stage. After a moment of contemplation, he concluded that rather than hiring foundation establishment guardians, it would be more prudent to cultivate his own. The 4 from the smoking guest group were at the 8th layer of qi refinement, not far from foundation establishment, with ample resources. He could help them break through to the foundation establishment realm in the short term, provided, of course, that they remained alive. Given the ruthless natures of Qin Mo and Qin Gang, it was highly probable they would not escape unscathed. With a sigh, he decided to leave this matter for later. 2 days later, the White Tiger carried Qin Chu and Shangguan Hongzhuang out of the Qing'an mountain range. Qin Chu inhaled deeply, relishing the fresh air. It was invigorating to be outside. Shangguan Hongzhuang felt similarly, displaying a long-missed smile, though a fleeting complexity flickered in her eyes. Their journey through the Qing'an mountain range had been fraught with unexpected events: Qin Mo's shamelessness, the loss of innocence, and the transition from initial reluctance to joyous companionship with Qin Chu. Suddenly, Shangguan Hongzhuang's body stiffened. An insidious hand was climbing across her chest. "Be honest," admonished the enchanting Shangguan Hongzhuang, as she pried herself from Qin Chu's grasp. That scoundrel Qin Chu had taken every opportunity to indulge himself, exhibiting the utmost audacity. Defeated, Qin Chu's expression bore a hint of disappointment. "I must take my leave and return to Qingyun sect," Shangguan Hongwang said, pursing her lips. Her relationship with Qin Chu required the approval of her grandfather before they could be united as partners. "Very well," Qin Chu nodded, retrieving from his storage ring a staggering sum of 3 million mid-grade spirit stones. "You are my wife. Take this money and indulge yourself. As you are about to advance to the foundation establishment stage, gather some auxiliary elixirs. The quality is unimportant, but let them be the most expensive." Such extravagance was the privilege of wealth. Shangguan Hongzhuang's lips twitched at his audacity, despite her status as a prominent disciple of Qingyun sect and her own affluence. She felt like a pauper in Qin Chu's presence. Unperturbed by their current rapport, she collected the spirit stones into her storage pouch without sparing him a glance, soaring into the sky on her flying sword with an air of haughty pride. "Scoundrel, we shall meet again soon." Qin Chu observed her captivating figure with a twinge of reluctance, yet the commotion in his mind only heightened his exhilaration. Ding. Gift. Shangguan Hongzhuang receives 3 million mid-grade spirit stones. Return multiplier, 200 times. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 6 million upper-grade spirit stones. The spirit stones have been automatically deposited into the storage ring. Huh. Is there anyone else? Qin Chu felt a surge of confidence. For such a fortune rendered even the disciples of major sects mere paupers in his presence. Hoo-hoo. I shall treat you to a grand feast. 5 days later, Shangguan Hongzhuang returned to Qingyun sect. Perched atop Qingyun mountain, the sect resembled a colossal sword piercing the heavens, surrounded by ethereal cranes and rare birds. The abundant spiritual energy made it akin to a celestial paradise. Navigating her flying sword to the summit, she landed in a modest, tranquil courtyard. Upon entering, she beheld an elderly man with white hair and beard seated on a stone bench, coughing violently. "Grandfather," Shangguan Hongzhuang rushed forward. "Is your condition worsening again?" The old man was her grandfather, Shangguan Xiong. "Redzwang, you have returned." Shangguan Xiong stilled his cough, gazing at his granddaughter with affection. "My injuries are not grave. I will not perish just yet." Shangguan Hongzhuang, however, was unconvinced. In merely half a month, her grandfather's complexion had darkened considerably, exuding an aura of decay, as if his end were near. Her initial intention in traveling to Qingyun City was to procure the Lingti fruit, only to discover that Qin Chu had given it away, nearly causing her to faint from rage. Fortunately, on her return to Qingyun sect, she had visited the Wandao Pavilion in Yunshui City, renowned for its vast collection of treasures. There, she spent 1 million mid-grade spirit stones to acquire a top-grade vitality pill, a rarity amongst second-grade elixirs. As her grandfather's vitality waned, the vitality pill was the perfect remedy, surpassing the effects of the Lingti fruit. A top-grade vitality pill? Gazing at the elixir in Shangguan Hongzhuang's hand, Shangguan Xiong's eyes widened in astonishment. "How did you come by the supreme vitality pill?" "Naturally, I purchased it," Shangguan Hongzhuang replied with a playful smile. "Grandfather, you must consume it promptly." Shangguan Xiong, fully aware of his condition, wasted no time and swallowed the pill whole. The supreme vitality pill possessed formidable healing properties. In mere moments, his previously dull complexion began to radiate with vitality. Noticing her grandfather's improvement, Shangwan Hongzhuang inquired, "Grandfather, are you feeling better?" Shangwan Xiong nodded. "I have managed to suppress my injuries. It won't be long before I fully recover." "That's wonderful." Shangwan Hongzhuang exhaled in relief, the weight upon her heart lifting. Redzwang. The Supreme Vitality Pill is a pinnacle amongst second-grade elixirs, exceedingly rare. Even if one were to find it for sale, the price would be astronomical. "Grandfather, it only cost me 1,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones." Having spent time with Qin Chu, Shangwan Hongzhuang's perspective had shifted. Shangwan Xiong, observing his granddaughter's nonchalant demeanor, fell silent, pondering how she had transformed during her recent outing. 1,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Such a sum was beyond the reach of even an elder of the Qingyun sect. "Where did you acquire such a fortune?" Shangwan Hongzhuang, sensing her grandfather's curiosity, recounted her association with Qin Chu, omitting details of their exploits at the cliff's edge. "A mere mortal?" Shangwan Xiong raised an eyebrow. His granddaughter was a prodigious disciple of the Qingyun sect, with extraordinary prowess. How could a mere mortal be deemed worthy? Yet this mortal was indeed peculiar. He had spent 3,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones with such audacity, treating spirit stones as if they were mere trifles. Shangwan Xiong found himself in a quandary, unsure how to proceed. The happiness that illuminated Shangwan Hongzhuang's face when she spoke of Qin Chu prompted a sigh from him. "In a century's time, that mortal will be nothing but dust. Afterward, I must ensure Redzwang finds a suitable companion." What to do next weighed heavily on Shangwan Xiong's mind. He had always valued his integrity, yet now he faced a dilemma of dishonor. What is that person's name? "Qin Chu, the eldest son of the Qin family in Qingyun City." "Haha, splendid." Shangwan Xiong suddenly burst into laughter, dispelling the gloom that had clouded his heart. However, the subsequent revelations from Shangwan Hongzhuang filled him with fury. "It is utterly despicable." He sighed deeply. Qin Mo's father was an elder of the punishment hall, holding significant authority. Without concrete evidence, it would be challenging for the sect leader to take action against Qin Imo. Uncle Ma was present at the scene, as was Brother Yu. "They can testify." Shangwan Xiong shook his head. "Ma Cha-fon and Yu Tian have yet to return to the sect." Shangwan Hongzhuang furrowed her brow. "Before leaving the Qingyun mountain range, I specifically looked for them but found no trace. I had assumed they had returned to the sect. As for their demise, the likelihood is slim. A Foundation establishment expert is not so easily vanquished. We must wait for their return to testify against Qin Imo." Chapter 39. The Qin family competition. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, the day of the Qin family competition arrived. The disciples of the Qin family were eager and filled with fighting spirit. Qin Nan felt the same. In recent days, Qin Nanshan has basked in glory as his father. Qin Gang presides over family affairs. Anyone who encounters him must pay their respects, addressing him as young master, embodying the demeanor of a future head of the family. Qin Nanton's capital is commendable. In order to distinguish himself in the upcoming competition, he has devoted himself to rigorous cultivation for over 10 days. Although his cultivation level remains at the third tier of qi refinement, his spiritual energy has become considerably more profound. During this fortnight, he has also delved into poetry, experiencing some insights and improvements. With the imminent martial and literary competitions, Qin Nan is determined to secure victory. He has even spread the word that anyone who encounters him in the contest must feign defeat, lest they face dire consequences. His only regret is that Qin Chu perished in the Qingyun Mountains, as he had intended to teach him a lesson. All the disciples participating in the competition have agreed to cooperate, except for the foolish Qin Zhuang, who refused. When Qin Nan's companion, Qin Ran, mentioned Qin Zhuang, his face twisted with fury. Upon hearing this, the fool Qin Zhuang unceremoniously delivered a beating. A mere fool, Qin Nan clearly dismisses the incident. He then struck Qin Ran on the head, exclaiming, "You worthless wretch, unable to defeat a fool, you disgrace me." 2 hours later, the competition commenced. Qin Gang, accompanied by several elders, ascended the platform, taking his seat in the prominent position that symbolizes the head of the family. The other elders exchanged glances, their eyes glinting. Yet they remained silent. Qin Hung was absent, still engulfed in grief over the loss of his son. Qin Gang, with a radiant countenance, reveled in the power he had experienced during his temporary tenure as head of the family, becoming increasingly obsessed with the notion that it would be better if Qin Hung met the same fate as his son. If Qin Nan were to win the championship today and unite with the granddaughter of that influential figure, the position of family head could easily change hands at the behest of that powerful individual. As Qin Gang mulled over his schemes, The air was suddenly filled with the resonating sound of swords. An elder accompanied by a veiled woman appeared in the sky. Qin Gang and the others hastily rose to pay their respects, welcoming Elder Shangwan. Elder Shangwan's brow furrowed, inquiring about Qin Heng. The head of the family has just lost his son and is utterly heartbroken, unable to attend to family matters. I am temporarily assuming the position of head. Qin Gang replied. Lost a son? Elder Shangwan turned his gaze towards his granddaughter, recalling that, according to Shangwan Hongzhuang, Qin Shu should have returned by now. Shangwan Hongzhuang, too, felt puzzled. Could something have gone awry? Yet it seemed improbable. The White Tiger, being at the late stage of Foundation establishment, was nearly invincible within 100 miles. With the White Tiger guarding him, there was no need for concern regarding Qin Shu's safety. That wretched girl wouldn't be pursuing frivolous pleasures, would she? Shangwan Hongzhuang's expression darkened. She was acutely aware of Qin Shu's nature, and the more she thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Her small fist clenched involuntarily. When you return, I shall make you pay. Once Elder Shangwan and Shangwan Hongzhuang took their seats, Qin Gang announced the commencement of the competition. Below the platform, Qin Ning gazed at the ethereal Shangwan Hongzhuang, his eyes betraying a primal desire. She was the epitome of excellence, and he was determined to possess her. In a resplendent purple gown, Shangwan Hongzhuang gracefully showcased her alluring curves, particularly the tantalizing length of her legs that peeked from beneath the hem, leaving onlookers utterly enchanted and unable to look away. She stood in stark contrast to the women previously toyed with by Qin Nan, embodying an entirely different caliber of elegance. The other disciples of the Qin family were equally astounded, yet, recalling Qin Nan's warning, they could only sigh in resignation. The Qin family competition primarily featured martial and literary contests. Each participant was allowed to compete in 2 events. The rules of the martial contest were straightforward. A drawing determined the matchups, and the last one standing emerged victorious, claiming the title of champion. In contrast, the literary contest was even simpler. Shangwan Hongzhuang posed a challenge, requiring all contestants to compose a poem. The one whose work garnered her approval would be crowned the victor. The martial contest commenced first. It was fiercely contested, with the Qin family disciples exerting all their strength, creating a spectacle of breathtaking combat. Shangwan Xiong nodded in affirmation. While the disciples from smaller clans were not on par with those from sects, their achievements thus far were commendable. Gradually, certain patterns began to emerge. Disciples who had previously displayed vigor and intensity found themselves deflated when facing Qin Nan, akin to balloons losing air, being effortlessly dispatched from the arena with a mere touch. Witnessing Qin Nan's formidable prowess, Qin Gang proudly introduced him to Elder Shangwan, stating, "This is my son, Qin Nan, possessing mid-tier aptitude. At just 17, he has already reached the 3rd level of qi refinement." His words occasionally drifted towards Shangwan Hongzhuang, whom he deemed a worthy match for his son's commendable abilities. Yet, suddenly, a furrow appeared on Qin Gang's brow. Although Shangwan Hongzhuang's veiled visage obscured her features, there was an uncanny familiarity about her that he could not shake off. Shangwan Xiong cast a sidelong glance, but chose not to expose the ruse. Such trivial tricks could hardly deceive him. The martial contest swiftly reached its climactic finale, with Qin Nan triumphantly dispatching his opponent with a single palm strike, signifying the conclusion of the event and securing his rightful place as the champion. Below, Qin Zhuang glared furiously, aware of Qin Nan's impressive strength, yet feeling threatened by the disciples he faced, most of whom were felled with a mere punch. Initially dismissive, Qin Nan now sensed a looming threat and surreptitiously resorted to underhanded tactics. The outcome was predictable. He delivered a powerful blow that sent his rival tumbling from the platform. "Young master, where are you?" Qin Zhuang had never been convinced of Qin Chu's demise. On the stage, Qin Nan smirked, reveling in his triumph. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A figure clad in black emerged atop the stage, enveloped head to toe in dark garb, with only their eyes visible. "Who are you?" Qin Nan bellowed, incensed by the disruption during his moment of glory. It was an audacious act indeed. Qin Gang sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Today marks the grand competition of the Qin family. Are you seeking death by causing chaos?" The oppressive aura of his 9th-level qi refinement surged forth, bearing down upon the figure in black. The black-clad individual emanated a golden light from their skin, countering Qin Gang's imposing presence. "I am not here to cause trouble. I have come to participate in the competition." A black token was hurled towards Qin Gang. Upon the token was inscribed the character Qin. Qin Gang glanced at the token and, upon confirming its authenticity, raised an eyebrow. Since this individual belonged to the Qin clan, Why conceal his true identity? As a member of the Qin family, why not remove the veil and reveal who you are? The figure in black did not hesitate. He tore off the cloth covering his face, unveiling a visage marred by countless scars. I am Qin Yi. What? Qin Yi? Was he not supposed to have perished in the Qingyun Mountains? How could he still be alive? All members of the Qin family turned their gazes toward the figure in black, disbelief etched upon their faces. I was fortunate enough to escape death. Though my face was disfigured by a beast, so it was. Being a member of the Qin family provided no grounds to prevent him from participating in the grand competition. The previous Qin Yi had been at the 4th level of Qi refinement. A year had passed, and even if he had stagnated, Qin Nan had not dared to act against him. Qin Nan's countenance turned ashen as he stealthily approached Qin Yi, whispering, "If you allow me to win the competition, I shall grant you any request you desire." Qin Yi scoffed coldly. How could a scoundrel like you belong to the Qin family? Chapter 40. The dust settles. A cultivator grows stronger in the face of adversity, yet you wield your power to oppress. You are unworthy of the title of cultivator. Qin Yi's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly with everyone present. Well said. As cultivators, we defy the heavens. How can we resort to coercion for the sake of victory? Shangguan Xiong repeated in agreement. Meanwhile, Qin Gang's expression darkened as he cursed Qin Yi in his heart. Why did he have to appear now, of all times? It was infuriating. The moment Shangguan Hongzhuang laid eyes on the figure in black, the image of Qin Chu surfaced in her mind. When the figure unveiled his unfamiliar face, her heart was filled with a sense of loss and uncertainty. Deep down, she wished for Qin Chu to succeed in his cultivation, so that they might share a lasting bond. Upon hearing Qin Yi's biting remarks, Qin Nan was instantly enraged. If you seek death, I shall grant it to you. Perhaps buoyed by his previous effortless victories, he was under the delusion of invincibility and launched a powerful punch at Qin Yi. Remarkably, the force behind this punch was significantly greater than before. Qin Yi stood his ground, allowing Qin Nan's assault to unfold. For a full half hour, the golden light enveloping Qin Yi remained unbroken. With a mocking smile, Qin Yi countered with a single palm strike, sending Qin Nan flying off the arena. Qin Nan was defeated. The crowd erupted in astonishment, not at Qin Yi's strength, but at his audacity. How reckless. He had offended Qin Gang and his son. The future would surely not bode well for him. What is there to fear? If I win the competition and secure the favor of Elder Shangguan, what retribution could Qin Gang and his son possibly enact? You do not understand. With Qin Yi's current appearance, even if he wins, would Elder Shangguan truly wed his granddaughter to him? What a foolish notion. Indeed, in a world where martial prowess reigns supreme, one must at least possess a passable appearance. With Qin Yi's disfigurement, he was far from pleasing to the eye. What woman could accept such a fate, especially someone as exquisite as Shangguan Hongzhuang? Qin Nan rose to his feet, his eyes ablaze with fury, glaring daggers as if he longed to see Qin Yi torn to shreds. Qin Gang's countenance was equally grim. For Qin Nan's defeat had unraveled his meticulously crafted plans, igniting within him a profound desire for vengeance against Qin Yi. Yet, a flicker of hope lingered in his heart. In his recollection, Qin Yi had always been woefully inept at poetry, and Qin Nan had easily bested him before. However, in the first round, Qin Yi emerged victorious. The grand competition swiftly transitioned to the second round, the literary contest. In stark contrast to the martial battles, the number of participants in the literary contest was significantly reduced. After all, for most individuals, the path of diligent cultivation and enhancement of one's abilities was paramount, while poetry and verse were deemed frivolous pursuits that merely squandered precious time. Shangguan Hongzhuang surveyed the scant assembly below and wasted no time in announcing the theme for the literary contest, to compose a poem centered on the sword. The theme of the sword. Qin Nan and his companions fell into contemplation, while Qin Yi imperceptibly twitched the corner of his mouth. The sword, revered as the foremost weapon among all, came in many forms: the sword of slaughter, the gentleman's sword, and for cultivators, there existed the spiritual sword and the celestial sword. Suddenly, a grand and magnificent poem unfolded in Qin Yi's mind. At that moment, Qin Nan was the first to speak, declaring, "I shall go first. After my poem, there shall be no need for others." His statement was not merely one of confidence, but also a veiled threat. The other contestants understood the implication, cursing him silently for his audacity. "In this life, I wield the sword, vanquishing all nefarious beings. Ask me what the sword signifies. It is the path of slaying." Qin Nan recited his poem, his face brimming with pride, lost in the intoxication of his own depiction of the sword of death. Shangguan Xiong, Shangguan Hongzhuang, and the others erupted in laughter. Is this even poetry? It is utter nonsense. Qin Yi chuckled, unable to suppress his amusement. Despite not intending to laugh, furious, Qin Nan retorted, "You insolent wretch, let me see what kind of poetry you can produce. In my youth, I trod the path of the gallant steed, slaying the white-tufted tiger in the mountains, yet I count the yellow-haired youth beneath the walls of Yi. I have traversed 3,000 miles in battle, and with a single sword, I have faced 1,000,000 troops." Upon the utterance of this poem, a wave of astonishment swept through the assembly, disbelief etched on their faces as they regarded Qin Yi. The line, "I have traversed 3,000 miles in battle, and with a single sword, I have faced 1,000,000 troops," inspired a profound respect. Shang Xiong abruptly rose, his aged eyes gleaming with brilliance. For this poem resonated perfectly with his own experiences. Years ago, when the Qingyun sect faced annihilation, Shang Xiong had stood alone with his sword at the mountain gate, repelling the onslaught of thousands. One man holds the pass, 10,000 cannot breach. This valor had paved the way for the current prosperity of the Qingyun sect. Shangguan Hongzhuang silently recited the poem, recognizing that its essence rivaled that of the poetic masters like Su Zi. In the midst of joy and despair, none felt the weight of anguish more acutely than Qin Gang and his son. "This is absurd." Qin Gang struggled to accept the reality. Poetry, unlike cultivation, was not a skill honed in a day. It was not plausible that, within a mere year, one could craft such a magnificent piece. Qin Gang resolutely refused to believe it. But what did disbelief matter? The poetry of Qin Yi surpasses that of Qin Nan. This is an undeniable truth. Previously, others were constrained by Qin Nan's influence, but now they are willingly submissive, accepting defeat. Qin Yi excels in both martial and literary pursuits. According to prior arrangements, Shangguan Hongzhuang is to become Qin Yi's companion. Had it not been for the affair between Shangguan Hongzhuang and Qin Chu, Shangguan Xiong would have reluctantly acquiesced. Now, an awkward situation arises. Shangguan Hongzhuang, aware of Shangguan Xiong's predicament, is about to decline when she hears Qin Chu's familiar words. "Wife, it is I." This term is all too familiar. Shangguan Hongzhuang's beautiful eyes widen. Qin Yi is indeed Qin Chu, that scoundrel. How could a mere mortal suddenly cultivate and effortlessly defeat Qin Nan, who is at the third level of Qi refinement? It is utterly incredulous. Since it is Qin Chu, what is there to hesitate about? This person is not Qin Yi. We have all been deceived. Qin Gang suddenly declares, his cold gaze fixated on Qin Chu. "Your disguise is indeed impressive, but you have overlooked one detail. The real Qin Yi has a mole on his nose." Upon recollection, Qin Yi does indeed have a mole at the tip of his nose. However, the haste of the disguise caused this detail to be neglected. "Qin Gang, you are somewhat clever," Qin Yi remarks, removing the human skin mask to reveal a strikingly handsome face that captivates countless maidens. "It is the young master," Qin Gang exclaims. Astounded, "Are you dead? I am blessed beyond measure. Who can slay me?" Qin Chu scoffs, then shifts the conversation. "Qin Gang, you conspired with Qin Mo, repeatedly placing me in peril. What was your ultimate aim? Why?" Confronted, Qin Gang no longer conceals his intentions. "You are a useless heir, if the family falls to you. The Qin clan will meet its end. Only your demise would allow Nanner to inherit." Qin Gang bellows in fury, his words resounding with a facade of righteousness. Yet, Qin Chu remains unconvinced by his fabrications and desires no further discourse. "Regardless of your reasons, you shall perish today, along with your son, as we both descend into the underworld. You? To take my life? You lack the qualifications," Qin Gang derides. "He is unworthy. I shall be the one to claim it." Chapter 41. The betrothal gifts my son is unworthy. Do I not possess the authority as the head of the family? Qin Heng, accompanied by the 4 demons of Qin Yun, hastily arrives, his fierce gaze upon Qin Chu, flushing with emotion as he firmly pats Qin Chu's shoulder. "It is good to be alive." The 4 demons of Qin Yun also display excitement, although they anticipated that this calamity would not easily meet its end. Witnessing Qin Chu's safe return brings tears to their eyes. "Father, with the protection of the heavenly Tao, how could I possibly perish?" Qin Chu smiles effortlessly, believing that the system he possesses far surpasses the heavenly Tao. "You rascal. Cease your nonsense," Qin Gang retorts, his demeanor growing cold as he directs his gaze toward Qin Gang. "What further words do you have?" A tremor courses through Qin Gang. Facing Qin Heng, who is at the 9th level of Qi refinement, he realizes he is outmatched. "What I said earlier was merely in anger. I have never harmed Qin Chu. Regardless, there is no evidence regarding this matter." Qin Gang insists he has done nothing wrong, and thus no one can take action against him. "Is that so?" With a sweeping gesture, Qin Chu summoned 4 figures who emerged, the long-missing smoke rollers. After their departure from the Qingyan mountain range, they had to conceal themselves from Qin Gang and his pursuers, observing the situation unfold in silence. Upon their arrival, Qin Gang coldly snorted, declaring that the 4 were merely Qin Chu's guards, rendering their words untrustworthy, still stubbornly clinging to their denial. Suddenly, Shangwan Hongzhuang unveiled her face, asserting, "I can also testify that within the Qingyan mountain range, Qin Gang and Qin Mo ambushed senior brother Yi, seizing the minor teleportation talisman and abandoning us to escape on their own." With a thunderous impact, Qin Gang's expression finally shifted. He realized that Shangwan Hongzhuang was the granddaughter of Elder Shangwan. A tremor coursed through his body as he understood his doom was imminent. Casting a glance at Qin Nan, he leapt to flee. Before Qin Hung could intervene, the smoke rollers soared into the air, delivering a single kick that sent Qin Gang plummeting from the sky. The foundational realm cultivator Qin Gang was taken aback, coughing up blood. Shangwan Hongzhuang was momentarily stunned, only then realizing that the cultivation levels of the smoke rollers had progressed to the foundational realm, a significant leap from their previous 8th level of qi refinement. There was no doubt, it was certainly the work of Qin Chu. Indeed, it was Qin Chu's influence, with formidable allies backing him. He felt an intense sense of danger from just a single white tiger. He had no choice but to elevate the cultivation of his guards. Thus, with a wealth of resources at his disposal, the 4 experienced a meteoric rise in their abilities, breaking through barriers and advancing to the foundational realm within a mere few days. Qin Chu reaped immense rewards from this endeavor. The friendship value among the 4 was 100 points, with a return multiplier of 100-fold. The value of the rewards they received far exceeded 100 times. For instance, the Qi Consolidation Pills yielded 1,000 boxes of premium Yuan Consolidation Pills. Both the Qi Consolidation Pills and Yuan Consolidation Pills were used in the late stages of Qi refinement. Yet the efficacy of Yuan Consolidation Pills far surpassed that of Qi Consolidation Pills, as they broke through the pinnacle of Qi refinement. They also purchased a substantial quantity of high-quality foundational pills at a premium price, the returns from which were quite remarkable: 500 boxes of premium foundational pills. Qin Chu did not remain idle either. He consumed these exquisite pills like candy, indulging in a few every day without concern for the risks of pill toxicity. His cultivation ascended rapidly, reaching the 8th level of qi refinement. However, due to the excessive consumption of pills, his foundation appeared somewhat unstable. Qin Chu planned to consolidate his foundation before continuing with his pill consumption. Meanwhile, Qin Gang lay on the ground, engulfed in despair. Qin Nan fell to his knees, declaring, "It was all my father's doing. I had no knowledge of it." In the face of death, familial ties held no value. Even the bond between father and son was not exempt. When confronted with mortality, Qin Nan decisively abandoned his father. "You ungrateful wretch." Qin Gang felt a sharp pain in his heart. How dare you lecture me? Just moments ago, you fled decisively, leaving me to face my demise alone." Qin Nan wore a mocking expression, claiming ignorance of Qin Gang's actions, convinced that as long as he clarified the situation, survival would not be an issue. With a splutter, Qin Gang's temper flared, his blood surging chaotically as he expelled a great volume of blood. Qin Chu has never shown mercy towards his enemies, not even to his own uncle, commanding the smoker to execute Qin Gang with a single strike. Qin Nan could not escape a similar fate. One must eradicate the root to prevent regrowth. The spring breeze will bring forth new life. In the grand hall, Shangwan Xiong scrutinized Qin Chu, a seemingly talentless mortal, who had unexpectedly begun to cultivate and effortlessly defeated Qin Nan, who had reached the 3rd level of qi refinement. This indicated that Qin Chu's cultivation was at least at the same level. For reasons unknown, Shangwan Xiong found it impossible to discern the depths of Qin Chu's cultivation. Perhaps he had mastered a concealed technique. However, Shangwan Xiong was not overly concerned. He was pleased to see Qin Chu's progress. Cough, cough, Qin Chu. I am well aware of your situation with Hongzhuang. As her grandfather, I consent to your relationship, Shangwan Xiong began, but suddenly fell silent. Squinting as he lifted his teacup to sip, Shangwan Hongzhuang twitched at the corner of her mouth, her mind involuntarily recalling her grandfather's words. Qin Chu, that little rascal, is so wealthy, it wouldn't hurt to take a little from him. After all, I've raised you for over a decade. Asking for a dowry is not unreasonable. A dowry, you say? Qin Chu did not hesitate, sweeping his hand to produce dozens of storage bags. Senior Shangwan, this storage bag contains 10 million mid-grade spirit stones. This one holds 10 top-grade magical artifacts. And this one contains 300 boxes of premium True Essence pills. Shangguan Xiong was left dumbfounded. Good heavens, what splendid treasures! Especially the top-grade magical artifacts. They are truly enticing. After so many years in the Qingyun sect, I have only acquired one mid-grade artifact. Before Qin Chu could continue his introduction, he was abruptly interrupted. Enough, idle son-in-law, do not continue. My heart cannot bear it. It is racing so fiercely it feels as though it might leap from my throat, Shangguan Xiong exclaimed. Since this is your goodwill, I shall not be courteous. With a swift motion, he gathered the storage bags into his robes, as if fearing someone might snatch them away. Shangguan Hongzhuang felt her face flush with embarrassment. Qin Chu smiled. Is the senior satisfied? Still calling me senior? It is time to change that. Shangguan Xiong shot back, his eyes wide. Yes, grandfather, Qin Chu replied. The ensuing discussions were exceedingly harmonious. When Shangguan Xiong proposed that Qin Chu join the Qingyun sect, Qin Chu hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Qingyun City was too small to fulfill his aspirations. The Qingyun sect was one of the largest sects in the vicinity, boasting disciples and foundation establishment elders, ensuring a high foundational multiplier. Qin Chu discreetly examined Shangguan Xiong's information, noting a foundational multiplier of 100, akin to the mysterious steward at Qingyun workshop. Qin Chu had previously attempted to visit and forge a connection, only to be informed that the steward was traveling and had left the workshop. At that time, Qin Chu felt regret, but upon encountering Shangguan Xiong, who was also the grandfather of Shangguan Hongzhuang, he realized that with a little effort, he could easily elevate his favorability to 90 in no time. You two continue your conversation. I shall step outside for a moment, Shangguan Xiong remarked, recognizing the situation. Having received his benefits, he felt it inappropriate to remain as an unnecessary presence. As Shangguan Xiong departed, Qin Chu became restless, his malevolent intentions reaching towards the towering snow-capped mountains. What do you intend to do? Nothing much, merely to loosen your meridians, came the reply. Chapter 42. Qingyun sect 3 days later, Qin Chu, accompanied by Shangguan Xiong and Shangguan Hongzhuang, left Qingyun City, heading towards the Qingyun sect. Before their departure, they annihilated the entire Huang family, who had colluded with the Serpent King, Green Ji, and thus deserved their fate. At the city gates of Qingyun, Qin Heng's expression was complex. Sure, take care on your journey to Qingyun sect. Yes, father, I shall return often to visit you, Qin Chu replied, feeling a tinge of reluctance. Though their time together had been brief, the sincerity of his father's love was deeply cherished. Qin Heng nodded and clasped his hands towards Shangguan Xiong. Elder, I trouble you to look after my son. Haha, no need for such politeness. Qin Chu is my grandson-in-law. Who dares to bully him? I shall deal with him, Shangguan Xiong assured, prompting a smile from Qin Heng. Watching Qin Chu's figure gradually fade into the distance, he murmured. With Chua having found his place, I can now rest easy in my search for her. The journey from Qingyun City to Qingyun sect spanned several thousand kilometers. To avoid the discomfort of a bumpy ride, Qin Chu spent 500,000 medium-grade spirit stones to purchase a flying vessel at an exorbitant price. The ship boasted 2 levels, with numerous rooms, ample enough for Qin Chu and his companions to reside comfortably, while the upper deck provided a splendid view of the skies. As Shangguan Xiong and the others returned to their quarters to rest, Shangguan Hongzhuang and Qin Chu leaned against the railing, gazing at the starry sky. Why is it that you can suddenly cultivate? She inquired. Upon hearing the term brat, Qin Chu's expression darkened. With a swift motion, he smacked her ample backside. I am your husband, not a brat. Shangguan Hongzhuang yelped in pain, her face turning crimson. Seeing Qin Chu lift his hand again, she quickly amended her words. Husband. You called me that, yet you still strike? She protested. Ahem, the arrow is on the bow and must be released, Qin Chu replied. Shangguan Hongzhuang gritted her teeth, her eyes ablaze with fury. Sensing the growing tension, Qin Chu hastily shifted the topic. Do you believe in the existence of immortals in this world? After a moment of contemplation, Shangguan Hongzhuang found herself at a loss for words. Given the presence of immensely powerful cultivators, could they be considered immortals? It remained uncertain. Qin Chu continued. One day, I encountered an old man with a white beard, his hair white, yet his face youthful, exuding an aura reminiscent of an immortal. He informed me that I was the reincarnation of a celestial deity, and that by unsealing my body's restrictions, I could regain unparalleled abilities and restore the former glory of the deity. Therefore, if the old man releases the seal on my body, I will be able to cultivate. Shangguan Hongzhuang's beautiful face visibly darkened, and she fiercely kicked Qin Chu before storming back to her room in a huff. The flying vessel soared through the air at great speed, traversing a tranquil route without encountering any disturbances. After an indeterminate period, it finally came to a halt atop a mountain. Everyone exited their rooms and beheld a massive stone inscribed with the words Qingyun sect, realizing they had arrived. A disciple guarding the entrance shouted, "Who approaches?" As Shangguan Xiong tossed aside the elder's token, the gatekeeper disciple's expression shifted dramatically, hastily stepping aside. The flying ship glided through the entrance and finally came to a halt in the small courtyard of Shangguan Hongshuang. Among the numerous disciples of Qingyun sect, only a select few prodigies were privileged enough to possess independent courtyards. Shangguan Xiong disembarked from the ship and promptly took his leave, intending to handle Qin Shu's admission procedures, while the likes of Yi Yan Ku and others, serving as Qin Shu's protectors, were exempt from such formalities. Shangguan Hongshuang leaped from the vessel and entered the courtyard directly, the gate slamming shut with a resounding thud. Qin Shu, taken aback, mused that while this girl possessed the stature of a snow mountain, her temperament was far less expansive. Surveying the surroundings, he admired the picturesque scenery and abundant spiritual energy. He contemplated finding a place to settle down. However, as a newcomer, he was unfamiliar with the area. At that moment, Shangguan Hongshuang's voice echoed from within the courtyard. "Move to the right, you fool. That direction leads to the housing sales office. As you are not a disciple of Qingyun sect, use my identity token to make a purchase." As she finished speaking, a violet token flew out, wafting a delicate fragrance. Grasping the token, Qin Shu, accompanied by Yi Yan Ku and the others, proceeded to the right. After walking approximately 1,000 meters, they arrived at the Qingyun sect housing sales office. Though labeled as a sales office, it was exceedingly rudimentary, featuring merely a table and a single attendant. On the table lay information about available houses, alongside a massive chest designated for storing spirit stones. The young man registering the transactions, despite his youth, exuded an air of arrogance, treating the prospective buyers with indifference, scarcely sparing them a glance. "Why the hell aren't you selling me a house when there are clearly available ones?" A burly man glared at him, his eyes as large as copper bells. "Simply put, I have no desire to sell to you. Is there a problem with that?" The attendant cast a fleeting glance before returning to his previous task. The burly man, on the verge of erupting in anger, was pulled aside by a companion. "Do you know who he is? He is the son of Elder Wu from the task hall. Do you really want to offend him? Are you prepared to forfeit your standing in Qingyun sect?" The burly man's pupils constricted, fear flickering in his gaze. He attempted to apologize but was frightened off by the attendant's brusque dismissal. The son of Elder Wu from the task hall? A second-generation immortal. No wonder his base multiplier was 60 times, nearly rivaling Shangguan Hongshuang. This individual possessed a formidable background, making him a worthy ally. In one's family, one relies on parents. In the world, one relies on friends. Qin Shu found himself drawn to such eccentric and arrogant individuals, for they often lacked wit and were easier to manipulate. "Esteemed senior brother, might there be a larger courtyard available for sale?" "Get lost. I have no time for this right now." Qin Shu remained unperturbed, discreetly slipping a storage bag into the attendant's hand. The attendant, momentarily taken aback, glanced at the storage bag, his eyes widening in astonishment. 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Having worked in housing sales for over a decade, he had received gifts before, but the most he had ever seen was merely a few dozen medium-grade spirit stones. This person was indeed a big spender. Silently stowing away the storage bag, he looked up, noting the unfamiliar face. He shrugged it off. With countless disciples in Qingyun sect, it was impossible for him to know them all. "Present your identification token." "I have just entered the Qingyun sect and do not yet possess an identification token. But I was brought in by senior sister Hongshuang, and this is her token." A new disciple? Wu Gang was not surprised by this detail, but rather by the token of Shangguan Hongshuang, renowned as the ice fairy of the Qingyun sect, known for her indifference toward any man. It was indeed peculiar that she would bring a stranger into the sect. Wu Gang, however, was unconcerned. This individual was quite agreeable and had no intention of making things difficult for Qin Shu. "There were precisely 10 of you, and there happened to be a suitable place for you, albeit at a rather steep price." He pointed to a location known as the Tianjin Courtyard. Qin Shu perused the information and was thoroughly satisfied with the courtyard. The Tianjin Courtyard spanned several hundred square meters, ample in size, and boasted complete facilities. Most importantly, it had once been the residence of Chu Luying, the top disciple of the outer sect, famed for his prowess as the Tianjin. The prestige was undeniably high, perfectly aligning with Qin Shu's extravagant persona. This would suffice. As for the price, it was completely beyond consideration. Just as Qin Shu was about to make the payment, an arrogant voice interrupted him, claiming, "This courtyard is mine." A man adorned in luxurious garments approached, wielding a folding fan and sporting a mischievous grin, exuding an air of superiority. Behind him trailed a group of sycophantic lackeys. Qin Shu raised an eyebrow, questioning, "Who do you think you are? Do you not know who I am? I could frighten you with my identity," he laughed. "I have no time to learn about you. Step aside and do not waste my time." "Kid, you have some nerve," Zhou Tong retorted, his expression darkening. "I am Zhou Long's younger brother, the foremost disciple of the outer sect. Kneel down and apologize at once, and perhaps I will spare you." Zhou Tong relied upon his brother's influence, wielding power within the outer sect where none dared to provoke him. His entourage joined in with derogatory remarks. "Where did this country bumpkin come from? Zhou Sha doesn't even recognize you. Are your eyes merely for show?" "Not merely for show, but rather lacking in perception. TSK. Offending young Master Zhou will lead to dire consequences. How dare you not kneel when young Master Zhou commands it? Are you deaf?" Qin Shu turned to Wu Gang and inquired, "Brother Wu, if we incapacitate this person, will the sect impose any penalties?" He was reluctant to face expulsion on his very first day in the sect without having reaped any benefits. That would be quite the loss. Wu Gang revealed a knowing smile. "As long as you do not kill him, the sect will not intervene." He refrained from adding that Zhou Long was extremely protective of his younger brother, and if Zhou Tong were harmed, his brother would undoubtedly retaliate. That is reassuring. If the sect remains uninvolved, let us not be intimidated. Strike him hard, but leave him with a breath. "Ah, you dare to make a move? Attack him, regardless of the consequences." Zhou Tong waved his hand, and his lackeys, all of whom were cultivators of at least the third level of qi refinement, rushed forward. However, he quickly realized something was amiss. Within mere seconds, his lackeys were all knocked to the ground. "Very well," Zhou Tong, possessing the strength of the fifth layer of qi refinement, remained unfazed, believing he could easily handle a few newcomers. Just as he was about to take matters into his own hands, he was abruptly flung away by the smoke guest with a single slap, leaving half of his face disfigured. "You dare strike me? I am Zhou Long's brother," Zhou Tong exclaimed in disbelief. Had this group lost their sanity? Did they not fear his brother's retribution? Under the bewildered gazes, another fierce gust of wind assaulted him, and the excruciating pain brought him back to realities. This group must surely be mad. Wu Gang's lips twitched as he leaned toward Qin Shu, saying, "Junior brother, Zhou Long is the foremost disciple of the outer sect. Are you truly unafraid of him? If his brother comes, he will be dealt with in the same manner," came the confident reply. "Impressive." Wu Gang raised his thumb, a flicker of anticipation gleaming in his eyes. He was eager to witness the prowess of Qin Shu, who dared to disregard Zhou Long. Zhou Tong, reduced to a mere breath, lay sprawled on the ground like a puddle of mud. The surrounding disciples, witnessing this scene, began to murmur among themselves. "This person is doomed. Not just doomed, but certainly dead." Zhou Long is notoriously protective of his own, they speculated. Once Zhou Long emerges, it will be the end for these few. Amidst the cacophony of discussions, Qin Shu selectively filtered the noise. An outer sect's top disciple, at most at the 7th layer of qi refinement, stood little chance against his 4 foundational bodyguards. Should Zhou Long dare approach, he would meet a fate akin to Zhou Tong's. Soon after, having exchanged spirit stones with Wu Gang, he proceeded to the Tianjin courtyard. After settling into his assigned room, Qin Shu, fatigued from his extensive travels, lay down on the soft bed and gradually closed his eyes. "Let me out quickly. I'm suffocating in here," protested the white tiger from within the demon storage pouch, its form far too conspicuous. To facilitate matters, Qin Shu had procured a demon storage pouch, which operated on principles akin to that of a storage pouch. Yet one contained living beings while the other held inanimate objects. With a swift motion, he released the white tiger. The white tiger, its eyes brimming with resentment, complained, "Why didn't you purchase a larger demon storage pouch? I'm about to suffocate. You must compensate me. Without at least 2 boxes of meat essence pills, I shall remain aggrieved." Exhausted, Qin Shu dismissed the tiger's grievances with a wave of his hand, conjuring 10 boxes of meat essence pills before it. "Feast at your leisure, but do not disturb my slumber." "Very well." The white tiger licked its lips, eagerly opening the boxes and devouring the contents. Not one to be foolish. The white tiger knew that the meat essence pills not only satisfied its cravings but also enhanced its physical strength and spiritual potency. It had a feeling that after consuming several more boxes, it could surely break through to the pinnacle of foundational cultivation. As the white tiger savored its meal, Qin Chu slipped into a deep slumber, the sound of his intermittent snoring echoing throughout the room. The following day, a knock at the door jolted Qin Chu awake. Shazhuang, ever punctual, even upon arriving at Qingyun sect, he mused. Young master, breakfast is ready. After receiving a response, Shazhuang entered the room and placed the food down. Qin Chu dressed and sat down to enjoy his breakfast, while the white tiger, having finished its meat essence pills, voluntarily returned to the demon storage pouch for a long nap. Young master, this is a token sent by Elder Shangguan, Shazhuang announced, presenting an identity token. Shangguan Xiong's efficiency in handling affairs is truly remarkable. Within a single day, he completed all necessary procedures. However, his status as an outer sect disciple left Qin Chu feeling somewhat dissatisfied. After all, he is the grandson-in-law of an elder from the Qingyun sect and the husband of the talented inner sect disciple, Shangguan Hongzhuang. Wealthy and handsome, he certainly deserves at least the status of an inner sect disciple. Understanding Qin Chu's sentiments, Shangguan Xiong had the simple-minded Zhuang convey that the regulations of the Qingyun sect are stringent and no one is permitted to receive special treatment. Qin Chu scoffed, remarking that rules are rigid while people are dynamic. It is evident that he is struggling, as others do not grant Shangguan Xiong the respect he believes he deserves. This is indeed the crux of the matter. Although Shangguan Xiong is a long-standing member of the Qingyun sect, his reclusive nature and poor social skills, compounded by his nominal position, result in mere superficial respect from others, who inwardly regard him with disdain. Shangguan Xiong initially intended to secure Qin Chu a status as an ordinary inner sect disciple, but alas, the elder responsible for managing disciple appointments strictly referenced the sect's regulations. Left with no other choice, Shangguan Xiong could only facilitate Qin Chu's application as an outer sect disciple. The world of cultivation is not solely about battles. It also encompasses the intricacies of human relationships. Qin Chu was indifferent to titles, primarily concerned about avoiding trouble. Ordinary outer sect disciples possess little agency, as the sect often assigns them various menial tasks, which can be quite draining. His purpose in joining the Qingyun sect was to accrue benefits, not to serve as free labor. After finishing breakfast, Qin Chu intended to seek out Shangguan Hongzhuang to discuss profit-making opportunities and perhaps charm her. However, upon stepping outside, he encountered a corpulent man waddling towards him with an air of arrogance. You must be Qin Chu, he boasted. I am Lu Dahua, an outer sect steward. Today, you are to serve as a trial medicine boy in the Hongdan room. Complete your task, and you shall receive 5 medium-grade spirit stones as remuneration. The notion of being a trial medicine boy did not bode well with Qin Chu, prompting him to dismiss Lu Dahua's demands. Oh, Lu Dahua chuckled, accustomed to dealing with such obstinate newcomers. If you refuse, you will be in violation of sect regulations, and I shall be forced to break your legs. With no repercussions for myself. How tiresome, Qin Chu thought, finding Lu Dahua exceedingly bothersome. Someone, relieve him of his burdens and ensure he takes better care of himself. We wouldn't want him to expire. In a swift motion, a figure named Yin Ku lunged forward, delivering a punch that sent Lu Dahua flying. As an outer sect steward with modest cultivation at the 6th level of qi refinement, he stood no chance against Yin Ku, who was in the foundation establishment stage. As for the next chapter, Chu Luiying, Shangguan Hongzhuang was engrossed in seclusion to solidify her cultivation in preparation for foundation establishment. Qin Chu returned empty-handed, feeling somewhat disheartened. He had intended to gift her a technique, hoping to unveil a powerful skill, but fate had other plans, as Shangguan Hongzhuang had unexpectedly entered closed-door training. Among the techniques he possessed, there was a mid-grade Earth Level 9 Revolutions Divine Wheel for profound defense and offense, paired with a low-grade Xian-level Indestructible Diamond technique. However, he lacked a suitable movement technique. At that moment, Wu Gang approached him with a beaming smile. Junior brother Qin, I have delightful news for you. This opportunistic individual always seemed to know how to capitalize on any situation. With a flourish, he presented 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Wu Gang could not help but twitch at the corners of his mouth, realizing that this person was extravagantly wealthy, treating spirit stones as mere trifles. Nonetheless, he relished the opportunity to associate with the affluent. Having received benefits, Wu Gang was not one to hesitate. Every newly initiated disciple was required to complete a sect task each month, and they could also proactively accept tasks from the task hall. Upon completion, they would earn corresponding points, which could be exchanged for cultivation resources in the sect treasury. Wu Gang, being the son of an elder in the task hall, was well informed and had just learned of a particular opportunity. Inner sect disciples Chun Mo and Chu Luing had taken on a demon extermination mission that required 2 outer sect disciples to assist. For new initiates, this was an extraordinary opportunity. With inner sect disciples leading the way, the safety factor was exceedingly high. Not only could they complete the task, but they would also earn points, making it highly attractive for outer sect disciples. Qin Chu was indifferent to the quota. He had 4 foundation-building guardians, making any task trivial for him. However, upon hearing the name Chen Mo, his expression turned cold. The incident that transpired in the Qingyun Mountains remained etched in his memory. On the journey to Qingyun sect, Shangwan Hongzhuang had also mentioned Chen Mo. Chen Mo's father was an elder in the punishment hall of Qingyun sect, holding significant power and influence. Without the accusations from Ma Changfeng and Yi Tian, it would be difficult for the sect to penalize Chen Mo. Interestingly, Ma Changfeng and Yi Tian seemed to have vanished without a trace. Qin Chu speculated that they might have perished in the Qingyun Mountains, but Shangwan Hongzhuang refuted this. Ma Changfeng was at the peak of early foundation building, just a step away from advancing to mid-stage, and as a sword cultivator, he was stronger than the average foundation building disciple. It was unlikely he would fall easily. Another possibility was that he had been killed. If this were the case, the perpetrator would be quite evident. As for whether Ma Changfeng was alive or could testify against Chen Mo, it no longer mattered. For this outing, Qin Chu intended for Chen Mo to go and not return. Brother Wu, does this task require competition? Wu Gang smiled slightly, of course. Before he could finish his sentence, 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones were thrust into his hands. Wu Gang's breath quickened as he hurriedly corrected himself, stating that others needed it, but Qin Shidi did not. I'm familiar with Sister Chu. She won't deny me. Qin Chu nodded. What if Chen Mo objects? Wu Gang curled his lip. You need not worry. Chen Mo and Sister Chu each have a quota. You are Sister Chu's quota. It has nothing to do with Chen Mo. His tone revealed discontent towards Chen Mo. Do they have a history? Qin Chu chuckled. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. However, what he said next left Wu Gang speechless. Brother Wu, I just had a confrontation with the outer sect steward Lu Dahu. Can you handle it? Wu Gang responded. You really know how to stir up trouble. You fought Shotong yesterday and are now confronting the outer sect steward. Why not aim for the heavens? When Qin Chu threw another 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones, Wu Gang waved dismissively. It's just an outer sect steward. No need to worry. 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Wu Gang grinned widely, his attitude towards Qin Chu becoming increasingly fervent. Their friendship rapidly escalated, soaring past 55 points in an instant. Shortly thereafter, Wu Gang led Qin Chu to the task hall. At that moment, the task hall was teeming with people. Disciples came and went in a continuous stream. Cultivation requires resources, and the resources provided by the sect are ultimately limited. To swiftly enhance one's cultivation, one must earn resources independently. Accepting missions is a common pathway for disciples of Qingyun sect to acquire resources. Wu Gang led Qin Chu to one side of the hall, where Chen Mo was waiting alongside an exceptionally graceful woman. Dressed in the attire of a wealthy scion, Chen Mo was adorned with jewels, idly playing with a folding fan. He occasionally attempted to engage the woman beside him in conversation, yet she remained aloof and indifferent. Sister Chu, this is my friend Qin Chu. Would you be willing to bring him along for this mission? Wu Gang, disregarding Chen Mo, smiled as he introduced Qin Chu to Chu Luing. Qin Chu observed Chu Luing, the former top disciple of the outer sect, whose residence had once been the Tianjin courtyard he now owned. Chu Luing possessed an exquisite visage and fair skin, embodying a refreshing and capable demeanor rather than that of a seductress. Clad in a form-fitting black leather outfit that accentuated her alluring curves, she exuded a fiery aura. However, her gaze was cold, reminiscent of eternal ice, her temperament akin to that of a glacial shard. Chu Luing nodded to Wu Gang, casting a glance at Qin Chu, and was about to speak when she was interrupted by Chen Mo. So it's you, a country bumpkin from a small clan, still alive in the Qingyun Mountains, daring to appear before me. I'll ensure you meet your demise once more. Chen Mo's countenance darkened as he prepared to strike. Chen Mo. The rules of Qingyun sect prohibit harming fellow disciples. Do you wish to violate these tenets? Wu Gang's anger flared, having already declared Qin Chu his friend. He was incensed that Chen Mo dared to threaten him so brazenly. Do you dare to obstruct me? Chen Mo and Wu Gang glared at each other, tension palpable. Enough. Chen Mo, regardless of your grievances, you must not harm a fellow disciple. That is the rule. Chu Luing interjected. Chen Mo took a deep breath, suppressing his murderous intent. Very well, but I refuse to take him on this mission. The two outer sect disciples were merely opportunists, and he had no wish to grant Qin Chu any advantage. Sister Chu's quota does not warrant your interference, he added. Chu Luiying found herself in a quandary. On one side stood Wu Gang, and on the other, Chen Mo. Offending either party would be unwise, especially considering their collaboration this time. Seeing her hesitation, Wu Gang felt a pang of alarm. He had just confidently assured that if the mission failed, it would be a blow to his credibility. Qin Chu observed this exchange with a slight smile. Sister Chu, please do not feel pressured. If someone is unwilling to take me along, I shall not insist on going. He then shifted his tone. I have a habit of making friends. Sister Chu, you strike me as a person of genuine character. Should I come into possession of a box of exquisite Ningyuan pills? I would have no use for them, and would be pleased to gift them to you. Chu Luiying, at the 9th level of Qi refinement, stood just a step away from the pinnacle of her cultivation. This step could be deemed simple yet challenging. The exquisite Ningyuan pills were precisely what she needed at this juncture. Exquisite Ningyuan pills? A whole box? Wu Gang felt a surge of bitterness, his eyes reflecting a sense of longing. He too desired the coveted treasures. The Heavenly Cloud Sect's treasury had a limited supply of supreme condensing essence pills, which required a considerable amount of contribution points to acquire. These pills were immensely beneficial for those in the later stages of Qi refinement. At the 7th level of Qi refinement, Wu Gang believed that possessing a box of supreme condensing essence pills would elevate him to new heights. Upon hearing about the pills, Chu Luiying displayed a look of astonishment. A single box of these exceptional pills was worth tens of thousands of mid-grade spirit stones, and they were priceless in the current market. Chen Mo shared the same yearning. Qin Chu, if you were to present me with 1 or even 2 boxes of supreme condensing essence pills, all past grievances would be erased, and I would gladly include you in this mission. Wu Gang scoffed, his face contorted in disdain. Chu Luiying too rarely showed such contempt. What nonsense! Qin Chu was left speechless. He pondered the peculiar mindset of the antagonists. Was it ignorance on their part, or did they assume him to be a fool? You are indeed remarkable. Chen Mo gritted his teeth in frustration, wishing to eliminate Qin Chu. The allure of a box of supreme condensing essence pills was overwhelming, rendering Chu Luiying unable to refuse. Acknowledging her junior's intentions, she decided to accept, feeling it was only fair to grant him this opportunity. Everything unfolded as Qin Chu had anticipated. He was no sycophant. His offer of the supreme condensing essence pills was not merely for the sake of gaining a mission slot, but also because of the formidable return multiplier associated with Chu Luiying. The system registered the character Chu Luiying, revealing a base return multiplier of 200 times. The friendship value between the host and Chu Luiying was 10 points, which did not meet the gifting criteria. A base multiplier of 200 times? Was an intersect disciple's value even greater than that of Shangguan Xiong? This was exceedingly unusual. Was there another hidden reason behind it? The system offered no explanation, leaving Qin Chu in the dark. As the dust settled, the departure for Sunset City was set for 3 days hence. Exiting the mission hall, Wu Gang sighed, lamenting the superficiality of some who prioritize romantic pursuits over friendship. Suddenly, a heavy iron box crashed to the ground. Are you still sorrowful? Wu Gang's mouth twitched as he silently stowed away the iron box, inhaling deeply. Junior, you have many admirable qualities, but your impatience in allowing others to finish speaking is quite unbecoming. Listening to the voice in his mind, Qin Chu decided to gift Wu Gang a box of supreme condensing essence pills, anticipating a return of 70 boxes. However, instead of elation, he felt a twinge of disappointment for not acquiring the desired martial technique. Wu Gang gazed at Qin Chu's retreating figure, a smile spreading across his face. At that moment, a robust voice resonated from behind. This individual was formidable. Father, what do you mean? Wu Gang inquired, puzzled. The speaker was Elder Wu Tao, the overseer of the mission hall and Wu Gang's father. Wealth should remain concealed, yet this man seemed to disregard that principle entirely, either foolishly or fearlessly. Wu Tao's gaze was profound, as if he could penetrate the very essence of a person's heart. Wu Gang pondered deeply, recalling Qin Chu's various actions, his fierce beatings of Zhou Tong, his relentless assaults on Lu Dahu, and even his dismissive attitude towards Chen Mo. Where did he derive such confidence? Do not overthink it. This person has shown considerable generosity towards you, indicating a willingness to form a bond. In friendship, sincerity is paramount. Do not act out of line. Wu Gang nodded slightly. Initially, he was drawn to Qin Chu's boldness, and after several encounters, his fondness for Qin Chu escalated, leading him to genuinely desire a friendship with him. Wu Tao was quite pleased with his son's attitude and suddenly extended his hand. What? Wu Gang looked perplexed. Humph. A box of exquisite essence pills. Are you not afraid of choking? Your sister is about to emerge from her seclusion. As an elder brother, shouldn't you show some generosity? Reluctantly, Wu Gang found himself compelled to part with half of the precious essence pills. Wu Tao departed, thoroughly satisfied, while Wu Gang's heart bled at the loss. Ultimately signed to the heavens, lamenting that he must have been adopted. In the blink of an eye, 3 days swiftly passed. Qin Shu accompanied Chun Mo and Zhu Luiying towards Sunset City, while the Qingyun Four Ghosts and the dim-witted Zhuang remained behind at the Sky Sword courtyard due to their insufficient cultivation. The 4 from the Smoking Guild secretly followed behind. Chun Mo selected an outer sect female disciple, whose figure was commendable, with a lithe waist and skin as fair and supple as water, as if one could squeeze it and extract moisture. This disciple, named Wen Li, had joined the sect a few months prior to Qin Shu and now gazed at Qin Mo with sultry eyes and an alluring demeanor. Qin Shu immediately discerned the situation. Chun Mo's choice of Wen Li was merely to satisfy his base desires. Sunset City lay not far from Qingyun sect, approximately 1,000 kilometers away. The sect's airship, although inferior in speed to the one Qin Shu had previously purchased, was still reasonably swift. After 4 days of travel, they arrived at Sunset City. This modest town boasted walls barely 2 zhang high, even lower than Qingyun City. At that moment, Sunset City was eerily silent. Upon disembarking from the airship, an overwhelmingly pungent smell of blood assaulted their senses. Qin Shu frowned slightly. As they stepped into the city, a hellish scene unfolded before their eyes. Mountains of corpses lay scattered about, men, women, the elderly, and children alike. They shared a common feature: sunken eye sockets and emaciated bodies, resembling deflated balloons. Particularly haunting were their eyes, filled with despair and terror, sending shivers down one's spine. Beasts, Zhu Luiying uttered coldly. Chun Mo maintained a calm facade, displaying neither sorrow nor joy, though the acrid stench of blood unsettled him. The actions of these demon clans were ruthlessly decisive. They had committed a massacre. The demon clans? It was Qin Shu's first encounter with news of them. His memories of the demon clans were of blue-faced, fanged fiends, cruel and merciless, leaving a trail of evil in their wake. Witnessing the blood-soaked streets of Sunset City only deepened his disdain for them. Just as they prepared to delve deeper, a piercing cry echoed from the sky. A colossal firebird circled above, engulfed in flames, radiating waves of heat. Soon after, 2 fiery figures descended from the heavens. Qin Mo's expression shifted slightly as he beheld the 2 figures clad in crimson robes, emblazoned with the sun emblem on their chests, a man and a woman. Qin Mo, you worthless wretch, dare to provoke the demon clans. Are you not afraid of perishing in Sunset City? The fiery-eyed Lin recognized Qin Mo, his tone dripping with disdain. Well, Lin, it is you. If you dare to come, why should I not? Qin Mo's expression darkened. The Qingyun sect and the Red Robe cult were at odds, and disciples from both sects frequently clashed. Once, during his travels, Qin Mo encountered Hua Lin and was soundly beaten. Can you compare yourself to me? Do you believe I won't thrash you again? Upon hearing this, Qin Mo was rendered speechless. Both were at the 9th level of qi refinement. Yet Hua Lin toyed with him as if he were a mere child. Cowardly Hua Lin mocked him, his gaze falling upon Zhu Luiying, his eyes suddenly brightening with interest. Not bad, I like this girl. Hua Lin's predatory gaze caused Zhu Luiying's expression to darken. Suddenly, a shadow cloaked in dark energy darted past. Seeing Hua Lin here, the demon clan dares to show itself, unaware of its impending doom. Hua Lin charged towards the direction of the shadow. Wait for me to subdue the demon clan. Then I will seek you out. The women of the Red Robe cult hurriedly followed him. Zhu Luiying exchanged a glance with Qin Mo. Their mission was to eliminate the demon clan and bring back their heads to the sect. With the demon clan's appearance, they did not hesitate. The group pursued for a considerable time but found no trace of the shadow. Qin Shu furrowed his brow. The streets of Sunset City were straight and orderly. Most of the surrounding buildings lay in ruins, with the demon clan having nowhere to hide. Hua Lin, in a fit of rage, shattered a pavilion with a single strike. Damn it, the demon clan is truly cunning. Thud, thud, the sound of footsteps approached from a distance, growing nearer. Is someone there? Everyone held their breath. Sunset City was now a ghost town, inhabited only by them and the demons. As a disheveled figure appeared before them, Hua Lin's eyes widened in disbelief. How can it be you? Chapter 46. The strange encounter. It is you, senior brother Wei Fan. Hua Lin gaped at the man before him, astonished. Wei Fan had died 2 years prior. How could he appear in Sunset City? Wei Fan was a talented disciple of the Red Robe cult, possessing exceptional abilities. He had broken through to the 9th level of Qi refinement by the age of 19, poised to become the youngest Foundation establishment powerhouse in the sect's history. Unfortunately, he had perished during a trial, leading the sect leader to rage and send people to investigate the cause of his death, vowing vengeance. Ultimately, due to the ambiguity surrounding his demise, the investigation yielded no results and was left unresolved. The deceased stood before them, alive. Hua Lin's pupils constricted sharply. Taking a step back, the fiery phoenix beside him also displayed fear in her eyes. Noticing their reactions, Wei Fan chuckled, "Junior brother and sister, no need to be alarmed. I did not die. I merely encountered a problem during cultivation." With just a few words, Hua Lin and Hua Feng remained on guard, retorting, "Senior brother, if you are alive, why not return to the Red Robe cult or contact the sect?" "Desire, yet unable to," Wei Fan replied with a wry smile. "I fell into a state of demonic deviation, losing my intellect. For a long time, I drifted in a haze." Demonic deviation? Hua Lin's expression changed. Wei Fan's current appearance indeed resembled that of one who had succumbed to such a fate. Wei Fan continued, explaining that the reason for his absence from the sect over the past 2 years was twofold: a lack of clarity in consciousness and a quest for methods to heal the aftereffects of his demonic entanglement. "Have you found any?" He was met with silence and a faint smile, his murky gaze sweeping the surroundings before lingering on Qin Chu and the others, particularly pausing for a few seconds on Qin Chu. "Sunset City has become a desolate place. Apart from me, there are no other living souls. What brings you here?" Confusion etched on their faces. If Wei Fan were the only living person, what then was the shadow they had just witnessed? The air here was thick with blood energy and resentment, easily giving rise to illusions. Wei Fan's assertion was unwavering. There was no one else here. Fire Lin and Fire Phoenix fell silent, evidently convinced by his words, while Qin Chu remained skeptical of such ghostly tales. Due to his cultivation of the indestructible diamond technique, Qin Chu was particularly sensitive to the flow of vital energy. Wei Fan appeared pallid, looking extremely frail, as if a mere push would send him toppling. Yet the vitality within him surged like a roaring river, extraordinarily robust. "Follow me." As night descends upon Sunset City, the resentment intensifies. Even a Foundation establishment expert may lose their wits if not cautious. With that, Wei Fan turned unsteadily towards a relatively intact loft. Fire Lin and Fire Phoenix exchanged glances before trailing closely behind. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Chu and his companions also moved towards the loft. Fire Lin cast a glance back at the three, refraining from hindrance, but his gaze lingered on Chu Luing with a mischievous grin. Once everyone entered the loft, Wei Fan briefly outlined a few instructions before retreating to his room to rest. "Chen Mo, for the sake of this lovely young lady, I shall allow you to linger tonight." Fire Lin cast another glance at Chu Lu Ying's alluring figure before entering his room. Throughout the entire ordeal, Qin Chu remained overlooked. Chen Mo's expression darkened. Unable to express his anger, he redirected his frustration towards Qin Chu. "You worthless fool, you'll keep watch tonight," he grumbled, pulling Wen Li and shutting the door behind them. Chu Luing nodded at Qin Chu before returning to her room. The loft contained only 5 rooms, and Qin Chu, indifferent, chose a corner to sit on the floor. Before long, a sultry melody wafted from Chen Mo's room, its fluctuations enticing in nature. Qin Chu smirked, amused by Chen Mo's antics. Unbeknownst to them, the night deepened. The loft was shrouded in darkness, with only a few kerosene lamps casting a dim light. Outside, the wind howled fiercely, accompanied by shrill cries. The windows creaked under the relentless battering of the gale. The scene bore an uncanny resemblance to a horror film. In a previous life, Qin Chu would have fled at such a sight. But now, things were different. He was a cultivator, and it was not he who feared ghosts, but rather, the ghosts that feared him. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air, followed by Chen Mo's voice. "Who killed Wen Li?" "Step forward." The outcry jolted everyone awake, prompting them to emerge from their rooms, except for Wei Fan, who remained absent. Upon entering Chen Mo's room and witnessing Wen Li's lifeless form, his expression shifted dramatically. Wen Li's body appeared emaciated, as if drained of all its vital essence, leaving only skin, fur, and bones. "What could have happened?" Chu Luing inquired. Chen Mo hesitated for a few moments before recounting the events that unfolded upon entering the room. When mentioning the intense 3-minute battle, the others exchanged knowing glances. However, the entire narrative failed to elucidate the cause of Wen Li's demise. It was only upon hearing the blood-curdling scream that I realized Wen Li had perished. A heavy silence enveloped the group. According to Wei Fan, aside from him, There were no other living souls in Sunset City. What then of the demonic shadows and the circumstances surrounding Winley's death? And why had Wei Fan not appeared until now? Amidst their confusion, Wei Fan arrived, albeit belatedly. He cast a grave glance at Winley, his expression turning somber. He had somehow survived? Who had survived? The group gasped in shock. Who? Chen Mo asked fiercely. The demon clan's Guiyun, Wei Fan replied with a bitter smile, tinged with self-reproach. The current state of Sunset City was entirely due to Guiyun's doing. He had believed both he and the cultivators of Sunset City would perish together, yet here he was, still alive. What does it matter if he is alive? If I encounter him, I shall obliterate him with a single blow. While Lin was confident in his abilities, believing that Guiyun, who dared not show himself openly and preferred to act from the shadows, could not possess formidable strength. Guiyun had previously been at the threshold of Foundation establishment, and now his power was likely even greater. Wei Fan shook his head, advising Hua Lin not to underestimate their foe. At the threshold of Foundation establishment? Qin Chu sensed that Wei Fan was not disclosing the whole truth. Being at the threshold was still not the same as being at the Foundation level, and its superiority over the 9th layer of Qi refinement was limited. Unbeknownst to Chen Mo, the threshold of Foundation establishment should still be beyond reach. Given the circumstances, it was prudent for everyone to remain vigilant. Wei Fan cautioned as he exited the room with Hua Lin and Hua Feng. Suddenly, Chen Mo confronted Qin Chu, questioning how he could have failed to notice Guiyun stealthily entering his room, branding him as worthless. By your logic, you are also worthless. Your companion was killed in your presence, and you remained blissfully unaware, rendering you even more inept. Just as Chen Mo was about to erupt in anger, he was restrained by Chu Luiying. Enough, Chen Mo, Winley was slain by Guiyun. This matter has nothing to do with Qin Chu. Do not twist the facts. Chu Luiying defended Qin Chu, which only served to infuriate Chen Mo further, as if he had been publicly humiliated. Since his falling out with Shangwan Hongzhuang, his gaze had shifted to Chu Luiying, viewing her as his own possession. At that moment, another blood-curdling scream echoed through the air, emanating from the room where Feng was. Qin Chu and the others rushed over, witnessing Hua Lin cradling Hua Feng's lifeless body, screaming at Guiyun, "You wretched fiend! Show yourself if you dare." The manner of Hua Feng's death mirrored that of Winley's almost precisely. Guiyun must be lurking nearby. Wei Fan's sharp gaze scanned the surroundings, seeking any trace of Guiyun. With Winley and Hua Feng both dead in quick succession, one could only wonder who would be next, especially given Guiyun's elusive and unpredictable methods. Avoiding him would prove exceedingly difficult. We can no longer stay in Sunset City, Chen Mo muttered to himself. Chapter 47. The Demon Clan's Mo Yun. I must depart from this place. Lingering any longer will lead only to my demise. Chen Mo growled. The recent deaths of Wan Li and Hua Feng instilling within him a profound sense of dread. As the son of an elder from the Qingyun sect, he was accustomed to endless wealth and honor, and he could not afford to perish here. With that thought, he strode directly towards the exit of the pavilion. Outside, the air was thick with malevolence. To venture forth was to invite death. Wei Fan offered a muted warning, which elicited a derisive snort from Chen Mo. As a cultivator, I fear not the vengeful spirits. Even if I cannot defeat them, escaping is still a viable option. Remaining here only guarantees my end. He stepped boldly out of the pavilion. His assertion held merit. There remained a sliver of hope outside, whereas staying here would lead to a swift demise. Qin Chu exchanged a knowing smile with Wei Fan before turning to Zhu Luiying. Shall we venture out together? Zhu Luiying nodded gently in agreement. Inside the pavilion, only Hua Lin remained, cradling Hua Feng's lifeless body. His expression was icy as he exited the pavilion, utterly oblivious to Wei Fan's grim visage. The streets were engulfed in darkness. The moon above cast a feeble glow, failing to illuminate the surroundings. In the desolate city of Luori, the wind howled, and mournful cries echoed from all directions, chilling to the bone. Due to the dim light, Qin Chu and Zhu Luiying failed to discern Shen Mo's figure. Suddenly, a commotion erupted ahead. The two hastened forward, only to witness a shadow, cloaked in swirling black mist, strike Chen Mo, rendering him unconscious before whisking him away into the distance. Zhu Luiying prepared to pursue, but Qin Chu restrained her. Sister, the shadow's strength is unfathomable. We cannot act recklessly. Instead, wait here while I follow and assess the situation before deciding on our next move. Zhu Luiying initially intended to protest, for her cultivation was superior to Qin Chu's, and it should be she who pursued. Yet, Qin Chu did not afford her the opportunity, vanishing into the enveloping darkness with remarkable speed. Be cautious, junior brother. Zhu Luiying's beautiful eyes reflected concern. The shadow carried Shen Mo into a secluded alley and discarded him, spitting a mouthful of black blood onto the ground. Cursed wretch. The shadow cursed under its breath, extending a hand shrouded in black mist and slowly placing it upon Shen Mo's chest. A trickle of lifeblood seemed to be drawn forth, flowing along the arm and into the shadow's being. Are you the demon clan's Mo Yin? Qin Shu emerged from the darkness, his gaze fixed intently on the shadow, eager to discern the differences between the demon race and humanity. The shadow halted, lifting its gaze to Qin Shu, rasping, "Do you dare to pursue? Are you not afraid of death? Ha ha. In your current state, you cannot kill me. Moreover, I am not alone." With a wave of his hand, the 4 members of the Yin clan appeared behind him, ready to safeguard Qin Shu. The shadow's expression darkened. It sensed an overwhelming threat emanating from the 4. And as it prepared to transform into a wisp of black mist to flee, it was struck down by a powerful blow from one of the Yin clan members. The foundation-building stronghold of the shadow was engulfed in terror. The 4 of them, all at the foundation establishment stage, observed the shadow on the ground. Upon recognizing its visage, one of them blurted out, "The demon race is truly hideous." The shadow retorted, "What of my appearance? You dare to insult me? I shall drain you dry." The remark about its ugliness seemed to strike a nerve. "Come then, drain me," Qin Shu said, extending his arm. The shadow, momentarily taken aback, stammered, "You truly wish for me to absorb you? They can't intervene, can they?" "Of course," Qin Shu replied with a smirk. "Huh. Who would have thought a fool would deliver himself to me so willingly?" Mo Yun was overjoyed, seizing Qin Shu's arm, and dark energy surged forth. Yet, this elation lasted but 3 seconds. Mo Yun was dumbfounded, for he could not draw a single drop of blood essence. It was utterly bizarre. What on earth is happening? He pondered, exerting more effort, but Qin Shu's vitality seemed to resist him, as if imbued with immense strength, showing no signs of yielding. Observing Mo Yun's confusion, Qin Shu secretly scoffed, "With my indestructible body, if you could actually drain me, that would be a miracle." Mo Yun eventually surrendered, collapsing to the ground, questioning his very existence. "Let us converse. What is there to discuss? Whether to kill or torture me, it's all the same." "I've long wished for death," Mo Yun said, closing his eyes and lying down. "This one possesses a certain intrigue. Answer my questions, and not only shall I spare your life, but I may also grant you an opportunity." "Really?" Mo Yun perked up. "You ask, and I shall respond. Did you kill the people of Sunset City?" "Yes." "What is your relationship with Wei Fan?" Mo Yun's face displayed shock. "How do you know about my connection to Wei Fan?" "Answer my question." As Mo Yun recounted his tale, the nature of his bond with Wei Fan unfolded. He hailed from the demonic sect, the Heavenly Demon sect, and had come to Sunset City to cultivate the Heavenly Demon technique, feeding on the blood essence of cultivators. However, he was ambushed by Wei Fan, severely wounded, and forced to consume poison, becoming a mere tool for assassination under Wei Fan's control. Mo Yun had no intention of preying on ordinary people, as their blood essence was exceedingly thin and of little use. Yet, Wei Fan's madness surpassed his imagination, exhibiting a bloodthirsty nature even more perverse than that of his own kind, compelling him to drain the life essence of the entire city. At this point, Qin Shu inquired, "As a human, what is your purpose in consuming their blood essence?" "Humph. Wei Fan cannot even be regarded as human. His cruelty surpasses that of our demon race. He has cultivated some vile technique that allows him to absorb demonic energy for himself. The blood essence I draw from the city is entirely siphoned off by Wei Fan. Were it not for this, my cultivation would not have regressed to half a step of foundation establishment. I can only temporarily regain my strength by consuming blood essence. It is indeed tragic and lamentable that a dignified foundation establishment expert of the demon race has fallen into the hands of a mere human who has yet to reach that stage." Now it makes sense, Qin Shu reflected. No wonder when I first encountered Wei Fan, his vitality surged like a mighty river. I have shared all that I know. Will you allow me to leave now? As for the fortuitous opportunity mentioned by Qin Shu, Mo Yun remains indifferent. His sole desire is to leave this place. Do you not wish to hear about the opportunity that awaits you? You wish to depart? It is not so simple. Recalling the voice of the system echoing in his mind, Qin Shu's lips curled into a smirk. I can assist you in freeing yourself from Wei Fan and restoring your strength. Really? Mo Yun instinctively shook his head, only to pause suddenly. If it could truly be accomplished, he would be willing to pay any price. He had been trapped in Sunset City for over a year. It was a veritable nightmare for him. He longed to escape immediately, not wishing to linger even for a moment. Qin Shu assessed Mo Yun and could not help but conclude that he was hopelessly unattractive. Is this the appearance of all demons? The poison afflicting Mo Yun was quite peculiar, yet it posed no challenge for Qin Shu. With a single universal antidote pill consumed, the toxin was swiftly eradicated. He then tossed Mo Yun 50,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Spirit stones served not only as currency for trade but also contained pure energy. Additionally, he provided a box of top-grade condensing yuan pills. While the efficacy of the condensing yuan pills was inferior to that of second-grade pills for Mo Yun, their sheer quantity was impressive. Mo Yun swallowed in anticipation, realizing that Qin Shu was indeed his benefactor and his favorability soared. Thank you. Chapter 48. Golden light escape. The basic multiplier stands at 150 times, second only to Chu Luiying's 200 times. Another high multiplier tool. Naturally, Qin Shu intended to make full use of it, eagerly raking in profits. As for the initial investment, it paled in comparison to the returns. Merely a drop in the ocean. After consuming the universal antidote pill, the toxins in Mo Yun's body were rapidly eliminated. Although his cultivation had not yet returned to the foundation establishment stage, however, it would not take long. Once he absorbed the spirit energy within the spirit stones, he might even advance further. Mo Yun's tightly shut eyes opened, and he rose to express his gratitude. Thank you, my lord. Qin Shu smiled. For their friendship value had surpassed 50 points, reaching 53. This met the conditions for a gift return. Mo Yun had once been a foundation establishment expert. Despite his decline, his strength remained formidable. However, his agility was lacking. Otherwise, he would not have allowed Qin Shu to catch up to him. I observe that your strength is commendable, yet your agility is insufficient. Thus, I bestow upon you this manual, dripping water from a dragonfly. Mo Yun was profoundly moved. Agility techniques were already rare, and this was a high-quality yellow-grade manual, a treasure even the Tianma sect would highly regard. Agility had always been his weakness. He felt a tinge of embarrassment but could not refuse. He would forever cherish this act of kindness in his heart. The moment Mo Yun accepted the dripping water from a dragonfly, the system's feedback arrived. Ding. Gift. Yellow-grade superior technique dripping water from a dragonfly. Return multiplier. 150 times. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the middle-grade Xian-level technique Step Forward. Step Forward is automatically stored in the storage ring. Although a ground-level technique did not materialize, the middle-grade Xian-level technique was still commendable. Qin Shu had no intention of cultivating Step Forward. He planned to continue the process, inevitably yielding a ground-level technique. Mo Yun, having stowed away the agility technique, declared, My lord, Wei Fan has tormented me for so long. I intend to kill him. Wait. First, let us drain him dry. Mo Yun appeared utterly bewildered. Are you not fellow disciples? This individual harbors a grudge against me, yet his father possesses formidable skills, rendering me unable to confront him for the time being. Should he perish at your hands, his father will seek vengeance upon the demon clan, sparing me from any repercussions. Mo Yun mused. What a cunning ploy to utilize another's blade. Qin Shu owes him a significant debt of gratitude, and he willingly becomes that weapon. The lifeblood of Chen Mo is drained, leaving him lifeless under the cloak of night. You continue to conceal yourselves. With a wave of his hand, he signaled the 4 members of the smoke-rolling gang to retreat, carrying Chen Mo's lifeless form as they made their way back. Chen Mo remained oblivious to the manner of his demise until his last breath. Chu Luiying anxiously awaited Qin Shu's return, and upon noticing the lifeless Chen Mo, her expression shifted dramatically. Chen Mo was the sole heir of Elder Chen Wu from the punishment hall. With his death, retribution was inevitable. Chen Mo's demise was orchestrated by the demon clan. We are not implicated. You do not understand this elder. He cares not for the identity of the perpetrator. With Chen Mo's death and our survival, considering Elder Chen Wu's temperament, he will undoubtedly demand our lives. Chu Luiying shook her head, offering a rueful smile. This man must be deranged. Qin Shu lamented, having intended to eliminate Chen Mo through subterfuge, only to discover an unreasonable father in the mix. Elder Chen Wu, a high-ranking figure within the punishment hall, possessed immense strength, having reached the latter stages of foundation establishment, making him a formidable opponent, even for seasoned practitioners like Shang Wanxiong. What course of action should be taken? At that moment, a thought struck him. Mingwei Tower, an assassin organization rivaling Qingyun sect in strength. If he were to hire assassins from Mingwei Tower to eliminate Qin Wu, it might indeed be a feasible plan. Chu Luiying observed Qin Shu's furrowed brow and attempted to console him, urging him not to despair, for there might yet be a twist of fate. What possible twist could there be? Qin Shu had already resolved to contact the brothers chasing wind and chasing life upon leaving Sunset City, seeking their recommendation for an assassin capable of slaying Chen Wu. Suddenly, an irate voice rang out. Wei Shixiang, what are you doing? Hee, shitty, do not blame me. In this critical moment, your life force is urgently needed. Wei Fan's face gleamed with excitement as he gestured for Mo Yun to intensify his efforts. Mo Yun's arm trembled, and the once robust Huolin visibly withered in an alarming manner. At this juncture, Qin Shu and Chu Luing arrived. Chu Luing gazed in horror at the desiccated Huolin, realizing, so you were the mastermind behind this. As a disciple of the Red Robe sect, you colluded with the Demon Clan, murdering your fellow disciples and wreaking havoc upon all living beings in Sunset City. You shall face divine retribution. Indeed. It was all my doing, and what of it? Once I absorb the life force of the two of you, I shall break through the barrier and establish my foundation. At that point, none shall be able to contend with me. Wei Fan's fervent gaze fixated upon Qin Shu. I cannot discern your cultivation level. Yet I can feel the tumultuous life force within you, stronger than even Huolin and all others. From their first encounter, he had been envious of Qin Shu's formidable vitality. Are you certain of our inevitable demise? Qin Shu retorted. Without a doubt. With a swift, piercing sound. The tension peaked. An arm pierced through the chest with a forceful tug, revealing a bloodied heart in Mo Yun's grasp. Mo Yun, how could you cause Wei Fan to lose his heart? Life drained swiftly from Wei Fan, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. You have tormented me for over a year. Perish. With a swift strike to Wei Fan's crown, Mo Yun absorbed the entirety of his vital energy in an instant. After vanquishing Wei Fan, Mo Yun turned to depart. The plot twist unfolded too rapidly for Chu Luing to comprehend. He did not slay us? Chu Luing sensed the palpable terror emanating from Mo Yun. Should he have engaged, both she and Qin Shu would have undoubtedly met their demise. Perhaps he had satiated his hunger. Chu Luying's lips twitched, yet she felt no remorse. To be alive was already a stroke of fortune. Alas, the mission had failed. The duo hastened from the city of Sunset. Chu Luing gazed at the tumultuous resentment swirling within Sunset City, her expression a tapestry of emotions. Qin Shu, meanwhile, was left agape. Moments earlier, the smoke patron had bestowed the step of inches upon Mo Yun. A voice resonated in his mind. Ding. Gift. Mid-level Xian grade movement technique. Step of inches. Reward multiplier, 150 times. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the supreme Earth grade technique, Golden Light Escape. The Golden Light Escape has been automatically stored in your storage ring. Haha. Just as I anticipated, it indeed yielded a supreme Earth grade technique. What a windfall. As Qin Shu contemplated the name Golden Light Escape, it seemed less like a movement technique and more akin to a form of escape art. He perused the description of Golden Light Escape. Golden Light Escape. Supreme Earth grade technique. Utilizes spiritual energy as a conduit, transforming into golden light to traverse dozens of kilometers. Hiss. To escape a distance of several dozen kilometers in a single bound, such terror was essential for flight. Yet, it bore a flaw. It consumed an immense amount of spiritual energy. With Qin Shu's current reserves, he could only sustain it twice. Once Qin Shu and Chu Luing had departed, Mo Yun appeared atop the city wall, gazing at Qin Shu's receding silhouette. Young Master Qin has treated me so well. I, Mo Yun, shall never forget it even unto death. The mid-level Huang grade technique, floating light green shadow, gifted yesterday, was already quite precious. Today's mid-level Xian grade step of inches left Mo Yun astounded for a full incense stick's duration. With the step of inches, he could mend his shortcomings and elevate his own power. When I master the step of inches, perhaps I can contend for the identity of the holy son of the heavenly demon sect, Mo Yun murmured, melding into the night as a wisp of black mist. Vanishing from the city wall. Who killed my son? A furious roar reverberated throughout the entire Qinyan sect. Chapter 49. The gift of a sword. Chen Mo's life talisman shattered. The disciple guarding the talisman hall promptly reported to Chen Wu. Upon hearing the news, Chen Wu erupted with rage, a tempest of malevolent energy surging from the punishment hall. I shall avenge my son, Chen Mo. His thunderous voice echoed, startling the entire Qinyan sect. Numerous elders soared into the sky. What madness has overtaken Chen Wu? Did he not hear? Chen Mo is dead. He had but one son, cherished beyond measure. How could he not be driven to madness? How did he perish? Uncertainty looms for the time being. Only upon the return of Chu Luing and Qin Shu shall the truth be unveiled. Both have fallen into misfortune. With Chen Wu driven to madness, their demise appears inevitable. The expression on Shangguan Xiong's face darkened as he hovered in the air. Chen Wu's temperament would surely lead to the demise of Qin Chu, his own granddaughter-in-law. She must be safeguarded at all costs. He turned and soared towards the grand hall at the heart of the Qingyun sect. Meanwhile, after a moment of silence, Wu Gang advanced towards the mission hall, where a profound crisis awaited Qin Chu and Chu Luing. At that moment, the two were still en route back to the Qingyun sect, utterly oblivious to the events unfolding. They had not taken a flying vessel. It had been entrusted to Chun Mo, who, upon his death, left no trace of it, possibly lost in the city of Sunset. Lacking the vessel, they instead followed Qin Chu's intention. A flying ship would have allowed for a swift return to the Qingyun sect in mere days. A time frame far too brief to establish contact with Mingwei Tower. As they traversed a dense thicket, Qin Chu gazed upward at the star-studded sky, noting the late hour, and suggested they rest for the night before continuing their journey. Chu Luing, feeling wearied, nodded gently and found a large boulder to sit cross-legged upon. Qin Chu discreetly retrieved the communication jade stone left by the brothers Chasing Wind and Chasing Life. "Master, what are your instructions?" came the voice of Chasing Wind, laced with excitement. In a dim chamber, Chasing Wind held the communication jade stone, his expression animated. Since that day, they had received no summons from Qin Chu and had thought themselves forgotten. Without pleasantries, Qin Chu delved directly into the matter of hiring assassins to eliminate Chen Wu. Chasing Wind fell silent for a moment before responding. "Master, to assassinate a late-stage Foundation establishment expert like Chen Wu is beyond the capabilities of ordinary assassins. It requires a hand from someone at least of Deputy Lord status." However, he hesitated. "What is it?" However, he continued. "The Deputy Lord of Mingwei Tower will not act lightly, unless the remuneration is exceedingly generous." Chasing Wind was aware of Qin Chu's immense wealth. Yet the Deputy Lord's fees would still amount to an astronomical sum, a burden even some mid-tier families could scarcely bear. "Ha ha ha," Qin Chu chuckled. "I am not lacking in funds. Recently, aside from a few high multiplicative helpers, I have spent the remaining time accumulating spirit stones from the likes of the smokers. As of now, my financial resources have reached a truly terrifying level, to the extent that I myself am unaware of the total amount of spirit stones I possess. First, we must clarify one question. How many Deputy Lords does Mingwei Tower have? Chen Wu's combat prowess is formidable. One Deputy Lord is insufficient. It would be prudent to hire 2 or even 3. Mingwei Tower boasts 5 Deputy Lords, all at the late-stage Foundation establishment level. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Chu decided to employ all 5, prioritizing stability. You shall contact the 5 Deputy Lords, offering 10 million mid-grade spirit stones each. Chasing Wind's hand trembled as he held the communication jade stone. 10 million per person? For 5, that amounts to 50 million. My heavens, could I have misheard? After repeated confirmations, Chasing Wind, with a look of astonishment, contacted the 5 vice leaders, stowing away the communication jade. Qin Chu cast a glance at the incantation for the golden light escape and began to cultivate in silence. Unbeknownst to him, an entire night slipped by in meditation. When Qin Chu finally opened his eyes, he noticed Chu Luing still resting. He chose not to disturb her. Instead, retrieving a piece of spirit horse meat and a long sword from his storage ring, skewering the meat with the sword. With a breath of fire from his palm, he commenced grilling. The spirit horse meat, with its exquisite flavor, required little embellishment, just a sprinkle of salt. The enticing aroma wafted through the air. Chu Luing instinctively caught a whiff, and the delightful scent drew her attention. Upon opening her eyes, she saw Qin Chu grilling meat. She leapt down from the boulder. "Your culinary skills are commendable," junior brother, Chu Luing remarked, sitting gracefully beside Qin Chu, her beautiful eyes fixed on the spirit horse meat. While foundation-building cultivators could abstain from grains, qi refining practitioners could not. Nevertheless, cultivators seldom consumed grains, preferring elixirs and spirit rice that aided their cultivation. Having never tasted spirit horse meat before, Chu Luing was immediately captivated by its rich aroma. "Try a piece, senior sister," Qin Chu said, skillfully slicing off a portion of meat. Chu Luing, unreserved, tore off a piece of the spirit horse meat and savored it slowly, her expression one of pure enjoyment. In contrast to Chu Luing's elegance, Qin Chu was less restrained, devouring his portion with gusto. Before long, they had polished off the spirit horse meat, leaving only a bone behind. Suddenly, Chu Luing paused, her eyes widening. The longsword embedded in the bone was an artifact, perhaps even a superior grade one. Such artifacts were rare even in the Qingyun sect. How could Qin Chu use one for grilling? A sheer waste. "Junior brother, about this sword." Qin Chu, taken aback, replied, "It's merely scrap iron. I have plenty of it. If you're interested, senior sister, I'll gladly give it to you." Within his storage ring lay not only mountains of spirit stones, but also countless immortal swords. The system was exceptionally competitive now, with elixirs measured by the box and weapons by the hundred. To Qin Shu, superior-grade artifacts were indeed akin to scrap metal. Beyond mundane weapons lie artifacts. Qi refining practitioners primarily wield mundane weapons, while only foundation-building cultivators possess artifacts, and even then, only inferior-grade ones. For instance, Shangguan Xiong devoted his life to the Qingyun sect and only acquired a single medium-grade artifact. Chu Luiying felt a surge of desire. The longsword gleamed with a purplish hue, unmistakably a feminine sword. She hesitated, biting her lip. "Senior sister, no need for formalities," he replied, tossing the bone aside and thrusting the sword into her hands. Chu Luiying's hands were fair and delicate. The accidental touch felt exquisite. "Thank you, junior brother," she said, producing a handkerchief to gently wipe the grease from the sword's blade. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Qin Shu's mind, leaving him somewhat bewildered. "Ding. Gift. Superior-grade artifact. Purple light sword. Reward multiplier. 200 times. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 500 supreme-grade artifact longswords. The rewards are automatically stored in the storage ring. And here we have another 500. The system's rewards are excessively abundant." Qin Shu expressed his helplessness, feeling somewhat numb. At the same time, a myriad of question marks floated above his head. When had his friendship with Chu Luiying surpassed 50 points? With so many long swords, was he expected to establish a sect or raise an army for supremacy? Regardless of either option, Qin Shu had no intention of pursuing such paths. Was it not preferable to simply be a wealthy man? 2 weeks later, Qin Shu and Chu Luiying returned to their sect. As they stepped through the mountain gate, a chilling aura greeted them. A pervasive malevolence made their hearts tremble, indicating that trouble was imminent. Qinwu, disheveled and haggard, his once dark hair now streaked with white, appeared aged by decades in just a matter of days, resembling an old man nearing his end. Upon seeing Qinwu, Chu Luiying was about to explain, but was abruptly seized by the neck and lifted into the air. "How did my son die?" Chapter 50, The Puzzling Elixir. How did my son die? Chu Luiying's face flushed crimson as she stammered. Qin Shu inwardly cursed the madman, waving his hand to reveal Qin Mo's lifeless body before Qinwu. "Qin Mo was killed by the demonic clan's Mo Yun. It has nothing to do with us." Qinwu cast aside Chu Luiying, cradling Qin Mo's emaciated corpse. His eyes bloodshot with grief, shedding tears of rage. He unleashed a series of furious roars. Qin Shu steadied Chu Luiying, asking if she was unhurt. She nodded, indicating she was fine, then glared coldly at Qinwu. Qinwu's roar echoed like a lion's, once again alarming the elders of Qingyun sect. Dozens of figures stood in the void, their expressions varied. Suddenly, Qinwu turned his furious gaze upon Qin Shu and Chu Luiying, demanding loudly, "Your friend is dead. How can you still be alive?" In the midst of his words, a fist imbued with overwhelming force surged towards them. Qin Shu's face turned pale. Indeed, as rumored, Qinwu was an unreasonable madman. At the critical moment, Shangguan Xiong stepped in front of them, delivering a powerful palm strike to neutralize Qinwu's attack. "Qinwu, your son died at the hands of the demonic clan. It has nothing to do with these two. Do not commit senseless slaughter." Shangguan Xiong rebuked sternly. Qinwu set down Qin Mo's body, his gaze icy. "Are you trying to stop me? Qin Shu is my granddaughter's husband. I cannot allow you to kill him," Shangguan Xiong declared. His words fell like a heavy bombshell. The elders in the air began to murmur among themselves, questioning the veracity of his claim. Is it true? Shangguan Hongzhuang is not only beautiful but also exceptionally talented. How could she possibly choose him? Could Shangguan Xiong be fabricating this to placate Qinwu? The elders were rife with speculation. The disciples observing, particularly those secretly enamored with Shangguan Hongzhuang, felt their hearts shatter. Among them, one individual wore an exceptionally grim expression, his gaze toward Qin Shu icy and piercing. Upon hearing Qinwu's words, he let out a hearty laugh, declaring, "Even if you are my granddaughter's husband, you shall perish. If you dare impede me, you shall meet the same fate." Thus, the clash became inevitable. With a resounding cry, Shangguan Xiong engaged in battle alongside Qinwu. Both were formidable cultivators at the late stage of foundation establishment, resulting in a stalemate high above the ground. Qin Shu, however, felt a pang of concern. Qinwu's strength was overwhelming, reputed to rival that of a peak foundation establishment warrior. Simultaneously, he cast a wary glance at the elder in the sky, silently grinding his teeth. As a fellow elder of the Qingyun sect, it was utterly heartless to stand by and do nothing. As expected, after several hours of fierce combat, Shangguan Xiong was struck in the chest by a punch from Qinwu, spitting out blood. "Old man, for the sake of our sect, if you withdraw now, I can spare your life." Unyielding, Shangguan Xiong wiped the blood from his mouth and replied with unwavering determination. "Humph, unappreciative." Once again, Shangguan Xiong was sent flying when a gray figure appeared to assist him against Qinwu. Qinwu's crimson gaze fixed upon the gray-clad man. "Wu Tao, do you seek death as well?" The gray-haired man was indeed Wu Tao, the father of Wu Gang and an elder of the task hall. Upon learning of Chun Mo's demise, Wu Gang had sought his father's help to protect Qin Shu's life. Wu Tao shook his head. "Elder Chun, while the loss of a child is lamentable, it cannot bring harm to the innocent." Qin Wu, consumed by madness, disregarded the warning, declaring, "Anyone who obstructs me today shall die." At that moment, a cold snort reverberated like thunder in the air. "Enough. 3 elders battling within the sect is utterly disgraceful. Qinwu, you are commanded to return to the punishment hall and reflect upon your actions." Qinwu's massive frame trembled, his expression gradually contorting as he cast a silent glance at Qin Chu and Shangguan Xiong before soaring toward the punishment hall without a word. Shangguan Xiong and Wu Tao breathed a sigh of relief. Wu Tao, still weaker than Shangguan Xiong, was only at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Together, they would likely still falter against Qinwu. After parting with Chu Luying, Qin Chu returned to the Tianjin courtyard, lying in bed and reflecting deeply. The voice he had just heard must have belonged to the sect leader, although the reason for their intervention remained unclear. Qinwu's mere confinement indicated that the danger was not yet averted. Regrettably, there had been no word from Chasing Wind, leaving him with a sense of helplessness and a newfound urgency for strength. He retrieved the cultivation method, reversal of heaven and earth, gifted by the smoke guest. Wei Fan had mastered this technique, enabling him to absorb demonic energy without restraint and convert it for his own use. Moreover, reversal of heaven and earth was a genuine foundation establishment method. Foundation establishment consisted of various levels: ordinary foundation establishment, human foundation establishment, earth foundation establishment, and heaven foundation establishment. The disparities in strength among these tiers were vast. For instance, the 4 members of the Smoke Guests group, being mere ordinary foundation establishment cultivators, could not contend against even a single human foundation establishment cultivator. However, foundation establishment methods were exceedingly rare. Most human foundation establishment techniques were controlled by large sects and dynasties, and they were incredibly scarce. Furthermore, the foundation-laying technique is truly remarkable. The reversal of the universe transcends mere transformation of demonic energy. Any form of energy can be harnessed for one's own purpose. The reason Wei Fan struggles lies in his attainment of only the initial layer. The efficacy of the reversal technique is indeed extraordinary. Qin Chu, however, has no intention of cultivating it. While Shangguan Hongzhuang has already reached the pinnacle of qi refinement and greatly requires the reversal technique to forge her foundational cultivation, Qin Chu asserts that his concern is solely for his beloved wife, rather than for the mere 200-fold returns. Since arriving at the Qingyun sect, his cultivation has stagnated at the 8th layer of qi refinement. Lethargy has set in. It is time to practice. He produces a box of exquisite condensing essence pills and hastily consumes a handful. The following day, upon opening his door, Qin Shu encounters the 4 ghosts of Qin Yun and the simple-minded Zhuang diligently practicing in the courtyard. Their low cultivation levels have diminished the overall combat ability of the guard team. They have recognized this shortcoming and are striving earnestly to improve. The time Qin Shu spent outside has yielded remarkable results, with all 5 individuals breaking through to the 8th layer of qi refinement. Their rapid advancement is attributed both to their personal efforts and, most significantly, the abundant supply of superior elixirs. Even a pig can soar with the right provisions. Choosing not to disturb them, Qin Chu steps out into the open. At that moment, Wu Gang approaches him. "Junior brother, I've invested heavily to persuade my father." The thought of his precious condensing essence pills makes Wu Gang's heart ache. In a bid to convince Wu Tao, he relinquished his remaining half-box of exquisite pills to his sister, Wu Miao, who only needed to act a little coy for Wu Tao to acquiesce. This maneuver left Wu Gang feeling nauseated, questioning his very lineage. Before him, dozens of boxes are neatly arranged, causing Wu Gang's heart to race. Upon opening one, an enticing fragrance rushes forth, igniting his excitement. 40 full boxes of exquisite condensing essence pills. He feels as though he has struck gold. Qin Shu is never stingy with his friends, for he has received much more in return. Ding. 40 boxes of exquisite condensing essence pills gifted. Return multiplier, 150 times. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a box of special elixir, the Withered Wood Reviving Spring Pill. The reward has been automatically stored in the storage ring. Special elixir? Withered Wood Reviving Spring Pill? What is this? The Withered Wood Reviving Spring Pill. A remedy for the elderly to regain vitality, essential for middle-aged individuals suffering from kidney deficiencies. After perusing the details, Qin Chu is left in confusion. The system's reward principle dictates returns based on the host's needs, either in quantity or quality. However, Qin Chu has no use for the Withered Wood Reviving Spring Pill. Suddenly, Chapter 51, The Great Freedom Transformation Technique. Could it be? A thought crosses Qin Chu's mind, causing his lips to twitch. Wu Gang collects the 40 boxes of exquisite condensing essence pills into his storage bag, unable to conceal the smile creeping across his face. Qin Jr. Brother, you are truly like a brother to me. In that moment, the bond of their friendship surpasses 100 points. Wu Gang suddenly grasped Qin Chu's arm and whispered, I have a younger sister, merely 17 years of age. While I cannot claim she is the most beautiful woman of Qingyun's sect, she is indeed enchanting. What say you to my introducing her to you? Brother, are you not aware that Shangguan Hongguang is my partner? Shangguan Hongguang is fierce as a dragon. Should she learn of Wu Gang's intentions, she would undoubtedly wield her sword against him. What is there to fear? In the world of cultivation, having multiple wives is commonplace. A chill swept over Wu Gang, causing him to shudder. He persisted in promoting his sister, asserting, my sister's figure is not inferior to Shangguan Hongguang's, perhaps even humph. Even what? A long sword was suddenly pressed against Wu Gang's neck, the icy aura sending a tremor through him. Slowly, he turned to reveal a smile that was more sorrowful than tears. It was Shangguan Jie, who declared, I was merely jesting, no matter how beautiful my sister may be. She pales in comparison to you. Is that so? Shangguan Hongguang replied with a smirk, retracting her sword and sending Wu Gang flying with a swift palm. This girl is growing increasingly ferocious. He found himself reminiscing about the once icy beauty. Shangguan Hongguang then fixed her gaze on Qin Chu. You think the same, don't you? Enjoying the benefits of multiple partners? Not at all, Qin Chu replied, his desire for survival urging him to deny it. In truth, he had noticed Shangguan Hongguang long ago. Yet he had chosen to remain silent. It was simply a pity for Wu Gang. He had brought this upon himself. Well, then, Shangguan Hongguang sighed, glaring at Qin Chu. My grandfather wishes to see you. Come with me. Very well, I was just about to express my gratitude to your grandfather. That is my grandfather. Do not address him casually. How is that casual? You are my woman, and therefore your grandfather is also my grandfather. Shameless. TSK, I can be even more shameless. The two bickered jovially as they made their way to Shangguan Xiong's residence. Once there, Shangguan Hongguang adjusted her disheveled attire. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she shot a fierce glare before stepping into the courtyard. Shangguan Xiong sat upon a stone bench, sighing heavily, his face etched with worry. Upon seeing Qin Chu and Shangguan Hongguang enter, he remarked unexpectedly, youth is indeed a blessing, brimming with vitality, his old eyes reflecting unspoken envy. Qin Chu smiled, realizing that the spring awakening pill rewarded by the system served this very purpose. Shangguan Xiong gazed at Qin Chu and sighed, this time. You have narrowly escaped with your life. Chenwu is a complete madman. He will not relent. You must remain vigilant and never let your guard down. As he spoke, a yellow talisman floated towards Qin Chu, a minor teleportation talisman. It resembled the one Shangguan Hongguang had taken out in the Qingyun mountain range. This talisman allowed for instantaneous travel over a distance of 100 miles, a lifesaver in critical moments, far superior to the golden light escape, which only covered a few dozen miles. Though the golden light escape had its advantages, being reusable as long as one's spiritual energy was sufficient, the minor teleportation talisman was a single-use item. Keeping it on hand could indeed save one's life. The minor teleportation talismans were exceedingly valuable. Shangguan Xiong had serendipitously acquired two during his exploration of ruins. Qin Chu was deeply moved and expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Subsequently, he produced a chest after chest of spirit stones, exquisite pills, and over a dozen high-grade magical artifacts. In an instant, the small courtyard was suffused with vitality. Shangguan Hongguang was well aware of Qin Chu's affluence and had long ceased to be surprised by it. However, Shangguan Xiong's reaction was rather peculiar. He oscillated between excitement, regret, and finally, despondency, with a myriad of emotions intertwining. Men understand men best. Qin Chu pulled Shangguan Xiong aside, and inquired whether he was troubled by feelings of impotence, assuring him that he possessed a method to rejuvenate his withered spirit. Really? Shang Wanxiong's eyes widened. Recently, he had been harboring unspoken woes. Previously impoverished, he could not present any precious tokens to the object of his affection. The arrival of Qin Chu had abruptly transformed Shang Wanxiong's fortunes. Under the formidable onslaught of wealth, the long-cherished elder Qingmu finally relented, consenting to become his partner. Yet, feeling overwhelmed, elder Qingmu had erupted in anger, ignoring him for 10 days. Qin Chu chuckled, discreetly handing Shang Wanxiong 10 revitalizing elixirs. This will ensure your magnificent resurgence. Shang Wanxiong hastily stowed the elixirs away, clearing his throat to signal that all necessary matters had been addressed, urging them to leave. Before the two could exit the courtyard, Shang Wanxiong, unable to contain his eagerness, mounted his flying sword and soared into the sky. Qin Chu smirked, finding his impatience amusing. Shang Wanhonghuang, puzzled, wondered about her grandfather's sudden urgency. After they departed the courtyard, Shang Wanhonghuang's anger towards Qin Chu had dissipated, and she no longer pondered the mystery of his cultivation. My cultivation has reached the pinnacle of qi refinement, and I am about to enter seclusion to break through to foundation establishment. Another seclusion? How will you establish your foundation? Foundation establishment is categorized into ordinary, human, earthly, and heavenly methods. In a modest sect like Qingyan sect, it is improbable that there exists a method for human foundation establishment. One must rely on oneself, pursuing the ordinary path, just like the four from the yen smoker. Alas, the sect offers no other methods. Ordinary foundation establishment is the only option. Shang Wanhonghuang's countenance fell. Once she opted for the ordinary route, her path of cultivation would lag behind, let alone contend with true prodigies. And yet, what could she do? Qin Chu observed her plight, producing a reversal of destiny and placing it in Shang Wanhonghuang's delicate hand. You are my wife, How can you be akin to an ordinary person? Earthly foundation establishment method? Shang Wanhonghuang's pupils constricted as she quickly concealed it in her storage pouch, glancing around anxiously, fearful of prying eyes. Where did this earthly foundation establishment method come from? With hands clasped behind his back, Qin Chu gazed at the heavens. It is something extraordinary. Leave. Shang Wanhonghuang's face darkened at Qin Chu's attempts to deceive her. After parting ways with Shang Wanhonghuang, Qin Chu perused the information in his mind. Shang Wanhonghuang's 200-fold return and the heavenly foundation establishment method, the great freedom transformation technique, endowed him with the ability to harness the spiritual essence of all things. Once mastered, it would forge a great freedom transformation body, automatically absorbing and converting external spiritual energy. In other words, Qin Chu would not need to exert effort in cultivation, as the great freedom transformation body would operate autonomously. Qin Chu inhaled sharply. The heavenly foundation establishment method was indeed formidable. Suppressing the excitement within, he made his way towards the Hall of Missions. Wu Tao had saved his life, and he felt compelled to express his gratitude. Wu Tao, an elder of the Hall of Missions, was usually found within its confines. Upon encountering Wu Tao, Qin Chu conveyed his heartfelt thanks. Following that was the customary exchange, an abundance of spirit stones, an array of elixirs suitable for the qi refinement and foundation establishment stages, and exquisite magical artifacts radiating formidable spiritual energy. Wu Tao was momentarily taken aback, soon realizing the significance of this modest gift. A paltry offering? The corners of Wu Tao's mouth twitched, struggling to articulate the emotions swirling within him, gazing at the scattered spirit stones and elixirs covering the ground. He felt as though he were a pauper. While astonished by Qin Chu's wealth, a sudden thought flitted through his mind. Qin Chu, I have a daughter, 18 years old. Strikingly beautiful and quite compatible with you. Chapter 52. Wantiani father, who is this? A sweet, melodious voice rang out as a petite yet remarkably voluptuous young woman bounded to Wu Tao's side, wrapping her arms around his, her bright eyes sizing up Qin Chu. Qin Chu's first impression of her was one of youthful beauty and ample curves. The way she addressed Wu Tao left no doubt about her identity. She was Wu Gang's sister. Wu Rui. Wu Tao gazed at her with affectionate indulgence, briefly introducing Qin Chu. So you are the generous Qin Gage, Wu Rui exclaimed, her eyes gleaming as she expertly clung to Qin Chu's arm, her ample bosom pressing against him. Could you possibly gift me some top tier? I wish to quickly elevate my cultivation and compete in the trials of the 3 major sects to bring honor to our sect. She straightened her posture, increasing the pressure of her embrace. Rui, do not act recklessly, Wu Tao admonished, his lips twitching. His daughter was delightful in many ways. Yet her exuberance left much to be desired. He hoped for them to grow closer, but wished for a touch of restraint as well. Wu Rui pouted, reluctantly releasing her hold. At that moment, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Character Wu Rui detected. Base return multiplier 60 times. The friendship value between the host and Wu Rui is 58 points, qualifying for a gift return condition. Qin Chu raised an eyebrow. How could there be 58 points of friendship upon their first meeting? Recalling his conversation with Wu Gang, the realization dawned on him. The premium he had previously gifted to Wu Gang had all ended up in Wu Rui's possession. Moreover, Wu Gang was intentionally trying to matchmake them, singing Qin Chu's praises to leave a favorable impression on her. A 60-fold return multiplier was quite respectable. Under normal circumstances, a top-tier multiplier could reach nearly 200 times. Another tool for generating profits had emerged. Today's gift return would go to Shangguan Hongzhuang. However, Qin Chu preferred to invest first and reap the rewards later. To be honest, a 60-fold multiplier seemed somewhat beneath him. Better to let it grow before harvesting. With a wave of his arm, 10 iron chests materialized. Upon the initial encounter with Sister Rui, I present you with these 10 boxes of exquisite condensed yuan pills as a token of our meeting. Please do not find them unworthy. Wu Rui, with her large eyes wide open, was taken aback. What was merely a jest turned out to be sincere. As she approached the critical juncture of breaking through to the 9th level of qi refinement, the demand for these exceptional pills was immense. And the single box, gifted by Wu Gang, was far from sufficient. Wu Rui, being discerning, had previously only consumed inferior and medium-grade condensed yuan pills. Now that she possessed the superior ones, who would deign to consume the lower grades? Overindulgence in the lesser varieties could even lead to poisoning. The superior condensed yuan pills bore no such toxicity. One could consume them without concern. Thank you, Brother Qin, Wu Rui said, accepting the superior pills, and impulsively planted a kiss on Qin Chu's cheek before blushing and running away. Qin Chu, feeling the lingering warmth on his right cheek, sighed, Elder Wu. I offer your daughter a gift, and she reciprocates with such boldness. As he gazed at the solemn Qin Chu, he felt a flock of llamas galloping overhead. Exiting the task hall, Qin Chu pondered a pressing issue. Could there be something amiss with Chasing Wind, who had yet to respond? Chun Wu currently basked in calmness. But one could never know what malevolent thoughts he harbored, potentially leading to his demise. The risks were exceedingly high. He could not rely on Mingyue Tower for assistance, and would have to depend on himself. Chun Wu was formidable, yet he was merely an ordinary Foundation establishment practitioner, indistinguishable from the 4 members of the smoke-rolling clan. Should the 4 elevate their cultivation to the mid or late stages of Foundation establishment, their combined strength would be sufficient to contend with Chun Wu. As for the White Tiger in the late stage of Foundation establishment, Qin Chu had contemplated employing it. However, considering the White Tiger's identity as a demon beast, it was prudent to avoid unnecessary trouble unless absolutely required. Every year, countless disciples perish in the Qingyan Mountains, harboring an inherent animosity towards demon beasts. Recklessly revealing the White Tiger could easily render it a target of collective ire. It was imperative to enhance the cultivation of the 4 members of the smoke-rolling clan. Qin Chu murmured to himself, reasoning that, under the abundant resources available, their cultivation speed should far surpass that of ordinary individuals, yet they still fell short of expectations. It was a matter of insufficient aptitude that constrained their progress. The smoke-rolling clan possessed medium-grade aptitude, while the other 3 had inferior aptitude. Had it not been for their encounter with Qin Chu, their ascension to the Foundation establishment stage would remain an elusive dream. Items capable of enhancing one's aptitude are rare and serendipitous. The previous spirit-raising fruit was a chance acquisition by the Qingyan sect, and its enhancement effects were modest at best. As for where to find items that could elevate aptitude, he had no leads for the time being. Shaking his head, Qin Chu returned to the Tianjin courtyard. His cultivation had also reached the 9th level of qi refinement, perfectly aligning with his ability to practice the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment technique, the Great Freedom Transformation. The Great Freedom Transformation, when cultivated to perfection, forges the Great Freedom celestial body, allowing for self-absorption of spiritual energy in practice, and essential for the indolent, aligning perfectly with Qin Chu's aspirations. From his storage ring, he retrieved the Great Freedom Transformation and, sitting cross-legged, commenced his cultivation. Meanwhile, in a secret chamber of the Qingyun sect, Zhou Long, the elder brother of Zhou Tong, bowed deeply, his demeanor obsequious. Master Wan, this matter is entrusted to me. One must not be complacent. Qin Chu, having caught the attention of Shangguan Xiong, undoubtedly possesses exceptional qualities. Wan Tiany's heart burned with fury at the thought of his beloved Shangguan Hongzhuang becoming another's companion. Qin Shu, merely a pretty boy with some wealth, lacked substantial prowess. Having previously incapacitated my brother, I yearned to eliminate him, yet delays thwarted my intentions. Now that I have ascended to the 9th level of qi refinement, taking his life would be a trivial matter. Zhou Long, naturally cautious, dispatched individuals to investigate Qin Shu, learning he was but a scion of a minor family in Qingyun City, thus dispelling his concerns. Due to his apprehension of Shangguan Xiong, Zhou Long could not openly slay Qin Shu. However, a covert assassination, followed by the obliteration of evidence, would leave no trace of his involvement. With a plan forming in his mind, Zhou Long departed the secret chamber, gazing at the dim, starry sky. He donned his night gear, merging into the darkness like a specter. Seated in meditation, Qin Shu was enveloped in a faint glow, akin to a cicada's wing. As the surrounding spiritual energy visibly surged into his body, suddenly, he opened his eyes, emitting 2 beams of light. Undeterred by the risks, he had already mastered the fundamentals of the Grand Freedom Transformation technique. This bestowed not only the ability to autonomously absorb spiritual energy but also the emergence of spiritual consciousness, a feat attainable only by foundational experts. The fact that Qin Shu, at the 9th level of qi refinement, could wield spiritual consciousness demonstrated the terrifying potential of the Grand Freedom Transformation technique. His awareness, albeit limited to a radius of 500 meters, allowed him to perceive even the slightest disturbance in his surroundings. Thus, when a cloaked figure attempted to infiltrate the Tianjin courtyard, Qin Shu detected him immediately. Within the courtyard resided not only the 4 foundational experts of the Jiayin coup, but also a cadre of qi refinement practitioners at the 8th level. Ensuring their safety was paramount. The intruder, however, was in grave peril. As anticipated, the cloaked figure had scarcely scaled the wall when Jiayin Ku swiftly incapacitated him with a single blow, dragging the intruder to Qin Shu's chamber. Upon removing the mask, Zhou Long's terrified expression was revealed. "Please spare me. I will never attempt to assassinate you again," Zhou Long pleaded, prostrating himself in abject fear. He had not realized that among Qin Shu's guards were foundational experts. Had he known, he would never have dared to approach. "Who are you?" Qin Shu inquired, unfamiliar with Zhou Long. The latter, seeing no option but to confess, divulged everything without reservation. Chapter 53. The Hunt for Qinwu Wantiani. The foremost disciple of the inner sect carried a formidable reputation. Qin Shu squinted, murmuring the name, a cold smile gracing his lips. A killer must be met with death. Wantiani, having allied himself with Shangguan Hongzhuang, had dispatched assassins, revealing himself as an unmitigated schemer. Such a character would not receive mercy from Qin Shu. As for Zhou Long, upon entering the Tianjin courtyard, he was as good as dead. "Sever the head and deliver it to Wantiani," Qin Shu commanded. "Yes, my lord," Jiayin Ku replied, swiftly ending Zhou Long's life and incinerating the remains to erase all evidence. At this moment, the communication jade pendant reacted, emitting the voice of Chasing Wind. "Young master, the 5 vice masters are currently occupied with their own tasks and will not return to the Mingwei Tower for several days." Chasing Wind explained, continuing, "After I reported your request, the master agreed, but requires a prepayment of 5 million medium-grade spirit stones as a deposit." "No problem. I will send someone to deliver it to you tomorrow." The deposit was a customary requirement, and Qin Shu had no objections. Thus, he instructed Qinfang to take 10 million medium-grade spirit stones. Qinfang was one of the 4 foundational guardians, capable of flying for extended periods using his sword, making the round trip a matter of little time. After bowing in acknowledgement of his orders, Qinfang turned and exited the room. "Qinwu, your end is nigh." Meanwhile, Wantiani glared at the head of Zhou Long, his anger surging instantly. "You dare to provoke me? Do you even deserve it?" He commanded. "Go back and tell Qin Shu to swiftly sever ties with Shangguan Hongzhuang, or I shall not spare him." Wantiani regarded Shangguan Hongzhuang as a forbidden treasure. The woman he admired had become another's partner. The thought of Shangguan Hongzhuang in Qin Shu's embrace twisted his expression in anguish. The smoke crusher chuckled disdainfully. "My young master sends you a message. Having offended him, prepare for death." Without acknowledging Wantiani's furious outburst, he turned and departed. In the blink of an eye, a week passed quietly. Qin Shu, as usual, wandered about with the 4 foundational guardians. Previously, he would actively cultivate, but now, with the Great Freedom Transformation nearing completion, he could cultivate automatically. Why bother with meditation? The Great Freedom Transformation was extraordinarily formidable. In just a week, Qin Chu's cultivation reached the pinnacle of qi refinement. A mere step away from foundation establishment. A breakthrough into foundation establishment was imminent, perhaps even sooner than Shangguan Hongzhuang. As Qin Chu and his companions exited the small courtyard, a disciple approached and bowed to Qin Chu. "Young Master Qin, senior sister Chu entrusted me to deliver this letter to you." Chu Luying? Since returning from Sunset City, Chu Luying had declared her seclusion. Qin Chu had visited several times, each attempt proving fruitless. After perusing the contents of the letter, Qin Chu furrowed his brow. The letter was brief, containing but a single line, yet it exuded an ominous aura. "Junior brother, I have departed." Departed? Where to? The handwriting was hasty, clearly indicating urgency. "Senior sister, did she mention where she was going?" The disciple shook his head, indicating that she had not. Without specifying her destination, finding her in such a vast world would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. At that moment, the communication jade pendant relayed Chasing Wind's voice once more. Qin Chu nodded to the 4 members of the Smoke Crusher and ventured alone out of the Qingyan sect. Upon arriving at a secluded forest, a gray figure descended from the sky. Chen Wu? The gray figure was indeed Chen Wu. In just a few days, he appeared even older, his once robust physique now stooped. "I see tranquility in your eyes, devoid of any panic." Chen Wu's voice was grating and hoarse, causing discomfort to those who heard it. Qin Chu shrugged, questioning the need for fear. "Are you not afraid of my intentions to kill you? Knowing full well that you intend to take my life, why venture alone to the Qingyan sect? Do you comprehend the meaning behind your actions?" Chen Wu's expression shifted slightly. Bolstered by his confidence, he remained unperturbed, deliberately luring me out without trepidation. "I am at the late stage of foundation establishment, even against a peak practitioner. I can still contend. Today, your demise is inevitable. I found it perplexing. Your son clearly perished at the hands of the demon clan. Why persistently pursue me? Are you not unwell? This man is utterly deranged. My son once divulged to me that you are despicable and shameless. If he were to die one day, and it was not by your hand, you would still share culpability. How astute. Chen Mo possesses such foresight." At this juncture, Qin Chu had no intention of concealing the truth. Chen Mo was right. His death was either linked to me or directly caused by me, but merely a matter of utilizing a blade to strike. Indeed it is you. I shall have your body torn asunder." Chen Wu roared in fury, his eyes bloodshot, an overwhelming aura emanating like a tidal wave. Still not emerging? Qin Chu stepped back, calling out to the surroundings. Young Master Qin, your courage is commendable. We are in admiration." 5 figures emerged from the dense forest, each radiating formidable presence. Chasing Wind and Chasing Fate followed closely behind. They merely nodded at Qin Chu, maintaining the secrecy of their underground affiliations. The 5 encircled Chen Wu, ensuring he could not escape. Chen Wu's expression darkened as he recognized the 5 vice masters of the Minghui Tower. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he suddenly turned to Qin Chu, bellowing. "Colluding with the Minghui Tower, a capital offense. Do not assume the airs of an elder. This dense forest serves as your grave." Against foes, Qin Chu never showed mercy. "Esteemed elders, I entrust this to you." Young Master Qin, rest assured, we of the Minghui Tower are men of our word. We shall not betray our promises." The 5 vice masters wasted no time and unleashed their full combat prowess. They had encountered Chen Wu before and understood the magnitude of his strength. With a tremor coursing through him, an overwhelming aura erupted from Chen Wu. "Come forth, you rabble of the Minghui Tower." Chen Wu was indeed a fierce individual, letting out a mighty roar as he charged at the 5. Qin Chu felt a sense of admiration. Even at this critical moment, Chen Wu exhibited no fear, instead opting for a bold offensive. It was astonishing how such a towering figure could produce a son as weak as Chen Mo. The battle commenced between Chen Wu and the 5 vice masters, a clash rarely seen among late-stage foundation establishment warriors. Qin Chu perched upon a massive rock, observing intently. He possessed exceptional talent and keen insight, gaining immense benefit from this observation. Indeed, the rumors held true. Chen Wu fought valiantly against the 5 vice masters, showing no signs of retreat. Thankfully, with the employment of the 5 vice masters, even one less would render Chen Wu incapable of standing against them. However, the 5 deputy leaders could not act hastily, which caused him some concern. If they were discovered by the experts of the Qingyan sect, there would be no mercy. Old Jia charge. As Qin Chu stepped out of the Qingyun sect, the 4 members of the smoking guests stealthily followed him. Upon receiving the command, they revealed themselves and joined the fray. This not only aimed for a swift resolution but also served to hone their skills. The 4 having refined their cultivation with exquisite elixirs, had reached the peak of the initial stage of foundation establishment. A battle with such a disparity in strength would ignite their potential and enable them to break through to the mid-stage of foundation establishment. With a single palm, Chunwu repelled the 5 deputy leaders, standing with his hands behind his back in midair, his gaze dismissively surveying the 4 initial stage weaklings before him, deeming them unworthy of battle. Begone. Chapter 54. The emergence of the white tiger. How arrogant. Chunwu was indeed formidable, his combat prowess far surpassing that of an ordinary late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. They were all merely ordinary foundation establishment practitioners. Why was there such a vast disparity? Qin Chu, perplexed, gradually began to discern the truth. Chunwu's fist technique was exceptionally fierce, resembling the indomitable nature of the invincible Vidra skill. Though it had yet to reach its level of dominance, it was a low-grade profound-level fist technique. Chunwu's martial art must surely be of the profound level, otherwise his combat strength could not be so terrifying. The Qingyan sect did not possess any profound-level martial arts. Could it be that Chunwu had another identity? The mountain-crushing fist, an enormous fist, akin to a mountain, surged forth with overwhelming force, striking towards the 9 adversaries. With a thud, the 4 members of the smoking guest were sent flying, blood gushing from their mouths. The 5 deputy leaders retreated several hundred steps, blood trickling from the corners of their lips. He was stronger than he had been 5 years ago. The 5 exchanged glances, each reading the gravity in the other's eyes. Qin Chu also uttered, "Good grief." 5 late-stage foundation establishment practitioners against 4 early-stage ones. To hold the upper hand, while outnumbered 9-1, was quite terrifying. If this continued, not only would they fail to eliminate Chunwu, but they would also attract the attention of the Qingyan sect's experts. Clenching his teeth, Qin Chu commanded, "Tiger, come forth." As his words fell, a fierce wind swept through the surroundings, accompanied by a howling sound, and the white tiger materialized before everyone. Chunwu's expression changed dramatically, a late-stage foundation establishment beast. Due to its innate advantages, the beast possessed a tough hide and a robust physique, making it far superior to humans of the same realm. Pointing at Chunwu, Qin Chu commanded, "Tiger, eliminate him." The white tiger, displaying a surprisingly human-like demeanor, raised its paw as if negotiating. "No dilly-dallying. I shall reward you with 10 boxes of flesh and sinew pills afterward." "All right." The white tiger grinned widely, revealing its sharp teeth. A late-stage human would be obliterated with a mere swipe of its paw. Recently, the flesh and sinew pills were not to be taken lightly. They not only enhanced physical strength but also elevated one's cultivation to the peak of the late stage of foundation establishment. The tiger's paw suddenly expanded, reaching for Chunwu. The others exchanged glances and joined forces to unleash their mightiest strike. "I will not yield." Chunwu roared in defiance, only to be engulfed by a terrifying force, ultimately transforming into a mist of blood. At last, he was vanquished. Qin Chu exhaled deeply, expressing his profound dissatisfaction with the outcome. It took 9 foundational cultivators, along with a white tiger, to eliminate Chunwu. He resolved to enhance the combat abilities of the 4 members of the smoke rollers upon his return. The white tiger, burdened with 10 iron boxes, slipped into the demon storage pouch. The 5 vice masters of Mingwei Tower wiped the blood from their lips, their expressions awkward. "Young Master Qin, you have all done your utmost. It can only be said that Chunwu's combat prowess was extraordinary," Qin Chu interrupted, tossing a handful of prepared spirit stones to them. "Thank you all for your efforts." With that, he departed the dense forest with the 4 members of the smoke rollers. The commotion of the battle would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Qingyun sect. It was imperative to leave before the formidable forces of the Qingyun sect arrived. The 5 vice masters gazed at Qin Chu's receding figure, genuinely admiring this individual with immense potential. Once everyone had departed, several figures emerged in the forest. At the forefront was an elderly man with flowing white hair, whose youthful appearance belied his age, exuding vitality. Observing the blood-soaked ground, he spoke in a low voice. The lingering chill in the air must be the residue left by the experts of Mingwei Tower, along with a trace of demonic beast essence. Could it be that Mingwei Tower has colluded with the beasts to plot against Chunwu? With Chunwu's command token shattered and his consciousness sensing the battle in the forest, he hurriedly arrived, albeit a step too late. Chunwu's remains were utterly obliterated, and the perpetrator had already fled. "Sect Master, if this was indeed the doing of Mingwei Tower, we cannot let this matter rest. The assassination of an elder of Qingyun sect is a crime deserving of utmost punishment. Do they think us easy to bully?" The sect master, Lu Changzong, pondered in silence for a moment. I shall personally visit Mingwei Tower to demand an explanation. However, Qin Wu's status is unique. His family will undoubtedly inquire about his demise. The thought of that formidable family made Lu Changzong feel a sense of dread. The others also changed their expressions in response. Sectmaster. Chun Wu was merely an unremarkable disciple. Surely that family would not erupt in rage. Perhaps we are overthinking this. After all these years, they have not sent anyone. They may have forgotten about Qin Wu entirely. Lu Changzong sighed internally, while others were unaware. He understood well Qin Wu's significance. The reason the Qin family had not intervened was to protect him. Now that he was gone, the Qin family would undoubtedly be furious. If we demand Mingwei Tower to surrender the murderer, it may quell some of their fury, Lu Changzong murmured to himself, gesturing for the others to return to Qin Yun's sect as he headed alone towards the stronghold of Mingwei Tower. Unbeknownst to Qin Shu, who had already returned to Qin Yun's sect, this incident had imparted a vital lesson. One must not rely solely on external forces but must instead enhance the strength of one's own people. He summoned the 4 members of the smoke rollers into his chamber. The primary issue faced by the smoke rollers was their inadequate aptitude, a problem that could not be resolved in the short term. However, there were alternative means to augment their power. Before the 4 could fully grasp the situation, 4 exquisite sets of high-grade magical artifacts materialized before their astonished eyes. The artifacts shimmered with vibrant spiritual energy, intricately engraved with complex runes, radiating an extraordinary brilliance. A multitude of cultivation techniques hovered before them, varying in rank from the lowest, which were of medium yellow grade, to the highest, which were of lower profound grade. The 4 individuals stared in astonishment, their eyes wide and their throats dry with anticipation. "These are all for us," one of them exclaimed. "Of course," came the retort. "Would we let them bask in the sun if they were not?" Qin Shu rolled his eyes, remarking that once they mastered these techniques and equipped themselves with superior artifacts, their combat prowess would surely multiply several times over. Indeed, during the battle in the dense forest, the 4 had greatly benefited, and in a few days, they would successfully break through to the mid-foundation stage. Overwhelmed with gratitude, they expressed their heartfelt thanks for the generous gifts. The Mingwei Tower was nestled in an exceedingly secluded location, surrounded by towering mountains and dense forests that shielded it from the light of day. Within this hidden pavilion, a meeting was underway. "Let us discuss how to handle the aftermath," a middle-aged man clad in a black python robe said, his gaze indifferent as it fell upon the 5 vice masters. One of them spoke solemnly. "According to the rules of Mingwei Tower, we operate on a pay-for-service basis. What needs to be addressed?" The other 4 nodded in agreement with this assertion. Did Mingwei Tower truly fear the Qingyun sect? Qianshan exhibited a cryptic expression, affirming that Mingwei Tower held no fear of the Qingyun sect. However, should news of Qin Shu, this wealthy patron, hiring someone to commit murder leak, he would face the wrath of the Qingyun sect and would have no choice but to seek refuge in Mingwei Tower. The others frowned, concerned that the master seemed to be coveting Qin Shu's wealth. Such actions would contravene the principles of Mingwei Tower. Revealing client information would jeopardize their credibility. And how could Mingwei Tower sustain itself then? This course of action was ill-advised. They urged the master to reconsider. The 5 vice masters voiced their collective dissent. Qianshan, visibly displeased, retorted, "This matter shall be handled by me." Suddenly, the ground shook violently. Qianshan, the Mingwei Tower has slain an elder of the Qingyun sect. We demand an explanation. Lu Changzong's voice boomed as he shattered a pavilion with a single strike of his palm. Chapter 55, Foreboding Lu Changzong? Qianshan's eyes narrowed. He was intimately familiar with this old acquaintance. Stepping out of the pavilion, he ascended into the air. "Master Lu, your presence is an honor. I apologize for not welcoming you sooner." Enough of the pleasantries, Lu Changzong retorted coldly, dismissing the formalities. "Hand over the one who killed Qin Wu, or I shall raze Mingwei Tower to the ground." A formidable aura surged forth, causing Qianshan's pupils to constrict. He sensed the power of a half-step golden core. His expression darkened. The old man was indeed formidable, arriving just a moment too soon. It was true that the Mingwei Tower had carried out the killing, but it was done at the behest of another, as they had always operated on a pay-for-service basis. However, he continued, softening his tone in deference to Lu Changzong. "I can divulge the identity of the employer." Lu Changzong fell silent for a moment, then asked, "Who?" "The disciple of Qingyun's sect, Qin Chu." Qin Chu's eyes flew open as a flurry of urgent voices echoed in his ears. Listening to the content of the transmitted jade, his expression turned cold. "Damn it! Is there no shred of professional ethics left?" He hastily rose, summoning everyone into the room. In a brief recounting of events, the smokers gripped their fists tightly, expressing their ire towards the Moonlight Tower, which seemed to disregard their humanity. The others wore expressions of fury as well. Qin Chu observed that this was not the moment for anger. Lu Changzong, the master of Qingyun's sect, possessed a strength far surpassing that of Qinwu. He pondered how they might defend themselves against such a formidable adversary. The news relayed by Chasing Wind and Chasing Fate indicated that Lu Changzong had entered the realm of half-step golden core, his power significantly greater than Qinwu's. Damn it. The Moonlight Tower has betrayed me. If I survive this tribulation, I will ensure they pay dearly. Faced with the terrifying Lu Changzong, the group fell silent, their faces etched with concern. If they could not even overcome Qinwu, how could they contend with the mightier Lu Changzong? Nonetheless, they did not fear death, collectively proclaiming their willingness to share fate with their master. Qin Chu felt pleased with their resolve and called upon the smokers and others to discuss the situation. He had not held out much hope, but aimed to make them aware of the gravity of their predicament, urging them to train diligently. If talent is lacking, let hard work make up for it. Diligence can compensate for clumsiness. In the realm of cultivation, Qin Chu could not guarantee the validity of this adage from his past life. After the smokers and their companions departed, Qin Chu stroked his chin, a thought flickering in his mind. Perhaps there was a way. The night at Qingyun's sect was quiet and peaceful, mirroring the stillness of the Tianjin courtyard. The smokers and their guards sat cross-legged in the courtyard, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon. Bored and reclining on his bed, Qin Chu occasionally glanced out the window, as if awaiting something. As the night deepened, an elderly man descended into the courtyard. "The master is waiting for you inside," stated the smoker with a glance, returning to his meditation, seemingly aware of the visitor's arrival. Lu Changzong raised an eyebrow in surprise but dismissed it. As a half-step golden core master, he considered it futile for Qin Chu to employ any tricks against overwhelming strength. Upon entering, Qin Chu sprang up, smiling as he welcomed the arrival of sect master Zhang Changzong, illuminating his humble abode. "I dislike idle talk. Since you anticipated my arrival, you must know the reason. Will you come with me willingly, or shall I compel you?" "Why the rush, master?" "I cannot escape," Qin Chu replied, devoid of any trace of panic. "How about we strike a deal?" Lu Changzong scoffed, incredulous that a mere disciple would dare negotiate with him. Aware that further words would be futile in the face of Lu Changzong's disdain, Qin Chu levitated a tome and a gleaming golden pill into the air. Lu Changzong's initial scorn transformed into astonishment and a hint of greed as he glanced at the offerings. Lower-grade Xian-level Shaoyang skill and second-grade Supreme Heavenly Spirit Pill, both were exceptionally rare treasures. Lu Changzong, weakened from his recent breakthrough to half-step golden core, had exhausted his potential and vitality. To advance further, he needed to rejuvenate his physical state. Revitalizing his bodily functions and restoring vigor was no easy feat. Yet the Shaoyang skill's spiritual energy could nourish the flesh, invigorate the muscles, and cleanse the marrow, enhancing the flow of qi and blood throughout his body. The Tianling pill is truly formidable. Prolonged consumption brings numerous benefits, with the most significant being an increased chance of forming a golden core. Lu Changzong, as the leader of the sect, quickly regained his composure after a momentary lapse in demeanor. "This is indeed intriguing. However, I desire to possess it entirely." Suddenly, he extended his hand towards the technique and the elixirs. Foolishness. Qin Chu stepped back, having anticipated Lu Changzong's actions, and with a swift motion, summoned the white tiger from his storage pouch. The beast charged forth, knocking Lu Changzong to the ground, its paw pressing against his face, exuding an air of triumph. Did he truly believe himself to be so formidable? Lu Changzong was left bewildered. What had transpired? A formidable cultivator of the half-step golden core realm was being subdued by a mere beast. Qin Chu was equally astonished. How could Lu Changzong, the sect leader, be so inept? Feeling the overwhelming aura of the white tiger, he soon realized that it had unintentionally advanced to the half-step golden core stage. No wonder Lu Changzong was utterly defenseless. In such realms, beasts typically dominate. Lu Changzong, now stripped of his previous poise and authority, turned red with rage, demanding release as he proclaimed, "I am the sect leader of Qingyun. Release me at once." He still failed to comprehend the gravity of his situation. Unable to discern the hierarchy, Qin Chu crouched down, suggesting, "This method of negotiation is quite suitable, is it not?" Lu Changzong felt trapped, helpless beneath the white tiger's paw, which felt like an immovable mountain. "What do you wish to discuss?" he inquired, frustration evident in his tone. For the next half hour, Qin Chu elaborated on his strategy in meticulous detail. Ruthless, cold-hearted, shameless, These words surfaced in Lu Changzong's mind. After a moment of contemplation, he replied in a deep voice, I can collaborate with you, but at an additional cost. Additional cost? Such a trivial matter. What I lack is certainly not resources. With a grand gesture, Qin Chu presented 10 boxes of exquisite Tianling pills and several massive storage bags, which thudded onto the ground before Lu Changzong. Are you satisfied? A tremor ran through Lu Changzong's heart, his eyes widening in astonishment at Qin Chu's financial power. He nodded vigorously. With these resources, the path to the golden core appeared promising. A subtle smirk emerged at the thought of Qin Wu's identity. Qin Chu had investigated Lu Changzong and found him to be a rather unscrupulous individual. To secure his position, he had married the daughter of the former sect leader, only to later discard her once he had ascended to leadership, demonstrating a heartless and ungrateful nature. Engaging in dealings with such a character made Qin Chu uneasy. He retrieved a small, vibrant green herb from his storage pouch, the 9 transformation heartbreak herb, for foundation-building cultivators. If the poison is not neutralized in time, they will suffer a gruesome death within 10 days. Lu Changzong recognized the 9 transformation heartbreak herb and, with great reluctance, swallowed it. Subsequently, the white tiger released its grip on him. With a bitter smile, Lu Changzong turned to leave, reflecting on the absurdity of a sect leader being bested by a disciple. Suddenly, the white tiger spoke, Master, my eyelids have been twitching fiercely. Could it be an omen of impending misfortune? Qin Chu was taken aback. This matter could not be treated lightly. Between all things, there exists an intricate web of connections, shrouded in the unseen. Chapter 56. The Qinyan Dungeon. Outer sect disciple Qin Chu, audacious and reckless, colluded with the Mingwei Tower to murder Elder Qin Wu of the sect, committing a heinous crime. He was cast into the Qinyan Dungeon, to be executed 3 days hence. The voice of the newly appointed elder of the law enforcement hall echoed throughout the Qinyan sect. The announcement of Qin Chu's execution detonated like a bomb within the Qinyan sect, inciting a cacophony of scornful accusations. Worse than a beast, they cried. He has harmed our own elder. His crimes are unforgivable. Such a wretched individual deserves a fate of slow slicing, to appease the spirit of Elder Qin Wu. Qin Chu had become a disgrace to the Qinyan sect. Upon hearing this news, Shangguan Hongzhuang felt as if struck by lightning. She rushed to her grandfather, Shangguan Xiong, pleading for his intervention. Grandfather, you must think of a way. Qin Chu is your grandson-in-law. You cannot turn a blind eye. Her eyes were swollen and red, tears brimming. Shangguan Xiong's face darkened. He had received word and immediately sought out the sect leader to plead for leniency, only to be met with a harsh reprimand. Hongzhuang, how can I possibly intervene? The murder of Qin Wu is a grave matter. The sect leader will not let Qin Chu off lightly. Shangguan Hongzhuang turned pale and collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down her cheeks without restraint. Shangguan Xiong watched, his heart aching, yet feeling utterly powerless. He could only sigh in despair. In the mission hall, Wu Gang knelt before Wu Tao, tears streaming down his face. Father, please save Qin Chu. He is my brother. Wu Tao remained silent. Beside him, Wu Rui frowned. Brother, the execution of Qin Chu is the sect leader's decision. We should refrain from getting involved to avoid attracting disaster. How can you say such things? Wu Gang shot up, glaring at his sister. Qin Chu has treated you well. Without his generous supply of top-tier Ningyuan pills, could you have so swiftly broken through to the 9th level of Qi refinement? Huh? What has Qin Chu fed you to make you so protective of him? Just because he gave me some precious pills. What of it? It was voluntary. I did not force him, Wu Rui retorted, curling her lip. Initially, she had only valued Qin Chu for his wealth, and nothing more. She was certainly not an easy woman. You are nothing but a shameless wretch. Wu Gang's eyes blazed with fury, and in that moment, he finally saw through Wu Rui's true character. Enough of your insolence. Wu Tao interjected with a cold snort. I, too, once held Qin Chu in high regard, but this man has been far too reckless, colluding with the Mingwei Tower. Not only can I not save him, even if I could, I would not. Wu Gang felt his mind go blank, the world spinning around him. He cast a cold glance at Wu Tao and Wu Rui, filled with disappointment, and departed in dismay. The Qinyan sect was engulfed in a tide of curses directed at Qin Chu. Meanwhile, the man at the center of it all remained oblivious to the turmoil outside, leisurely sipping wine and savoring delicious food within the dungeon, humming a carefree tune. Utterly at ease. Stop your racket. You're disturbing my sleep. What? There are others in the dungeon? The dungeon where Qin Chu was confined was specifically designated for the most notorious criminals of the Qinyan sect, consisting of 6 separate cells. Upon entering, Qin Chu cast a few careful glances and found no one else present. Was it merely an illusion? Shaking his head, he sipped his exquisite wine and resumed his humming. Could you perhaps maintain some silence? If this were in the past, I would have severed you in half. Once again, he sensed a presence. This was no mere fabrication. For there truly was someone. Qin Chu scanned his surroundings and, in the adjacent cell, caught sight of a pair of furious eyes. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed a person. Well, to be precise, half a person. Below the waist, that portion was missing. The individual had disheveled hair and wore a garment woven from straw. If one did not look closely, they might not have noticed at all. Feeling somewhat embarrassed for disturbing another's slumber, Qin Chu coughed lightly and said, "My apologies. I thought this dungeon was devoid of company." Humph. The old man snorted coldly, lying back down on the straw and shutting his eyes. Before long, the sounds of snoring filled the air. "He sleeps rather soundly," Qin Chu remarked with a smirk. His actions halted as he incredulously gazed at the slumbering elder. The system notification indicated that the old man's basic feedback multiplier was an astonishing 300 times. Qin Chu chuckled. Even in imprisonment, unexpected rewards awaited him. With 300 times the feedback multiplier, the old man was indeed remarkable. With 3 days remaining until execution, there was ample time to cultivate a rapport with him. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed through the corridor. Shangguan Hongzhuang entered, her eyes red and swollen. Initially, she had a multitude of words to express. But upon seeing the lavish spread of fine wines and delicacies, along with the well-rested Qin Chu, the words caught in her throat. "You." At that moment, Shangguan Hongzhuang was at a loss for words. "Hongzhuang, what brings you here?" Qin Chu opened the cell door and grasped her delicate hand. Shangguan Hongzhuang's eyes widened. The cell door wasn't even locked. Was Qin Chu genuinely here to serve time? Momentarily, she struggled to comprehend the situation. As Qin Chu pulled her into the cell, he waved his hand, and a genuine leather sofa materialized. "Give it a try." The leather sofa was one of Qin Chu's little creations. Designed in the style of his previous life, with a sturdy frame made of ox bone and covered in cowhide. Whether sitting or reclining, it was extraordinarily comfortable. He typically kept it in his storage ring, ready for use whenever desired. Shangguan Hongzhuang plopped down onto it, the sensation of comfort prompting a soft moan to escape her lips. "Not bad. I'll take it with me later." After all, as Qin Chu's wife, she would endure even a toothache for him. The two engaged in conversation for a while, although Qin Chu did not intentionally reveal his intention of being imprisoned. Shangguan Hongzhuang still sensed something amiss. The tension in her demeanor temporarily eased. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Chu became a bit brazen, causing Shangguan Hongzhuang to flush with embarrassment as she shot him a fierce glare before hastily exiting the cell. No sooner had Shangguan Hongzhuang departed than Wu Gang arrived. Wu Gang appeared to be in a rather poor state, his complexion pale as if he had suffered a severe illness. "What's wrong? Have you been cuckolded?" Qin Chu couldn't resist teasing him. Wu Gang was the epitome of a spoiled rich kid, arrogant and domineering, yet he was quite amiable towards Qin Chu, making him a rare friend. "Do you still find it amusing?" Wu Gang was left speechless. In 3 days, he would face the guillotine. Yet he could still manage a smile. "Do not wear such a gloomy expression. Let us share a drink together." Qin Chu opened the prison door and pulled Wu Gang to sit down, retrieving from his storage ring a bottle of the exquisite Baiwa wine. Upon witnessing this, Wu Gang's expression was nothing short of remarkable, mirroring that of Shangguan Hongzhuang. The prison door was not even locked, and a table was adorned with sumptuous delicacies. Was this truly a place for confinement? What wine possesses such an enchanting aroma? Wu Gang's gaze settled upon a white jade jar. "What kind of wine is this?" Baiwa wine is crafted from the morning dew of 100 flowers, combined with spiritual blossoms and treasures from heaven and earth, and it undergoes fermentation for 81 days. This particular jar of Baiwa wine is exceptional, having been aged for a full 50 years. Upon opening the seal, he poured a bowl for Wu Gang. Eagerly, Wu Gang drank it all in one go, savoring the exquisite nectar. Qin Chu, somewhat speechless, thought that fine wine should be savored slowly to truly appreciate its essence. Such reckless consumption seemed a waste. "I prefer to drink this way. Pour me another bowl." "You have one bowl, and he has one." Before long, the entire jar of Baiwa wine had vanished into their bellies. Wu Gang's complexion flushed slightly, the effects of the wine evident. "Junior brother, you have stirred up considerable trouble this time. I am powerless to save you. However, rest assured, I will take good care of your sister-in-law." Qin Chu's expression darkened. Why did those words sound so awkward? Chapter 57. The Dark Sky Wonder. Wu Gang stumbled out of the dungeon, tipsy and carefree, and before departing, he did not forget to stealthily take a few jars of Baiwa wine. Qin Chu discerned that Wu Gang was in a foul mood, hesitating several times to speak. Alas, that delightful wine, I would like a jar for myself. Upon hearing the voice of the elderly man next door, Qin Chu chuckled inwardly. Everything was unfolding as anticipated. From the moment Wu Gang exited the station, a strategy had begun to take shape in his mind. The fragrance of Baiwa wine was nearly irresistible. For someone like the elderly man, who had languished in the dungeon for years, deprived of sunlight, the allure of fine wine had long since become unbearable. Even ordinary wine would be considered precious to him, let alone Baiwa wine. If the elderly man desired it, Qin Chu was determined to withhold it. That which is easily obtained is seldom cherished, and his favor would not be easily earned. Let us keep him wanting. Qin Chu feigned difficulty, stating that Baiwa wine was not easily produced and exceedingly rare. He had only obtained a few jars and had just consumed some, leaving little in stock. The elderly man coughed up a mouthful of blood, wishing to splatter Qin Chu with it. He had never encountered such shamelessness. Rare? No stock? What nonsense was this? The two had just consumed at least a dozen jars, and that young man named Wu Gang had taken several jars with him upon leaving. Yet Qin Chu did not bat an eye. When he asked for more, it was claimed that there was little stock left. Did he think he could bully this old man, who was unable to retaliate? You insolent brat, I am the sect master of Qingyan sect. Crossing me will lead to dire consequences. The sect master of Qingyan sect? Qin Chu expressed a wave of disdain. If you are the leader of the Qingyan sect, then who is Lu Changzong? Upon witnessing Qin Chu's skepticism, the elder's expression darkened. With a deep sigh, he revealed a long-buried secret. The elder, named Wu Tianqi, was the former leader of the Qingyan sect and the father-in-law of Lu Changzong. In his quest for his daughter's future, Wu Tianqi devoted himself to nurturing Lu Changzong, only to discover that Lu Changzong possessed a heart as cruel as a beast. After ascending to the position of sect leader, he treacherously attacked Wu Tianqi, inflicting severe injuries and brutally mutilating him before imprisoning him in the dungeons of the Qingyan sect for decades. As for Wu Tianqi's daughter, her fate was even more tragic. Her cultivation was destroyed, and she was expelled from the sect to fend for herself. Wu Tianqi's revelations were not entirely unknown to Qin Chu, who was taken aback by Lu Changzong's sheer ruthlessness, deeming him less than human. It was fortunate that he had ingested the 9-turn broken heart grass. Perhaps one day, he would receive his comeuppance. Wu Tianqi, reflecting on his daughter, was overwhelmed with grief. Qin Chu produced a jar of flower wine and tossed it to him, remarking on the futility of his tears. Isn't the root of all this your own failure to discern character? It is indeed all my fault, Wu Tianqi roared, lifting the wine jar to drink deeply. After finishing the jar of exquisite wine, Qin Chu spoke. A despicable person like Lu Changzong should have been eliminated, roots and all. Yet you were merely imprisoned. Is there perhaps another reason for this? Upon hearing these words, Wu Tianqi hesitated momentarily before shaking his head. I do not know. The old man was still not forthcoming. Qin Chu, unperturbed, retrieved another jar of flower wine and drank leisurely, ignoring Wu Tianqi's intense gaze. After about a quarter of an hour, Wu Tianqi gritted his teeth and declared, I shall reveal the truth to you. It concerns a low-grade profound technique. The snow mountain flying scripture. I fought desperately to bring it from a grave site. Lu Changzong has been obsessed with this technique, employing all manner of torture to coerce me into surrendering it. To hand it over would mean certain death. Wu Tianqi understood this all too well, clenching his teeth to withhold any details. Upon hearing this, Qin Chu's lips twitched. He had anticipated a treasure of monumental significance, only to find it was a mere profound technique, which instantly dampened his interest. Wu Tianqi was bewildered, perceiving disdain and scorn in Qin Chu's eyes. This is a profound technique, he exclaimed. It is a rare find. Lu Changzong has tormented me for decades to no avail. Observing Wu Tianqi's crestfallen expression, Qin Chu tossed him another jar of wine. Wu Tianqi, holding the jar, no longer drank greedily but savored it slowly, his fondness for Qin Chu gradually increasing. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had quietly passed. Over the course of these days, Qin Chu and Wu Tianqi grew increasingly familiar with one another. Qin Chu discovered that despite Wu Tianqi's commendable character, his thoughts were somewhat naive. Had it not been for this, he would not have fallen prey to Lu Changzong's deception. Old Wu, Qin Chu began, what can I say? At your age, how could you be so blind? If I were in your position, I would never have reached such a low point. Qin Chu took a sip of wine and began to admonish Wu Tianqi. In a state of exasperation, Wu Tianqi felt an overwhelming urge to strangle Qin Chu. Ever since their acquaintance deepened, this insufferable brat had relentlessly mocked him, pouring salt into his wounds. Following these taunts, he would then patronizingly urge him to be strong. Strong, my foot. Yet, as he reflected on the past few days, wherein Qin Chu had bestowed upon him exquisite wine and sumptuous meat, his gloomy disposition lightened somewhat. Ding. The friendship value between the host and Wu Tianqi has surpassed 50 points, fulfilling the conditions for a gift exchange. Upon hearing the mechanical voice in his mind, Qin Chu beamed, stroking his chin while appraising Wu Tianqi. If there existed one thing that Wu Tianqi desperately needed, it was undoubtedly a chance at rebirth to restore his former prowess. Achieving such a feat was no trivial endeavor. However, for Qin Chu, it posed no significant challenge. Just days prior, he had obtained a divine mountain snow lotus from the white tiger, renowned for its miraculous properties of reviving the dead and restoring flesh to bones. As for cultivation, there was little cause for concern. Upon consuming the divine mountain snow lotus, not only would his physical form be reborn, but his dantian would regenerate as well. Given Wu Tianqi's extensive experience in cultivation, it would not be long before he regained his strength. Old Wu, this is for you. He tossed the divine mountain snow lotus to Wu Tianqi. Being the former sect master of the Qingyun sect, Wu Tianqi possessed a wealth of knowledge and immediately recognized the extraordinary nature of the lotus. Upon learning of its effects, his aged face could not contain the excitement that bubbled within him. The dark confinement he had endured did not extinguish the flames of his resentment. Rather, it intensified his hatred towards Lu Changzong. Thank you, Qin boy. What could a 300-fold return yield? Qin Chu watched intently as Wu Tianqi consumed the divine mountain snow lotus. His gaze piercing. Ding. Gift. One divine treasure, the divine mountain snow lotus. Return multiplier, 300 times. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the immortal herb. The upgraded version of the divine mountain snow lotus. Its efficacy is hundreds of times greater, capable of reviving the dead with but a breath, and upon rebirth, it directly elevates one's cultivation by an entire realm. Hiss. The extraordinary immortal herb. With it, it was akin to possessing an additional life. In the central square of the Qingyun sect, throngs of disciples gathered, creating a bustling sea of humanity. At the heart of the square stood a raised platform, upon which lay a glistening, formidable blade. This platform served as the execution site for Qin Chu. Lu Changzong emerged from the grand hall, flanked by a cohort of elders. And with a grand gesture, Qin Chu was forcefully propelled towards the platform. Shangguan Xiong gazed at the platform, his heart heavy with sorrow yet utterly powerless. Among the crowd, Shangguan Hongzhuang maintained a calm demeanor, though a hint of concern lingered in her eyes. Meanwhile, atop the platform, Qin Chu appeared disheveled, his gaze vacant, repeatedly murmuring, I do not wish to die. Suddenly, he raised his head, directing a furious roar at the crowd. Killers, you must be exterminated. Qin Wu seeks my demise. What wrong have I committed in seeking vengeance? Chapter 58. The scheme the disciples of the Qingyun sect disregarded his outcry, sneering derisively. You, a mere ordinary disciple, dare to compare yourself to Elder Qin Wu? You think you are worthy? Wu Rui wore a look of disdain, glancing back at her brother Wu Gang, mocking him for his lack of self-awareness despite his wealth. How utterly laughable! Wu Gang remained unresponsive, merely casting a detached glance toward the high platform, his eyes flashing with a hint of resolve. Wu Rui, unperturbed, simply regarded Wu Gang as a fool, unable to discern the gravity of the situation at such a critical moment. Lu Changzong observed the fervent performance of Qin Chu, his lips curling in disdain. At 1:15 noon, amidst the expectant gazes of the crowd, Lu Changzong's authoritative voice resonated, announcing that the time for execution had arrived. The executioner's great blade suddenly soared, aimed directly at Qin Chu's neck. In an instant, a beam of sword light descended from above, deflecting the executioner's long knife. Subsequently, a middle-aged man materialized on the high platform, a grin adorning his face as he regarded Qin Chu. Qin Chu, the Qingyun sect cannot accommodate you. However, if you surrender all your wealth, Mingwei Tower would gladly accept you. This man was Jie Shanhe, who had come for Qin Chu's riches, straightforward and unambiguous in his intentions. Qin Chu's subsequent words caused Jie Shanhe's expression to shift dramatically. How do you find today's performance? Are you satisfied? What? A performance? Jie Shanhe suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. You lured me here on purpose? What do you think? Qin Chu retorted coldly. As the master of the tower, to disclose the employer's information and act in bad faith, people like you deserve to be executed. With a mocking smile, Qin Chu declared that those who dared to covet his wealth would not escape unscathed. Jie Shanhe's expression darkened. You wish for my demise? It shall not be so simple. His tone shifted. Since you refuse to recognize the situation, you may as well perish. Transforming his palm into a claw, He lunged at Qin Chu. In response, a massive white tiger emerged, standing guard before Qin Chu, its roar sending Qian Shanhe reeling backward. Realizing the precariousness of his position, Qian Shanhe ascended into the sky. Lu Changzong, accompanied by a host of elders, encircled Qian Shanhe, declaring, "Today marks your end." They struck at him with fists raised. And the other elders, having grasped the truth, attacked without hesitation. The disciples of the Qingyun sect were bewildered. What is happening? The rapid turn of events left them momentarily disoriented. It was all a ruse. Upon learning the truth, their faces flushed with embarrassment. What on earth was this? Wu Gang's expression brightened with joy. In contrast, Wu Rui's countenance darkened, never having anticipated such a conclusion. Contemplating Qin Chu's formidable financial resources, she silently lamented her oversight. Brother Qin is safe. How wonderful. Her demeanor shifted dramatically as she leaped towards Qin Chu, her exuberance nearly causing her to burst forth. Wu Gang shook his head, utterly disappointed in his sister. Shangguan Hongguang revealed a long-awaited smile, realizing that her worries had been unfounded, yet feeling a pang of irritation for being kept in the dark. Qian Shanhe found himself besieged by Lu Changzong and the others, gradually falling into a disadvantage. "Are you not going to make your move?" Qian Shanhe bellowed in rage. At that moment, the 5 vice masters appeared in the air, observing the beleaguered Qian Shanhe with cold detachment, choosing not to intervene, but rather to watch with indifference. The traitor Qian Shanhe let out a furious roar, forcing back Lu Changzong and the others with a single sword strike. His expression was one of extreme distress. The betrayal of the 5 deputy leaders made escape seem as arduous as ascending to the heavens. With resolve, he unleashed a formidable aura, a terrifying wave of energy that sent Lu Changzong and his companions flying. Lu Changzong's pupils constricted. Golden Core? No, it was the false Golden Core realm. The false Golden Core was an illusion of advancement towards the Golden Core, possessing half its power. Qian Shanhe was already at the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment stage, not far from the Golden Core. By burning his own vital blood, he temporarily attained the battle prowess of a false Golden Core, albeit at a tremendous cost. After some time, he would be left severely weakened or worse. Qian Shanhe's eyes turned bloodshot as he wielded his long sword, infused with a terrifying sword intent, and struck down from the air. The false Golden Core already bore the might of a true Golden Core. Once more, Lu Changzong and the others were swept away by the sword energy, blood spewing from their mouths. Qian Shanhe swung his sword again, unleashing another wave of dreadful sword intent. With each strike, his complexion grew grimmer. After a relentless series of over 10 strikes, blood began to seep from the corners of his mouth. Lu Changzong and his companions were drenched in blood and grievously injured. "Do you require my assistance?" White Tiger inquired as he witnessed Qian Shanhe's display of might. Qin Chu shook his head. He desired a mutual destruction, and this was the outcome he sought. Lu Changzong coughed up blood, urging Qin Chu to allow White Tiger to intervene. "Cough. I have been injured by Qian Shanhe's momentum. I need White Tiger's protection." In the blink of an eye, Qin Chu, once vibrant and full of life, lay motionless on the ground, as if gravely wounded. Shameless, Lu Changzong cursed inwardly. Faced with Qian Shanhe's onslaught, they could only defend passively, their wounds multiplying. "Lord, if this continues, we shall all perish," one elder exclaimed, only to have his head severed by a swordlight. The others fell silent, their eyes betraying their fear. The disparity between Foundation establishment and Golden Core was slight. A half-step Golden Core was as insignificant as an ant before a false Golden Core. Qian Shanhe could not maintain this state for long. Lu Changzong's expression darkened. This battle had cost them dearly in both personnel and resources. If White Tiger had joined the fray, the situation would not have been so dire. With this thought, a glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Lu Changzong's eyes. As expected, Qian Shanhe's condition was exceedingly poor. He unleashed a sharp sword energy that sent Lu Changzong and the others flying before turning to flee. Lu Changzong and his companions watched him depart without attempting to stop him. Qin Chu, riding White Tiger, pursued him, accompanied by the others. Qin Chu's actions infuriated Lu Changzong further. "Damn it, where were you earlier?" His body was riddled with wounds, and his condition was dire. He flew into the main hall, retreating to heal. Not long after Qian Shanhe escaped from Qingyun's sect, the 5 deputy leaders blocked his path. "Why have you betrayed us?" Qian Shanhe demanded. People die for wealth, birds perish for food. With sufficient incentives, even a chaste maiden can become a one." Qin Chu appeared on White Tiger, grinning as he gazed at Qian Shanhe. Qian Shanhe's countenance was icy, fully aware that escape was futile. With a heavy sigh, he lamented, "I never imagined I would fall into your hands. Kill me. Go ahead. After uttering these words, he gradually closed his eyes. Just as Qin Chu approached, he suddenly opened his eyes wide and struck towards Qin Chu's head with a powerful palm, anticipating that Qian Shan he would not resign himself to death quietly. Qin Chu had preemptively activated his indestructible divine skill, the 9 Revolutions Divine Wheel, which began to whirl rapidly. During his prime, Qian Shan he would not dare to meet force with force, but at this moment, his combat power had dwindled to a mere fraction. His palm struck against the golden energy shield, and a solid arm grasped his own. This is my first strike. You should feel honored. The Grand Freedom Transformation could absorb external spiritual power for cultivation, actively activating into a black whirlpool that devoured all. What in the world is this? Qian Shani screamed as the spiritual energy within him began to dissipate at a terrifying speed. In but a moment, he transformed into a lifeless husk. Qin Chu released Qian Shanhe. Noting that the Grand Freedom Transformation and the reversal of heaven and earth were remarkably similar in their ability to absorb others' spiritual energy for one's own use. No matter how one viewed it, there was an air of impropriety about this technique. Yet, Qin Chu was unconcerned, as long as he could grow stronger. He cared not for propriety. Not good. I'm about to break through. Chapter 59. Breakthrough in Realm. This is not good. A breakthrough is imminent. Having already reached the pinnacle of qi refining, Qin Chu's cultivation was skyrocketing after absorbing Qian Shanhe's spiritual energy. Seated cross-legged upon the back of a tiger, he activated the Grand Freedom Transformation. Qin Chu's foundation establishment was unlike that of others. It was rooted in the heavenly Tao. Throughout history, those who established their foundation through the heavenly Tao were exceedingly rare. Young master is about to break through the foundation establishment. Ye Yinku exclaimed with joy, yet felt something amiss. The momentum of Qin Chu's breakthrough far surpassed his own, a chasm apart. Qin Fang was equally astonished. Could it be that the young master is establishing his foundation through the human Tao? In their understanding, achieving foundation establishment through the human Tao was already remarkable. Little did they know, Qin Chu was establishing his foundation through the heavenly Tao, surpassing the human Tao by several streets. The 5 vice leaders exchanged glances, seemingly discerning the truth. Young Master Qin is certainly not establishing his foundation through the human Tao. If not the human Tao, could it be? At least the Earth Tao Foundation? Hiss. The 5 stared in astonishment, gasping in shock. Previously, their greed had clouded their hearts, and they had not genuinely submitted. However, the successful establishment of the Earth Tao, even the heavenly Tao, promised limitless future achievements. In that moment, the 5 willingly pledged their allegiance to Qin Chu, and their camaraderie was thus enhanced. After approximately half a day, the formidable aura surrounding Qin Chu gradually dissipated. He suddenly opened his eyes. Having reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment, advancing directly from the early stage, the surging energy within him instilled a sense of power, making him feel capable of defeating someone like Lu Changzong, a half-step golden core, with a single punch. As for whether he could indeed defeat him, that would only be revealed through trial. Witnessing Qin Chu's successful breakthrough, the others eagerly exclaimed, "Congratulations to the young master on your foundation establishment." Haha. Today, I find myself in high spirits, surrounded by a bounty of treasures. With a mere wave of my arm, countless spirit stones, elixirs, and weapons float gracefully in the air. Feel free to take what you desire. Once again, the assembly is awestruck by Qin Chu's immense wealth, and after a brief moment of astonishment, they gather the resources according to their needs. Amidst the jubilation, the white tiger suddenly speaks. I sense the presence of that seductive serpent. The ominous premonition, perhaps stemming from the alluring enchantress, lingers in the air. Qin Chu is acutely aware of the identity of the serpent the white tiger refers to. The Serpent King. The enchantress had once issued a dire promise of vengeance. While they do not fear the Serpent King, they are wary of the formidable power that lies behind her. Little is known about this mysterious force. The fact that it instills fear in the white tiger leads Qin Chu to speculate that it must be a golden core cultivator. Should this indeed be the case, they would stand no chance even if they united their strengths. After a moment of silence, Qin Chu begins to strategize. The enchantress's presence near the Qingyan sect is likely due to her sensing the aura of the white tiger. If they can sever this connection, they may buy themselves some time. Their current strength comprises 5 deputy leaders in the late foundation establishment stage. For members of the smoking guests in the mid-foundation establishment stage, and the white tiger, who stands at the brink of the golden core stage. As for Qin Chu, he remains uncertain about his own prowess and tentatively considers himself at the late foundation establishment stage. Luchang sect is not a factor in their calculations. With their current lineup, They possess no hope against a golden core cultivator. Then an idea strikes Qin Shu: formations. If there exists a combined attack formation that could unleash power exceeding their individual levels, the dilemma could be resolved. However, formation masters are even rarer than alchemists. In the vast Qingyun sect, one would be hard-pressed to find even a basic formation. Where might one procure a formation disc? Qin Shu inquires of the 5 deputy leaders. They ponder for a moment before shaking their heads. Linzhou is remote, and both formation masters and discs are seldom seen. The Qingyun sect and the Mingwei Tower both reside within Linzhou. Disappointed by the lack of information regarding formation discs, Qin Shu realizes that haste is futile. Behind the Mingwei Tower, there are the swift and relentless pursuers in charge, with the 5 of you assisting. Qin Shu initially considered having the 5 consume the 9-turn heartbreak herb, but upon noticing that their friendship value had inexplicably risen to 60 points, he dismissed that thought. Obey the young master's command. Time is of the essence. They are now facing a golden core cultivator. Upon returning, they must elevate their cultivation to the brink of golden core as soon as possible. Should any resources be lacking, do not hesitate to seek me out. The 5 nod lightly and turn to leave. Qin Shu then addresses the smoking guests. You 4 have just entered the mid-foundation establishment stage. A breakthrough in the short term is unrealistic. Split up and gather information on the formation discs. Yes, young master. The 4 members of the smoking guests clasp their fists in acknowledgement and disperse in different directions. In truth, Qin Shu places the utmost importance on the White Tiger. Both the White Tiger and Lu Chong's sect are at the brink of golden core, yet the White Tiger is able to dominate Lu Chong's sect effortlessly. Should he advance to the golden core stage, his strength would become even more formidable. White Tiger, can you sense the opportunity to break through to the golden core? Certainly. If you provide me with a few hundred boxes of meat essence, I assure you that within a year, I shall ascend to the golden core stage, declared the confident White Tiger, lifting his head with assurance. Qin Shu smirked, thinking to himself that he too could achieve the golden core in a year. Ignoring the White Tiger's resentful gaze, he returned to the Qingyun sect. Go, exclaimed the White Tiger. Qin Shu, let me clarify, I am merely a temporary steed. Do not mistake me for a true mount. With this command, the White Tiger expressed his discontent, muttering to vent his frustration as they made their way back to the Qingyun sect. All disciples, upon seeing Qin Shu, were notably cautious and exceedingly respectful. Particularly when they beheld the White Tiger, their faces turned pale, trembling in fear. At that moment, the anxious Su Guanxiong rushed over, his expression grave. Qin Shu, there is trouble. Hongzhuang has been kidnapped. The previously wounded Xianshanhe, having sustained serious injuries, appeared even more pallid after being attacked by an unfamiliar powerful adversary. What is happening? Su Guan Hongzhuang is my wife. Who dares to provoke such death? The urgency of the situation was palpable. Understanding the gravity of the matter, Qin Shu mounted the White Tiger and soared into the sky, his murderous intent unrestrained. How dare they undermine me? They must be seeking death. Since his rebirth, he had never felt such fury. Following the route described by Su Guanxiang, he pursued swiftly. After an indeterminate duration, he intercepted 2 individuals in a vast plain. The kidnapper of Su Guan Hongzhuang was an elderly man, with a sharp, monkey-like visage that instantly revealed his malicious nature. Upon seeing someone blocking his path, the old man expressed his displeasure, saying, Today, my esteemed ancestor is in good spirits, so I will overlook your obstruction. Do not force me to take action. Rather audacious. Qin Shu replied darkly. Release her. Su Guan Hongzhuang, well aware of the old man's terrifying prowess, urgently shouted, Qin Shu, you are no match for him. Hurry and flee. Do not concern yourself with me. I will not leave. This old scoundrel has taken my wife, and I shall not rest until he is dead. The old man suddenly smiled, revealing, so you are this girl as partner. Out of respect for her, I shall not hold your rudeness against you. Step aside, lest you hinder my journey. How dare you? Qin Shu exclaimed. Tiger, let us strike together. He leapt into the air, 9 radiant halos appearing behind him, each projecting a divine wheel, embodying the Earth rank mid-grade technique, the 9 turns divine wheel. The White Tiger, unwilling to be outdone, roared and charged at the old man with a brief moment of accumulated power. Sensing the marvel of Qin Shu's technique, the old man narrowed his eyes. This little one has some merit. Facing the combined assault of a man and a tiger, the old man merely extended a finger and gently tapped. A flash of light erupted, sending Qin Shu and the White Tiger sprawling backward. As Qin Shu spat out the dirt from his mouth, he was momentarily stunned. This old fellow is rather formidable. Chapter 60, Departure Ding. Detection of the individual Xianyuozi. Basic return multiplier of 700 times. The friendship value between the host and Xianyuozi is 30 points, temporarily lacking the conditions for gift return. Just as Qin Chu contemplated retaliating, he paused upon hearing the voice in his mind. With a 700-fold increase, he directly surpassed the 500-fold of the white tiger. As for the 30 points of friendship value, it indicates that the old man harbors no ill intentions towards him. What is the meaning of this? Shouldn't one first seek clarification? Qin Chu rose, brushing off the dirt from his clothes, and coughed before asking, "What is your purpose in taking Hongzhuang?" The old man, with his peculiar temperament, retorted dismissively, "What business is it of yours? Just scurry away." Qin Chu's expression darkened, barely restraining himself from striking again. This old man was exceedingly infuriating. "Unless you explain your intentions, do not expect to leave." "Huh? Just based on you?" The elder scoffed, completely disregarding Qin Chu's presence. "Let me warn you, my patience is limited. If you do not step aside, I will kill you." Standing protectively in front of Qin Chu, Shangguan Hongzhuang declared, "If you wish to kill, then you must take me with you." Sensing the fragrant aura emanating from Shangguan Hongzhuang, Qin Chu felt a surge of emotion as a man. How could he hide behind a woman? He pulled her behind him, his gaze icy. If the old man sought to take his life, it would not be so simple. As the host of the system, he knew that in a life-or-death situation, the system would not remain idle. The system was his ultimate trump card. The elder's expression fluctuated, and after a long sigh, he impatiently explained, "Damn it, I have never had to explain myself in my life. You are the first. Hurry up and speak." Why the delay? Qin Chu could not tolerate the elder's arrogance and spoke bluntly. The elder's face reddened with anger. "If it weren't for my fondness for that girl, I would have ended you with a single strike." As the elder recounted the tale, Qin Chu began to understand the situation. The elder was the patriarch of the Tianhan sect in Lingzhou, who had wagered with the patriarch of the rival Xinhua sect over whose disciple was stronger, with the winner claiming a 10-year mining right to spiritual stones. A year ago, the patriarch of Xinhua had taken on a remarkably gifted disciple, while the disciple of the Tianhan patriarch was evidently no match. Thus, the Tianhan patriarch traveled far and wide in search of a disciple capable of defeating the opponent. Upon passing through the Qingyan sect, he immediately set his sights on Shangguan Hongzhuang. After entering Shangguan Xiong, he forcefully took her away. The elder was clearly not adept at storytelling, although the narrative was somewhat coherent. His flickering gaze and hesitant tone led Qin Chu to suspect that the old man was not being entirely forthright. "Is everything you said true?" Qin Chu narrowed his eyes, staring intently at him. "Of course. Do you dare to swear by the heavenly Tao? If there is even a hint of falsehood, may lightning strike you." The Tianhan patriarch was rendered speechless. This young man was cunning and not easily deceived. Clearing his throat, he replied, "My age has dulled my memory. But I suddenly recall that the disciple of the losing side becomes a slave to the victor." "What? A slave?" Qin Chu's anger flared, his dissipating aura coalescing once more. "No matter what, you will not take her away today. Hurry, prepare for a fight." The Tianhan patriarch's eyes flickered. "I may have been remiss, but it is not as dire as you think. Under my tutelage, the girl will easily defeat the opponent." Qin Chu did not believe a single word spoken by the old man. As he stood in a daze, a fleeting shadow passed by. By the time Qin Chu and the white tiger regained their senses, both the elder and Shangguan Hongzhuang had vanished without a trace. "Young man, the ancestor did not speak falsely. I intend to cultivate the girl into an unparalleled genius and find her a worthy match. As for you, it's time to wash up and sleep." Confronted with the old man's shamelessness, Qin Chu's expression turned icy as he gazed skyward, gritting his teeth and shouting, "Old man, if anything happens to Hongzhuang, I will annihilate your Tianhan sect." The elder's formidable strength was terrifying, undoubtedly above the golden core stage, leaving Qin Chu with an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Recent events had gradually exceeded his capabilities. Riding back to the Qingyan sect on the white tiger, he conveyed the words of the Tian'an elder to Shangguan Xiong, deliberately omitting any mention of the slavery matter to avoid causing worry. Lu Changzong was still in seclusion. Qin Chu was a man of his word and sent someone to deliver the antidote for the 9 turns heartbreak grass. Time flew by, and before he knew it, 10 days had passed. The Qingyan sect returned to its usual tranquility, with sect master Lu Changzong still healing in seclusion. On the day of the siege against Qianshanhe, Wan Qianyi happened to be in closed-door training. Upon hearing the news after emerging, he was struck with horror. Abandoning his previous arrogance and kneeling before the Tianjin courtyard for 3 whole days before Qin Chu finally agreed to spare him. The group that had ventured out to gather information about the formation plates, including the Yin Yin guest, returned to the Tianjin courtyard. Apart from the news regarding the formation plates brought back by the Yin guest, the others returned empty-handed. Young master, but Songhai Jinren was once a formation master, dedicating his life to the study of formations. Though merely a second-tier formation master, his expertise rivals that of a third-tier master. A second-tier formation master? Qin Chu felt uncertain. According to the power hierarchy of this world, a second-tier formation master corresponded to the foundation establishment stage. The formation set by a top-tier second-tier master could only exhibit the strength of a half-step golden core, which was far from sufficient to contend with true golden core cultivators. Noticing Qin Chu's thoughts, the Yin guest continued. It is rumored that the Songhai Jinren devoted his entire life to crafting a single formation plate, which, when activated, possesses the power to slay ordinary golden core cultivators. Where's the formation plate now? The Yin guest shook his head. The whereabouts of the formation plate are uncertain. Some say it doesn't exist at all, while others firmly believe it resides within the Songhai Jinren's underground palace. Suddenly, Qin Chu recalled that a few days prior, an elder had visited, mentioning that the location of the upcoming Linzhou sect competition was indeed within the Songhai Jinren's underground palace. A grave of a deceased person felt ominous to Qin Chu, who had no desire to participate. However, considering the possibility of the formation plate being in the underground palace, he promptly changed his mind and resolved to venture there personally. You all have traveled extensively. Go and rest now. As the Yin guest and others exited the room, Qin Chu picked up a jade slip from a corner of the room. The jade slip, sent by the elder, recorded the competition's rules. Disinterested, he casually tossed it into a corner. The Qingyun sect was located in Linzhou, alongside the Red Garment sect and the 100-Flower Valley, forming the three major sects of Linzhou. In this grand competition, other minor sects will also participate, primarily focusing on the contest among the three major sections. The tradition of the sect competition has a long-standing history, originally aimed at sharing insights on cultivation. However, as time has passed, its essence has shifted, transforming into a display of prowess among the sects, accompanied by rankings based on their achievements. The foremost sect, Linzhou's leading establishment, commands the submission of all other sects, which are obliged to pay tribute annually. The lower the rank, the greater the resources required for tribute. The previous champion was the Qingyun sect, which reaped substantial benefits, significantly enhancing its overall strength. The rules for this year's competition are considerably more straightforward than in the past. The victor will be the one who inherits the legacy of the Songhai real person. Due to the constraints of the Songhai underground palace's formation, only cultivators below the foundation establishment stage are permitted entry. Upon realizing this, Qin Chu couldn't help but scoff at the repetitive nature of this setup, particularly the cultivation restrictions. I must enter, he resolved. Chapter 61. Dragon Elephant Divine Skill. Qin Chu's concerns were entirely unwarranted. The system conceals cultivation levels, rendering anyone incapable of discerning them, especially within the confines of a formation. Indeed, why worry at all? His spirits lifted significantly. As for competing with a group of Qi refinement stage cultivators for the inheritance, Qin Chu felt no inclination. His sole intention was to enter and locate the formation plate. With only a few days remaining before the competition, he planned to visit the Qingyun dungeon to see Wu Tianqi and simultaneously accumulate resources. Through relentless efforts, their friendship value exceeded 80 points, and the return multiplier increased to 800 times. With Lu Changzong still in seclusion, Wu Tianqi was afforded a breather. After consuming the divine mountain snow lotus, his severed lower half had regrown, and with Qin Chu's abundant resources, his cultivation had returned to the foundation establishment stage. However, to regain his former peak, the half-step golden core realm would require some additional time. On this particular day, Wu Tianqi sat cross-legged, practicing the profound level technique, Snow Mountain Flying Scripture, which he had not had the chance to cultivate before being ambushed by Lu Changzong. Lu Changzong, once I restore my cultivation, I shall personally eliminate you. The thought of his daughter ignited a fierce rage within Wu Tianqi, who longed for immediate vengeance. Yet, considering Lu Changzong's half-step golden core prowess, he forcibly suppressed his murderous intent. The Snow Mountain Flying Scripture is a profound level technique, vastly superior to the yellow level techniques he had previously practiced, rendering any comparison moot. Lu Changzong, you treacherous scoundrel, your end is nigh. At that moment, the sound of footsteps approached, and without needing to guess, Wu Tianqi knew it was Qin Chu. Only two individuals could enter the Qingyun dungeon, Lu Changzong and Qin Chu. You've arrived? Wu Tianqi greeted with a smile as Qin Chu entered the cell. Old Wu, You have become rather hypocritical. Previously, when I visited, you would brusquely tell me to leave, but now you are so courteous. It feels a bit unusual. What are you here for? If nothing's amiss, hurry up and leave, Wu Tianqi replied, unwilling to indulge in idle banter with Qin Chu. You wanted to hear something. So let me satisfy your curiosity. Hearing the familiar voice, Qin Chu nodded in agreement, sensing the essence of their camaraderie. How is the recovery progressing? When will we eliminate Lu Changzong? Qin Chu and Lu Changzong share a partnership, yet Lu Changzong's character is lamentably subpar. After such a prolonged period, their camaraderie seems to be diminishing rather than improving, veering towards a negative value. It is no exaggeration to assert that should an opportunity arise, Lu Changzong would unhesitatingly eliminate him. From the inception of their collaboration, Qin Chu has remained vigilant, constantly contemplating potential resolutions. The emergence of Wu Tianqi has sparked a strategic idea, using another's hand to execute the deed. Qin Chu is well acquainted with this tactic. Having previously relied on the demonic forces to dispose of Qin Mo, this time, he intends to exact revenge on Lu Changzong through Wu Tianqi. Qian Shanhe has grievously injured Lu Changzong, and Qin Chu's decision to withhold Bai Hu from the fray is also part of the scheme, allowing sufficient time for Wu Tianqi. Presently, Wu Tianqi has restored himself to the foundational stage. Within a fortnight, he shall undoubtedly step into the realm of half-step golden core. Lu Changzong too stands at this threshold. Given their comparable levels of cultivation, the likelihood of unforeseen occurrences is significantly heightened. Should they wait for Wu Tianqi to transcend to the golden core, it may be an indeterminate period. The step from half-step to golden core, while seemingly a mere stride, is fraught with challenges. Some individuals may spend their entire lives without the fortune of achieving the golden core pathway, forever stagnating at half-step. In the aftermath of Wu Tianqi's assertion that he will settle accounts with Lu Changzong in half a month, Qin Chu intends to enhance his combat prowess comprehensively, ensuring absolute certainty. Under Wu Tianqi's astonished gaze, a manual of martial techniques hovered before him, an intermediate-grade profound technique, the indestructible diamond art. This tome was a gift derived from the feedback of the Yinzhong guest. The system's rewards can be nested once, with no restrictions on the recipient of the gift. After the second iteration, the system ceases to provide rewards. The indestructible diamond art, which balances offense and defense, significantly increases Wu Tianqi's probability of victory after cultivation. Is this what you've given me? Wu Tianqi exclaimed, his excitement palpable. It surpassed even the snow mountain flying technique in rank and is a dual-purpose manual for body refinement and attack, thus addressing his defensive shortcomings. Still exhilarated, Qin Chu produced an exquisite set of defensive artifacts and a superior-grade artifact gauntlet. My heavens, these are splendid items. Wu Tianqi's eyes widened in astonishment, churning with tumultuous emotions. The Qinyan sect has taken centuries to acquire a single superior-grade artifact, revered as the sect's treasure. Qin Chu, without blinking, had unveiled such an impressive array of artifacts, shattering Wu Tianqi's perceptions of wealth. Old Wu, with these enhancements, if you cannot vanquish Lu Changzong, you might as well find a block of tofu to throw yourself against. Rest assured, Lu Changzong is as good as doomed. Wu Tianqi's face beamed with joy, his demeanor akin to blooming flowers, as he caressed the superior artifacts, as if fondling a maiden's skin. Qin Chu nodded gently. Just as he was about to depart the Qinyan dungeon, the system's feedback arrived. Ding! A gift of the intermediate-grade profound technique, the indestructible diamond art. Reward multiplier, 800 times. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Earth-grade supreme technique, the dragon elephant art. The cultivation method is automatically stored within the storage ring. Hearing the voice in his mind, Qin Chu's lips curled into a smile. The gift can only be received once a day. The exceptional artifact system is no longer providing rewards. There is ample time ahead. Opportunities will abound in the future. He opened the system panel. Qin Chu. Cultivation at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Techniques include the 9 transformations of the universe, an Earth-grade mid-tier skill, the indestructible diamond technique, an Earth-grade mid-tier skill, the golden light escape, an Earth-grade supreme skill, and the dragon elephant technique, an Earth-grade supreme skill. His mount is a white tiger. Examining the list of techniques. Apart from the indestructible diamond technique, all others are Earth-grade. Qin Chu felt confident, believing that even the disciples of major sects and empires could not rival him. 3 days later, Qin Chu mobilized all his guards. The 4 ghosts of Qin Yun and the simple-minded Zhuang had reached the threshold of half-step foundation establishment. Merely practicing could not facilitate a rapid breakthrough to foundation establishment. Combat could awaken their latent potential, and combined with the exceptional foundation establishment elixir, they could achieve a breakthrough. Regrettably, the five could only opt for the ordinary foundation establishment method. Qin Shu's heavenly foundation establishment method demanded exceptionally high talent. The earthly foundation establishment method also had requirements, and the 5's qualifications were merely mid-tier, falling short of the standard. Only the human foundation establishment method remained. The human foundation establishment method is comparatively more abundant than the heavenly and earthly methods, yet still rare in a remote place like Linzhou. I must find a way to acquire some human foundation establishment methods, Qin Shu murmured. Everyone boarded the ship. The newly appointed elder of the law hall, Jiang Han, called out to his disciples and then approached Qin Shu with utmost respect. Young Master Qin, I have prepared a room for you. Please follow me. Qin Shu nodded and followed Jiang Han onto the flying ship. The other disciples, filled with envy and jealousy, felt helpless. After all, Qin Shu possessed a formidable mount, more powerful than even the sect leader. Wu Rui gazed at Qin Shu's figure, secretly regretting her choices. Had she maintained her relationship with him and advanced to become his woman, her status in Qingyun sect would undoubtedly soar. Now, having previously kicked him when he was down, she found herself unable to reach such heights. Biting her lip, her eyes glimmered with determination. Chapter 62. The Undersea Palace. The flying ship of Qingyun Tower is a mid-tier artifact. It swiftly navigates through the clouds, with fierce winds howling and battering the vessel. Qin Shu stood by the window, gazing at the billowing clouds. Knock, knock. Someone was at the door. Wu Rui's voice echoed from outside. Brother Qin, may I come in? Qin Shu raised an eyebrow. During his time in the Qingyun dungeon, Wu Rui and Wu Tao not only failed to assist, but actively distanced themselves. Now, her approach seemed aimed at mending their relationship. Qin Shu scoffed inwardly, but allowed Wu Rui to enter. Today, she wore particularly revealing attire, clad in a loose, sheer fabric that left little to the imagination. What brings you here, Miss Wu? Qin Shu's tone was indifferent as he glanced at her before turning away, seemingly uninterested in the alluring sight before him. Wu Rui bit her lip. Brother Qin, I like you. Suddenly, she leaped into Qin Shu's embrace, holding him tightly. The fragrance emanating from her enveloped the air with a delicate aroma. Wu Rui could be considered a rare beauty, with an outstanding figure. The dream goddess of the Qingyun sect disciples. Especially with their bodies so close, it stirred one's heart. However, Qin Shu remained unmoved, slowly pushing Wu Rui away. Enough. Your actions will only deepen my disdain. Faced with his rebuke, Wu Rui trembled, her emotions spiraling out of control as she cried out in grievance. You cannot entirely blame me. In that situation, I could only protect myself. If you had revealed the truth to me beforehand, I would never have acted this way. Huh? Are we that familiar? Is there a need to inform you? Qin Shu admired Wu Rui's thought process. She had dug her own grave, yet blamed him. Not wishing to entangle himself with a lunatic, he forcefully pushed Wu Rui out the door, slamming it shut with a resounding thud. Wu Rui's expression darkened, nearly dripping with resentment, her eyes icy as she declared, I hate you, Qin Shu. Tears of grievance rolled down her cheeks. Turning away, she returned to her room, where an unknown figure had appeared, gazing at her alluring form with a wicked smile. It must feel terrible to be humiliated, doesn't it? Do you wish for revenge? If so, I want to see your sincerity. The figure's gaze was unabashedly intense, revealing an unmistakable fervor. Wu Rui instinctively recoiled, but upon noticing the token in the figure's hand, her heart skipped a beat, and her sheer veil began to slip away. At the entrance of the Songhai Real Person's underground palace, various sects gathered in Linzhou, yet the Qingyun sect had yet to arrive. The other sects set up camp around the palace. At the residence of the Red Robe sect, the elder Zhang Xiong surveyed the disciples and solemnly declared, in this grand competition, our greatest rivals remain the Qingyun sect and the 100 Flower Valley. The other minor sects pose little threat. Upon mentioning the Qingyun sect and the 100 Flower Valley, the disciples of the Red Robe sect displayed disdain. In this competition, neither the Qingyun sect nor the 100 Flower Valley has any standout disciples. Our senior brother Qi Ri will surely sweep the competition and claim the inheritance of the Songhai Real Person. Senior brother Qi Ri is proficient in both martial and formation arts, being a first-grade formation master. Such talent is unparalleled in Linzhou. Hearing this, Zhang Xiong glanced at the taciturn Qi Ri. Qi Ri possessed exceptional talent and was a genius in formations. Below the foundation establishment realm, he was invincible. and Zhang Xiong harbored great satisfaction with this disciple. Being inherently cautious, he wished to avoid a repeat of past tragedies. The last competition was lost due to carelessness, allowing the Qingyan sect to take first place. Despite this, he could not afford to be complacent. Others nodded in agreement, though they did not take it to heart. A similar discussion unfolded at the 100 Flower Valley's encampment. The 100 Flower Valley has consistently secured third place. This year, our master hopes you will strive for second place, as the resources we offer will significantly decrease. As for first place, the 100 Flower Valley has never contemplated it. Zhu Lin furrowed her brow. She harbored great ambition and was confident in her abilities. Confronted with the talents of the Qingyan sect and the Red Robe sect, she felt no fear. Listening to her master's words, Zhu Lin felt somewhat unconvinced but refrained from retorting. Sitting beside her, Duo merely chuckled, as if these matters were irrelevant to her, revealing her adorable little tiger teeth. Suddenly, a resounding roar echoed through the air. The spaceship hovered above, as disciples of Qingyan sect, led by Jiang Han, leaped down from it. The Qingyan sect had quite a grandiose presence, making everyone wait for a full 2 days. The Grand Elder of the Scarlet Robe sect, Zhang Xiong, expressed his disdain with sarcasm and mockery. Jiang Han, not one to be easily intimidated, retorted that with 1 day remaining until the agreed-upon time, their early arrival was their own affair and had nothing to do with Qingyan sect. Zhang Xiong refrained from provoking trouble. If you possess true skill, let us see it on the arena. With a cold snort, Zhang Xiong scoffed internally, waiting for the day when Qi Ri would obtain the legacy of the Songhai master. And then he would see how self-satisfied Jiang Han could remain. Jiang Han nodded to Elder Lingwei of Baihua Valley and set up a tent in a clearing near the entrance to the underground palace. The next day, all sects in Linzhou emerged from their tents, and as the previous champion, Qingyan sect naturally assumed the role of host for this grand competition. Jiang Han, with a stern expression, announced the rules of the contest to the assembly. This competition followed the same format as before, with the first place sect being recognized as the foremost sect of Linzhou, while the other sects would contribute varying proportions of resources based on their rankings. Should any sect fail to adhere to the rules afterward, they would face collective retribution from the others. Everyone present had no objections to this stipulation. Following this, Jiang Han elaborated on the specifics of the competition. The main venue for this contest would be the underground palace of the Songhai master. Each sect was to send 30 disciples to compete for the legacy of the Songhai master, with the recipient being declared the champion of the contest. The remaining sects would be ranked according to the number of their surviving disciples. The Songhai underground palace remained an unexplored territory, shrouded in uncertainty. Yet one thing was certain, it would be fraught with peril. The Songhai master had established numerous obstacles to select a worthy heir, and only those who navigated them successfully would have the chance to inherit the legacy. After hearing this, Qin Shu felt perplexed. If the Songhai master had already passed away, how could these individuals ascertain that the underground palace was intended for selecting a successor? Had the Songhai master relayed this information to them in a dream? Previously, when reading novels, he had found this concept bewildering, and now, placed in the same situation, he remained equally baffled. Wan Tianyi seemed to perceive Qin Shu's confusion and voluntarily clarified that the reason they possessed this knowledge was due to a message released by the Songhai master before his demise, stating that the day the underground palace emerged would coincide with the time of inheritance. This revelation only deepened Qin Shu's bewilderment. What kind of lunacy was it for the Songhai master to construct an underground palace and establish numerous obstacles in search of a successor? If he had this capability, why not seek a successor while still alive? If time was of the essence, how could he find the time to build an underground palace yet not to search for an heir? It was utterly unbelievable. There must be some hidden agenda. The Songhai underground palace was not merely about selecting a successor. There had to be other, less honorable motives at play. Qin Shu shook his head, silently remaining on high alert. He suddenly noticed that Wan Tianyi and Wu Rui were behaving quite intimately. When did these two individuals come together? Qin Shu's gaze fell upon Wu Rui, whose expression was calm, a stark contrast to her enchanting demeanor from the previous day, as if she were an entirely different person. Chapter 63. Are you a human or a ghost? Jiang Han elaborated on the rules. Does everyone understand? Understood. The assembly nodded in unison, responding affirmatively. Jiang Han, Zhang Xiong, and Ling Yu exchanged glances, and together unleashed a beam of brilliance, dispelling the barrier that enveloped the Songhai underground palace. With the barrier lifted, the disciples participating in the grand competition could enter. though the interior was fraught with unknown perils, each to their own fate. Upon concluding his words, the competing disciples gazed upon the swirling vortex at the entrance of the underground palace. A chilling aura wafted from the entrance, instilling a sense of foreboding. All present furrowed their brows, none daring to be the first to step inside. "What's there to fear? We shall proceed," Qin Shu declared. Leading the four specters of Qin Yun and the simple-minded Zhuang into the vortex, their figures vanishing without a trace. As anticipated, the system concealed their cultivation levels, rendering the formation incapable of detection. Wan Tianyi and Wu Rue exchanged glances, both recognizing their disdain for Qin Shu, who appeared to be nothing but a reckless brute. Jiang Han, witnessing Qin Shu's bold entry, felt a flutter of unease in his eyelids. It was well known that their fear of Qin Shu was entirely contingent upon the presence of the white tiger, which, due to the formation's barriers, could not enter. They held little regard for Qin Shu's individual prowess. However, his audacity to be the first to venture forth was commendable. Others, observing this scene, refrained from following suit, choosing instead to wait and watch, ensuring there were no irregularities before stepping inside. After approximately a quarter of an hour, with no anomalies detected, the crowd sighed in relief and gradually entered the underground palace. The four members of the Jia Yanku scoffed at the cowardice of those who feared for their lives, deeming them unworthy to be compared to their master. Once everyone had traversed the vortex, darkness enveloped them, and they reappeared in an unfamiliar environment. Each person found themselves isolated, situated within their own distinct surroundings. Gazing down upon the entire underground palace, one could see a myriad of bubbles floating, each containing an individual. At that moment, Qin Shu also found himself in a strange setting. This environment resembled the blue star of his previous life, a bustling metropolis, teeming with throngs of people. Attractive women showcased their long legs, swaying their ample forms, evoking tantalizing thoughts. The scene shifted to a rental apartment, one with which Qin Shu was well acquainted. It was a dwelling he had rented for several $100s, where he had spent countless solitary springs, summers, autumns, and winters. Suddenly, a woman materialized in the room. Her face was relatively delicate, her figure alluring, clad in a short, strappy nightgown, casting seductive glances toward Qin Shu. This was Bai Lin, his girlfriend from the Blue Star. Her face flushed, she parted her enticing red lips, asking, "Am I beautiful?" Qin Shu shook his head, raising his hand to shatter Bai Lin. What remained was merely her corporeal form, devoid of her essence. The formation could manifest the desires and thoughts of the heart, yet it was unable to replicate the soul. Bai Lin is a boxer, exuding a masculinity that seems incongruous with any hint of delicacy. The moment Bai Lin shattered, the surroundings erupted like a bubble bursting. Following a brief darkness, Qin Shu found himself on a vast arena, a realm unto itself. As he surveyed his surroundings, he recognized this place as the second formation set by the master of the Songhai. The first was an illusion array. The nature of this second formation, however, remained a mystery. Yet, Qin Shu felt no trepidation. Thanks to his cultivation of the dragon-elephant divine skill, his combat prowess had ascended to new heights. Should he desire, a single punch could obliterate the formation. In the face of absolute strength, any formation is but a fragile membrane, easily pierced. However, Qin Shu refrained from such an action, intent on discerning the master's ulterior motives. At that moment, a figure descended from the heavens, landing upon the arena. This individual possessed striking features, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, particularly captivating with a pair of deep, rebellious gazes that could enchant countless beauties in a past life with just a blink. As Qin Shu beheld this newcomer, his eyes widened in astonishment. Approaching the figure, he examined him closely, remarking on the awe-inspiring handsomeness that rivaled the gods. "I am nowhere near your level," he conceded. The newcomer stiffened at the compliment. "I am you, and you are me. To praise oneself is truly shameless." This individual was an avatar conjured by the formation, bearing an identical appearance to Qin Shu. "I speak only the truth, without exaggeration," Qin Shu replied, rolling his eyes. "Enough chatter. To pass this challenge, you must defeat me." "How difficult could that be? An imitation of me created by a formation cannot possibly compare," Qin Shu scoffed. The system had concealed Qin Shu's cultivation level, presenting him to the outside world as merely a fifth-level Qi refinement practitioner, the same as the avatar produced by the formation. The master of the Songhai's formation had its unique attributes, capable of perceiving Qin Shu's cultivation techniques. For instance, the avatar wielded the indestructible diamond body skill, enveloping itself in a golden glow. Yet, to Qin Chu, it was merely a fade. As the golden fist approached, Qin Chu extended his arm slowly, grasping the opponent's fist. After all, a formation is ultimately inert, its ability to perceive limited. Let this end, he declared, striking down with a palm that shattered the avatar's form. In an instant, the arena crumbled into fragments of dissipating energy. As the dust settled, a narrow stone pathway, shrouded in mist, appeared before him. This path could accommodate only one traveler, flanked by bottomless cliffs. One misstep could lead to utter destruction. Without hesitation, Qin Chu stepped forward. And with each stride, the mist seemed to possess a sentience, parting willingly. After approximately 10 minutes of walking, he arrived at the conclusion of the path. The scene that greeted him at the end was starkly different from what lay outside. Before him sprawled a grove of peach blossoms, vibrant and fragrant. Qin Chu raised an eyebrow at the sight of the peach trees cultivated within this subterranean realm, a spectacle he had never encountered before. Amidst the peach blossom grove, a hexagonal pavilion stands at its center, adorned with a stone table upon which tea utensils emit wisps of steam. Is someone there? Who could it be? Is the illustrious Master Songhai still alive? Countless conjectures raced through my mind. The peach grove, the pavilion, the boiling tea water, all felt eerily strange. Could it be a ghost? Qin Chu's lips twitched. As a cultivator, he harbored an innate fear of apparitions. Yet having come this far, he could not afford to falter. Taking a deep breath, he donned 2 exquisite sets of magical armor and grasped a pair of superb swords, one in each hand. Just as he was about to step forward, a peal of laughter, as melodious as silver bells, halted him in his tracks. Do not be afraid, young master. I am merely a frail woman. Surely I could not devour you, came a voice. Following this, a woman clad in white appeared in the pavilion, seated on a stone bench, pouring tea from a teapot. Her visage was obscured, but from the side, she appeared quite lovely. This resemblance evoked memories of the ethereal specters from film and television that drew upon the vitality of the living. A chill surged through Qin Chu's spine. Had he truly encountered a female ghost? He steadied his frayed nerves, tightened his grip on the magical artifact, and cautiously approached the pavilion. Are you human or ghost? He inquired. The woman paused her movements and turned her gaze toward him. Qin Chu had underestimated her beauty among all the women he had encountered. Only Shangwan Hongzhuang could rival her. Yet their essences were starkly different. Shangwan exuded a cool allure tinged with seduction, while this woman emanated an otherworldly aura, embodying the spirit of a cultivator devoted to the pursuit of immortality. Do you believe I am human or ghost? She asked. At that moment, the voice of the system echoed in his mind, prompting Qin Chu to steal another glance at her, his tension easing slightly. He then took a seat opposite her, his earlier fear dissipating. The woman noted the shift in his demeanor with a hint of surprise. He had seemed so frightened, yet now appeared remarkably composed. Remarkable, young master. In such a brief time, you have navigated both the illusionary formation and the lethal array. She was well aware of the perils of these formations, and Qin Chu's performance truly astonished her. Congratulations, young master, on successfully passing the test and becoming one of the 5 inheritors. 5 inheritors? For a second-tier array master to require 5 inheritors seemed rather ambitious. The woman, unaware of Qin Chu's internal musings, sensed his silence as he stared at her intently, making her feel somewhat uneasy. Do you have any questions? She inquired, unable to contain her curiosity. Snapping back to reality, Qin Chu found himself filled with numerous inquiries. The foremost being the whereabouts of the array disk that Master Songhai had devoted his life to studying. Who are you? He asked. Ah, here lies the mausoleum of Master Songhai. Who do you think I am? She replied, her smile radiant and breathtaking. Was she truly Master Songhai? Qin Chu feigned surprise, exclaiming, Did you not perish? How is it that you still live? Her exaggerated expression caused the woman before her to twitch at the corners of her mouth. Indeed, I have died. What you perceive is merely a manifestation of my thoughts. Once I impart my lifelong knowledge to the 5 chosen inheritors, I shall dissipate into nothingness. Suddenly, Master Songhai fell silent, as Qin Chu's fervent demeanor appeared exceedingly insincere, leading her to question whether this individual had truly come to receive the inheritance. Nonetheless, the person's extraordinary talent met her criteria. During Master Songhai's moment of silence, Qin Chu inquired, Master, what does the inheritance encompass? Is there a formation played among your lifetime of research? The rapid change in identity was quite remarkable. Even before receiving the inheritance, she was already addressing him as Master. Master Songhai. Rendered speechless, patiently explained, I shall convey my lifelong experiences and formations to you. Once you grasp the essence, crafting formation plates will be a simple task. Upon hearing about the formation plates, Qin Shu was met with further elaboration from Master Songhai. Throughout my life, I have created countless formation plates. If you are interested, feel free to select one as a greeting gift. With a graceful wave of her hand, a dozen or so formation plates appeared upon the stone table. Qin Shu's eyes sparkled momentarily, but as she examined all the formation plates, disappointment set in. They were all rather mundane, barely sufficient to contend with foundational peak practitioners, let alone golden core experts. Is there anything else? Gazing into Qin Shu's expectant eyes, Master Songhai found herself at a loss for words. With a disdainful snort, she declared, "These formation plates are the culmination of my life's work. If they do not meet your standards, I shall not insist." With a wave of her hand, she gathered the formation plates back. Unwilling to relent, Qin Shu sought to ask further questions, but upon witnessing Master Songhai's grim expression, she wisely fell silent. Such matters could not be rushed. They required a patient approach. Suddenly, Master Songhai spoke again. Deep within the peach blossom garden, there lies a unique formation plate, within which is sealed the 5 spirits killing array. Once activated, its power is immeasurable. The 5 spirits killing array? An instinct told Qin Shu that this was precisely what she sought. Might it be gifted to me? She gazed intently at Master Songhai. Master Songhai, harboring grave doubts, suspected that this individual had not come to the Songhai crypt for the inheritance, but was specifically seeking the 5 spirits killing array. "Follow me," she commanded, rising and leading deeper into the peach blossom garden. The two of them proceeded to a colossal stone tablet, where they halted. The tablet bore 3 grand characters, 5 spirits tablet. This 5 spirits tablet served as the formation plate for the 5 spirits killing array, which was sealed within. This formation plate was unique, requiring the consumption of blood and soul to acknowledge its master. Master Songhai gazed at the 5 spirits tablet, a flicker of fervor igniting in her eyes. Turning to Qin Shu, she stated that to claim this 5 spirits tablet, one must offer half of their blood and a fragment of their soul. Should you sacrifice half of your blood and soul? It is not the 5 spirits tablet that acknowledges you, but rather, I would become a puppet of the 5 spirits tablet. What do you mean? Do you not trust my words? Utter nonsense, Master, you play with me, and yet you take it seriously. In a sudden move, Qin Shu seized Master Songhai by the throat, employing a formation spirit to impersonate her. "Do you think me a fool?" The woman panicked. "How did you know?" The truth was not revealed by Qin Shu, but rather disclosed by the system. Recalling the recent notification, it announced that an array spirit had been detected, with a base return multiplier of 400 times. However, the friendship value between the host and the array spirit stood at 0, rendering any gift return impossible. The woman suddenly vanished, reappearing before the 5 spirits monument. Coldly regarding Qin Shu, she mused on the futility of his recognition of her identity. A mere ant in the chi refinement stage could stir no significant turmoil. He would have no choice but to willingly sacrifice half of his blood essence and soul to become one with the 5 spirits monument, or else. Before she could finish her thought, a wave of terror washed over her as she sensed Qin Shu's aura surge from the chi refinement stage to the foundation establishment stage. And not just any foundation establishment. He was a half-step golden core, a presence that eclipsed even that. "You've concealed your cultivation?" she shrieked, but then sensed something amiss. The entrance to the underground palace was safeguarded by an array set by the master of the Songhai, which only permitted entry to those below the foundation establishment stage. How had he managed to evade the array and enter the palace? Stop your wild conjectures. I am not here to squander time discussing your intentions, nor the status of the master of Songhai. The old thief of Songhai has long perished. Upon mentioning the master, the woman's emotions spiraled out of control, a flicker of resentment flashing in her eyes. As the narrative unfolded, Qin Shu grasped the truth. She was not an array spirit, but rather a disciple of the master of Songhai. The master had sought a spirit for the 5 spirits monument and had thus set his sights on her. The 5 spirits killing array sealed within the monument was an exceedingly advanced formation, the culmination of the master's lifelong endeavors. This was precisely why he had tirelessly labored to perfect the 5 spirits monument. Regrettably, the conditions for its completion were exceptionally stringent, beyond the necessity of an array spirit. 5 cultivators of exceptional talent were required to offer their blood essence and souls as conduits, transforming into the 5 spirits. Only with the spirits in their rightful place could the monument be deemed complete. Alas, fate had other plans. As the master neared the end of his life, He sealed his chi and blood within the underground palace and disseminated news of an heir to attract cultivators to complete the 5 spirits. A sudden upheaval caused the earth's crust to shift, resulting in a dramatic change in the palace's location. Even as the Master's lifespan waned, no one had managed to access the underground palace. With the 5 spirits monument incomplete, the Array spirit could not harness the Array's power to breach the Master's formation and escape the palace. The Array spirit was bound to the Master's original plan of perfecting the 5 spirits monument. Little did they know, this would attract a being like Qin-Chu. Do you yearn to escape the underground palace? Indeed, I have been trapped here for over a century. My greatest hope being to perfect the 5 spirits monument and rely on the Array's might to break free. As she recalled the torment of the years, her features twisted into a grimace. I can assist you in perfecting the 5 spirits monument. The woman paused, then shook her head. You are cunning and treacherous. I do not trust you. Qin-Chu's expression darkened, a surge of indignation bubbling within him. Chapter 65. A wager. The friendship value between the host and the Array spirit stood at -10. Rather than increasing, the friendship value had diminished. To offer her assistance in perfecting the 5 spirits monument and receive no gratitude in return only underscored the poor impression Qin-Chu had made on the Array spirit. Shall we make a wager? What shall we bet on? If I assist you in perfecting the 5 spirit tablet, it shall henceforth belong to me. What do you think? Noticing the woman's silence, which suggested some intrigue, Qin-Chu seized the moment, stating that he would take the 5 spirit tablet out, and she could then escape the underground palace. Very well, I agree, but I hope you do not deceive me. Otherwise, it will be a case of mutual destruction. Rest assured, I, Qin-Chu, am a man of my word, and you can trust me. The woman cast a disdainful glance, remarking that the more he insisted, the less trustworthy he seemed, for even the notorious Song Hai appeared to be a paragon of virtue. Qin-Chu, with his sincerity, was misunderstood. It truly reflects the coldness of human nature in these times. In the following days, no one managed to breach the 2 barriers. However, it was gratifying to note that through his persuasive eloquence, the rapport between Qin-Chu and the Array spirit significantly improved, with their friendship value shifting from negative to a positive 35 points. Qin-Chu had attempted to inquire about the spirit's name, but the woman indicated that her previous name represented her past. Now, as an Array spirit, she bore no name. How can one exist without a name? Reluctantly, she yielded to Qin-Chu's insistence, and thus she was dubbed Xiaolingling. Xiaolingling possessed a duality of demeanor. In her usual form, she emanated an ethereal grace, akin to an unparalleled celestial maiden. Yet, upon mentioning the notorious Song Hai, she instantly transformed into a tempestuous tigress. It was indeed Song Hai's misdeeds that had transmuted such a flower-like maiden into an Array spirit. Xiaolingling, after perfecting the 5 spirit tablet, will the 5 spirit killing formation be capable of contending against golden core powerhouses? This question had long lingered in Qin-Chu's mind. Upon hearing the name Xiaolingling, the woman shivered slightly. After a moment of contemplation, she responded, the 5 spirit killing formation is the culmination of Song Hai's lifetime of efforts. Nearing the level of a 3rd-tier formation, it can only contend with ordinary golden core practitioners. Mere capability against ordinary golden core beings was insufficient. The strength of the formidable beings behind Meiji remained a mystery. How he wished there could be a reciprocal gift. Surely it would yield an even more formidable Array plate. Yet, lacking a suitable recipient for such a gift, he could only proceed step by step. Days passed, and still, no one had succeeded in passing through. Qin-Chu began to worry about the safety of the 4 ghosts of Qingyun and the foolish Shua. He wondered if they had met their demise. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed. Someone had entered. Qin-Chu and Xiaolingling looked up to see a robust figure with a serious expression, clad in a bright red robe. It was the red-robed priest, Qi-Ri. Qi-Ri also noticed Qin-Chu and Xiaolingling, narrowing his brow at the thought that someone had surpassed him in breaching the barrier. Could it be that this individual has acquired the legacy of Song Hai? Qi-Ri's expression turned frosty. The Array knowledge of Song Hai was of utmost importance to him and must not fall into another's hands. Surrender the legacy, and I shall spare your life. What? When did he gain the legacy? This individual was clearly deluding himself. Qin-Chu, weary of idle chatter, executed a golden light escape, appearing before Qi-Ri, and with a single punch, sent him flying. The force of the blow left Qi-Ri utterly dazed. How could this be possible? He was merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment, capable of contending with an ordinary cultivator, so how could he possibly withstand a single punch from his opponent? Qi-Ri rose, Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, caught off guard, he had allowed his adversary to launch a successful sneak attack. Now, he would make them experience his might. Great Sun Spirit Fist. With a resounding crack, his fist shattered. Chi-Ri, a resolute individual, endured the excruciating pain and struck out with his other arm. The outcome was the same. His fist fractured, blood splattering forth. It dawned upon Chi-Ri the vast chasm between himself and Qin Chu. You are a Foundation establishment expert? How could a Foundation cultivator possibly enter the underground palace? He was entirely convinced that Qin Chu must be a formidable Foundation establishment master. Qin Chu nodded, readily admitting, I do not wish to die. I will relinquish half of my essence blood and a fragment of my soul. Not a chance. With a powerful blow, Chi-Ri was once again sent flying. This time with his head plunging directly into the earth. Do not test my patience, Qin Chu declared coldly as he pulled Chi-Ri from the ground, gripping his neck. Chi-Ri sensed an overwhelming aura of death, panic overtaking him, leading to his reluctant acquiescence. I will comply. Soon. A mass of essence blood and a sliver of soul materialized before Qin Chu. With a swift motion of his arm, the essence blood and soul shot forth like arrows into the 5-spirit steel. The steel trembled violently, its radiance intensifying as if rejoicing in ecstasy. Simultaneously, an extraordinary energy surged within Chi-Ri's mind, so powerful that he found it impossible to resist, instantly filling his consciousness. A blue hexagonal pattern emerged at his brow. At the moment the pattern manifested, Chi-Ri's face reflected a mixture of unwillingness and resignation. From this day forth, his life and death were no longer his own. Chi-Ri successfully became the first spirit of the 5-spirit steel, now under its control. He had not deceived me. Xiao Lingling also smiled, her favor for Qin Chu soaring. A quarter of an hour passed, and Sha Zhuang and the 4 ghostly figures of Qin Yun entered. Qin Chu was taken aback. Among the 5, their talents were mediocre, placing them at the bottom of the participants, yet they had not only survived but also arrived earlier than others. Upon seeing Qin Chu, Sha Zhuang and the others hurriedly approached to pay their respects. You have done remarkably well. Qin Chu quickly discerned that all 5 had broken through to the Foundation establishment realm. Hearing his praise, they were filled with exhilaration. They had felt immense pressure, believing they had held the group back, often confined to guarding the home due to their inferior cultivation. Now, having ascended to the Foundation establishment realm, they could finally prove their worth. Sha Zhuang in his navet boasted to Qin Chu, I just encountered someone who looks exactly like me. Whatever I could do, he could do too. It took me a great deal of effort to defeat him. Qin Chu naturally understood that Sha Zhuang was referring to the killing formation, 2 distinct formations. One testing psychological fortitude and the other combat prowess. The 5, already at the pinnacle of Qi refining, had undergone the trials of both formations. Complemented by extraordinary Foundation establishment pills, breaking their shackles and ascending to the Foundation establishment realm. Sha Zhuang's achievement was even more remarkable. In the killing formation, battling his doppelganger had bolstered his own momentum. The formation trembled once more. Wan Tianyi and Wu Rui made their entrance together. Wan Tianyi appeared relatively unbothered, while Wu Rui seemed somewhat reckless. Her dress bore several tears, revealing patches of her delicate, fair skin. Wan Tianyi cast a stern gaze at Qin Chu and the others, his expression darkening. Could it be that either Qin Chu or Chi-Ri had obtained the inheritance of the Sea Sovereign? His tightly clenched fist gradually relaxed as he managed to smile, congratulating his fellow Daoist Chi-Ri on his acquisition of the legacy. Chi-Ri, a talented disciple of the Red Robe sect, was renowned for his prowess, and the only reason Qin Chu was deemed formidable was due to his white tiger steed. In contrast, Chi-Ri had the highest probability of obtaining the inheritance. Chi-Ri, already in a foul mood, felt deeply humiliated upon hearing Wan Tianyi's words. He shot a cold glare at Wan Tianyi and spat out a single word, scram. Wan Tianyi's expression grew cold. They were all at the same threshold of Foundation establishment. So what was with the arrogance? Wu Rui could no longer contain herself and admonished, what is wrong with you? Even if you have obtained the Sea Sovereign's inheritance, you should not be so arrogant. With a resounding slap, Wu Rui was sent flying, 5 distinct finger marks appearing on her pristine cheek. Damn it, I haven't even acquired the inheritance, and if you dare to mention it again, I will make you regret it. Chi-Ri seethed with rage. Were it not for the inheritance of the Sea Sovereign, he would not have found himself in such a predicament. Chapter 66. An unexpected turn. Chi-Ri, you are exceedingly presumptuous, Wan Tianyi reprimanded sharply, turning to Qin Chu, as a fellow disciple of the Qin Yun sect. How can you stand by and watch his junior sister Wu is humiliated without taking action? With a swift motion, Qin Shu raised his hand and struck Wan Tianyi, mirroring Wu Rui's earlier mark with a bloodied handprint on his face. Qi internally scorned the fool. A mere half-step into foundation establishment provoking a true cultivator was nothing short of foolishness. Wu Rui hurriedly assisted Wan Tianyi and Qin Shu, exclaiming, "You are utterly arrogant." "Ah!" Wan Tianyi roared, shoving Wu Rui and Qin Shu aside. "Old grievances and new ones will be settled today. You shall undoubtedly perish." A green token appeared, the Qingyun Order, an exceptional magical artifact, the prized possession of the Qingyun sect. Upon seeing the Qingyun Order, Wu Rui also smiled. It was that night, when Wan Tianyi brandished the Qingyun Order, that she willingly offered herself. With the Qingyun Order in play, Qin Shu was doomed. Although Qin Shu had only recently joined the Qingyun sect, he was aware of the Qingyun Order, a formidable weapon capable of unleashing sword chi potent enough to severely injure late-stage foundation establishment cultivators. Wan Tianyi, being a half-step into foundation establishment, would not be able to unleash the full power of the Qingyun Order, but it would suffice against a chi refinement stage Qin Shu. As he gazed at the shimmering green token, Qin Shu raised an eyebrow, realizing that Lu Changzong had indeed invested heavily to eliminate him. Wan Tianyi, holding the Qingyun Order, wore a triumphant expression, envisioning the scene where Qin Shu would kneel and plead for mercy. He imagined snatching away Shangwan Honghuang and forcing him to kneel before the Tianjin courtyard for 3 days and nights. Memories of humiliation flooded his mind, begging for mercy, prostrating like a dog, and promising to leave him intact. Still not kneeling? Wu Rui's eyes gleamed with malice. Haha. Qin Shu shook his head. A mere superior magical artifact has inflated your egos to such heights. The Qingyun four ghosts in the dim-witted brood exchanged glances, looking at the two as if they were fools. What sort of gaze is this? Contempt? Disdain for others? It is utterly excessive. Wan Tianyi, consumed by fury, found that the Qingyun Order failed to intimidate his opponent, instead encountering their derision and scorn, which left him unable to endure. Just as he was about to activate the Qingyun Order to annihilate Qin Shu and his companions, he witnessed the foolishly strong man retrieve an iron hammer from his storage pouch. The hammer, seemingly unremarkable in appearance, emanated a presence far surpassing that of the Qingyun Order. Could it be a supreme magical artifact? How could that possibly be? Wan Tianyi was left astonished, unable to fathom the reality. Young master, why is he grinning? That shabby trinket is inferior to my war god hammer. The foolishly strong man's words struck directly at Wan Tianyi's heart. Pain gripped him, and his breath quickened. The four ghosts of Qin Yun silently produced their own supreme magical artifacts. Within Qin Shu's storage ring, supreme magical artifacts were piled high, and he bestowed one each upon the four ghosts of Qin Yun and the foolishly strong man. They were all supreme magical artifacts. With a sudden exhalation, Wan Tianyi spewed forth a mouthful of blood, exclaiming, "I do not believe it." He cast aside the Qingyun Order, which blazed with vibrant azure light, unleashing a torrent of Qin Yun's sword chi. Qin Shu, disinterested in engaging, inquired, "Who among you will step forward?" "I shall." The foolishly strong man eagerly hurled his war god hammer. Lacking ostentatious effects, the hammer struck the sword chi with tremendous force, shattering it as easily as if it were mere tofu. Upon obliterating the Qingyun sword chi, a ghostly light erupted from the war god hammer. A sharp crack resonated through the air. The Qingyun Order shattered. The war god hammer returned to the foolishly strong man's embrace, exuberant as a victorious child. The Qingyun Order has shattered? Wan Tianyi collapsed to the ground, engulfed in despair. Wu Rui trembled, unable to believe her eyes. How could the Qingyun Order be destroyed? How could Qin Shu's guards possess supreme magical artifacts? Wan Tianyi, you deceiver. Did you not promise you would kill Qin Shu? Wu Rui screamed, feeling betrayed as she relentlessly struck Wan Tianyi. Wretched girl, get away. Wu Rui was flung backward, collapsing to the ground like a puddle of mud, weeping loudly. Wan Tianyi, trembling, crawled before Qin Shu, his voice quivering. Young Master Qin, it was the sect master's directive for me to kill you. It was not my intention. Please spare my life. From arrogance to tragedy, the shift was stark. Qin Shu kicked Wan Tianyi aside, demanding he offer half of his essence blood and a fragment of his soul to become one of the 5 spirits, thus averting death. I will comply. Wan Tianyi, as if granted a reprieve, hastily obliged. Qin Shu turned his gaze toward Wu Rui, asking, "And you?" After acquiring the essence blood and souls of both, Qin Shu refrained from having the 5 spirits tablet absorb them, instead gifting them to Xiao Lingling. Unbeknownst to them, their friendship level surpassed 50 points. The 400-fold return remained remarkably similar. Xiao Lingling, puzzled yet smiling, accepted the gift, waving her arm as the essence blood and souls merged into the five spirits tablet. Soon, a blue hexagonal pattern identical to that of the odd sun appeared on the foreheads of Wan Tianyi and Wu Rui. From that moment forth, they were bound to the five spirits tablet. In ordinary times, gifts include weapons, elixirs, and cultivation techniques. However, what is currently being offered are essence blood and souls. What Qin Chu might receive in return remains a mystery, heightening his anticipation. Ding. 2 portions of essence blood and 2 souls have been gifted. Please select one for feedback. Oh. Qin Chu slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten that he could only receive one item as a gift each day, with the others yielding no feedback. Regret was futile now. He felt he had missed a significant opportunity. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately chose the essence blood of Wan Tianyi. Ding. You have selected Wan Tianyi's essence blood, with a feedback multiplier of 400 times. Congratulations, you have obtained a vat of the Hongshan Divine Ape's essence blood. The reward has been automatically stored in your storage ring. One human essence blood has produced the essence blood of a magical beast. Wan Tianyi indeed possesses the heart of a beast beneath his human facade. Qin Chu had never heard of the Hongshan Divine Ape. Upon viewing the system's introduction, he was taken aback. The Hongshan Divine Ape, a celestial spirit ape, possesses immense strength, capable of moving mountains and shaking the earth. Its essence blood contains terrifying energy. For those of the same kind, there is a 70% chance of awakening the divine ape body, while for others, there is a 30% chance of awakening the divine ape body. After perusing the information, Qin Chu began to ponder the characteristics of the Hongshan Divine Ape's essence blood, which seemed particularly suitable for individuals like the smokers. Their inadequate talents had constrained their cultivation paths. Should they awaken the divine ape body, it would rectify their shortcomings in aptitude. However, Qin Chu harbored concerns that a human consuming the Hongshan Divine Ape's essence blood might transform into an ape. As the divine ape body was clearly a unique constitution for the divine apes, he decided to consult Lao Jia and the others for their opinions after exiting. Qin Chu was democratic and would not impose his will upon others. The five spirits monument possessed 3 spirits, yet still lacked 2. At that moment, there was a commotion outside as 2 women entered. They were Zhu Lin and Yu Duo from the 100 Flowers Valley. Upon seeing Qin Chu and the others, Zhu Lin's expression soured significantly. She had prided herself on being the fastest to break through the formation, only to find herself surpassed by so many others, leaving her feeling quite uncomfortable. Yu Duo, however, was unfazed and smiled as she surveyed her surroundings. As they were about to approach, Qin Chu suddenly acted, his hands gripping their necks. I dislike idle chatter. Hand over half of your essence blood and a trace of your soul, and you may live. In that instant, all of Zhu Lin's confidence shattered, leaving only fear. She stammered, Young master, I will comply. Next to her, Yu Duo's face flushed as she introduced herself. I am Wen Duo, the sister of Mo Yun. Chapter 67, A Sudden Change in Mo Yun's sister? The Mo Yun he encountered in Sunset City, of the demonic clan? Mo Yun bears the surname Mo, while his sister bears the surname Wen. When Duo hurriedly explained that they were siblings from the same mother but different fathers. She also candidly disclosed their purpose for coming to the Songhai Underground Palace. After cultivating with the step technique given by Qin Chu, Mo Yun experienced a qualitative leap in strength, defeating other candidates for the position of Holy Son and becoming the Holy Son of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Hearing that the sects of Linzhou had gathered at the Songhai Underground Palace, Qin Chu, as a disciple of the Qingyun sect, was likely to appear. Thus, let the hidden window duo venture into the 100 Flowers Valley bearing gifts to express gratitude on his behalf to Qin Chuji. Window duo is merely a pseudonym for Wen Duo. This is but one of her intentions. As a formation master, should she receive the legacy of the Songhai real person, her comprehension of formations would undoubtedly reach a new echelon. It is imperative to clarify the entirety of the situation. Releasing window duo, she took a deep breath, calming herself for a few moments before fastening the storage bag at her waist, addressed to young Master Qin. This is a token from my brother. In gratitude for your life-saving assistance and the invaluable techniques you have bestowed upon me. Ha, you are too courteous, he replied. One cannot refuse a gift given by another. Wan Tianyi and his companions, upon witnessing Qin Chu's collusion with the forces of darkness, felt a mix of anger and helplessness. Forced to swallow their grievances, Zhu Lin's gaze was complex. Her little junior sister, usually following closely behind her, turned out to be of the demonic race. Young Master Qin. We are still missing one person, Xiao Lingling interjected, allowing Window Duo to go, as the five spirits tablet required one more spirit to be complete. Patience is key. She continued. Each sect sends 30 individuals, and with dozens of sects, there must be hundreds of participants. It is improbable that only a few have succeeded. As anticipated, it was not long before a young man stumbled in, named Zhong Ming, not a disciple of the three major sects but hailing from the lesser sect, Caianhuaman. Qin Chu disregarded this, imposing his will and coercing him to surrender his blood and soul. With the five spirits assembled, Qin Chu refrained from gifting anything to Xiao Lingling today, as he had exhausted his quota for the day. Further gifts would await the morrow. He learned from past experiences, preparing to offer blood and soul over 2 days. Wan Tianyi's blood erupted like a deluge of Hongshan divine ape's essence. Though Zhong Ming's talent was lesser than Wan Tianyi's, it was still commendable. What he would offer in return might not be inferior to the Hongshan divine ape's blood. As for the soul donation, Qin Chu was eager with anticipation. What marvels might emerge? A soul of a remarkable figure? Or perhaps a fragment of an ancient spirit? The day had grown late, and the five spirits tablet would be completed another day. Xiao Lingling rolled her eyes. In this underground palace, illuminated by everlasting oil lamps, where was the darkness? Wan Tianyi and the others were indifferent, having fallen into such circumstances they could only take one step at a time. Qin Chu sat in a pavilion sipping tea, while Window Duo transformed into a chirping little bird, incessantly inquiring in his ear, yet he remained aloof to her chatter. When the name Yi Suner was mentioned, he paused. Memories flashing through his mind, scenes with Yi Suner replaying vividly. Outside Qingyun City, Yi Suner's mother, Qing Ning, had given him a year's time. Should he lack the strength, Yi Suner would be compelled to fulfill her marriage contract with another. Only 2 months had passed, and now Yi Suner was to wed into the Qin family. The disparity between her mother's time frame and the current reality was too vast. Was Qing Ning lying? Or had circumstances changed? Regrettably, Window Duo, passing through Shuiyun City, had heard this news and relayed it to Qin Chu, yet the finer details remained elusive to her. Brother Qin, is Yi Suner your woman? Window Duo possesses an exceptional talent for discerning the unspoken, and she can surmise, solely from Qin Chu's demeanor, that the two share a romantic bond. Qin Chu nods in tacit acknowledgement. Window Duo expresses her envy, thinking how fortunate Yi Suner is to be Qin Gij's partner. Qin Chu merely smiles in silence, recognizing that Window Duo's infatuation is evident. 2 days have elapsed. On the first day, he gifted Xiao Lingling with the essence of the blood of the three-headed lion tiger, yielding an astonishing 400-fold return, resulting in a bounty of blood from the three-headed lion tiger. Though not as exceptional as the Hongshan divine ape, it is still remarkable. The union of the spirit lion and spirit tiger gives rise to the lion-tiger hybrid, a pinnacle among its kind. A single drop of this blood is imbued with tremendous vitality, capable of transforming the very essence of tiger-like demon beasts. The blood of the three-headed lion tiger is precisely tailored for the white tiger. The system rewards can be nested once, and the recipient need not be the same individual. The base return multiplier for the white tiger is 800, with the friendship level between one person and one tiger at its zenith. The return multiplier reaches an astonishing 2,000. Will the blood of the three-headed lion tiger, under this 2,000-fold multiplier, yield the blood of an immortal? Qin Chu is eager to uncover the outcome. On the second day, he presents Xiao Lingling with the essence of a soul. The system's return is perplexing: a decayed corpse, seemingly aged for eons, crumbles to dust at the slightest touch. The system provides but a single line of explanation: the remains of a powerful being. Qin Chu is left speechless. What purpose does he have for a corpse? Carrying such a thing seems ominous. As he perfects the five spirits monument, Xiao Lingling reveals a captivating smile, having awaited this moment for centuries. Just as she is about to merge into the monument and become the spirit of the formation, Qin Chu calls out, urging her not to rush, for he possesses a superior formation disc. Xiao Lingling glances back, softly inquiring about this better disc. The five spirits kill formation sealed within the monument is not a mere third-tier array. Once she becomes the spirit, her fate is sealed. Xiao Lingling is skeptical of Qin Chu's claim of a better formation disc, questioning why she would risk coming here if something superior exists. Through their interactions over the past few days, she realizes that Qin Chu is not one to make baseless assertions. Without further explanation, he turns to Window Duo, stating, "You are an array master. The five spirits monument is beneficial to you. I present it to you. Is it truly so?" Window Duo feels an unexpected surge of happiness. Once the 5 spirits are restored within the monument, it will undoubtedly be a treasure of great significance. Thank you, Qin Gij, she exclaims, bouncing toward the monument. Xiao Lingling's brow furrows, questioning, Qin Gongzi? Qin Chu produces a small tower gleaming with golden light. The tower, entirely resplendent in gold, is encircled by mysterious runes, exuding an air of profound mystery. This is the Celestial Golden Light Tower, a reward from the 5 Spirits Monument, yielding a return of 150 times. With the passage of time, the friendship between Qin Chu and Wenduo deepens, further enhancing the return multiplier. Perhaps, they may unearth treasures even mightier than the Celestial Golden Light Tower. Unlike a mere formation disk, the Celestial Golden Light Tower is a unique artifact composed of numerous formations, its power vastly exceeding that of the 5 Spirits Monument. Qin Chu maneuvered the Tower of Heavenly Gold Light with ease, effortlessly suppressing ordinary golden elixirs. Should Xiao Lingling merge with the tower, she would transcend her role as a formation spirit and become a weapon spirit. The formation is formless, while the weapon possesses form. A formation spirit is born from the formation itself, whereas a weapon spirit can ascend in rank alongside the weapon. Xiao Lingling gazed at the Tower of Heavenly Gold Light, her eyes sparkling with determination as she declared her willingness. In an instant, she transformed into a ray of white light and merged into the tower. Suddenly, the 5 Spirits Monument erupted with ferocious energy, sending Wenduo flying. Immediately thereafter, a chilling voice echoed through the air, cackling ominously. Haha, I have lingered in this world for centuries, and at last, I have awaited the day the 5 Spirits Monument is restored. An old man, clad in tattered rags, materialized before them, his pallid complexion resembling that of a corpse. His skeletal frame raised doubts about his vitality. The old man caressed the 5 Spirits Monument, murmuring, "Old friend, it has been far too long." Chapter 68. I know who you are. Qin Chu scrutinized the old man, internally speculating about his identity. Could he be the legendary Song Hai? Was he not supposed to be dead? This was what Xiao Lingling had claimed. The sturdy Zhuang and the 4 specters of Qin Yun stood protectively before Qin Chu, drawing forth their finest artifacts, bracing for confrontation. The old man turned his head, revealing a row of yellowed teeth, a viscous liquid oozing from his mouth, provoking revulsion. His gaze did not linger on Qin Chu. Instead, it fixated on Wan Tianyi and his companions, rasping, "Indeed, your talents are exceptional, well worth the centuries of anticipation." At that moment, Xiao Lingling emerged from the Tower of Heavenly Gold Light, her countenance transforming in shock as she beheld the old man. "Song Hai, you are supposed to be dead." She had witnessed the old man's corpse disintegrate into ash. Was it merely an illusion? Humph, Zhao Lingo, upon seeing your master, do you not kneel in respect? Song Hai scoffed, expressing disdain for Zhao Linger's blatant disrespect. Xiao Lingling's true name was Zhao Linger. "You are not my master, you are a demon. The moment you transformed me into a formation spirit, you became my enemy." The old man's expression darkened further. "Ungrateful wretch, the 5 Spirits Monument is my life's work. That you could become a formation spirit is the fortune of 8 lifetimes." Upon sensing Zhao Linger severing her connection with the 5 Spirits Monument, he screamed in fury. "How dare you act independently, creating flaws in the monument? You deserve 1,000 deaths." His invectives were unbearable. "Zhao Linger, if you return to the 5 Spirits Monument, I shall overlook your transgressions. You will still be my beloved disciple." Song Hai advanced towards Zhao Linger, extending his withered hand to grasp her. In a moment of terror, Zhao Lingo momentarily forgot to resist. Just then, a strong arm intervened, striking Song Hai back with a powerful fist. "Xiao Lingling is now my weapon spirit. You dare lay a hand on her? Even in your prime, I would not fear you," Qin Chu declared, sweeping his arm to draw Zhao Linger back into the Tower of Heavenly Gold Light. As the true man of the vast sea witnessed Zhao Lingo vanish, his emotions became agitated and violent, disrupting my plans. "I demand your life. Protect the young master." The 4 ghosts of Qin Yun and the foolish Zhuang encircled the true man of the vast sea. Wan Tianyi and the others dared not act recklessly, for the true man wielded the 5 Spirits Tablet, indirectly grasping their lifelines. When Duo hid behind Qin Chu, peeking out, "Qin Gij, this person is terrifying." Qin Chu's face twitched. "You are of the Demon Clan, and yet you fear this?" Unfazed by the encirclement, the true man of the vast sea remarked, "A few brash youngsters dare to attack me, completely unaware of their own limitations. Do you look down upon me?" Zhuang and the others exchanged glances and charged at him. Wielding exquisite magical artifacts, they unleashed a relentless assault. Exquisite magical artifacts? The true man was taken aback. After centuries of experience, his vitality had waned, leaving him with little combat strength. Faced with such formidable artifacts, he found himself incapable of resistance, retreating step by step and spitting blood. "You little brats. You have forced my hand." He turned back to the five spirits tablet, slamming his palm upon it. The tablet shook violently, and strange red lines shot forth, piercing the foreheads of Wantiani and the others. The five spirits supplementing the five spirits tablet is nothing but a ruse. The array sealed within is not merely a five spirits killing formation, it also encompasses a reversal formation. Once the five spirits gather and the formation spirit presses the array, I can draw upon their essence, their talents. A chilling smile crept across the true man's face, slowly transforming into one of reluctance. Without the formation spirit to stabilize the array, forcibly drawing upon their essence carried immense risk. The current situation was dire. He could only attempt it. "O deep and tranquil abyss, nourish my being." After chanting, Wantiani and his companions let out a wretched scream, their bodies visibly withering. "We will not succumb," they cried in defiance. In the blink of an eye, they were reduced to 5 desiccated corpses. In stark contrast, the true man of the vast sea's emaciated form straightened, his ravaged visage radiating youth. He transformed from an aged elder into a middle-aged figure. "Haha, feel the surging vitality within me." The true man laughed, reveling in his success. Regrettably, without the formation spirit, he could only absorb 80% of their essence. Had he managed to absorb it all, he might have restored his youthful appearance. At the moment he returned to middle age, a crack echoed within him, allowing him to break through the stagnation of centuries. Golden core. Haha, I have finally attained the golden core. The true man held to the heavens, his centuries-long scheme achieving fruition. The might of the golden core was terrifying. Merely releasing a sliver of its aura sent Zhuang and the others flying. Qin Shu narrowed his eyes. The golden core realm of the true man imparted a peculiar sensation. Though he could not articulate it, the golden core realm stood as a grand threshold beyond the foundation establishment realm. Upon entering the golden core, one's strength undergoes a radical transformation. There is a saying that beneath the golden core, all are but ants. Yet, the aura emanating from the true man was comparable to the fake core energy earned through the sacrifice of Chiashanhe. What could this mean? According to reason, the true master of the Songhai is indeed a genuine golden core realm practitioner, incomparable to the counterfeit of Chiashanhe. Qin Shu, perplexed and disinclined to ponder further, realized that with the heavenly golden light tower at his disposal, capable of subduing ordinary golden core practitioners, the situation regarding Songhai was even more pronounced. Is the golden core truly formidable? Qin Shu retrieved the heavenly golden light tower, rumored to possess remarkable power, preparing to activate it to restrain the Songhai master. Unbeknownst to him, once one steps into the golden core realm, they can attain Buddhahood, not only acquiring terrifying strength but also a lifespan of millennia. Otherwise, why would I endure 100 years of waiting? The Songhai master, consumed by murderous intent, recognized that if Zhao Linger became the spirit of the five spirits monument formation, her power and cultivation would reach new heights. "Die!" he bellowed, striking toward Qin Shu. The heavenly golden light tower soared, positioning itself above the Songhai master, erupting in myriad beams of golden light. Within the golden radiance lay countless formations, intricately interconnected. What on earth is this? The Songhai master was taken aback, unleashing all his strength in attack. Yet it was as futile as a clay ox sinking into the sea, stirring not a single ripple. Xiaolingling, perched atop the golden tower, gazed down at the struggling Songhai master with a mocking smile. "Songhai, you truly believe you have entered the golden core realm? Such self-deception. What do you mean?" The Songhai master halted his assault, perplexed by Zhao Linger's words. Could the golden core realm be a fabrication? The prerequisite for transcending into the golden core realm necessitated the aid of a rare treasure that resonates with oneself. The higher the grade, the stronger the golden core forged. "And what about yours?" Xiao Lingling scoffed. "You should see for yourself." It was better not to look, but upon glancing, he was astonished. The golden core, suspended in his dantian, was not a resplendent golden hue, but rather a grayish mass emanating dark energy. Why is this happening? The Songhai master retreated a step, pointing at Zhao Linger in fury. "Did you tamper with it?" "Indeed, it was I. Your Thunderstone has been swapped for the Eanstone, which I assumed you would not require after your demise." The Thunderstone, associated with Yang, was the precious material prepared by the Songhai master for his golden core breakthrough, harmonizing with his own attributes. Conversely, the Eanstone was its antithesis. Utilizing the Yin Stone to attempt a breakthrough into the golden core would not only fail but also sever his foundational roots, resulting in a regression from old age to middle age, a mere flashback of vitality. Impossible. I refuse to believe it. Chapter 69. Interrogation. That Song High Master struggled to accept this reality, howling in madness, desperate to tear apart Zhao Linger's deceit. After hundreds of years of scheming, this is the outcome? Suddenly, a resounding explosion echoed as the grayish golden core shattered, the once surging vitality rapidly dwindling. Within moments, he transformed into a skeletal figure, even more wretched than before. Sensing the approach of death, the Song High Master let out a defiant roar, his century-long plans obliterated in an instant. With those final words, he collapsed, lifeless. Xiao Lingling, struck by a sudden thought, flew to the Song High Master's coffin and returned with a tattered book. Young Master, this contains the Song High Master's insights on formations. Song High, a master of the second rank in formations, possesses invaluable experience in array techniques. When Duo leapt from behind Qin Chu, exclaiming, Brother Qin, since you are not an array master, you have no use for it. Why not bestow it upon me? Qin Chu glanced at her, pondering the audacity of those from the demonic path. Wen Duo's assertion, however, was misguided. Although Qin Chu was not an array master, with his exceptional talent and Song Hai's insights, becoming one would be effortless. Yet, he harbored different intentions. With a tool like Wen Duo, possessing 150 times the utility, he could not afford to squander her potential. After bestowing his gifts today, he could only await the morrow. Under Wen Duo's reluctant gaze, he stored the items in his spatial ring. Outside the crypt, a pall of concern hung over everyone. Days had passed since their entrance, and not a whisper of news had emerged. In stark contrast, Zhang Xiong, the Grand Elder of the Red Robe sect, laughed heartily, dismissing their worries. What is there to fret about? Life and death are predestined. Should they perish within, let it be a lesson in their lack of skill. Despite his words, his heart bore a different sentiment. Qi Ri, a prodigy of the Red Robe sect, was the foremost among the younger disciples, and he harbored no fears for Qi Ri's safety. Victory in this competition was virtually assured. Jiang Han and Elder Ling Yu remained silent, choosing not to engage with Zhang Xiong. Suddenly, the entrance stirred, and Qin Chu emerged with the four ghosts of Qinyan. Jiang Han approached, inquiring, Did young Master Qin acquire the legacy of Song Hai? Qin Chu nodded affirmatively. Haha. Qinyun's sect claims the top spot once more, the foremost sect of Linzhou. Jiang Han laughed heartily, casting a sidelong glance at Zhang Xiong, as if to say, Your Red Robe sect pales in comparison to Qinyan. Zhang Xiong, understanding the implication, scowled upon realizing that no one but the disciples of Qinyun had exited. He demanded, Where are the disciples of my Red Robe sect? This young master and my disciples from Baiwa Valley deserve the truth. Elder Ling Yu spoke gently, her tone a stark contrast to Zhang Xiong's bluster. If they have not emerged, it implies they have perished. Qin Chu shrugged nonchalantly. How did they die? It would be best to recount the truth. Zhang Xiong's eyes widened, his inquiry transforming into an interrogation. With a swift movement, Qin Chu narrowed his eyes and struck Zhang Xiong, sending him flying with a single palm. The action was so instantaneous that Zhang Xiong was utterly unprepared. Clutching his stinging cheek, he was astounded, as the Grand Elder of the Red Robe sect, a cultivator at the late Foundation establishment stage, he had been struck by a disciple of Qingyun. It was an utter humiliation. Jiang Han and Elder Ling Yu were equally taken aback, particularly Elder Ling Yu, who gazed at Jiang Han with disbelief. Is he truly a disciple of Qingyun? A disciple striking down a late-stage Foundation establishment elder? Is this world mad, or am I merely hallucinating? Jiang Han, too, found it hard to fathom. Qin Chu's prowess seemed entirely reliant on the mythical white tiger, yet his own combat strength was astonishing. Zhang Xiong, consumed by rage, declared, You insolent brat. This elder was momentarily careless, allowing you to launch a sneak attack. Now, I shall flay you alive to assuage my wrath. As he raised his hand, a blur flitted before him, and once again, he was sent hurtling through the air. I was unprepared this time. I am hungry. I shall eat something before continuing. In the next hour, Zhang Xiong flew out countless times, his face swollen like a pig's head. Deeply disheartened, Zhang Xiong was once again flung out, lying on the ground with a vacant gaze. How could I, the esteemed Grand Elder of the Scarlet Cloak sect, be unable to defeat a mere disciple of the Qingyun sect? How humiliating! 2 lines of shameful tears streamed from the corners of his eyes. Zhang Xiong was crying? Jiang Han and Ling Yu remained silent, at a loss for words to describe their feelings at that moment. Qin Chu rubbed his palms, feeling a bit numb, and glanced at the voluptuous Ling Yu. I speak nothing but the truth. They have all perished. Ling Yu's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. No need to elaborate. I trust your words, my lord. No, I must clarify this matter, lest others think I, Qin Chu, am unreasonable and oppressive. Qin Chu shook his head. Without clarity. The heart remains impure. Ling Yu and other elders from different sects cast a glance at Zhang Xiong, who lay there in silence, crying, too afraid to ask. Yet insistent on an explanation. What a predicament. Fearing Qin Chu's methods, Ling Yu forced a smile. Please speak, young Master Qin. Ling Yu was all ears. The others nodded vigorously, indicating their willingness to listen attentively. Qin Chu was quite pleased with Ling Yu and the others' reactions. He turned back to the underground palace and began to weave a tale. The events unfolded as follows. The story was long, and the process was captivating. Everyone listened intently. It took a full 3 hours for Qin Chu to complete his narrative. The crux of the matter was that most of the disciples perished within the formation set by the master of the Songhai, while the remainder fell victim to the demon clan. It was my lack of cultivation that rendered me incapable of rescuing them. I, Qin, feel deep remorse. The sturdy Zhuang and the 4 ghosts of Qinjun cooperated well, collectively bowing their heads in shame. Ling Yu, Jiang Han, and the other sect elders remained silent. Suddenly, Zhang Xiong leapt up, exclaiming, I do not believe it. All others perished, yet only you Qingyun sect members emerged alive. Have you colluded with the demon clan to betray the disciples of Lin Shou? Bang. Unsurprisingly, Zhang Xiong was once more sent flying. This time, Qin Chu struck with greater force, rendering Zhang Xiong unconscious. A brain is a valuable asset, but unfortunately, you lack one. Do any of you harbor similar doubts? Qin Chu inquired of Ling Yu and the others. Before they could respond, Qin Chu explained that had there been any collusion with the demon clan, Wan Tianyi and Wu Rui, along with the other Qingyun sect disciples, would not have met such a tragic end. After some contemplation, the others deemed Qin Chu's reasoning sound. Therefore, if one seeks revenge, they should target Wen Duo of the Tianma sect. She is the sister of the holy son of the Tianma sect, Mo Yun. Qin Chu directly implicated Wen Duo, reminding them that her brother Mo Yun had faced consequences, and as her sister, she could not escape accountability. The deaths of Wan Tianyi and the others were indirectly caused by Qin Chu. Without his assistance, they could not have been controlled by the 5-spirit tablet and drained of their essence by the master of Songhai. Naturally, Qin Chu could not allow this information to be disclosed, as it would incite hatred. As for Wen Duo, who assumed the alias Yu Duo and infiltrated the Wanhua Valley, that too was concealed. Wen Duo serves as a mere tool for Qin Chu. In their next encounter, she will undoubtedly refrain from divulging any of these matters to Baihua Valley. At this very moment, Wen Duo is violently expelling the dirt from her mouth. How outrageous. Qin Gij's treatment of a young lady is exceedingly coarse. With a hint of anger at the corners of her lips, she is filled with indignation. Yet, one cannot entirely blame Qin Chu. Wen Duo belongs to the demon clan and cannot return the way she came. She must rely on external forces to break through the formation laid by the esteemed Songhai and return to the surface. Little Lingling also seeks to perfect the 5-spirit steel by traversing this path. However, the act of seizing Wen Duo and flinging her away was somewhat brutish, driving her to the brink of madness, making it hard for her to accept. Chapter 70. The turn of events. Qingyun sect maintains a record as the foremost sect in Linzhou. As other sects have lost all their disciples, the tribute ratio remains indeterminate. With a wave of his hand, Qin Chu offers resources at the highest ratio. When other sects consider protesting, they are quelled by the sheer brutality of Qin Chu, suppressing their discontent. On the return journey, the airship must continue its flight for several days to reach Qingyun sect. Qin Chu reclines on his bed, contemplating the spoils of this expedition: a large vat of Hongshan divine ape essence blood, a barrel of 3-headed lion tiger blood, and the celestial treasure, the golden light tower. Beyond these, as he parted ways with Wen Duo, he bestowed upon her insights into Songhai's formation, reaping yet another reward. The record of formation masters speaks for itself as an extraordinary tome. And there is also the corpse of a formidable being. The mere thought of carrying a corpse with him unsettles Qin Chu. With time to spare, he rises and retrieves the record of formation masters. With his unparalleled aptitude, he grasps the content within effortlessly. The formations are intricate, with numerous and complex symbols. Those lacking sufficient talent would take considerable time to comprehend them. Moreover, the arrangement and combination of these symbols are exceedingly complex. Different combinations yield entirely distinct effects. Once one masters the symbols and the rules of combination, the next step is to engrave the symbols. Ordinary formation masters inscribe symbols on array plates to establish formations, while formation masters of a higher caliber can conjure formations with a mere wave of their hand, without the need for an array plate. Individuals like Song Hai, a top-tier second-grade formation master, still require an array plate, with the 5 spirit steel serving as a colossal array plate. There exists a plethora of array plates, categorized into ordinary, advanced, and supreme. The quality of the required array stones varies greatly with the grade of the array plate, with the Wanling steel being composed of ordinary array stones. The record of formation masters is comprehensive, but due to the requirements placed on formation masters regarding their cultivation level. With Qin Shu at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, he can attain the rank of a top-tier third-grade formation master at most. Why only the highest of 3? The answer lies in his innate talent. Generally speaking, the level of formations corresponds directly with one's cultivation realm. A foundation establishment cultivator corresponds to a second-grade formation master, thus limiting their potential. Song Hai exemplifies this principle. No matter how diligently one studies, it is impossible to attain the rank of a third-grade array master during the foundational period. However, those with exceptional talent are rare in this world. They can easily shatter limitations and transcend a major realm. According to the records of the Master of Array Techniques, individuals of exceptional talent can become array masters and surpass one major realm at their utmost potential. And it is also noted that those with qualifications beyond the exceptional are not constrained by realms. Qualifications beyond the exceptional? I had previously heard that exceptional talent was not the endpoint, and the Master of Array Techniques confirms this notion. Qin Shu raised an eyebrow. As a man endowed with a system, he permits himself to be stronger than others but will not allow anyone to surpass him. When it comes to enhancing talent, one must not be overly hasty. A single spirit fruit is already a rare find. Shaking his head, he continued to study the Master of Array Techniques. Within the Qingyan sect, a furious roar reverberated through the heavens. "You scoundrel! I have served the Qingyan sect loyally for many years, and yet you treat me this way. I am filled with rage." Shangguan Xiong was bound by chains to a stone pillar, his body covered in blood. At that moment, he appeared disheveled and monstrous. The passing disciples of the Qingyun sect merely glanced at him with indifference, as if avoiding a plague, hastily departing. "We must leave quickly if young Master Qin misinterprets this. We are doomed." Just yesterday, a female disciple had secretly given him a sip of water, and upon young Master Qin discovering it, he erupted in fury, ordering that the female disciple be tortured until death. How cruel. Hush. Walls have ears. Young Master Qin is not someone you can casually discuss. Are you courting death? TSK. Such bad luck. I happened to overhear. A young man approached slowly, a cruel smile gracing his face. I am quite amenable to suggestions. How do you wish to meet your demise? The disciple who had spoken too harshly felt his legs weaken and fell to his knees. Young Master Qin. It was not intentional. Please spare me. As he spoke, he began to slap his own face in desperation. Qin Yu crouched down. Everyone claims it was unintentional. Should they all be forgiven? I would not be at a disadvantage. You do not choose. But I certainly have a method of execution in mind. How about being torn apart by 5 horses? No. The disciple gasped, suddenly recalling Qin Yu's notorious lasciviousness. He hastily shouted, I have a sister as beautiful as a flower. Allow her to serve you, and I beg you to spare my life. Is that so? Qin Yu stroked his nose. That is a splendid suggestion. Where is your sister now? After the disciple disclosed his sister's location, Qin Yu smiled wickedly, since you are so cooperative. Let us forego the 5 horses and opt for 1,000 cuts instead. Weren't you supposed to spare me? When did I ever say that? Even if I did, I could always change my mind. Qin Yu waved a hand, instructing them to take the disciple away for 1,000 cuts, while also commanding someone to capture his sister. Shangguan Xiong spat a mouthful of thick phlegm, cursing, You shall not die a good death. Similar occurrences had played out countless times before. The level of Qin Yu's cruelty was appalling. Curse and shout as you wish. When Qin Shu returns, I will sew your mouth shut, gouge out your eyes, break your limbs, and shatter your skull, ensuring that you suffer worse than death. Qin Yu gazed at Shangguan Xiong, questioning whether he still harbored any illusions that Qin Shu could save him. Do not continue to indulge such thoughts. The greatest asset of Qin Shu is a monstrous beast. The white tiger. My Qin family also raises magical beasts, and I have brought one with me today. He patted the pouch at his waist. A gigantic creature. The poison fire wolf emerged, engulfed in flames. The moment it appeared, the surrounding space seemed on the verge of explosion, crackling ominously. The wolf, adorned in golden armor, wore a fierce expression and let out a deafening roar, its sharp fangs glinting coldly. Upon witnessing this, Shangguan Xiong's pupils constricted. The pressure emanating from the poison firewolf was overwhelming, and it subtly seemed to surpass that of the white tiger, causing him to feel a tinge of anxiety. Noticing Shangguan Xiong's silence, Qinyu became increasingly smug. A commotion ensued, prompting Qinyu to furrow his brows and glance back. Wu Tao arrived, binding Wu Gang. Presenting him before Qinyu. Young Master Chun, I have brought Wu Gang as you requested. Whether to kill or to maim, I leave it entirely to your discretion. Elder Wu, your betrayal of kin is not something I can hold against you. Wu Tao sighed with relief. Qinyu had granted him a day to deliver Wu Gang. Failure to comply would result in death for both him and Wu Gang. He is merely a son. Another can always be born. The blame rests solely on Qin Chu for Wu Gang's close ties with him. Those closely associated with Qin Chu within the Qingyun sect would face severe consequences. Their fates undeniably grim. Wu Gang glared at Qinyu, warning him not to be too pleased, claiming that once his brothers returned, they would flay his skin. Silence. Wretched creature. Wu Tao struck Wu Gang across the face, seething with a desire to silence him permanently. Qinyu's anger could potentially ensnare him in dire trouble. With an impassive demeanor, Qinyu kicked Wu Gang's leg, shattering the bone. Flay your skin? I shall flay yours first. Wu Gang collapsed to the ground, enduring excruciating pain. Laughing despite it all. Come on, if I so much as frown, I am not Wu Gang. Quite resilient indeed. Flay him and remove his tendons. I demand a complete human skin. Chapter 71. Dare to touch him? Flay him and pull out his tendons. Let us see how defiant he remains. Try to lay a hand on him? A chilling voice resonated from the sky. Qin Chu stood atop the flying vessel, casting a cold gaze at Qinyu. His eyes gleaming with murderous intent upon observing the dire plight of Shangguan Xiong and Wu Gang. Upon seeing Qin Chu's return, Wu Gang, gritting his teeth against the pain, shouted, Brother, you have finally returned. Take him down and avenge me. Shangguan Xiong shared his excitement, though concern lingered in his heart. Qinyu looked up at the sky. So you are Qin Chu. I have awaited you for quite some time. Why not come down and meet your demise? You are quite arrogant. Individuals of your kind often meet swift ends. Qin Chu leaped from the flying vessel, delivering a powerful punch that sent Qinyu flying. The poison fire wolf roared and lunged at Qin Chu. Be careful, Shangguan Xiong shouted. To combat magical beasts, the white tiger was the natural choice. Qinyu summoned the white tiger from his pouch. Gazing at the flaming poison fire wolf, the white tiger regarded it with disdain, lacking any interest. It raised its paw and struck decisively. The ferocious poison fire wolf emitted a mournful cry, its form crushed under the white tiger's might. Its gaping maw opened wide, swallowing the wolf's carcass before it leapt into the pouch once more. The white tiger has grown even more formidable, murmured Shangguan Xiong, who also worried that the white tiger might not prevail against the poison fire wolf. It seemed such concerns were unwarranted. Qin Chu shattered the chains with a single strike. Is everything all right, grandfather? He retrieved a vial of healing elixir and urged Shangguan Xiong to take it. Turning his gaze towards Wu Gang, he chided. You ought to train diligently, yet you refuse to listen. Now look at what you've become. Are you comfortable? Wu Gang's eyes filled with resentment. What does my training have to do with this? It's because of you that I was beaten. Enough with the nonsense. Just reattach my leg. I do not wish to become a cripple. Wu Gang cursed, wincing as he touched his wound. Qin Chu smiled slightly and tossed him a vial of healing elixir. Meanwhile, Wu Tao stood frozen, drenched in sweat, fearful of both Qinyu and Qin Chu. Young Master Qin, I leave, Qin Chu coldly interjected. A single word that conveyed his disdain. Were it not for Wu Gang's presence, he would have relished the thought of striking Wu Tao dead. Wu Tao, his face flushed with embarrassment, slinked away. Qinyu, having been hurled from the air, rose without a trace of humiliation. You are quite arrogant. Having not only slain my poison firewolf, but also dared to strike me. In retaliation, I intend to make you a living target. You cannot. Oh, really? Qinyu waved his arm, and 6 figures emerged from the void, among them the sect leader, Lu Changzong. On board the flying vessel, Jiang Han spotted Lu Changzong and hastily approached. Sect leader, Qin Chu has earned first place. He is a boon to Qingyun's sect. We cannot sacrifice our own disciples for the sake of an outsider. Jiang Han implored, yet Lu Changzong remained impassive. Once Jiang Han concluded, Lu Changzong spoke, Elder Jiang. The outsider you refer to is the young master of the Qin family from Shuiyun City. Qin Chu hired someone to assassinate Elder Chen Wuchang. His crime warrants death. What? Chen Wuchang is from the Chen family? Jiang Han gasped, realizing the gravity of the situation. The Qin family was a powerful clan with golden core experts, rendering Qin Yun's sect insignificant in their presence. Yet, upon reflection, he thought, regardless of the Chun family's strength, justice must prevail. Chen Wuchang was the one who failed to discern right from wrong, leading to Qin Shu's actions. The fault did not lie with Qin Shu. Jiang Han was about to plead further for Qin Shu, but a member of the Chen family beside Lu Changzong grasped his neck. "You talk too much." With a flick of his arm, Jiang Han was sent flying. Lu Changzong and his 6 companions descended, positioning themselves behind Qin Yu. Qin Yu suddenly felt emboldened. "Do you think you stand a chance now?" "Still no." Qin Shu shook his head. Even with Lu Changzong included, 6 half-step golden core cultivators posed no threat to him. With the Golden Light Tower, he could easily suppress golden core experts, let alone a few half-step ones. Such arrogance, he thought, choosing to ignore Qin Yu. His gaze settling on Lu Changzong. "Sect leader Lu, our relationship is one of cooperation. Your actions have truly saddened me. Qin Shu, spare me your pretenses. We are both cunning foxes, and I shall be candid. My collaboration with you is merely to buy time." Lu Changzong's face bore a cold expression, a hint of satisfaction evident as he prepared to avenge the insult to the White Tiger. "Elder Chen Wuchang belongs to the Qin family. By killing him, you have provoked them. Your demise is imminent." With a sharp exhale, Chen Wu, having erred in his youth, was punished by his family and sent to Qin Yun's sect for training, only to meet an untimely demise. It is quite lamentable that Qin Wu fell victim to someone of such lowly cultivation. Qin Yu shifted his tone, asserting that regardless of the circumstances, Chen Wu was still a member of the Qin family, and any dishonor brought upon him was intolerable. If he were to perish, the family would lose face. His gaze turned to the 6 individuals behind him, commanding them to ensure Qin Wu remained alive, as he intended to turn him into a puppet for his own purposes. The 6 members of Lu Changzong emerged from behind Qin Yu, exuding the aura of half-step golden elixir cultivators. "Lu Changzong, your opponent is not me, but rather him." Qin Shu called out into the sky, signaling old Wu to make his entrance. Very well, Wu Tianqi materialized from the void, his presence radiating a formidable aura as he addressed Lu Changzong. "My esteemed son-in-law, are you surprised to see me? How did you escape?" Lu Changzong furrowed his brow, an ominous feeling creeping into his mind. "What of it? Your cultivation has been rendered useless. Do you still presume to challenge me? Such arrogance. Is that so?" Wu Tianqi replied with a peculiar smile, launching a punch toward Lu Changzong, his fist aglow with golden light, a manifestation of the indestructible technique imparted by Qin Shu. Lu Changzong's expression darkened. "Do you truly believe you can intimidate me?" The other 5 attempted to assist, but were halted by Qin Shu, who said, "It would be unfair to overwhelm you with numbers. Allow me to find someone to entertain you. Old Za, come forth." The 4 members of the Yin Ke, who had been accompanying Qin Shu, leaped from their ship at his call, standing before him like 4 towering behemoths. During their journey back from the Tsang High Underground Palace to Qin Yun's sect, they had been instructed to consume the essence blood of the Ha Shan divine ape, which had a 30% chance of awakening their ape-like physique. Initially, all 4 had failed, but after exhausting hundreds of drops of blood, they ultimately succeeded in awakening their divine physique. Fortunately, Qin Shu's concerns were unfounded. The 4 did not transform into monkeys, but instead exhibited unusually abundant hair in certain areas. Simultaneously, their cultivation advanced to the late foundation establishment stage, equipped with top-tier magical armor and weapons that could compensate for their disparity in cultivation and stand firm against half-step golden elixir opponents. The Qingyun 4 ghosts and the foolish strongman had abstained from the essence blood, opting to solidify their realm before partaking. The 4 members of Yin Ke glared at the 5 half-step golden elixir cultivators from the Qin family, their fists clenched and crackling with energy, brimming with combat fervor. Qin Yu sneered, "For against 5? You're merely at the late foundation establishment stage. What gives you the audacity?" Qin Shu, dismissive of his taunts, commanded, "Show me your strength." "Yes, young master." The 4 roared in unison, pounding their chests with fervent excitement as they charged toward the 5 members of the Qin family. Observing this, Qin Shu couldn't help but grimace. Their antics bore an uncanny resemblance to that of monkeys in a brawl. Could this be a lingering side effect? A shiver ran down his spine. He was relieved to have resisted the temptation to consume the essence blood. Qin Shu possessed the Great Freedom Transformation body, which was superior to the ape physique. He lifted his gaze toward the battlefield and was taken aback. The 4 members of Yin Ke appeared invigorated, growing bolder with each skirmish, while the Qin family's half-step golden elixir cultivators were in disarray, fleeing in panic. Qin Yu was left bewildered, utterly incredulous at the unfolding events. An unexpected outcome left him in disbelief. Startled, the smoker retaliated with a sudden punch. The other three, unwilling to be outdone, roared fiercely, tearing their garments asunder to reveal their robust, hairy physiques. Qin Chu's eyelids twitched vigorously. He was not a monkey, yet he was not far from it. Chapter 72. I almost believe it myself. The perspective shifted to the fierce battle between Wu Tianqi and Lu Changzong. Both were at the threshold of the Golden Core stage. However, Wu Tianqi's equipment was extravagantly opulent, adorned with a top-tier artifact ensemble and a superior long sword. Additionally, he wielded the profound technique of Shueshan Feijing and the indestructible skill of King Kong. With such enhancements, his combat prowess far surpassed that of Lu Changzong. In less than a quarter of an hour of combat, Wu Tianqi unleashed a sword aura that sent Lu Changzong flying. As he crashed to the ground, Lu Changzong exclaimed, "How could you possibly possess a superior artifact?" The Qingyun sect had spent centuries to acquire a single top-grade artifact, the Qingyun Order, entrusted to Wan Tianyi to assassinate Qin Chu. Upon returning unscathed, Qin Chu found no trace of Wan Tianyi. It was highly probable that he had met his demise, and the Qingyun Order had fallen into Qin Chu's possession. "Haha, not only do I possess a superior long sword, but look at this," Wu Tianqi exclaimed as he tore open his robe to reveal a top-tier artifact armor beneath. Defensive artifacts were even rarer than offensive ones. Lu Changzong was consumed with envy and resentment. "You wretched beast, today is your reckoning. I shall slay you to avenge myself and the woman." Wu Tianqi raised his long sword, and flurries of snowflakes danced in the air. "You've always desired the Shueshan Feijing. I shall use it to end your life." The surrounding snowflakes ceased their descent. With a sweep of his sword, countless snowflakes transformed into razor-sharp blades, hurtling toward Lu Changzong. Before Lu Changzong could mount a defense, he was riddled with wounds, his body becoming a sieve. As he felt the life ebbing away, Lu Changzong finally succumbed to fear, kneeling on the ground. "Father-in-law, it was all my fault. For Mao's sake, grant me mercy this once." Xiao had the audacity to mention Wu Mei. Qin Chu was once again reminded of Lu Changzong's moral depravity. Upon hearing the name Wu Mei, Wu Tianqi's expression turned icy as he retorted, "You are unworthy to utter my daughter's name, beast. Die." The long sword erupted with terrifying sword energy. "I do not wish to die," Lu Changzong bellowed, only to be obliterated by the sword's fury, leaving no trace behind. Wu Tianqi collapsed to the ground, weeping bitterly. What difference did it make to kill Lu Changzong if his daughter could never return to life? The memory of his daughter's innocent, radiant smile shattered his heart. Unsure how to console him, Qin Chu, in a rare moment of audacity, suggested, "Perhaps your daughter is not dead." "Huh?" The weeping ceased abruptly. Wu Tianqi looked up at Qin Chu. "Really?" Qin Chu wished to slap himself for uttering such words. Once spoken, he felt compelled to fabricate a justification, fearing it might be inappropriate. After a moment of contemplation, an idea struck him. Clearing his throat, he began, "It could very well be that." For the next quarter of an hour, Wu Tianqi remained in a daze, his complexion fluctuating between shades of blue and red. Once Qin Chu finished, he asked uncertainly, "Can I believe this?" Qin Chu nodded. "You can completely believe it. I almost believe it myself." Abandoning one's cultivation and being expelled from the Qingyun sect, this undeniably resembles the script of a protagonist. The ensuing narrative could unfold in one of two ways. Either in a state of desperation, one plummets into the abyss and unexpectedly acquires an unparalleled opportunity, thus experiencing a metamorphosis and soaring to new heights, or alternatively, one may attract the attention of a powerful being who takes them as a disciple. Initially meant as mere consolation, Qin Chu gradually found himself convinced of this possibility. Wu Tianqi suddenly burst into laughter, expressing gratitude, as he awaited Mei Er's inevitable return to the Qingyun sect. The battle between the four members of the Smoking Guest and the Qin family's half-step Golden Core had yet to conclude, and Qin Chu, growing increasingly impatient with Lao Jia, urged for a swift resolution. The Smoking Guest and his companions, honing their martial skills against the Qin family's half-step Golden Core, responded to Qin Chu's insistence with a unified roar, unleashing their full strength. The Qin family member was sent flying, collapsing to the ground while coughing up blood. Qin Yu, overwhelmed by fear, felt a wave of urgency rush through him, his legs trembling uncontrollably as a faint yellow liquid dripped between his legs. Had he lost control? Qin Chu grimaced. Qin Yu, a typical scion of privilege, was utterly lacking in merit beyond relying on family influence. As Qin Chu approached, Qin Yu collapsed in a heap. Quaking with fear, his previous arrogance stripped away. "Do not come closer. I am the young master of the Qin family. If you dare lay a finger on me, the Qin family will not let this go unpunished." What a coward. Qin Chu's interest in tormenting Qin Yu had waned. "Here, he is all yours, Wu Gang," he said. delivering a kick towards him. Wu Gang grinned, his expression brimming with mischief. Rest assured, I will take good care of young Master Qin. Qin Yu's terror deepened. He recognized Wu Gang's demeanor all too well, as it was the same expression he wore before inflicting torment. Let us go, Wu Gang said, limping as he dragged Qin Yu away. After consuming a healing elixir, Shang Wanxiong's complexion improved significantly. Observing the howls of agony coming from Qin Yu, he expressed concern for Qin Shu, noting the presence of a golden core expert from the Qin family. Before he could finish, Qin Shu interrupted with a smile, assuring him, "You need not worry, I have it all under control." Shang Wanxiong nodded. Having come to understand Qin Shu's character through their interactions, he would not act recklessly. "I wish to retrieve Hong Zhuang," he declared, trembling slightly as he made his way to his quarters. Qin Shu clenched his fist, reassuring his grandfather, "I shall bring Hong Zhuang back." As for the severely injured half-step golden core from the Qin family, he would not let their potential go to waste. Activating the Grand Freedom Transformation technique, he prepared to drain their spiritual energy. Wu Qianqi frowned, cautioning, draining someone's spiritual energy is a method of the demonic path. It is best to refrain from such practices, as it disrupts the balance of heaven. Qin Shu waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned, asserting that techniques hold no intrinsic good or evil. It is the wielder who determines their nature. Wu Tianqi, wanting to offer more advice, found himself interrupted as Qin Shu shifted the topic. Lu Changzong is dead, and the Qingyun sect is leaderless. Are you not inclined to reclaim your position as sect master? At that moment, Jiang Han returned, his expression fraught with distress. Upon seeing Wu Tianqi, his eyes welled with tears, and he dropped to his knees, his voice trembling. "Old sect master, you are still alive? Little Jiang, I am not dead. I was imprisoned by Lu Changzong in the Qingyun dungeon," Wu Tianqi reflected with deep emotion. Recalling that Jiang Han, lacking extraordinary talent, was brought into the fold by him and thus considered a half-disciple. "Where is that scoundrel Lu Changzong? I will confront him immediately." In the past, Lu Changzong publicly declared that Wu Tianqi had succumbed to madness and died abruptly. Jiang Han remained skeptical and conducted a secret investigation for many years, yet uncovered nothing. Ultimately, he reluctantly accepted Lu Changzong's assertion. With no chance left to resist, Lu Changzong was obliterated by Old Wu's sword. Jiang Han was taken aback. He had been thrown back by Qin's half-step Golden Dan, and in that brief moment, Lu Changzong had perished. The old sect leader was indeed formidable. Wu Tianqi subtly acknowledged Qin, expressing that he bore no lingering affection for the Qingyun sect, and remained only to await Mei's return. As for the sect leader position, he believed Jiang could assume it. Despite his slightly inferior cultivation, with Wu Tianqi's support, he could still maintain order. It was absurd to truly believe his words. Would Wu Mei actually return? Qin Shu felt a profound sense of guilt, regretting his thoughtless words. Gazing into Wu Tianqi's hopeful eyes, he could only silently wish for a miracle. In truth, Wu Tianqi was aware that Qin Shu's words were mere fabrications meant to comfort him. As long as there remained a glimmer of hope, Wu Tianqi was unwilling to surrender. "Mei, your father awaits your return." 3 days later, under the witness of the venerable Wu Tianqi, Jiang Han successfully ascended to the position of the new sect leader of Qingyun sect. As his inaugural decree, Jiang Han appointed Qin Chu as the supreme elder of Qingyun sect. Wu Tao, once an esteemed elder of the task hall, was expelled from the sect due to his improper conduct. Upon hearing this, Wu Gang could only manage a wry smile. The moment Wu Tao had bound him and presented him before Qin Yu, their father-son bond had been irrevocably severed. Outside Qingyun sect, Wu Tao gazed upon Qingyun Mountain, vowing that he would return. Chapter 73. Breakthrough. With a deep breath, Qin Shu, having assimilated the spiritual energy of the 5 half-step Golden Dan members from the Qin family, successfully advanced in his cultivation. Feeling the robust vitality coursing through him, Qin was uncertain of the extent of his newfound strength. Half-step Golden Dan seemed insufficient in comparison. As for confronting a true Golden Dan master, only experience could reveal that truth. Rising, he pushed open the door, the brilliance of the sunlight momentarily blinding him, prompting him to shield his eyes with his sleeve. In the Tianjin courtyard, the likes of Yi Yin Ku and others were still meditating. The divine ape physique was remarkable, compensating for the deficiencies in Yi Yin Ku and his companions' innate talents, accelerating their training speed exponentially. Once the Qingyun Four Ghosts and the simple-minded Zhuang stabilized their realms, they too consumed the essence blood of the Hongshan divine ape. Their awakening process mirrored that of Yi Yin Ku's group. After numerous failures, they eventually succeeded in awakening their divine ape physique. The system rewarded them with a vat of Hongshan divine ape essence blood, of which a considerable portion had been consumed. Leaving only a quarter remaining, Qin felt no remorse. Whether for Zhuang or Ye Yinke's group, they were his protectors, his foundation. The stronger they became, the safer he felt. As for the 5 deputy leaders of Minghui Tower, he chose to withhold the essence blood for now, as their friendship level had not yet reached the maximum threshold of 100 points, leaving the possibility of betrayal lingering. The system had previously stated that only upon reaching a friendship level of 100 would absolute loyalty and a guarantee against betrayal be assured. The brothers chasing wind and chasing fate had already achieved maximum friendship levels. They were compliant, unconditionally obeying any arrangements made for them. In this regard, Qin was greatly satisfied. Sending several hundred drops of the essence blood of the Hongshan divine ape to aid the awakening of their divine ape bodies and enhance their strength, Qin refrained from interrupting the cultivation of the Yinjian guests and directly exited the Tianjin courtyard. Jiang Han had suggested relocating to a more luxurious residence, but Qin had declined. The Qingyan sect was merely a temporary refuge. Once the matter of the enchanting maiden was resolved, he planned to depart from the Qingyan sect and journey to Yinshui City. The timeline had shifted. Yi Suner was Qin woman. How could she marry another? Simultaneously, he pondered whether Qing Ning had deceived him for some other reason. While lost in thought, Wu Gang approached, clutching a jar of wine. Wu Tao had been expelled from the Qingyun sect, and Wu Rui had perished in the tomb of the Zhanghai real person. Regardless, they were still Wu Gang's kin. Wu Gang's expression was melancholic, forcing a smile as he offered, "Let us drink." "Very well," Qin nodded. And the two made their way to the back mountain of the Qingyun sect. They sat upon a massive stone, gazing into the distance. Wu Gang drank deeply from the wine jar, and then tossed it to Qin, declaring, "I intend to leave." "Where to?" Qin seemed to sense the answer already. "I do not know." Wu Gang shook his head, lifting the jar for another swig. Qin fell silent, memories of their acquaintance and camaraderie flooding his mind. Both shared similar playful natures. The current Wu Gang was no longer the reckless, arrogant scion of the past, but rather a wanderer who seemed to have seen through the mundane world. Suddenly, Wu Gang burst into laughter, saying, "Do not worry about me. Wherever I go, we remain brothers, brothers for life." Indeed, brothers for life. They exchanged knowing glances and laughter that echoed through the back mountain of the Qingyan sect. The next day, Wu Gang departed, leaving the Qingyan sect behind. At their parting, Qin slipped him an enormous storage bag filled with cultivation resources sufficient for a decade. Wu Gang accepted it without hesitation, delivering a punch to Qin chest, saying, "When we meet again, the drinks are on me." "Very well." Qin observed Wu Gang's receding figure with a complex expression, pondering when they might meet again, perhaps in many years, or perhaps never again. Farewells were always tinged with sorrow. The moon waxes and wanes, flowers bloom and wither. Life's greatest bitterness is parting. One must cherish those around them. Qin thought of Yi Suner and Shangwan Hongzhuang. Yinshui City lay at the border between Linzhou and Lingzhou. After resolving the matter concerning Yi Suner, he would seek out the location of the Tianhan sect in Lingzhou. A voice filled with terror interrupted Qin's reverie. "A snake. A massive snake. My goodness, so many venomous snakes. What are we, cultivators, afraid of venomous snakes? Watch me slay them with a single sword." The speaker, gazing at the countless venomous snakes slithering towards him, widened his eyes in shock. He transformed into a beam of sword light and fled into the distance with astonishing speed. Qin turned to look back, witnessing an overwhelming swarm of venomous snakes surging towards the Qingyan sect, the entire Qingyan mountain crawling with them, a sight that sent chills down his spine. "They're here," Qin murmured to himself. At this moment, Jiang Han appeared in the sky, commanding all disciples of the Qingyan sect to exert their utmost efforts in eliminating the venomous serpents. Suddenly, a fierce aura surged through the air, a force so formidable that only the elder Tianhan, who had abducted Shangwan Hongzhuang, could rival it among the crowd. Jiang Han bellowed, "Who dares to approach?" The response came in the form of a fist covered in fur. Jiang Han let out a cry of anguish as he was sent flying by a single blow. Immediately thereafter, a stunning woman and a figure cloaked in black emerged in the sky. The woman was none other than the Serpent King, Leviah. The identity of the cloaked figure remained obscured, shrouded in mystery. From her elevated position, Leviah gazed down upon Qin, declaring, "I previously mentioned that I would seek vengeance upon you." Her aura was significantly stronger than before, having advanced from the later stages of Foundation establishment to the cusp of the Golden Core realm. Her figure remained as enchanting as ever, radiating an alluring presence. Chu assessed Levia but refrained from replying. Why the silence? What of that beast? Levia's reference to the beast was, of course, aimed at the white tiger, which was currently preoccupied with absorbing the energy of the toxic fire wolf and thus unable to engage in battle. Chu shifted his gaze from Levia to the figure in black, remarking, "This fellow must be your backing, correct? Black Ghost." Levia's lips twitched in amusement as she cast a furtive glance at the cloaked figure. Noticing the dark aura enveloping the black-robed man, she felt a surge of satisfaction at the impending doom. Indeed, the black-robed figure's temper flared. "How dare you insult me? Do you believe I won't strike you down? Isn't that voice rather inhuman? Could it be some beast?" Chu mused. "It would be abnormal if you were not a beast. Like attracts like. And one cannot expect good company from mingling with Levia." Upon hearing the black-robed man's threat, Chu raised an eyebrow. "I am the one who has slain others. Yet you presume to threaten me? Who do you think you are?" At this, the black-robed man's volatile aura subsided momentarily as he posed a perplexing question. "Who do I think I am? What does that have to do with killing you?" Levia and Chu exchanged glances, sensing something amiss with this beast. He seemed to lack intelligence, appearing rather foolish. Levia, too, felt her lips twitch in disbelief. Had it not been for his apparent lack of wit, she would not have easily lured him here. How could such a fool cultivate to the Golden Core realm? "Monkey brother, he implies that you are lacking," she jested. "Ah." The black-robed man erupted in fury once more, as he despised being deemed inadequate. At that moment, the smoke-rolling guests arrived, eyeing the two figures in the sky with unease. Wu Tianqi also appeared behind Chu, his expression grave. "The woman poses little threat. The danger lies with the man in black." Chu nodded. "The Black Ghost is indeed at the Golden Core level." Wu Tianqi gasped, his eyes widening in disbelief. "You truly are a harbinger of misfortune. Having just offended the Qin family, you now provoke a Golden Core powerhouse. Old Wu, your reasoning is flawed. They are the ones causing me trouble. How is this my fault? Do not invert right and wrong." Chapter 74. The foolish Yuan Hai. Chu felt discontent with old Wu Tianqi's attitude, declaring him a harbinger of misfortune, for the elderly man seemed both aged and blind. "Monkey King, swiftly rid us of them." The green princess cooed playfully at the man in the black robe, her voice sweet to the point of being cloying, as her ample bosom pressed against him. The black-robed man pushed her away, retorting, "You're crushing me. Kindly step aside." Chu found it hard to suppress a laugh, but being a man of propriety, he deemed it impolite to do so in such a scenario. However, Wu Tianqi and the others were unconcerned, bursting into hearty laughter, tears streaming down their faces. The green princess cursed the black-robed man under her breath and resorted to her ultimate tactic. "Monkey King, if you avenge me, I shall prepare snake soup for you upon our return." The mention of snake soup made her heart ache, knowing full well that the black-robed man feasted upon her kin. She was compelled to appease him. Upon hearing the promise of snake soup, the black-robed man nodded, extending his hairy palm. "Very well, I desire 5 bowls." It turned out he was quite the gourmand, reminiscent of the white tiger. One wondered if this creature had a taste for meat and sinew as well. Capturing a Golden Core beast would indeed be a worthwhile pursuit. First, it was imperative to ascertain what manner of being the black-robed man was. Chu had clearly heard the green princess refer to him as Monkey King. Was he perhaps a monkey-type demon beast? While lost in thought, the black-robed man descended from the sky, and the likes of Yank and others hurried to greet him. In an instant, they were sent flying by a single punch. Wu Tianqi coughed. "Is it still possible to flee? Pathetic. I disdain you all," Chu declared, stepping forward. He was certain that this beast was a Golden Core powerhouse. No mere half-step Golden Core could have sent 5 late Foundation establishment practitioners flying with a single blow. Wu Tianqi, seeing Chu advance, hastily grabbed him. "What are you doing? Don't go to your demise." Neither he nor Yank stood a chance against such a foe. A mere Qi refinement practitioner was simply fodder. "Oh, you are woefully ignorant of my prowess," Chu replied, casting a knife filled with excitement. This was his first true battle since his rebirth. It was pitiful that he had not yet revealed his capabilities to the world. He was not merely a wealthy man. He was a prodigy in cultivation. Wu Tianqi was taken aback. Could it be that Chu was indeed a cultivation genius, and that what he had displayed thus far was merely a fade? Reflecting on Chu's character, this seemed increasingly plausible. The black-robed man, noticing Chu's advance, regarded him with a peculiar glint in his eyes. "You possess potential." The words were superfluous. Chu, eager to test his strength, unleashed a punch accompanied by the sounds of dragon roars and elephant trumpets, employing the exquisite earth-level technique. Dragon Elephant Divine Skill. The black-robed man retaliated with a punch of his own. The clash of their fists produced a thunderous sound, sending powerful shockwaves in all directions. The black-robed man, underestimating his opponent, was forced back several steps by Qin Chu's strike. "You are formidable," he acknowledged. "Merely average," Qin Chu replied with a smile. This brief encounter provided him with a clearer understanding of the black-robed man's strength. To be frank, he was somewhat disappointed. If he unleashed his full power, he was confident he could defeat the black-robed man within 10 minutes. Simultaneously, a thought crossed his mind. The prowess of a Golden Core powerhouse was rather unimpressive, after all. In truth, Golden Core practitioners were not all equal. Their strengths varied significantly across a vast spectrum. The Golden Elixir is classified into 9 ranks, with the first being the lowest and the 9th the highest, due to limitations in talent and the rare resources available during their breakthroughs. Most individuals achieve a lower rank in the Golden Elixir. Consequently, the abilities of those who have attained the Golden Elixir vary significantly, exhibiting a wide range of strengths and weaknesses. The figure in the black robe has achieved only the first rank of the Golden Elixir, positioning him at the bottom of the hierarchy among Golden Elixir practitioners. Nevertheless, the power of the Golden Elixir should not be underestimated. Losing interest in gauging the strength of the black-robed figure, Qin Chu waved his hand, signaling a cessation of hostilities. "Let us converse instead." "About what?" the black-robed figure queried, perplexed by the sudden shift. A punch was exchanged, yet the fight seemed to dissipate. Green Ji hastily descended from the air, concerned that the black-robed figure, lacking in intelligence, might be swayed by Qin Chu's words. "Stop wasting time and eliminate him quickly. I have snake stew to prepare, and this time, I shall make 10 barrels." The black-robed figure nodded in agreement. Green Ji smiled, sensing the impending doom of the black-robed figure. "Are you not going to unleash that beast, the white tiger?" With a swift motion, Qin Chu struck, sending the black-robed figure flying, his expression laden with impatience at the incessant chatter. Green Ji was taken aback. She had previously thought Qin Chu had merely been toying with the black-robed figure, but now it became evident she had gravely misjudged the situation. Qin Chu's strength was sufficient to annihilate her. Disregarding Green Ji's astonishment, Qin Chu turned toward the treacherous black-robed figure, warning him not to be deceived by her apparent innocence. "You are hypocritical. A moment ago, you insulted me, and now you commend my kindness. Do you take me for a fool? You are aware of your own foolishness." The black-robed figure retorted. "I apologize for calling you a black devil earlier." As he spoke, a box of flesh tendon pills appeared before the black-robed figure. Not only do these pills enhance physical prowess, but they are also renowned for their exquisite flavor. The white tiger relished them and frequently sought them from Qin Chu. Having tasted one himself, Qin Chu was indeed astounded by their quality. "As a token of my apology, this box of flesh tendon pills is for you." "What are these?" The black-robed figure lifted the lid of the box, and a rich aroma wafted forth. "How delightful!" His eyes sparkled with excitement. Saliva pooling as he eagerly grabbed a handful and devoured them. "Delicious," he mumbled, and within moments, the entire box of flesh tendon pills had vanished into his belly. "Is there more?" "Indeed, there are many more," Qin Chu replied, retrieving dozens of boxes of flesh tendon pills before stowing them back into his storage ring. "Let us converse first, and afterward, I will ensure you have your fill." The black-robed figure nodded in agreement. Green Ji attempted to incite discord once more, but was swiftly sent flying by a punch from the black-robed figure. Seeing the opportunity arise, Qin Chu proposed that the black-robed figure remove his robe to reveal his true form. After a moment of hesitation, the black-robed figure complied, shedding the garment to unveil a body covered in thick fur. "A monkey?" Qin Chu mused, comparing it to the monkeys seen in his past life at the zoo, which were far more aesthetically pleasing. "They are the beautiful Monkey King, while you resemble a rather unattractive creature." No wonder he donned the black robe. He was likely embarrassed to show his face. "I wish for you to accompany me as my mount," Qin Chu declared, not mincing words and getting straight to the point. "What? You wish to ride him?" Yuan Hai, though not the sharpest tool in the shed, was far from ignorant. When he was suggested to serve as a mount, a fierce glint sparked in his eyes, as if to say, "Are you insulting me? I cannot proceed without 20 boxes of meat essence pills." Upon noticing the transparent glass vial in Qin Chu's hand, his eyes widened in astonishment. A wave of familiarity washed over him. The blood contained within the vial stirred an intense sensation within Yuan Hai. He was certain that consuming a single drop would significantly enhance his powers. Yuan Hai had 2 primary passions, the first being gourmet food, and the second, the pursuit of strength. A fervent cultivator, he spent countless days sequestered in a cave, honing his abilities. Had it not been for the enticing serpent soup offered by Green Ji, he would never have emerged from his sanctuary. Give it to me. Yuan Hai bellowed. Agree to my terms, and the essence of the Hanshan divine ape will be yours. With a haughty scoff, he lunged to seize the vial. But Qin Chu, with a cold smile, retracted it, leading to a fierce clash between them. The astonishing prowess displayed by Qin Chu left Wu Tianqi in utter disbelief, prompting him to glance at the others. Did you all witness this? Qin Chu is truly formidable. Chapter 75. A familiar scheme. Qin Chu's imposing aura resembled that of a mountain as he unleashed his punches, accompanied by dragon and elephant shadows. Each strike possessed the strength to upheave mountains and seas. Yuan Hai, at the golden core stage, found himself repeatedly retreating, struggling to withstand the force. This human is incredibly powerful. Wu Tianqi's eyelids twitched as he exchanged glances with his companions, realizing they were witnessing a rare display of might from their master. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, Yuan Hai was sent crashing to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. I concede. I surrender. Hearing this, Qin Chu retracted his fists. What are your terms? Yuan Hai complied, expressing his willingness to serve as a mount. Now that's more like it, Qin Chu replied, tossing out dozens of boxes of meat essence pills, ensuring that his new mount would be well compensated. As for the essence of the Hanshan divine ape, it would be administered only when Yuan Hai's friendship level reached 100 points. Though Yuan Hai did not acquire the essence, he felt a surge of elation upon seeing the meat essence pills before him. Thank you, master. Wu Tianqi and the others fell into silence, astounded that a true powerhouse like Yuan Hai had so swiftly become Qin Chu's mount. It was almost surreal. Yet, the most difficult to accept was Green Ji. Yuan Hai had been summoned for revenge, yet he now served as a mount for the enemy. Moreover, Qin Chu's strength shattered her perceptions. What had he consumed to enhance his cultivation so dramatically, rendering even golden core cultivators powerless? Realizing the situation was turning dire, Green Ji transformed into her true form, hoping to slip away unnoticed. To demonstrate his loyalty, Yuan Hai seized Green Ji by her serpent head, lifting her into the air. Master, how should we proceed? Qin Chu, stroking his chin, contemplated that there was not much animosity between him and Green Ji. Gazing at her massive form, adorned with glistening, obsidian scales, an audacious notion sparked in his mind. Such a physique should not go to waste as mere baggage. After expressing his thoughts, Green Ji, now in her serpent form, spoke with indignation. You want me to pull a cart? A warrior may be slain, but shall not suffer humiliation. As the esteemed serpent king, I cannot engage in such demeaning tasks. I am averse to coercing others. If one disagrees, I do not insist. With a sigh, Qin Chu dragged the creature away. Envisioning the exquisite dish of braised snake meat, a delicacy sure to be extraordinary, Yuan Hai nodded in agreement. The green princess serpent's eyes brimmed with terror. She preferred death over being braised. As Yuan Hai began to tear at her scales, she hastily exclaimed, I am willing to pull the cart. My physique is most suited for it. Had she spoken thus earlier, matters would have been resolved. Qin Chu gestured for Yuan Hai to release the green princess. Transforming into human form, she knelt before Qin Chu, pledging her unwavering loyalty to serve him as a cart puller. Excellent. In the following days, Qin Chu remained sequestered in the scripture pavilion of the Qingyun sect. The cultivation methods therein did not pique his interest. Instead, he sought text related to breaking through to the golden core stage, gathering wisdom for his future ascension. The golden core is classified into 9 grades. The first 3 are ordinary, the 4th to 6th are royal, while the 7th to 9th are imperial. The disparities in strength correlate directly with the grade of the golden core achieved. Establishing a golden core during the foundation building stage requires aptitude as a prerequisite, along with the aid of rare heavenly materials. The potency of such materials is crucial for attaining higher grade golden cores. Heavenly materials? Qin Chu pondered the ancient texts. While his aptitude was sufficient, he currently lacked these rare resources. The tomes detailed how, in ancient times, monstrous beasts roamed freely, and cultivators would harvest their bones to forge high-grade golden cores. Others would ascend using rare spiritual herbs, while some took unconventional paths, utilizing elixirs as catalysts to forge imperial golden cores. Thus, the category of heavenly materials is expansive. Qin Chu fell into contemplation. Linzhou was too remote, making the search for suitable heavenly materials exceedingly challenging. Linzhou, however, presented a different scenario. As a neighboring province, it boasted a vibrancy many times greater than Linzhou. First, I shall return to Qingyun City, then set off for Tianshui Cloud City. Qin Chu murmured to himself, realizing it had been months since he last checked in on his somewhat negligent father. The following day, after bidding farewell to Wu Tianqi and Zhang Han, he departed from the Qingyan sect. Rather than employing a flying vessel, Qin Shu opted for a horse-drawn carriage, a fine artifact that required neither external force nor guidance. Powered solely by spirit stones. This seemed less imposing, so he instructed the Green Princess to revert to her original form, pulling the carriage towards Qingyan City. The likes of Yaoka and the naive Zhuang, all at the foundation building stage, navigated their own artifacts, soaring through the air as they discreetly followed. Yuan Hai entered the storage bag to keep company with the White Tiger. Inside the carriage, Qin Chu retrieved the Tower of Heavenly Gold. Initially intended for dealing with Yuan Hai, yet it remained unused. He called out to Xiao Lingling, who, roused from her slumber, expressed her displeasure with a stunningly beautiful face. "Why did you summon me? Xiao Lingling, since your emergence, you have become quite aloof. Did you not vow to diligently cultivate and become the most formidable spirit tool? It has only been a fortnight, and you seem to have forgotten entirely." Recalling the grand proclamations of the spirited Lingling aboard the spacecraft remains vividly etched in my memory. Observing Lingling's dazed expression, Qin Chu exhibited a mixture of exasperation and disappointment. With a blush gracing her cheeks, Lingling remarked that speaking and acting were two distinct matters. Before declaring her intent to take a nap and bidding farewell, she transformed into a streak of golden light, soaring into the Tower of Golden Radiance. Qin Chu sighed. Contemplating the misfortune of being entangled with such a character, he called out for Lingling, hoping to discuss the intricacies of array formations. The records of the array masters were meticulously detailed, yet studying alone proved rather tedious. After a deep sigh, he opened the tome. 7 days later, Qin Chu returned to the Qin family estate. The clan members gazed upon the imposing figure of Green Qi, their faces pale with fear, trembling visibly. The serpent was enormous. "I feel a bit frightened. Please carry me," one stammered. "My legs refuse to obey. I cannot move." Amidst the crowd's horrified stares, Qin Chu alighted from the carriage. As he surveyed the familiar faces and surroundings, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. Once, he was the most derided waste of talent in Qingyan City, the subject of ridicule during casual conversations. Now, returning in glory, it could be deemed a triumphant homecoming. Recognizing Qin Chu, the disciples of the Qin family exclaimed joyfully that the young master had returned. The current Qin Chu was no longer the useless boy of yore, but a disciple of the Qingyun sect, holding the esteemed title of elder. News of the happenings at the Qingyun sect had trickled back to Qingyan City. The Qin family disciples regarded him with reverence, collectively bowing to welcome their master home. At that moment, a middle-aged man hurriedly approached, calling out "Chuer," before hastily correcting himself to pay his respects to the elder. Qin Chu raised his hand, indicating that they need not stand on ceremony, as they were all kin. However, Qin Chuan dared not be too familiar, reminding him that as the elder of the Qingyan sect, decorum must be maintained. Gazing at his stubborn third uncle, Qin Chu shook his head, his eyes scanning for the familiar figure of his father, Qin Hung. With a furrowed brow, he inquired, "Where is my father?" "It's a long story. Let us discuss it inside," Qin Chuan replied. Nodding in agreement, Qin Chu followed him into the hall. Qin Chuan did not conceal the truth, laying everything bare. "My father is gone?" Qin Chu exclaimed in shock. "Where has he gone?" Qin Hung, having only reached the 9th level of Qi refinement, was considered a master in Qingyun City. Outside its borders, he was inconsequential. "I do not know," Qin Chuan sighed, a bitter smile gracing his lips. "Your father left without a word, abandoning the Qin family responsibilities." Suddenly, Qin Chuan recalled, "Before leaving, your father left a letter for you." Upon hearing this, Qin Chu felt a familiar twitch at the corner of his mouth. Such a scenario felt all too familiar. Chapter 76. The mysterious Yi Suner. Qin Chu observed a peculiar phenomenon. The current trajectory of events seemed to unwittingly align with the narrative conventions of his previous life's novel. When his third uncle informed him of his father's departure from Qingyan City, an involuntary path unfolded in his mind. His mother, a disciple of a formidable power or the daughter of a prestigious family, had ventured out to hone her skills, where she fell in love at first sight with his father, Qin Hong. Subsequently, after giving birth to Qin Chu, she departed for reasons beyond her control. As Qin Chu matured, he began to entertain thoughts of searching for his mother. Such a familiar trope. Upon reading the letter left by Qin Hong, Qin Chu found himself utterly bewildered. Goodness, it can unfold this way too. The plot and the tropes were fundamentally aligned, save for a few minor discrepancies. Qin Chu's mother was indeed a young lady from a distinguished family who, while traveling, fell victim to an ambush and was poisoned with the love harmony toxin. Coincidentally, Qin Heng happened to pass by. Thus, she became involved with Qin Heng. Shortly thereafter, upon discovering her pregnancy, she left resolutely after giving birth to Qin Chu to avoid detection by her family. Their brief time together left Qin Heng deeply infatuated. Everything seemed quite normal. What left Qin Chu speechless was that his mother was already married before her entanglement with Qin Heng. To put it plainly, Qin Heng had unwittingly cuckolded another man. Although this betrayal was not intentional, was he not courting death by seeking her out now? Qin Chu firmly believed that the other party would undoubtedly kill Qin Heng without the slightest hesitation. The thought of Qin Heng's predicament made Qin Chu's head pound. Father, are you not merely sending someone to their doom? The place Qin Heng was headed to was named General City. Where was General City? He had no idea. One thing was certain, it was definitely not in Linzhou. Could it be in the neighboring Lingzhou? Qin Chu resolved to inquire about General City upon reaching Yunshui City. After conversing a bit more with Qin Chuan, Qin Chu departed from Qingyun City, tossing Qin Chuan a storage bag containing spirit stones and cultivation resources sufficient to establish a foundational family. Qin Chuan gazed in the direction Qin Chu had left, filled with mixed emotions. Turning back to survey the Qin family members, he proclaimed that Qin Chu was a pride of the Qin family, an exemplar for all to emulate in their dedication to the family's rejuvenation. Indeed, Yushui City lay at the junction of Linzhou and Lingzhou, serving as a vital trading hub. Numerous cultivators frequented it, creating a vibrant atmosphere. The Yushui secret realm, rumored to be fraught with peril, required the favor of young Master Chen for safe passage. In a secluded mountainous forest, a large group advanced with great momentum. Among them, a striking young woman clung to a young man's arm, her voice sweetly melodic, as the towering mountains around them contorted under pressure. Rest assured, with me here, you and Sunner will be safe, the young man said with a faint smile, his gaze resting on a woman clad in purple. The purple-clad woman nodded indifferently, her emotions unperturbed, leaving the man somewhat disappointed. Yi Yun's eyes sparkled, and with a swift motion, she released the young man and dashed to the side of the purple-clad woman. Sister Sunner, the Yunshui secret realm is replete with rare treasures. Yet our Yi family is but a small clan without the standing to participate. Young Master Chen graciously awarded us 2 spots. We ought to express our gratitude. Chen Lin laughed heartily, clearly pleased. It's merely a small matter. The Chen family is the foremost clan in Yunshui City, and as the eldest son of the Chen family, it is quite easy for me to offer these 2 spots. Young Master Chen is indeed impressive. Yi Yun gazed at Chen Lin with admiration, her eyes nearly sparkling with enthusiasm. In contrast, Yi Sunner frowned, pondering for a moment before uttering 2 words. Thank you. Sunner, you are my betrothed. There is no need for such formality. Upon hearing the term betrothed, Yi Sunner's expression turned noticeably cold. Yi Yun, feeling displeased, pouted and said, Chen Xiao, if you marry Sister Sunner, will you no longer want me? As she spoke, her eyes brimmed with tears, exuding an endearing charm. Chen Lin embraced Yi Yun, reassuring her. How could I ever forget you? You and Sunner shall both marry me, and upon our return, I shall seek out the head of the Yi family. MHM. Yi Yun nodded vigorously, snuggling into Chen Lin's chest like a little kitten. A teasing voice emerged from a distance. I consider myself shameless, yet upon meeting you today, I find myself lacking. Who? Chen Lin's expression shifted. The imposing figure of Green Ji appeared, pulling the carriage into view. With her large frame and fearsome serpentine head, glistening with dark scales, her presence sent everyone into a frenzy, screaming and fleeing. Yi Yun was particularly frightened, her face paling as she burrowed deeper into Chen Lin's embrace. Even Chen Lin felt a tremor of fear. Transformed into a beautiful human form, Green Ji remained terrifying in her true essence. Who are you? And why do you insult me? Chen Lin took a deep breath, his heart racing at the sight of Green Ji. Remembering his status as the heir of the Chen family, he found courage to confront her. I did not insult you. I merely stated the facts. Qin Chu lifted the curtain and stepped out of the carriage, utterly shameless, holding one woman while contemplating another. As his gaze fell upon the woman in purple, he paused. You Sunner? What a fortuitous encounter. He leaped to you Sunner, forcibly pulling her into his embrace, and pressed his lips against hers amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers. You Sunner was momentarily bewildered, failing to resist. Witnessing this, Chen Lin exploded with rage. You Sunner was his fiancée, and now she was being embraced and kissed by another man, causing a surge of jealousy to overwhelm him. Enough. A furious shout broke the spell, awakening Yi Suner, who hurriedly pushed Qin Chu away, her face flushed with indignation. Why do you take liberties with me? As she scrutinized Qin Chu, he seemed familiar. Yet she could not place where they had met. The unfamiliarity in Yi Suner's eyes bewildered Qin Chu. How could she not recognize him? Is this truly Yi Suner? Have I mistaken her for someone else? She bears a striking resemblance. Qin Chu examined her closely, confirming his recognition. Suner, do you not remember me? Do you recall Suayin Tower? He bombarded her with questions, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. Sir, please choose your words carefully. If you continue to speak so lightly, do not blame me for drawing my sword, Yi Suner declared, unsheathing her long sword and pointing it at Qin Chu. You truly do not remember? He asked, his expression darkening. What on earth is happening? Chen Lin was overlooked, seething with rage. How dare you provoke my fiancé, Yi Chen Lin? Have you consumed the courage of a bear and the audacity of a leopard, seeking to court death? The noise was unbearable. Qin Chu, feeling flustered, struck Chen Lin with a swift blow, sending him crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his lips. Yi Yin hurried over. Chen Xiao, are you all right? The disciples of the Qin family drew their swords, threatening the young master, demanding he kneel and beg for mercy, lest they face dire consequences. Ugh, there are so many mosquitoes, Qin Chu grimaced, effortlessly turning the Qin disciples into a mist of blood with a single palm strike. His power and ferocity were palpable. Both Chen Lin and Yi Yun trembled, swallowing back the words that nearly escaped their lips. Yi Suner, witnessing Qin Chu's brutality, felt her heart race and took a deep breath. Young master, you must have mistaken us. We bear no grudge against you. Please, allow us to leave. How could one mistake such a striking resemblance? You even share the name Yi Suner, Qin Chu retorted, skeptical of her claims. He gestured for them to depart. Yet he shadowed them, covertly observing Yi Suner. Chapter 77. You are quite remarkable. The Yunshui secret realm has existed for countless years, filled with abundant celestial materials and earthly treasures. Each time it opens, cultivators flock to it. A century ago, the ancestral patriarch of the Qin family achieved the Golden Core stage, becoming one of the most formidable figures in Yunshui City, which propelled the Qin family to the pinnacle of power. They allied with another major faction, the Wanao Pavilion, in an attempt to seize control of the Yunshui secret realm, inciting dissatisfaction among the scattered cultivators. To oppose the Qin family and the Yunshui Pavilion, the scattered cultivators formed an alliance. Eventually, the three major forces reached an agreement. The Yunshui secret realm would open once every decade, allowing 100 entrants each time, 35 slots for the Qin family, 35 for the Wanbao Pavilion, and 30 for the Scattered Cultivators Alliance. At this moment, before the Yunshui secret realm, members of the Scattered Cultivators Alliance and Wanbao Pavilion had arrived. Yet the Qin family was conspicuously absent. The third leader of the Scattered Cultivators, Tu Hu, expressed his displeasure. What is the Qin family doing? The agreed time is nearly upon us. Are they toying with us? Following his lead, other members of the Scattered Cultivators echoed their dissatisfaction. In stark contrast, the Wanbao Pavilion remained tranquil, seated on the ground, eyes closed in meditation. Comprised entirely of female cultivators of exceptional beauty, they were a rare sight. Among them, one woman stood out remarkably. Her willow-shaped brows and cherry-red lips framed a delicate, fair face. Her flowing hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, and she donned a white ethereal dress that accentuated her figure, as if the beauty within yearned to be revealed. She was Lin Shiyu, the third master of the Wanbao Pavilion. Lin Shiyu opened her exquisite eyes, gazing at Tu Hu. Please remain calm. There is still time. I trust the Qin family will arrive on schedule. Her voice was delicate and gentle, like a refreshing breeze. Let us hope you are correct, Tu Hu scoffed. While Lin Shiyu, despite her seemingly harmless demeanor, was, in truth, more ruthless than he. Once, a debauched young man dared to provoke Lin Shiyu, who promptly severed his limbs and discarded him in a mass grave to be consumed by wild wolves. With just 15 minutes remaining until the appointed time, Chen Lin arrived late, accompanied by Yi Suner and Yi Yunshan. Young Master Chen, is it just the three of you? Tu Hu inquired with a furrowed brow, perplexed by the scant attendance. The Qin family had 35 slots available. How could so few show up? Lin Shiyu opened her beautiful eyes, equally puzzled. Chen Lin sensed the group's confusion but felt reluctant to explain the situation. Should he reveal that they had encountered an insufferable scoundrel who not only harassed his fiancée but also killed his kin? The embarrassment was unbearable. Clearing his throat, Chen Lin explained that most disciples of the Chun family were in seclusion, with only the three of them present this year. Tu Hu's eyes lit up at this revelation. He was indifferent to the truth of Chun Lin's statement. With only 3 participants from the Qin family, there were still 32 slots available, which, if granted to the Loose Cultivator Alliance, would yield greater resources in the Yushui secret realm. Cough, young Master Qin, if you have only 3 participants and 32 slots remain, why not grant them to me? The resources brought out would see the Loose Cultivator Alliance share 1/10 with the Qin family. What do you say? Tu Hu proposed with a smile, believing it wiser to trade the wasted slots for a share of resources. However, Chun Lin shook his head. 20%. He cast a glance at Tu Hu, still refusing. Tu Hu's anger flared. 50%, no more. Huh. Third Master, it matters not how much you offer. The Qin family does not lack for resources, Qin Lin retorted, displaying his astuteness. The Loose Cultivator Alliance, being formidable, posed a threat to the Qin family. It was preferable to leave the slots unfilled than to cede them to the Alliance. Tu Hu's expression darkened. It was frustrating to consider that the Loose Cultivator Alliance had only 30 slots, while the Qin family squandered 32. The more he pondered, the more vexed he became. Am I not clear enough, or is your mind too dull to comprehend? The Qin family will not relinquish any slots. Qin Lin's impatience surfaced. Irritated by Tu Hu's aggressive demeanor. Very well, Tu Hu growled, his eyes glinting dangerously. If young Master Qin were to meet with misfortune in the perilous Yunshui secret realm, it would be quite unfortunate. Is that a threat? Qin Lin narrowed his eyes. Though he could not defeat Qin Chu, it did not diminish his prowess. Among the younger generation of the Qin family, he was a standout. Upon hearing Tu Hu's blatant threat, his expression grew cold. There is no need for Third Master to worry. Rather, you should concern yourself with the disciples of the Loose Cultivator Alliance. Will they be safe? After all, the Yushui secret realm is fraught with uncertainties. The two exchanged icy glares, tension palpable. At that moment, Lin Shiyu interjected, the Yushui secret realm is about to open. Let us prioritize the matter at hand. They exchanged one last glare before nodding in agreement. Just then, Lu Ji appeared before them, pulling a cart. The sight of her elicited the same reaction from everyone as Qin Lin had earlier. Upon seeing Lu Ji, Qin Lin felt a wave of dread. How had she come to be here? His heart raced at the thought of Qin Chu, whose overwhelming power had instilled a genuine fear in him. Especially after witnessing the devastating blow that had nearly crushed a member of the Qin family. The Qin family has invested heavily in the resources of the Cloud Water secret realm. The clan members dispatched are all at least at the foundation establishment stage, with several at the later stages. Such a formidable assembly, effortlessly unleashing a plume of bloody mist with a mere slap, speaks volumes of their terrifying power. Could it be a Golden Core expert? A shiver ran down Qin Lin's spine. Both Tu Hu and Lin Shiyu were on high alert. The aura emanating from Lu Ji instilling a sense of danger in them. Qin Chu lifted the curtain of the carriage, standing atop it, his gaze fixated on Yi Suner. We meet again. In Qin Chu's eyes, only Yi Suner existed, rendering everyone else insignificant. Qin Lin's expression darkened. He could not display his anger at the sight of his betrothed being teased before him. How infuriating. Yi Suner, under Qin Chu's intense gaze, felt somewhat uncomfortable and let out a cold snort. Yi Suner gazed at Qin Chu's chiseled features, feeling a mix of envy and resentment. Why did all the good men favor Yi Suner? Was it not fair? Recalling Qin Chu's fervent reaction upon meeting Yi Suner and his inexplicable words, she speculated that there must be something between them. If I uncover anything, young Master Chun will belong solely to me. Unbeknownst to Qin Chu, who was oblivious to Yi Suner's thoughts, he shifted his gaze to Qin Lin. Young Master Qin, I am intrigued by the Cloud Water secret realm. How about granting me a few spots? He overheard the conversation among Qin Lin and the others distinctly. Qin Chu had no interest in the resources of the Cloud Water secret realm. He had never been outdone in that regard. His sole intention in entering the realm was to ascertain Yi Suner's situation. Upon hearing his words, Qin Lin instinctively wanted to refuse, but upon meeting those icy eyes, he swallowed hard. No problem, young master. How many spots do you require? I shall provide them. Tu Hu, upon hearing this, felt a surge of anger towards the Qin family, his fists clenched tightly. You're quite generous. How splendid. Qin Chu smiled, a smirk laced with disdain and contempt throughout. He had regarded Yi Suner as nominal fiancé with little regard. Suddenly, a deafening sound echoed through the air. A massive bronze door materialized out of thin air, standing in the sky. The door was riddled with rust, each spot narrating tales of antiquity. The mottled pattern shimmered with a dark luster, mysterious and eerie. As Qin Chu gazed at the bronze door, his first instinct was to flee, as though it concealed something ominous within. The others, however, looked on with fervent eyes, as if beholding a priceless treasure. Once the bronze door opens, we shall enter. Chapter 78, A Taste of the Unknown Boom. The bronze door slowly creaked open, releasing a rich surge of spiritual energy from within. The concentration of this energy was so high, it was nearly tangible, as if a single breath could elevate one to immortality. Upon witnessing the bronze door's opening, Tu Hu and the others could hardly contain their excitement. Leaping into the doorway, Chen Lin stole a glance and, seeing Qin Shu's lack of reaction, gritted his teeth and flew in with Yi Suner and Yi Yuner. Qin Shu stroked his chin, scrutinizing the bronze door. Women possess an accurate sixth sense, and men share a similar intuition. The bronze door emanated a sense of danger to him. At that moment, Lu Ji transformed into human form, her figure still stunning. What are you staring at? Are we going in or not? The spiritual energy emanating from the bronze door is utterly terrifying. A single breath could greatly benefit her cultivation. Green Princess can sense it. And Qin Shu is acutely aware that the great freedom transformation celestial body automatically absorbs the external spiritual energy, including that which is expelled by the bronze door, into its being. In such an environment, even without actively cultivating, one could achieve a breakthrough in a short time. The myriad flowers begin to mesmerize the eyes. Behind beauty often lurks great terror. Yi Suner has already entered. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Shu stowed away the carriage and led Green Princess into the Cloud Water secret realm. As for the likes of Yi Yen Ku and others, they remain hidden in the void. Upon stepping into the Cloud Water secret realm, Qin Shu is rendered speechless by the scene before him. An endless expanse of spiritual herbs releases radiant spiritual energy. Multicolored lights envelop the entire space, dazzling and resplendent, resembling a paradise beyond the world. Qin Shu's eyes widen as he utters in awe, "There is an abundance indeed." Green Princess shares a sentiment, her bosom rising and falling like the peaks of a mountain. She bends down to pluck a spiritual herb from the ground, brimming with spiritual energy, the grass tips even bubbling with essence. Is there something amiss? Did I misjudge? She plucks a few more, yet still finds nothing out of the ordinary. Suddenly, a chilling voice from Chen Lin pierces through the air, "Tu Hu. Just because I call you third master once, do you really consider yourself someone of importance?" In front of the Chen family, the Loose Cultivator Alliance is no better than a dog. Be wise and scram. Enough with the nonsense. If you want the bamboo flute, come and take it. Tu Hu sneers, inserting the bamboo flute into his waist. Beside him, Yi Yen glares at Tu Hu. How can you be so shameless? The bamboo flute was clearly discovered by Sister Suner first. Return it to us. Yi Suner's face is also icy. The bamboo flute was indeed her find. Snatched away by Tu Hu. The bamboo flute is a superior grade magical artifact, a vibrant green that captivated Yi Suner at first sight. Return it? Let me play with it once, and then I'll give it to you. Tu Hu retorts, casting a glance at Yi Yun. You're shameless. Yi Yun's face flushes with anger. Humph, I'm shameless? What do you think you are? A decent person. All along, flaunting yourself in front of Chen Lin. You're nothing but a wretched creature, Tu Hu scoffs. Yi Yun trembles, unable to utter a word for a long while. Chen Lin can no longer contain herself and strikes towards Tu Hu, believing him to be bullying his woman, thinking he can be easily intimidated. Tu Hu also raises his hand to meet hers, and they clash, both stepping back a few paces. Neither gains the upper hand, their strengths evenly matched. No wonder he is a genius of the Chen family. Tu Hu muses in secret. He is half a realm above Chen Lin, and yet can contend equally with her. At this moment, Yi Suner speaks up, "Return the bamboo flute to me. I saw it first." Damn it, just because you saw it, does that mean it's yours? Dream on. If you want it, let me have my turn first. Tu Hu snaps, his eyes narrowing as he gazes at Yi Suner. She is indeed exquisite. Upon closer inspection, her beauty is beyond compare, her face and figure far surpassing Yi Yun's by several streets. He contemplates. Exchanging for a superior grade magical artifact in return for a moment of indulgence is a rather profitable deal. Chen Lin roars, "Shut your mouth. Do you want to die? Hee hee. There are 30 of us, and only 3 of you, making it a total of 33. Do you truly believe you stand a chance?" The formidable Tu Hu grinned, relishing his advantage. "Let them serve me well, and I shall spare your lives." With a wave of his arm, the members of the Loose Cultivator Alliance encircled Chen Lin and her companions. "Third Master, you feast while we savor the broth. Once we're done, may we also taste the saltiness? Indeed, they are exquisite. A single encounter would be worth it, even if it led to death." A pack of ravenous wolves gazed hungrily at Yi Suner and Yi Yun, their eyes ablaze with a primal desire as if they wished to devour them whole. Yi Yun, terrified, hid behind Chen Lin, while Yi Suner turned pale, regretting her desire for the bamboo flute, feeling aggrieved, as she was the one who had spotted it first. It was the others who were being unreasonable. Haha, we are all brothers here. Once I am satisfied, you may take your turn, one after another. If you're not satisfied, you shall not rise. The third master's imposing presence loomed large. Chen Lin's expression had turned nearly frostbitten. Rather than succumbing to anger as before, she contemplated Tu Hu's words. Their strengths were comparable, yet with the added numbers of the loose cultivator alliance. Their chances of victory were non-existent. Should a confrontation arise, they would undoubtedly suffer and likely lose their lives. They are merely women. Life is far more precious. Seeing Chen Lin's silence, Tu Hu jeered. Those who recognize the times are wise. Young Master Chen is indeed wise. With a laugh, he pushed Chen Lin aside, his greedy hands reaching eagerly for Yi Suner and Yi Yun. Yi Yun cried out, her voice laced with desperation. Chen Xiao, save me. Tu Hu and the other members of the Loose Cultivator Alliance, resembling hulking bears, exuded an intimidating aura. Falling into their hands would surely lead to torment and death. Yi Suner, equally frightened, summoned her long sword, gripping it tightly, prepared to fight to the death. Chen Lin, however, remained indifferent to Yi Yun's plea for help. Witnessing this scene, Yi Yun felt a chill in her heart as she gazed at the advancing Tu Hu, her insides twisting with dread. Be obedient. Do not force my hand. With a clang, Yi Suner drew her sword and pressed it against Tu Hu's chest, taking a step forward. Die. Damn, quite bold. Tu Hu remarked, grasping the sword and easily bending it, twisting the blade into a helix, his rough hand reaching for Yi Suner's chest. Suddenly, a figure darted past. Tu Hu had barely registered the newcomer before being sent flying. Dare to lay a hand on my woman. You truly seek death. The figure was Qin Chu, who, upon witnessing Tu Hu's bullying of Yi Suner, acted decisively. Yi Suner felt an inexplicable sense of security looking at Qin Chu standing before her. Yet as she heard his words, doubts flickered in her mind. Why did he refer to her as his woman when they had only met twice? Tu Hu, rising, was about to unleash a torrent of curses when a fist struck his abdomen, feeling as though it shattered his very insides. Tu Hu lay on the ground, curled up like a shrimp. The other members of the Loose Cultivator Alliance stared intently at Qin Chu, none daring to approach. It was preposterous. If the third master had been so thoroughly beaten, rushing in would likely result in an even grimmer fate. Qin Chu approached Tu Hu and delivered a resounding slap to his head, causing stars to dance before his eyes. The bamboo flute, he uttered. Tu Hu, understanding the strength of the person before him, shook his head and respectfully presented the bamboo flute he had drawn from his waist. He realized that yielding to this formidable individual might spare him his life. In Chapter 79, amidst the chaos, Qin Chu's emotionless voice made Tu Hu shudder, prompting him to clasp his fists in apology to Yi Suner. Addressing her as Mississippi, Tu Hu, a man of ferocity, struck his own rugged face with great force, soon swelling to resemble a pig's head. Pleased with Tu Hu's demeanor, Qin Chu turned to Yi Suner. Do you fancy this bamboo flute? After a moment's hesitation, she nodded, admiring both its design and color. With a sharp crack, the bamboo flute snapped in two, leaving Yi Suner wide-eyed and bewildered. Having expressed her fondness, she was puzzled as to why it was broken, for the bamboo flute was a precious artifact. Others, too, were baffled by Qin Chu's actions. Chen Lin internally lamented. What a waste. No, you could have given it to me. Ignoring the peculiar gazes of those around him, Qin Chu smiled broadly. How could a mere artifact like this befit you? He then tapped his storage bag, and a nearly identical bamboo flute, shimmering in vibrant green, floated before Yi Suner. This is for you. Yi Suner, her lips quivering in surprise, recognized the superior quality of the flute before her. It's too precious. I cannot accept it, she protested. Finally, Chen Lin and the others grasped Qin Chu's intentions, a blatant display of wealth. This is outrageous. I want one too, Chen Lin grumbled, while Yi Yun gazed at Qin Chu with starry eyes. At that moment, Yi Yun was utterly captivated by Qin Chu's charisma and affluence. As she admired his resolute and handsome visage, an unfamiliar sensation coursed through her. Casting a glance at Chen Lin, disdain flickered across her face. In the presence of such a man, Chen Lin was utterly incomparable. Realizing Yi Yun's gaze, Chen Lin felt compelled to clarify, Yi Yun has a fine figure too. I haven't had my fill of her yet. Please don't hold it against me. Yi Yun, considering Chen Lin's status, offered a token nod, her earlier enthusiasm now tempered. Seeing Yi Yun gaze adoringly at Qin Chu, Chen Lin's eyes glinted with jealousy. Once we return, you shall see how I deal with you. With an unyielding grip, Qin Chu took Yi Sun's delicate hand, placing the flute in her palm. Here, take it. You are my woman, and you deserve nothing but the finest. Yi Sun, her cheeks flushed from his hold, quickly withdrew her hand. How can you say such things? I am the eldest daughter of the Yi family, not your possession. Repeatedly teased by Qin Chu, Yi Sun was both furious and embarrassed, shooting him an indignant glare. Given his assertive demeanor, she hesitated to refuse the flute, fearing he might act rashly. Yi Yun was consumed by envy and resentment as she lowered her garments, revealing her alabaster curves. Approaching the young master Qin Chu, she introduced herself, stating, I am Yi Yun, the sister of Sun. As she bowed, her beauty was fully unveiled before Qin Chu's gaze. Chen Lin, the scoundrel, wore a face of utmost distress, witnessing his fiancée being flirted with, and even Yi Yun resorted to enticing other men. Qin Chu felt no inclination towards Yi Yun. Regarding her as mere second-hand goods, his attention remained fixated on Yi Sun. He presented her with a splendid bamboo flute, yet the system offered no response. Upon checking their friendship value, he discovered it was a mere 10 points, despite their previous encounters having reached a full measure. It was no wonder Yi Sun did not recognize him. The reason for this perplexity eluded Qin Chu. Suddenly, a melodious female voice rang out from afar. So many pills, including third-grade elixirs. The crowd turned their attention towards a female cultivator from the Wanmao Pavilion, who was fervently gathering the pills strewn across the ground, exuding a rich aura of spiritual energy. At that moment, Tu Hu ceased fanning himself and bellowed for the rogue cultivators to charge forth and seize the elixirs. Chen Lin, unable to contain himself, transformed into a streak of light and rushed ahead. Observing that Qin Chu ignored her, Yi Yun's expression darkened as she hurried after Chen Lin. Yi Sun also wished to join, for their purpose in entering the Yunshui secret realm was to collect resources. With a mountain of elixirs before them, it was illogical to turn a blind eye. Qin Chu abruptly grasped her arm, cautioning, Foolish woman, haven't you noticed anything amiss? The term foolish woman incited Yi Sun's ire. What anomaly? She inquired, scanning her surroundings without perceiving anything unusual. Where are we? Need it be said? This is the Yunshui secret realm, Qin Chu replied, adding that it was more akin to an independent space, a world unto itself. His words only deepened Yi Sun's confusion, leaving her at a loss. Qin Chu continued without beating around the bush. There is not a soul here. Where would the elixirs come from? Even if they were left by the creator of this realm, how many years have passed? They would have long since deteriorated. Yi Sun paused, realizing the truth in his words. The pills we gathered? She pondered. Qin Chu observed the frenzied crowd, noting the rich aroma of the elixirs, which lingered as if freshly produced. There was only one explanation. Others were present, likely a skilled alchemist. Others? Yi Sun gasped. Before entering, she had reviewed the records of the Yunshui secret realm, which mentioned no one else. As they pressed forward, the quantity of elixirs diminished, yet their quality increased. With plenty to go around, harmony prevailed. However, once scarcity emerged, discord would inevitably follow. Indeed, Lin Xiu, eyeing the precious third-grade elixirs, brandished her artifact, pointing threateningly at the front row of elixirs, all belonging to the Wanbao Pavilion. The others, recognizing the situation, retreated to avoid dire consequences. Disciples of the Wanbao Pavilion drew their swords, their gazes icy. By what right? Tu Hu's expression darkened. The Yunshui secret realm is unclaimed. If the Wanbao Pavilion seeks to monopolize it, are they not afraid of choking on their greed? Chen Lin's expression was far from pleasant, while others feared Lin Xiu. As the heir of the Chen family, he was unperturbed by her, the third master of the Lin clan. After all, the Chen family had formed an alliance with the Wanbao Pavilion, and he was not one to misjudge the situation. Lin Xiu did not even regard the two of them. A cold smile gracing her pristine cheeks as she declared, I have no desire for idle chatter. Take one more step forward, and you shall die. Madness surged within Tu Hu, whose temper was already volatile. Lin Xiu's words ignited his fury, and he launched a punch at a nearby disciple of the Wanbao Pavilion. Chen Deshao, let us join forces to eliminate these vile women, and then divide the elixirs among ourselves, he suggested. After a brief moment of hesitation, Chen Lin gently nodded. In such dire circumstances, allying with the scattered cultivators was the wisest course of action. There are no eternal enemies, only perpetual interests. Upon witnessing Chen Lin and Tu Hu's alliance, Lin Xiyu coldly uttered a single word, kill. Thus, a fierce battle erupted. The clash of weapons and the shouts of combat rang deafeningly in the air, while blood stained the ground crimson. Qin Chu observed an unusual phenomenon. As blood fell to the earth, it vanished in the blink of an eye, as if consumed by some unseen force. Noticing Qin Chu's frown, Yi Suner inquired about his distress. He merely shook his head, indicating that all was well. However, the moment the blood disappeared, an unsettling sensation washed over him, even more intense than before. This place is undoubtedly extraordinary, Qin Chu murmured to himself, quietly retrieving a set of exquisite magical artifacts to don. Suner, put this on, he commanded, disregarding her protests as he forcefully clad her in the gear. In the process, he inadvertently brushed against some sensitive areas, causing her complexion to flush a deep crimson, undeniably alluring. Qin Chu felt an overwhelming urge to taste her. Yi Suner, aside from her indignation, seemed to have no other means of resisting Qin Chu's mischievous hands. This scoundrel was perpetually taking advantage of her. Green Ji had her own methods as well, insisting that she only wear it herself. Qin Chu was no Su Xian. He had no interest in serpents, especially not lascivious ones. The three-way battle raged on, with blood continuously seeping into the ground. Suddenly, thorny vines erupted from below, swiftly piercing through the bodies of the scattered cultivators and Wanao Pavilion disciples, voraciously draining their blood until they were reduced to mere corpses. Only Chenlin, Tu Hu, and their companions remained. Yi Suner was fortunate. At a critical moment, she evaded disaster by hiding behind another disciple's body, employing a ruthless strategy. The four of them cleaved through the encroaching vines and soared into the air. The vines pursued relentlessly, resembling the tentacles of a monstrous creature, lunging towards the four. Should they be struck, it would be a fatal blow. As they flew in Qin Chu's direction, his expression darkened. You have provoked this entity, and yet you wish to drag me into it? The four indeed harbored such intentions. Qin Chu's strength was formidable, and with a terrifying serpent by his side, their chances of survival would significantly increase if he joined their fight against the vines. However, Qin Chu was unwilling to indulge them. If you dare to lead this thing to me, I shall slay you. The four seemed to be oblivious to his warning. Anger surged within Qin Chu as he coalesced a dragon's shadow within his fist and unleashed a devastating blow. The foremost among his adversaries, the Tiger Slayer, failed to react in time and was obliterated into a mist of crimson. The remaining onlookers were struck with horror, their faces paling as they found themselves caught between the bloodthirsty tendrils and the terrifying presence of Qin Chu. Lin Xiyu, biting her lip, addressed him, Esteemed sir, should you save my life, I would willingly devote myself to you, and the Wanbao Pavilion would forever remember your kindness. No sooner had she spoken than Yi Yun, disregarding all else, tore away her garment to reveal her alabaster skin, imploring, Sir, save me, and I assure you, I will provide you with utmost satisfaction. Casting a challenging glance at Lin Xiyu, she added, I am more ample than she. Lin Xiyu, incensed, cast a glance downward, reluctantly conceding that in this respect, Yi Yun had the advantage. Yi Suner frowned, displaying her disdain and aversion towards their antics. Qin Chu, maintaining an impassive demeanor, recognized their miscalculation. He may be sentimental, but he was no lecher, easily swayed by every pretty face. Do not set your sights on me, I belong to her. Without a hint of shame, Qin Chu dove into Yi Suner's embrace, rubbing his face against her, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. The suddenness of his action left Yi Suner momentarily stunned, her anger boiling within her as she had never encountered such brazen audacity. She pushed him away, gritting her teeth in fury. Seeing her attempts to entice Qin Chu were in vain, Yi Yun turned to plead with Yi Suner, Sister Suner, please save me. Yi Suner, disapproving of Yi Yun's licentious nature, felt a flicker of compassion, considering their shared lineage. Qin Chu interrupted, she is mine. If you say she can be saved, then she shall be. He beckoned Yi Yun to stand behind him. Shen Lin cleared his throat, addressing Yi Yun, Miss Yi. The opportunity to enter the Cloudwater secret realm was a gift from me. In light of this, could you persuade this gentleman to spare my life? He refrained from calling out to Yi Suner, fearing Qin Chu's ire. Yi Suner glanced at Qin Chu, as if imploring, for my sake, could you save another? Qin Chu, left speechless, recalled how Chen Lin had stood idly by while the Tiger Slayer had disrespected her. One cannot afford to be overly benevolent, otherwise one would not survive long in the world of cultivation. Yasuno had her own considerations, feeling obligated to Chen Lin due to the opportunity to enter the secret realm. The private engagement arranged by their families weighed heavily on her, and she was unwilling to owe Chen Lin any favors. After a moment of hesitation, Qin Shu ultimately decided to save Chen Lin. Only Lin Xiu remained, pondering how to convince Qin Shu of her worth when, suddenly, a tendril pierced through her body, rendering her a desiccated husk. Goodness, that was rather intense, Qin Shu thought, his eyelids twitching as he gathered his strength, the dragon's shadow coiling around his arm. The tendrils abruptly ceased their assault and retreated swiftly. Then, the ground trembled violently as an aged laughter echoed. At last, I have succeeded. A blood-red cauldron materialized in the air, emanating an eerie glow, while countless tendrils surged into the ominous vessel. A gurgling sound echoed, reminiscent of boiling water. Suddenly, a disheveled old man with obscured features appeared in the air, brushing aside his unkempt hair and gazing with a grin at the bubbling elixir. The rich aroma wafted through the air, implying that the pill would undoubtedly be of superior quality. He then slapped his palm against the cauldron's surface. With a series of resounding thuds, the liquid within began to whirl rapidly, and soon, a nascent pill took shape, hovering at the center. Qin Shu and his companions regarded the peculiar old man from a distance, hesitant to act, for who could discern the identity of this enigmatic figure? An hour passed. 2 round pills, adorned with intricate patterns, soared out of the cauldron and landed in the old man's hand, 2 superior quality ginseng pills, a sign of heavenly favor. Just as he was about to collect the pills, a voice from behind him interrupted. Those pills are remarkable. Gift me one. The old man turned around, revealing an expression that was both amused and unsettling. You are all doomed. What use do you have for it? The two exchanged glances. The old man scrutinized Qin Shu, who was appraising him in return. The ominous feeling Qin Shu had sensed earlier stemmed from this very man. No wonder, he was a mid-stage golden core cultivator. Realizing the old man's cultivation level dispelled Qin Shu's worries. He was uncertain of his own strength, but was confident that the old man posed no threat. The old man's decrepit form belied his mid-stage golden core status, rendering his actual combat ability inferior to Yuan Hai's. Under the old man's horrified gaze, Qin Shu stepped forward, seizing the old man's throat. Now, who was facing death? The old man's eyes widened in terror. You are clearly not a golden core cultivator. How do you possess such power? The old man was aghast, struggling to comprehend Qin Shu's might. Qin Shu offered no reply, his attention fixed on the pills within the cauldron, enveloped in ethereal energy. The mysterious patterns on the pills glimmered with a violet light, exuding an extraordinary aura. What type of pill is this? What purpose does it serve? The old man snorted derisively, refusing to speak. Not willing to divulge? Qin Shu smirked, knowing well how to deal with obstinate individuals. He grasped the 2 pills and yanked the old man down to the ground. If you remain silent, I shall destroy them. The old man's expression shifted dramatically, urgency flooding his features. Please, do not destroy the ginseng pills. This is called a ginseng pill? Qin Shu mused, finding the name rather casual. He released the old man, who stared at the ginseng pills with a complex expression, letting out a deep sigh. This pill is known as the ginseng pill, crafted from ginseng vines, possessing the miraculous ability to elevate the quality of golden core cultivation. Chapter 81. Healing. The old man's name was Mo Bo, a senior elder of the heavenly demon sect. In his quest to enhance the quality of golden core cultivation, he scoured far and wide for the ginseng vines required to create the ginseng pills. Having long been extinct, these vines could only be found in certain ancient, hidden realms. After decades of relentless searching, Mo Bo finally discovered ginseng vines within the Yunshui secret realm. Unfortunately, the vines were still in their juvenile stage. To hasten their maturation, Mo Bo utilized the rare opportunities presented by the Yunshui secret realm, which opened every 10 years, concocting various temptations to incite conflict among the entering cultivators, thus nourishing the ginseng vines with their blood. After more than a century of nurturing, the ginseng vine has finally reached maturity. As the ginseng elixir is about to be refined, fate intervenes in the form of the peculiar Qin Shu, elevating the quality of the golden elixir. Such a distinctive concoction. Qin Shu pondered, stroking his chin, as an audacious idea began to take shape in his mind. Currently, he lacks the extraordinary materials necessary to break through to the golden elixir stage. Although the ginseng elixir does not fall into this category, ancient cultivators did not necessarily rely on rare treasures to forge their golden elixirs. Their choices were rather extensive. There were instances where individuals utilized elixirs as a medium to attain the 7th grade royal elixir. However, Qin Shu scoffed at the 7th grade. insisting that only a ninth-grade royal elixir would befit his extravagant nature. He raised his gaze to appraise Mo, his eyes deep and contemplative. Upon hearing a voice resonate in his mind, his eyes narrowed. A scan detected the individual Mo, with a fundamental feedback multiplier of 600 times. The friendship value between the host and Mo stood at -200, rendering him temporarily ineligible for gift reciprocity. Remarkably, 600 times, almost rivaling the esteemed Tian Han. However, the -200 friendship value caused Qin Chu some discomfort. It was only natural for him to be despised for intercepting an elixir painstakingly crafted over a century by another. How could he transform this negative into a positive? Perhaps by leveraging the ginseng elixir for a significant impact. The rationale for choosing Mo was rather simple. Qin Chu had only Yuan Hai as a golden elixir companion, and the efficacy of the ginseng elixir on the monkey remained uncertain. Importantly, Mo's fundamental feedback multiplier surpassed that of Yuan Hai. Was the old man surnamed Mo? Or perhaps a venerable elder of the heavenly demon sect? Was there a connection to Mo Yin? He quickly dismissed this notion, recognizing the significant age gap between them. Nonetheless, both Mo Bo and Mo Yun belonged to the heavenly demon sect and shared the same surname, prompting Qin Chu to consider a stroke of fortune. Do you know Mo Yin? He is the saint of the heavenly demon sect. Upon hearing this name, Mo Bo exhibited a palpable emotional shift. He is my grandson. What? Astonishingly, he had hit the nail on the head. They were indeed grandfather and grandson. Yet, the age discrepancy was striking. Mo Bo, noticing Qin Chu's bewilderment, refrained from answering directly and instead inquired about Mo Yun's current condition. Qin Chu, unreserved, recounted the events that transpired in Sunset City. Damn that Scarlet Church. I shall eradicate them upon my return. Mo Bo's fury erupted upon learning that Mo Yun had been ensnared, his eyes blazing with wrath. However, upon hearing that Qin Chu had rescued Mo Yun and even provided him with cultivation techniques, a sense of gratitude emerged, slightly diminishing his animosity towards Qin Chu. When Qin Chu checked their friendship value, he noted a shift from -200 to -180, prompting a twitch at the corner of his mouth. For the life of your grandson, only 20 points of friendship value? That seems rather trifling. Moreover, given that Mo Bo had been away from the heavenly demon sect for a century, how could he ascertain that Mo Yun was indeed his grandson? Mo Bo answered directly this time. Due to familial circumstances, his lineage had only one descendant, a boy, and before leaving the heavenly demon sect, he had already chosen a name for his grandson. Thus, when Qin Chu mentioned Mo Yun, Mo Bo was confident that he was indeed his grandson. Such was the revelation. According to Mo Bo, Lingzhou's heavenly demon sect is merely a branch of the Lingzhou heavenly demon sect. His son, who is also Mo Yun's father, serves as the sect leader of Lingzhou. This raises a question. What about when Duo? She is Mo Yun's half-sister. Did Mo Yun's mother have an affair? This revelation is rather explosive. I shall inquire further when I next meet Mo Yun. Suddenly, Mo Bo coughed violently, a mouthful of blood spewing forth. His complexion turning as pale as lead, as though he were on the brink of passing away. Qin Chu swiftly supported him. Realizing that he had yet to repay his kindness, he could not allow him to perish. Channeling spiritual energy into his body, he sought to ascertain Mo Bo's condition. My lifespan is nearing its end, Mo Bo lamented. I had hoped to enhance my golden core grade with a ginseng pill, aiming for a breakthrough to extend my life. But now it seems there is little hope. My current physical state cannot withstand the pill's potent effects. If only I had a few more years. Mo Bo let out a bitter laugh, resigned to his unfortunate fate. In that moment, he appeared to see through everything, and his animosity towards Qin Chu diminished. As Mo Bo's eyes began to flutter shut, Qin Chu grew anxious. Do not succumb just yet. I have not exhausted all options. Mo Bo glared. What nonsense are you spouting? What do you mean you haven't finished? Do you harbor some improper thoughts about this old man? You wish to seize my ginseng pill. And what else? Even on the brink of death, Mo Bo showed no fear of Qin Chu, his voice hoarse and defiant. Yet Qin Chu remained unfazed by any misunderstandings. He simply could not let him die. His mind raced, seeking a remedy. Eureka! The blood of the Hongshan divine ape. It contained other energies that not only could cleanse marrow and enhance vitality, but also held a chance of awakening the divine ape physique. Green Ji restrained him. Amidst the bewildered gazes of others, she produced several drops of blood emanating a terrifying aura, as crimson as the sun, teeming with boundless power. Green Ji was awestruck. What spirit beast's blood is this? Her narrow eyes glimmered with greed as she licked her vibrant lips. With Qin Chu present, she forced herself to suppress her desires, resolutely determined to perform admirably in hopes of receiving the Hongshan blood from him. Chen Lin observed this scene, her gaze flickering, lost in thought. After Mo Bo consumed the Hongshan blood, his face flushed, not merely with color, but with blood surging to the surface, a vibrant hue. "What have you given me?" he exclaimed, pushing Green Ji away and leaping to his feet, brimming with an inexhaustible vitality, devoid of any signs of impending death. My goodness, such potency! Even the others, who had consumed it, had not experienced such an exaggerated effect. "Stop jumping around and sit down to regulate your breath," Qin Chu admonished, his expression darkening as he witnessed Mo Bo's exuberance. Upon hearing this, Mo Bo's face reddened further, and he settled into a meditative posture. After an hour of focused cultivation, he gradually regained his vitality, and after another hour, he opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. "Have I broken through?" Feeling the abundant spiritual energy flowing within him like a mighty river, he still found it hard to believe. Previously, due to the low grade of his golden core, a breakthrough to the later stage seemed a distant dream, prompting him to concoct a ginseng pill. Now, a few drops of unknown essence had resolved everything. Mo Bo's expression was unusually complex as he hastily rose and bowed deeply to Qin Chu, expressing his gratitude for the life-giving grace. Qin Chu accepted the bow graciously, not declining it, and upon checking their friendship values, he found that after Mo Bo's breakthrough, their bond had dramatically increased, reaching 71 points, thus qualifying them as good friends. Chapter 82, Supreme Divine Pill of the Purple Palace Ding. The friendship value between the host and Mo Bo has reached 71 points, exceeding 50 points, thus meeting the conditions for gift feedback. The feedback multiplier is 1,200 times. In the second interval, it is doubled. Qin Chu was quite satisfied. In the face of Mo Bo's incredulous expression, he placed a ginseng pill into his hands, saying, "With this ginseng pill, you can journey further along the path of cultivation." "Did you just take it back and give it to me again? What is happening?" Mo Bo clutched the ginseng pill in his hand, utterly bewildered. Previously, he had harbored resentment towards Qin Chu for seizing the pill, but now, having been saved by him and achieving a breakthrough, all animosity dissipated, leaving only gratitude. His desire for the ginseng pill also diminished significantly. "I crafted the ginseng pill to break through my cultivation level, and now that I have achieved my goal, I no longer require it," Mo Bo said, shaking his head, preparing to return the ginseng pill. "How can you refuse?" Qin Chu's expression turned serious. "Being content with the later stage of the golden core is beneath you. With your current grade, the later stage is merely the limit. If you consume the ginseng pill, even a slight enhancement could grant you the opportunity to reach the pinnacle of the golden core, or even ascend to higher realms." Qin Chu wore a look of frustration. He had expected Mo Bo to feel ashamed and accept the ginseng pill, but to his surprise, the latter shook his head. And his reasoning made Qin Chu wish to strike him. "Just moments between life and death have opened my eyes. After over 100 years, I should return to see my son and grandson, to enjoy familial bliss. As for what comes next, let it be." Mo Bo gazed into the distance, his eyes deep, as if he had truly let go of everything, achieving a state of desirelessness. Qin Chu, looking at his aged face, felt an urge to slap him with his shoe. Thinking, how pretentious can you be? Green Ji wanted to interject, "Young master, if he doesn't want it, I will take it." "Not want it? How will the gift feedback work?" Qin Chu suddenly sighed towards the heavens. "If you don't want it, that is fine. But it will only bring hardship to brother Mo Yun." Mo Bo was taken aback, urgently asking, "What happened to Mo Yun?" Qin Chu cast him a glance and began to vividly recount their parting in Sunset City. "My bond with Mo Yun is profound, akin to that of brothers, no, even closer than blood brothers. We once vowed together, not seeking to be born on the same day of the same year, but to die on the same day of the same year. What on earth are you talking about?" Mo Bo grew increasingly confused. "Can we get to the point? No more dramatics. I have offended a formidable individual who has threatened to take my life along with that of my dear friends and family. Given my close bond with Mo Yun, should I perish, he would also be unable to survive." Qin Chu weaves tales effortlessly, one cannot fault him, as it is merely a reflection of Mo Bo's lack of cooperation. Upon hearing this, Mo Bo's expression darkened. Such matters were indeed troubling. Upon deeper contemplation, he sensed an underlying incongruity, yet could not articulate it. What level of cultivation does that person possess? I could not discern his capabilities. though he appeared to be at least at the pinnacle of the golden core stage, perhaps even beyond. Mo, feeling vexed, lamented the misfortune he had brought upon himself, which also implicated his grandson. Such a lack of righteousness was intolerable. Qin Chu continued, asserting the fraternal bond he shared with Mo Yun. Enough of this, Mo Bo interjected. Are you suggesting that I consume the ginseng pill to enhance my cultivation to contend with that powerhouse? Mo Bo fell silent, a sense of theatricality permeating Qin Chu's demeanor. Qin Chu nodded affirmatively, confessing, indeed, I wish it were not so. It is merely the bond one share with Mo Yun. Must I not comply? Please. Refrain from further discourse. Mo Bo, nearly overwhelmed, felt his composure slipping. As Mo Bo accepted the ginseng pill, Qin Chu's eyes glimmered with a cunning smile, signaling the success of his scheme. Soon after, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Special gift, 1 ginseng pill. Reward multiplier, 1,200 times. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a supreme divine pill of the Purple Palace. The reward was automatically stored within his storage bracelet. The supreme pill of the Purple Palace exuded an aura of dominance. Qin Chu, momentarily unable to assess the effects of the divine pill, had pressing matters to attend to. Grasping the small hand of Yisuner, regardless of her resistance, he brought her before Mo Bo. You are an alchemist. Please examine her condition, he implored. For reasons unknown, her previous memories had suddenly vanished. Mo Bo raised his hand to her wrist, closing his eyes as a wisp of gray spiritual energy seeped into her. Minutes later, his eyes snapped open, casting a glance at Yisuner before pulling Qin Chu aside. Who is she to you? He inquired. She is my woman, Qin Chu replied. Mo Bo, incredulous, expressed his disbelief at the cruelty of whoever had placed a forbidden god curse upon her. Such a malevolent technique not only obliterated memories, but, over time, could lead to a complete loss of consciousness, rendering one a mere puppet to be manipulated. A terrifying aura erupted from Qin Chu, an overwhelming presence that caused all present to pale in fear. Mo Bo, his eyes widening, felt a hint of danger despite having transcended to the late Golden Core stage. This young man was extraordinarily gifted. Upon returning, he must ensure that Yun'er cultivates a strong rapport with him. Damn it, Qin Chu thought, a fierce murderous intent igniting within him. It must be the Yi family who orchestrated this. They dare to harm my woman. Prepare for their annihilation. The Yi family had certainly made it onto his list of targets. Yisuner, bewildered, questioned whether she had contracted a terminal illness, her complexion paling as she bit her lip, and asked, Have I fallen gravely ill? Qin Chu paused, tempering his aura as he regarded her pale face. It dawned upon him that she had misunderstood. You are not ill. I merely recalled some distressing thoughts which caused my outburst. Really? She asked, her faith in him unwavering. I never lie, he assured her. Yisuner nodded, placing her trust in Qin Chu's words. As for the amnesia mentioned by Qin Chu, she refrained from probing further, dismissing it as sheer nonsense. Subsequently, Qin Chu instructed Mo Bo to collect all the resources from the Yunshui secret realm, leaving not a single strand behind. In his words, where Qin Chu had passed, not even a blade of grass would grow, though he regarded these spiritual herbs and elixirs with disdain. Their abundance made them suitable for gifting or exchanging for spirit stones, both of which were commendable options. The group soared out of the Yunshui secret realm. From dozens that entered, only a mere handful emerged. Members of the Loose Cultivator Alliance and those from the Wanbao Pavilion perished within. At this juncture, Chun Lin clasped his fists in gratitude, thanking young Master Qin for saving his life, expressing that he would take his leave first. Should the young master visit Yunshui City, he promised to extend a warm welcome. Having spoken, he departed alone. Yian also expressed her thanks and pursued him, realizing that although Qin Chu had not taken the bait, Chun Lin was still a worthy choice. Yisuner also wished to bid farewell, but was abruptly pulled into Qin Chu's embrace. You are my woman. You shall follow me and go nowhere else. I am not your woman. Let me go. Yisuner's face flushed crimson. Qin Chu, with hands roaming indiscriminately, elicited her sharp retort. What are you doing? My woman, I shall touch wherever I please. Embodying a shameless spirit, Qin Chu produced a carriage and, cradling Yisuner, boarded it. Mo Bo, witnessing this scene, sighed, musing that youth was indeed a blessing. He addressed the carriage before taking to the skies. Regarding the collected resources, Qin Chu had a change of heart and decided against keeping them, instructing Mo Bo to deliver them to Mo Yun, with the aid of the ginseng pill to elevate his golden core rank. It would not be long before he reached the pinnacle of the golden core. Cultivating a good relationship with Mo Yun would effectively restrain Mo Bo, yielding not only a high-efficiency tool but also a formidable ally. Why not seize such an opportunity? Chapter 83. Defamation in a lavish room within Yunshui City. A man and a woman engaged in the most primal of activities, the scene exceedingly explosive. After approximately 3 minutes, they ceased their exertions, the man collapsing onto the bed. His expression not one of satisfaction but rather shrouded in gloom. Qin Chu, I shall have you torn to shreds. The man was Chen Lin, his fists clenched tightly. Veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes blazing with intense hatred. Upon returning to Yunshui City, Chen Lin could no longer suppress his animosity towards Qin Chu. Grabbing the apologetic Yi Yun, he randomly selected an inn to vent his pent-up fury. Yi Yun, with her fair arms resembling pristine lotus roots, rested them upon Chen Lin's shoulders, suggesting revenge was not difficult. Do you have a plan? Chen Lin inquired. We could proclaim loudly that Qin Chu has colluded with the demons of the Tian Mo sect to monopolize the resources of the Yunshui secret realm, ruthlessly slaughtering disciples from the 3 major factions. In such a case, Qin Chu would undoubtedly meet his demise. A glimmer of coldness flickered across Yi Yun's cheeks, still flushed, her hatred for Qin Chu rivaling that of Chen Lin. She willingly offered up her half of the snow mountain, not sparing him a glance, deeply wounding Yi Yun's pride. What a blind fool! In what way am I inferior to Yi Sun Heir? As Chen Lin listened, her eyes gradually sparkled with renewed hope. Despite Qin Chu's formidable prowess, he was no match for the 3 major factions, and her previously troubled heart felt a sense of relief. She extended her hand to caress her fair, smooth skin, and at Yi Yun's sharp command, she plunged into battle once more. Not long after, a sensational piece of news spread like wildfire throughout Yunshui City, igniting a storm of outrage among the Qin family, the Loose Cultivators Alliance, and Wanbao Pavilion. Who was Qin Chu? And why was he so audacious as to offend all 3 factions simultaneously? Surely, he was courting death. There were whispers of his possible collusion with the Heavenly Demon sect, hinting at a deeper complexity. Yet, what of it? Each of the 3 factions had golden elixir experts in their ranks. Could Qin Chu truly slay a golden elixir cultivator? The populace buzzed with speculation, unanimously concluding that Qin Chu had dug his own grave by incurring the wrath of the 3 factions. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the Qin family, the patriarch Qin Tiansheng wore a grim expression, confirming the rumors that his disciples had perished at the hands of Qin Chu. The loss of 30 elite family members made Chen Tiansheng's heart bleed with anguish, fueling his murderous intent towards the unseen Qin Chu. Chen Lin nodded affirmatively, her face contorted with hatred. Qin Chu was a vile and inhumane monster, having not only slain members of the Qin family but also abducted my fiancée, Yi Sooner. Father, you must avenge me. The mere thought of Yi Sooner being with Qin Chu filled his heart with a deep anguish, as if countless daggers were piercing it. Bold and reckless, Qin Tiansheng slammed his palm against the table, his fury ignited not only by the loss of 30 elite members, but also by the affront to Yi Sooner. He immediately dispatched someone to retrieve her at all costs. Chen Lin was perplexed by her father's reaction. The priority should be to find Qin Chu and exact vengeance, not merely to recover Yi Sooner, who had already fallen into Qin Chu's clutches and lost her value. Fool, Yi Sooner is an ethereal body. If you were to unite with her, you would have a significant chance of forging a 5th-rank King Dan, a qualification that could easily grant you entry into a grand sect of Lingzhou, Qin Tiansheng scolded, striking Chen Lin again. How could you have emerged so foolish, completely unlike me? As Qin Tiansheng chastised Chen Lin, Wanbao Pavilion and the Loose Cultivators Alliance began to take action, dispatching numerous disciples to search for Qin Chu's whereabouts. Unbeknownst to them, Qin Chu was currently engaged in a playful exchange with Yi Sooner, who, blushing, glared at him. Is everything you said true? Qin Chu recounted their journey from acquaintance to intimacy in vivid detail, especially the part where Yi Sooner had willingly surrendered herself, painting the scene so vividly that it felt as though one were there. Of course it's true, he replied, observing Yi Sooner, who lowered her head in shyness. Yi Sooner shook her head vigorously, attempting to defend herself. How could I be so promiscuous? I am not, nor will I ever be. Seeing her nearly mortified, Qin Chu ceased his teasing and shifted the topic. Why did the Yi family insist on marrying you off to Chen Lin? What of your mother, Qing Ning? The mention of her mother, Yi Sooner's complexion was noticeably dim, and I could not discern the reason for it. My father merely stated that it was for the sake of the Yi family, a matter of familial duty. As for my mother, she had succumbed to madness and was confined in the backyard. I was permitted to visit her only once a month. How could a person descend into madness so suddenly? Moreover, the forbidden incantation haunting Yi Sun'er's mind. Who had cast it? One peculiar event after another revealed an unusual pattern. Upon arriving at the Yi residence, the truth would inevitably surface. With Qin Chu's current strength, he stood unafraid before the three great factions, commanding Green Ji to pull the carriage directly into Yushui City. Arriving at the Yi family estate. At this moment, the Yi household was particularly lively. Chen Lin arrived with gifts to propose marriage, seeking to wed Yi Yun. Naturally, the head of the Yi family, Yi Tsong, had no objections. It was a blessing for Yuner to marry young Master Chen. Subsequently, he feigned a stern warning to Yi Yun, instructing her to serve young Master Chen dutifully and refrain from exhibiting any airs of a spoiled lady. Should she provoke young Master Chen's ire, he would not spare her. Yi Yun retorted, "Father, I have yet to be married, and you are already lecturing me. How vexatious." She shot a glare at Yi Tsong. Chen Lin quickly interjected, "My esteemed father-in-law, Yuner is quite capable and adept at attending to others. Please do not hold it against her." Haha, since young Master Chen has spoken, what can I say? Yi Yun suddenly sighed. Sister Sun'er and I had hoped to marry young Master Chen together, but alas, she has been usurped by another. I have heard that this man is lecherous, and Sister Sun'er is afraid. Yi Tsong's expression darkened. Young Master Chen, given Sun'er's predicament, she is not qualified to marry into the Chen family. Your engagement is hereby nullified. Surely that cannot be. Her father would be furious. My esteemed father-in-law, my feelings for Sun'er remain steadfast, no matter her circumstances. I shall marry her. Chen Lin's countenance grew serious, indicating sincerity. Young Master Chen's devotion to Sun'er is commendable. Once the three great factions eliminate Qin Chu and rescue Sun'er, I shall arrange your marriage. Thank you, esteemed father-in-law. Yi Yun was displeased. Recalling that day at the inn when Chen Lin had expressed his disdain for Yi Sun'er, vowing not to become a scapegoat for someone else's misfortune. How had his stance changed so suddenly? Men's words are as fickle as the wind. There are no trustworthy souls. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the door of the Yi residence shattered. Green Ji drove the carriage into the courtyard. Both Chen Lin and Yi Yun trembled at the sight of Green Ji. Recalling Qin Chu's ruthlessness, their bodies involuntarily shivered at the thought of his sudden arrival at the Yi family estate. Yi Tsong, unfamiliar with Qin Chu, demanded coldly, "Who are you to intrude upon the Yi family? State your purpose, for I am not one to let this pass without explanation." What explanation do you seek? Do you think you are worthy of demanding an explanation? Qin Chu stepped out of the carriage, leading Yi Sun'er. Upon seeing her, Yi Tsong's expression shifted. "You are the one who colluded with the demon clan and murdered disciples of the three great factions, Qin Chu?" Chapter 84. Overwhelming Suppression. Colluding with the demon clan. Harming the three great factions? Qin Chu savored the moment, casting a glance at Chen Lin and Yi Yun. "Is this rumor of your making?" Under Qin Chu's scrutinizing gaze, they were rendered speechless. The atmosphere was thick with tension as the two men dared not breathe. Haunted by the formidable and ruthless presence of Qin Chu, Chen Lin inhaled deeply, asserting, "I am not slandering you. Every word I speak is the truth. Dare you claim that you have no ties to the heavenly demon sect? Are all the resources of the Cloud Water secret realm not in your possession?" Qin Chu shrugged, contemplating the matter. Indeed, he had no intention of denying it. "What of it? Do you think the three great powers can do anything to me? I shall not waste words. I offer you a single opportunity. Summon all the strong from the three great powers." Upon hearing this, Chen Lin could not discern Qin Chu's true intentions and hesitated to act rashly. There would be but one chance. Noticing Chen Lin's immobility, Qin Chu prompted, Are you serious? Do not blame me for being rude." With that, Chen Lin hastily departed from the Yi family estate to inform the three great powers. Determined to see the arrogant Qin Chu meet his end within the Yi household, Qin Chu's gaze shifted to Yi Tsong, who cast the forbidden god curse upon Yi Sun'er. "Speak honestly, or I shall make you understand that death is a luxury." Yi Tsong's expression turned icy. As the head of the Yi family, it was the first time he had been threatened in such a manner by a youth. "Do not speak so boldly. Once you enter the Yi family gates, do not expect to leave easily." "Father, I too wish to know who placed the forbidden god curse upon me," Yi Sun'er interjected. "Silence." Yi Tsong rebuked, "You shameless wretch. How can you act so intimately with him? You have brought shame upon the Yi family, just like your mother." Yi Sun'er's emotions spiraled out of control. "Do not speak of my mother that way." Qin Chu scrutinized Yi Tsong. Throughout their journey, every time Yi Sun'er mentioned her father, she hesitated, her eyes filled with fury. It was clear that Yi Tsong was not a kind father to her. Rather, He was harsh and cruel. How dare you insult the woman I cherish? Even the king of heaven would not tolerate it. Qin Shu leaped forward, appearing before Yi Tsong like a specter, gripping his neck. Utter another word against her, and I shall snap your neck. At this, Yi Yun, witnessing the scene, attempted to interject, but was silenced by a cold glare from Qin Shu. Yi Tsong's face flushed red, fear flooding his eyes. Do not. I shall remain silent. Silence is not an option. You have 5 seconds to reveal the identity of the one who cast the forbidden god curse, or else. He tightened his grip slightly, causing Yi Tsong's complexion to darken further, his breathing becoming labored. Bold, Qin Shu, to commit such violence in Cloudwater City. You are exceedingly arrogant. As he spoke, countless figures began to materialize above the Yi family estate, densely packed. The forces of the 3 great powers had arrived, Qin family, Wanbao Pavilion, and the Loose Cultivator Alliance. Standing beside a middle-aged man, Chun Lin pointed at Qin Shu, declaring, "That is Qin Shu. I want him dead." Qin Shu had become his nightmare, especially upon seeing Yi Sun'er standing before him, the two appearing as a celestial couple, intensifying the hatred in his heart. Qin Tianxing nodded. In this predicament, Qin Shu was indeed like a fish trapped in a net, unable to escape. His primary concern was Yi Sun'er. Seeing her unharmed, he breathed a sigh of relief. A powerful force emanated from his palm, uncontrollably drawing Yi Sun'er into the air. Witnessing this, Green Ji let out a furious roar, exposing its menacing fangs, and with a swift flick of its serpentine tail, it whisked Yi Sun'er away. Beast, seeking death, Qin Tianxing bellowed, striking Green Ji's serpent body, causing countless scales to shatter. Green Ji crashed heavily to the ground, spewing blood, its organs displaced. Qin Tianxing had nearly delivered a fatal blow. Qin Shu flung Yi Tsong aside and retrieved a healing elixir for Green Ji to consume. Old Za, protect Sun'er. I shall confront these intruders. The smoke-fogged guests lingered nearby, and upon receiving the command, they hurried to the Yi family, encircling Yi Sun'er for her protection. All were at the Foundation establishment stage, their prowess not to be underestimated. Qin Shu turned to Qin Tianxing. I have a question. Why do you hold Yi Sun'er in such high regard? The first action of Qin Tianxing was not to eliminate him, but to seize Yi Sun'er. From his elevated stance, he cast a cold glance at Qin Shu. She is my son's fiancée, thus my daughter-in-law. Is there anything wrong with my rescuing her? None at all. It is quite reasonable. Yet I remain unconvinced. Qin Shu ascended into the air, exuding an overwhelming aura. Father, he is coming. Chun Lin cried out in terror. Useless, get aside. Qin Tianxing scolded vehemently. Since he seeks death, I shall grant it. You all go and kill him. Yes, Patriarch. The powerful members of the Qin family charged toward Qin Shu. But before they could approach, a formidable force ensnared them, rendering them immobile. My spiritual energy. Qin Shu employed the Great Freedom Transformation technique, siphoning their spiritual power from afar. The demonic arts that absorb spiritual energy, Qin Tianxing murmured, narrowing his eyes. The second master of Wanbao Pavilion and the second in command of the Loose Cultivators Alliance exchanged glances, pondering in silence. The rumors hold truth. You truly conspire with the demons of the Heavenly Demon Sect. The art of absorbing spiritual energy must have been bestowed upon you by those fiends. Qin Tianxing replied nonchalantly. Even as Qin Shu wielded the art of absorption, he deemed it unworthy of his attention, for the Foundation establishment stage was vastly inferior to the Golden Core stage. Yet, in the next moment, his countenance turned a ghastly shade of purple. The display of strength from Qin Shu was overwhelming. The Qin family members he brought along were drained to husks, including one who was a half-step into the Golden Core realm. This time, the Qin family suffered a grievous loss. Qin Tianxing seethed with fury. You dare to kill my kin? I shall reckon both new and old grievances together. What grade of Golden Core are you? Qin Shu's inquiry left Qin Tianxing bewildered. This patriarch is a first-grade Golden Core. No matter how strong a Foundation establishment cultivator is, they are mere ants before a Golden Core. Only first grade? Qin Shu frowned, clearly dissatisfied, and turned to the individuals from Wanbao Pavilion in the Loose Cultivators Alliance. What grade are you? The second master and the second in command, uncertain of Qin Shu's intent, answered his question. We are all first grade. What difference is there with the useless? Qin Shu muttered softly, yet all present heard his words. Damn it, a foundational cultivator, lacking even a Golden Core, dares to label a first-grade Golden Core as worthless. How can such shameless words escape his lips? The expressions of Qin Tianxing and his companions darkened, with the second in command erupting in fury, vowing to demonstrate the might of a first-grade golden core. Yet, before he could finish his words, Qin Chu's palm descended upon his head, and an overwhelming force visibly diminished his robust physique. If you lack strength, do not act recklessly. The spiritual energy of the second-in-command's first-grade golden core surged like a torrent into Qin Chu, and in an instant, a crack echoed as his cultivation smoothly ascended to the late stage of foundation establishment. Though it seemed merely a minor realm, his power multiplied exponentially. As one approaches the later stages, the terrifying nature of the heavenly Tao's foundation establishment gradually becomes apparent. Coupled with the practice of earth-level techniques, Qin Chu's combat prowess transcended his realm, defying conventional judgment based on cultivation alone. As his cultivation broke through, Qin Chu twisted his neck, questioning, "Do you understand why I allowed Qianlin to summon others?" Chapter 85. The Truth Revealed Why. Chun Tianxing and the second sect master momentarily found themselves at a loss for an answer, yet a sense of caution stirred within them. Qin Chu was too enigmatic, capable of slaying golden cores with foundation-level strength, treating it as mere play. Especially for Chun Tianxing, he felt as if he had been soundly slapped in the face. "If you do not come, whom shall I absorb?" Boom. A resounding echo reverberated in their minds. They had contemplated countless possibilities, yet this reason had eluded them. It was utterly ruthless. The notification was solely to drain them. Not human. Cold sweat beaded on Chun Tianxing's forehead. The earlier sense of superiority had vanished entirely. Suppressing his rising fear, he forced a smile that was more grotesque than tears. "Young Master Qin, I was merely jesting." "You jest?" Qin Chu was not in the mood for humor. With a wave of his arm, he activated the Great Freedom Transformation technique, unleashing a terrifying force that enveloped the disciples of the Loose Cultivator Alliance and Wanbao Pavilion. In the blink of an eye, they were drained, leaving only Qin Tianxing and his son, along with the second sect master of Wanbao Pavilion. How exhausting it is to hover in the air. Qin Chu descended gracefully before Yi Suner, taking a gentle sip from her pristine, smooth face. The three of Qin Tianxing obediently landed. "Speak. What is your interest in Yi Suner?" Qin Chu's tone was frigid, resembling more of a command than an inquiry. With a sigh, Qin Tianxing confessed, to speak honestly, "It is all for the ethereal body." Qin Chu was well aware that Yi Suner possessed the ethereal body, awoken by his very hand. The ethereal body was less a mere constitution and more akin to a furnace. Once activated, through intimate union with a man, the counterpart could absorb the ethereal essence, purifying their constitution and undergoing a metamorphosis. Qin Tianxing valued Yi Suner for the purpose of allowing Qianlin to absorb the ethereal essence, elevating the quality of her golden core. There was another motive at play. The golden core that Qin Tianxing had formed was merely first grade, the weakest within the golden core realm, and as the head of the Qin family, he could not accept such mediocrity. An ethereal body, when enjoyed exclusively by one, yielded the best results. However, for his own benefit, Qin Tianxing planned to share Yi Suner's ethereal body with Qianlin. What? Share? Upon hearing this, Qianlin's eyes widened in disbelief. Despite his arrogant demeanor, he was nothing compared to his father, a mere minor player in the grand scheme. Yi Suner shuddered at the revelation, taken aback by the fact that Qianlin's father was a true deviant. She felt a sense of relief that it was not Qin Chu. Her fate would have been all too predictable. Qin Chu harbored a desire to strike him down, yet he restrained himself, pondering the unresolved questions that lingered in his mind. Who had cast the forbidden god curse upon her? It was I. The curse not only allowed one to forget the past, but could also erase memories for a period. As the head of the Qin family, my reputation is of utmost importance. Should outsiders learn of my disgrace, where would my dignity lie? Only by ensuring that Yi Suner forgets all that is about to transpire can I guarantee her safety. Qin Tianxing laid everything bare at this point. There was no need for concealment. In light of your candid confession, you may choose your own demise. Qin Tianxing shook his head. Can I avoid death? No. Qin Chu replied with unwavering resolve, leaving no room for negotiation. Unexpectedly, Qin Tianxing turned his gaze towards Yi Tsong, his face contorted with regret and fury. It is you who led me astray. Had it not been for you, I would not have become this way. Yi Tsong, feeling implicated, hastily defended himself. You brought this upon yourself. Do not place the blame on me. Yi Tsong, in terms of cunning and ruthlessness, I cannot compare to you. To ascend in the Qin family, you offered your wife to me, and only then did I learn of the ethereal body. What infuriates me further is that most of the ethereal energy within Qingning has been absorbed by you, leaving only a fraction behind. Otherwise, Why would I have set my sights on Yi Suner? Qin Tiansheng glared at Yi Tsong, exposing his despicable actions. So it was all you. Yi Suner's eyes brimmed with tears. The architect of her mother's descent into madness was none other than her own father. It was not me. It was him who slandered me. Yi Tsong's complexion turned pale. Such an accusation must never be acknowledged, or it would lead to his demise. Qin Tiansheng sneered, struck his forehead, and spat out a mouthful of blood before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Upon witnessing her father's death, Qin Lin felt darkness envelop him and fainted. Suner, you shall decide his fate, Qin Chu stated expressionlessly. After all, Yi Tsong was Yi Suner's father. A direct kill might leave a scar in her heart. Very well. Thank you. Yi Suner expressed her gratitude, acutely aware of Qin Chu's concerns, and felt deeply moved. She took Yi Tsong to the backyard, standing before a cage constructed of iron bars. Inside the cage was a woman with disheveled hair, clad in tattered garments, exuding a foul odor. Yi Suner gazed at the woman, softly calling out, "Mother, I understand now. It is he who has caused you to become this way." Yi Tsong dared not look at the woman, lowering his head to rebut Yi Suner. "I am your biological father. It pains me that you choose to believe others over me." The woman's emotional state shifted slightly at his words, a change that Qin Chu keenly observed. He stepped forward, addressing her, "Dear mother-in-law, you need not fear. With me here, no one can harm you or Suner." He was concerned that Qin Ning might not believe him. A swift slap sent Yi Tsong flying, and he dared not voice a single complaint. At that moment, Qin Ning reacted sharply, lunging against the iron railing, glaring at Yi Tsong with fury, exclaiming that it was her own blindness that had led her to this point. In that instant, all her grievances and hatred were unleashed. Yi Suner opened the iron cage, and Qin Ning, fists clenched, approached Yi Tsong and delivered a resounding slap. "Are you not mad?" Yi Tsong was taken aback. Qin Ning coldly replied, "Of course I am not mad. Had I not feigned insanity, you would not have permitted me to survive until now. Qin Chu, I wish never to see this wretch again. Had this beast subjected to 1,000 cuts." The young son-in-law was more than willing to oblige. Subsequently, he commanded the smoking guest to carry out the gruesome task in front of Qin Ning. Before the 1,000 cuts could be completed, Yi Tsong succumbed to terror and died. Yi Suner assisted Qin Ning in bathing and donning clean garments. Upon returning to the front courtyard, Qin Chu noticed that Yi Yun and Qin Lin had vanished. Yet he paid them no mind, for they posed no threat. Surprisingly, the second master of Wanbao Pavilion did not seize the opportunity to flee. "Why do you not escape?" The second master, a voluptuous woman, possessed a figure that most women could scarcely aspire to, with a curvaceous backside that wielded a formidable allure. Lan Bing, the second master, clasped her hands in respect towards Qin Chu, stating, "I have come to the Yi family not to slay you, but for other purposes." "Oh?" Qin Chu raised an eyebrow. Intrigued. "What purpose?" Lan Bing took a deep breath, explaining that her elder sister had instructed her that if Qin Chu could not evade this calamity, then the mission would be for naught. Now that he had not only escaped disaster, but had also slain Qin Tianxing and the second-in-command of the Rogue Alliance, his strength had earned Lan Bing's admiration. "Enough of the preamble. Get to the point," Qin Chu said, gesturing dismissively. Lan Bing, unfazed, continued. "My elder sister invites you to Wanbao Pavilion for a detailed discussion. Does your sister have a larger face or a larger rear? Am I to simply go without regard for my dignity? I refuse to attend." Lan Bing departed in frustration. Qin Chu did not press her further. Wanbao Pavilion, upon arriving at the Yi family, had refrained from attacking and instead absorbed their disciples. In this regard, Qin Chu felt somewhat guilty. Yi Suner and her mother, Qin Ning, came to the front courtyard. After washing up and changing into clean clothes, Qin Ning, who was already strikingly beautiful, appeared aged and weary compared to her time in Qingyun City. Upon seeing Qin Chu, Qin Ning felt a sense of disorientation. The once acknowledged waste of Qingyun City had, in a matter of months, transformed into a being comparable to a golden core. Reflecting on her past disdain for Qin Chu at their parting, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. "Your transformation is astonishing. I once remarked, 30 years in the East and 30 years in the West. Do not look down upon the youth in their poverty." Such a cliché narrative seemed dull, yet to witness it manifest in Qin Chu brought an exhilarating sense of vindication. Qin Ning nodded, admitting, "I misjudged you and should not have looked down upon you. I apologize." With her proud head bowed, Qin Ning now bore none of her former arrogance. The trials she had endured had altered her significantly, leaving her marked by the weight of her experiences. Yi Sun'er furrowed her brow and asked her mother, "What are you talking about? Have you known each other for long? Is it true that she is Qin Chu's woman?" Qin Ning was aware that Yi Sun'er had fallen victim to the forbidden god curse, causing her to forget many things. Once you break the curse, you will understand. If Qin Chu does not appear, Yi Sun'er's fate will be like hers, drained of ethereal energy and reduced to a mere shell of her former self. With this thought, her gratitude towards Qin Chu deepened. At Wanbao Pavilion, Lan Bing stood before a woman. Her expression clouded with frustration as she recounted Qin Chu's words in detail. "Sister, Qin Chu is nothing but a good-for-nothing. He refuses to meet you." Remembering the death of her younger sister Lin Shiyu only further soured her perception of Qin Chu. It was not out of fear of his strength that the Yi family turned against him. The woman, reclining in a chair, displayed no signs of emotional upheaval, as if Lan Bing's words bore no relevance to her. Noticing the woman's silence, Lan Bing pressed on. "Sister, are you listening?" The woman slowly rose. Her light blue hair cascading behind her, her exquisite and alluring face complemented by a voluptuous figure clad in a flowing white gown, rendering her breathtakingly beautiful. "He is no good for nothing. He is a true genius, perhaps the most formidable talent I have ever encountered. He can slay golden core cultivators with the ease of a butcher, a feat even the sacred lands of the imperial dynasty cannot achieve." The woman's eyes sparkled like gemstones, and a cryptic smile graced her lips. "Make the arrangements. I shall meet him personally." Lan Bing was taken aback. "Sister, your status is noble. How can you lower yourself? There is no time for such concerns." "My time is running short," the woman replied with a bitter smile, a hint of determination flashing in her eyes. "I, Bao Ping'er, will not submit to fate's design. I will take charge of my own destiny. Isn't there still a year left? The rules are dictated by the strong. The Holy Master contacted me, ordering my return to the sacred land in 2 months to marry the Holy Sun." Bao Ping sighed, having managed Wanbao Pavilion for over a decade. She had encountered countless prodigies, but Qin Chu was the only one who ignited her hope. Understanding the urgency of the situation, Lan Bing ceased her protests and turned to arrange a meeting with Qin Chu. Bao Ping'er gracefully approached the window, slowly pushing it open, gazing out at the starry sky. "Qin Chu, I hope you do not disappoint me." Coincidentally, at that moment, Qin Chu also stood by his window, his brow knitted in thought. Old Mo had mentioned that to break the forbidden god curse, one needed to employ a special technique, the purification charm. The purification charm? I have never heard of it. Where can I find it? As he pondered desperately, 2 powerful auras enveloped the entire Yi family estate. "Qin Chu, come out and face your death." Qin Chu narrowed his eyes. They truly dare to come? With a leap, he soared from the windowsill, standing poised in midair. The intruders were Qin Xiong, the patriarch of the Qin family, and Tai Yunsha, the leader of the Rogue Cultivators Alliance. Both were mid-stage Golden Core cultivators, with Qin Xiong at the 3rd rank of Golden Core and Tai Yunsha at the 2nd. Qin Xiong's strength surpassed that of Tai Yunsha. Qin Chu assessed the two. Their abundant spiritual energy far exceeded that of 1st-rank Golden Core cultivators like Qin Tiansheng. The realm of Qin Chu has reached the limits of foundation establishment. "I am delighted by your arrival to deliver provisions." Qin Chu's words instantly ignited fury in the 2 individuals, who arrogantly believed that a modicum of strength granted them the liberty to act recklessly. Though Qin Chu's combat prowess astonished them, it was merely astonishment. They were mid-stage golden elixir practitioners, having coalesced 2nd and 3rd-grade golden elixirs, confident that no matter how formidable Qin Chu appeared, they could easily vanquish him. Without further ado, Qin Chu engaged in battle. He was currently enamored with the sensation of power, and Qin Tiansheng and his companions had not sufficed to quench his thirst for challenge. He merely hoped that the 2 before him would prove resilient and endure a little longer. If Qin Xiong and Tai Yunsha were privy to Qin Chu's thoughts, would they not be infuriated? The 3 clashed fiercely. Qin Chu unleashed the Dragon Elephant Divine Art, surrounded by dragon forms and tiger shadows, accompanied by the roar of tigers and the chant of dragons, exuding tremendous might. Qin Xiong and his companion grew increasingly astonished. Transitioning from initial disdain to incredulity at the emergence of such a monster, how could he be so powerful? The 2 mid-stage golden elixir experts found themselves unable to subdue a mere foundation establishment ant. The immense humiliation painted their faces a deep shade of anger. Qin Xiong no longer concealed his prowess, employing the Qin family's strongest martial art, the 1,000 heavy fists. A flurry of punches filled the air, dense and relentless. Tai Yunsha gritted his teeth and bellowed, his clothing torn, revealing a physique as though forged from iron and water. His body, tempered like steel, had attained a formidably resilient constitution. Now, the battle had taken an intriguing turn. Qin Chu shifted his tactics, retracting the dragon elephant divine art. And 9 radiant golden divine wheels appeared behind him, arranged in succession, emanating a terrifying aura. The 9 turns divine wheel technique, with its inherent offensive capability, loomed ominously. Qin Xiong and Tai Yunqi's expressions shifted dramatically, and they hastily retreated, their faces grave as they regarded the divine wheels. This is my first time employing this. You should take pride in this honor, Qin Chu proclaimed. The 9 divine wheels, imbued with a dreadful energy, advanced towards the 2, compelling them to retreat continually. Ultimately, the sound of bones shattering echoed as Qin Xiong and Tai Yunsha shrieked in agony, their limbs severed by the divine wheels, leaving only their heads and torsos writhing on the ground. Concealed in the shadows, Chen Lin and Yi Yun witnessed this scene, paralyzed by terror, losing control of their bodily functions. The ancestors of the Chun family and the leader of the Loose Cultivator Alliance were no match for Qin Chu. Their understanding of his strength was once again recalibrated. Young Master Chen, while Qin Chu is unaware of our presence, we ought to depart from Yushui City. Yi Yun trembled in fear, her lips pale. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Lin resolved, my younger sister is at the Tianhan sect. We must seek her assistance. Under the cover of moonlight, the 2 stealthily fled Yushui City. How could their movements possibly escape Qin Chu's notice? They were but mere ants, unworthy of his concern. Qin Chu approached the incapacitated Qin Xiong and Tai Yunsha, invoking the Great Freedom Transformation technique, drawing the 2 into a state of desiccation. The powerful spiritual energy surged into him, transforming into pure energy that coursed through his limbs and bones. Moments later, as the energy fully integrated into his being, Qin Chu inhaled deeply. Everything was in readiness for the next step, the breakthrough to the golden elixir stage. Chapter 87. The location of the clear spirit spell. The following day, as Qin Chu rose from his slumber, he was abruptly greeted by a series of firm knocks at the door. Young master, the esteemed master of Wamao Pavilion seeks an audience. Upon hearing the voice of the enigmatic Yin Yin, Qin Chu was enveloped in confusion. What could the master of Wamao Pavilion desire? He opened the door, and a strikingly beautiful figure entered his view. The woman possessed a voluptuous and graceful form, exuding the aura of a mature woman from top to bottom. Her alluring gaze, both playful and enigmatic, radiated an air of regal charm. This woman was Baopinger. Upon her encounter with Qin Chu, Baopinger scrutinized him with a smile gracing her lips. She had presumed that Qin Chu's prowess was limited to vanquishing a first-grade golden elixir practitioner. Yet she was astounded to learn that he had also defeated the Chun family's ancestral patriarch and the leader of the Loose Cultivators Alliance just the previous night, both formidable mid-stage golden elixir cultivators. While she believed herself capable of such feats, being of the same realm as Qin Xiong, she could not fathom how Qin Chu, a mere foundation establishment cultivator, had achieved such a monumental task by transcending significant realms. Come in, let us converse. Qin Chu invited Baopinger into his abode, inquiring about her purpose. You are quite direct. Young master, Baopinger responded with a playful laugh, revealing her intentions. She sought to feign a relationship as Baopinger's partner to defeat Ouyang Hao, the holy son of the Dongyang sacred land. Qin Chu was momentarily taken aback, finding the request surreal. Linzhou and Lingzhou were both part of the eastern continent, and the Dongyang sacred land was renowned for its multitude of powerful beings. The notion of him defeating the holy son was absurd. It was not a lack of confidence that deterred him. Rather, he bore no grievances against Ouyang Hao and saw no reason to comply, especially not under the guise of being Baopinger's partner. Seeing Qin Chu's refusal, Baopinger, seemingly anticipating his reaction, remained unfazed. Young master, do not be hasty in your rejection. First, hear my terms. Should you agree, I can reveal the whereabouts of the Qingling charm. Qin Chu raised an eyebrow, realizing that Baopinger had come prepared. He was indeed eager to obtain the Qingling charm, yet it was insufficient. Insufficient? Baopinger pondered for a moment before continuing. In addition, I offer 10 million mid-grade spirit stones. Qin Chu smirked. Spirit stones are the least of my concerns. His storage ring brimmed with spirit stones, far beyond what he could ever expend. 10 items of top-grade magical artifacts. With a clatter, a plethora of exquisite artifacts cascaded at Baopinger's feet. Her full lips twitched in surprise as a sense of bewilderment washed over her. How could this man be so affluent, as if top-grade artifacts were as common as cabbages? Xiangrade. As she uttered those 2 words, a colossal bookshelf materialized, densely populated with martial techniques, each at least of mid-grade Xian quality. Bao Ping fell into a state of despondency, feeling at a loss for words. Her bargaining chips were utterly futile against Qin Chu. Finally, taking a deep breath, she declared, "Young Master Qin, you may speak. I shall acquiesce to anything within my capability. I want you." "Impossible," Bao Ping retorted sharply, her voice resolute and devoid of hesitation. Her smile vanishing, replaced by a glimmer of coldness in her eyes. "Why the excitement? I have yet to finish speaking." Qin Chu was quite dissatisfied with the speed at which Bao Ping changed her demeanor. "I can agree to your request, but you must serve as my maid until the transaction concludes." "Maid?" Bao Ping furrowed her delicate brows, contemplating the proposition. It was not entirely unacceptable, though the notion of servitude made her feel somewhat awkward. "I agree to your terms." "Very well, then, please massage my back." A chill passed over Bao Ping countenance. Yet she obediently moved behind Qin Chu. As he inhaled the alluring fragrance, reveling in the gentle kneading of her hands, he unconsciously squinted and inquired, "So, what can you tell me about the whereabouts of the Qingling charm?" Upon hearing the term bottle, a shiver ran down Bao Ping's spine. Suppressing the urge to strangle Qin Chu, she replied coolly, "In 5 days, the Wanmao Pavilion will host a trading event, where bartering will take place. Those in attendance will be extraordinary individuals, among them the Camel Elder, who possesses the Qingling charm." "Oh, I see. This simplifies matters considerably, given his stature. Acquiring the Qingling charm would be a mere trifle." After imparting the information, Bao Ping took her leave, stating her need to arrange for the trading event. Qin Chu did not impede her, watching as she swayed her ample hips, gradually disappearing from view, a wicked grin adorning his lips. With a foundational multiplier of 1500. She must remain by his side, developing into a long-term assistant. As for Dong Holy Son Ouyang Hao, Bao Ping had divulged that he was a prodigious talent. Exceptionally intelligent, having reached the latter stages of the Golden Core realm by the age of 50, with combat prowess rivaling that of a half-step nascent soul. Regardless of his formidable strength, should he break through the Golden Core, he would become an invincible force during that stage. At that moment, Yusin entered. Her expression clouded with displeasure. Qin Chu instantly discerned the cause. Was she feeling jealous? "Humph, I am not jealous. My mother warned me that you are a fickle-hearted rogue, and I must keep a close watch on you." Such a strong scent of jealousy. She claims not to be envious. The amnesiac Yusin now exuded a hint of coldness, presenting an entirely different aura. Qin Chu embraced her, exploring her form. Yusin face flushed crimson as she protested. "My mother also said I am your woman, but I have forgotten. Only when I regain my memories can I." "Can you what?" Qin Chu asked with a mischievous grin, leaning in to press his lips against her cherry-like mouth. Yusin stammered and swatted at him, but to no avail. Ultimately, she yielded, allowing Qin Chu to indulge in his whims. The atmosphere grew charged. Without deeper exchanges, he was less than human. With a melodious scream, a scene of spring unfolded within the room. 5 days later, Qin Chu arrived alone at the Wanmao Pavilion. It was the day of the trading event, and he sought to acquire the Qingling charm from the Camel Elder. Arriving early, he found the event had yet to commence. Observing Bao Ping's unnatural expression, he pulled her into the inner chamber, leaving Lan Bing in a stupor. As it was unprecedented for a man to enter the eldest sister's quarters. Inside the chamber, Qin Chu instructed Bao Ping to massage his shoulders and back. He discovered her technique was quite commendable, her pressure was just right, and he found the service exceedingly pleasurable. As the enchanting Bao Ping rolled her captivating eyes, she thought of how to deal with him once the transaction concluded. Unintentionally, she tightened her grip. "Careful, Bao Ping. You might end up committing murder against your master." She was warned. An hour later, individuals began to arrive at the venue arranged by the Wanmao Pavilion. The space was modest, accommodating only a dozen seats arranged in a circle, each separated by a 2-meter gap. Before entering the hall, all attendees donned identical masks provided by the pavilion, intended to obscure the identities of both parties involved in the transaction, thus preventing potential ambushes afterward. Noticing the time was nearly upon them, Qin Chu playfully slapped Bao Ping's ample posterior, relishing the sensation. Bao Ping, incensed, felt as though she could kill him. Approaching the entrance of the venue, she donned her mask and stepped inside. The hall was filled with attendees, save for one vacant seat, which Qin Chu promptly occupied, drawing the attention of others. A nearby individual cautioned him that the seat was already claimed and urged him to vacate it to avoid inciting trouble. "Claimed? Bao Ping didn't inform me," Qin Chu retorted, surveying the surroundings, realizing this was the only available seat. "What now?" he inquired softly. Noticing Qin Chu was a newcomer, the other individual a seasoned attendee of the trading fair, began to elucidate the unspoken rules of the gathering. These unwritten regulations were established by the participants themselves. And while the Wandao Pavilion was aware of them, it refrained from interference. The pavilion merely provided the venue, leaving all other matters untouched. The seat Qin Shu had taken was known as the Dragon Seat. Occupying this position conferred the status of leading the entire hall in transactions. Should others fail to present items of equal value to what the Dragon Seat demanded, there would be no repercussions. Conversely, if the individual in the Dragon Seat could not offer what others sought, they would face dire consequences. Though the rules were harsh, holding the Dragon Seat came with considerable advantages. Once the trading concluded, every participant was obliged to present an item valued at no less than 1 million middle-grade spirit stones as a gift to the occupant of the Dragon Seat. Not everyone could assume this role. It required substantial financial and material resources. Over several iterations of the fair, the same individual had consistently occupied the Dragon Seat. And this year he had proclaimed his continued dominance, warning that anyone who dared to contest him would meet a grim fate. Quite audacious, Qin Shu mused. Feeling emboldened by the challenge, he had never feared anyone when it came to financial prowess. However, a question lingered in his mind. How could they ascertain it was the same individual when everyone wore masks that obstructed their spiritual senses? Are you a cultivator? Cultivators possess exceptionally acute hearing. They cannot rely on sight or sound, he pondered, realizing his query was somewhat naive. Coughing lightly to regain attention, he declared. Now that everyone is present, as this year's Dragon Seat occupant, I invite you all to present your treasures for exchange. The individual beside him interjected. But the dragon has yet to arrive. Are you not concerned about provoking him? Qin Shu shot him a glance, muttering, it would be wise for you to remain silent. I am the Dragon Seat occupant this year. Ha, courting disaster, came the retort. With a swift motion, Qin Shu struck me, silencing my protests. It appeared that I had not heeded his warnings. Now, was I capable of remaining quiet? I acquiesced, nodding obediently as I rose and took my seat in silence. Witnessing this, the others ceased to underestimate Qin Shu, for those attending the Wandao Pavilion Trading Conference were, at the very least, cultivators at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. To topple one with a single blow suggested that he might be a golden core expert. Their inability to perceive Qin Shu's true strength left them speculating in hushed tones. As the trading conference commenced, participants began to present their treasures and articulate their desired exchanges. I possess a mid-grade magical artifact, a jade rui, and I seek to trade it for 100 spirit grass. I lack 100 spirit grass. Yet I offer a superior herb, the myriad spirit grass, in exchange. I may take a loss on this deal. What? Myriad spirit grass? Thank you, esteemed leader. The individual gingerly cradled the myriad spirit grass, his face aflame with excitement. The 100 spirit grass paled in comparison, making this a monumental gain for him. As the others observed this exchange, their breaths quickened. Leader, I desire a top-tier magical artifact. Leader, I wish to trade for a second-grade golden core. Qin Shu exhibited remarkable generosity, presenting items of exceptional value. Gazing at the satisfied crowd, a sardonic smile curled at the corners of his lips. The true spectacle was yet to unfold. Before entering, Bao Ping Er had warned that these extraordinary individuals could be ruthless and should not be trifled with. Soon, it was Qin Shu's turn to trade. I seek to acquire the clear spirit charm. Upon his request, the room fell silent, and then, with a shake of their heads, they murmured, apologies, esteemed leader, we do not possess it. Do not possess it? That is inconceivable. Qin Shu furrowed his brow, inquiring, who is the old camel? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, unfamiliar with the name. Qin Shu's frown deepened. Could Bao Ping Er's information have been erroneous? A nearby individual snickered and leaned in. Leader. The old camel was last year's leader. He let it slip, and I overheard. After all this time, the true figure had not arrived, leaving Qin Shu in a state of vexation. Suddenly, footsteps echoed as another masked individual entered the hall. Upon noticing Qin Shu seated in his place, he halted, confronting him. Who dares to occupy my leader's seat? Are you courting death? Move aside. The trading conference had no stipulation that a seat could belong solely to him. Enough chatter. Vacate the spot at once. The masked man barked impatiently. Qin Shu rose to meet the masked man's glare. Do you possess the clear spirit charm? The masked figure. Foul-tempered, rebuffed, you occupy my seat and dare to request an exchange? You must be delusional. Even if I had it, I would not trade with you. I intended to converse amicably, yet your demeanor is intolerable. In a swift motion, he seized the masked man's neck, who, undeterred, retorted, "If you have the guts, kill me. If I blink, consider it my defeat." This was the first time Qin Chu encountered someone so unafraid of death. "How can we proceed with a trade?" The masked individual replied, "Trading is not impossible, provided your wealth and resources surpass mine." Upon hearing this, Qin Chu smiled. In the realm of wealth, he has never faced defeat. Under the astonished gazes of all, a mountain of spiritual stones emerged, radiating a blinding brilliance. Most significantly, these stones were of the highest quality. The masked figure was taken aback, stammering, "You are exceedingly affluent." His expression darkened as he conceded, "I have lost." He produced a spell, the cleansing charm, and tossed it to Qin Chu. "I do not desire your possessions. I have but one request. Allow me to accompany you. Only in the company of the wealthy can I ignite my drive to prosper." The masked individual declared earnestly, "I am determined to surpass you." Qin Chu, listening to his juvenile remarks, felt a sense of disquiet, and just as she was about to refuse, she heard the masked figure threaten, "If you do not let me accompany you, I shall not exchange." Reluctantly, Qin Chu nodded in agreement. As the trading event concluded, everyone departed, and the masked figure removed his disguise, revealing a youthful and charming visage. No wonder his words were so childish. He was merely a young lad. Yet, how peculiar it was for a child to play the role of an elder. At that moment, Bao Ping Er approached, inquiring, "Have you exchanged?" "Indeed," Qin Chu replied, casting a glance at the youthful figure, who was none other than the so-called elder. Bao Ping Er scrutinized him, noting his rosy cheeks and plumpness, which rendered him irresistibly adorable, prompting her to reach out and pinch his cheek. Duan Jie gazed at Bao Ping Er, his eyes sparkling. "Sister, you are so beautiful. I wish to marry you." Qin Chu's mouth twitched in disbelief. "With your stature, are you truly capable of such a feat?" Bao Ping Er giggled. "Very well. Sister shall await your growth to propose." Duan Jie's expression fell as he looked down at himself. "I am already quite grown." As the two engaged in light-hearted banter, Qin Chu took a decisive step forward. Outside Yunshui City, a middle-aged man hurried along. Qin Chu descended from the skies, blocking his path, her palm emanating a force that rendered him a desiccated corpse in an instant. From his storage pouch, she extracted a supreme magical artifact, its surface shimmering with a glow reminiscent of luminescent paint. Next, in Chapter 89, titled 10 Supreme Pill, all attendees of the trading event, except for the young lad, met their end at Qin Chu's hands. They were all heinous individuals, and draining their essence bore no moral weight upon her conscience. Qin Chu sought a desolate forest to release Yuan Hai, and by who? "Guard me, for I am about to break through to the golden core stage." The tiger and monkey each took their positions, their cold gazes scanning the surroundings. Qin Chu's purpose in absorbing the spiritual energy of those individuals was to harness this power to awaken the supreme divine pill of the Purple Palace. Aiming to forge a 9-rank imperial pill in a single endeavor, she retrieved the supreme divine pill of the Purple Palace and consumed it. As the pill descended her throat, it did not transform into pure energy. Instead, it generated a peculiar force that enveloped the pill as it entered her abdomen. Ultimately, it hovered in her dantian, radiating a purple-golden light. Following the method inscribed in the ancient text of the Qingyun sect to solidify the golden core, she sat cross-legged and commenced the circulation of her learned techniques. Golden cores ranked below 3 are deemed ordinary, while those ranging from 4 to 6 are classified as king-level golden cores. From the 7th to the 9th rank lies the realm of the imperial golden core. It is rumored that the formation of an imperial golden core carries a certain probability of manifesting extraordinary phenomena, reminiscent of the renowned celestial events of ancient times, such as the celestial sword shattering the firmament and the floating azure lotus of the northern sea. These phenomena are essentially forms of offensive power, capable of unleashing strength that transcends one's own realm, albeit at a significant cost to spiritual energy, thus rarely